My daughter has traversed time from the future, equipped with advanced technology, to mold me into a better man. Objective: to master both the elegance of social gatherings and the skills of the kitchen, to contend with the young and the unruly, to drive luxury cars and purchase new homes, to develop fitness, taste, and culinary prowess comprehensively. I must achieve a high income while still having time to spend with my wife, embodying the ideal modern man and a devoted father in China. Ke Hong considered himself an ordinary university student, enrolled at Nanyang University of Economics in the city of Nanhua, currently in his third year. The sweltering summers of Nanhua, consistently exceeding 37 degrees Celsius, rendered his dormitory unbearable, lacking even air conditioning. Consequently, he, being a local, opted to rent a small apartment on his own. Though Ke Hong's family was moderately well off, he harbored a single regret: he was too late to experience first love when he desired it, and now that he sought romance, the good girls had long found solace in the arms of others. Ah, how I wish for a girlfriend! Ke Hong mused, yet he was acutely aware that returning to his apartment to play video games every day post-classes would not lead him to find a partner. With a sigh, he embraced his pillow and succumbed to slumber. Before long, he felt a gentle caress upon his forehead. Initially, in his drowsy state, it felt rather pleasant. However, the realization that he was alone in his apartment struck him, and he jolted awake, fear coursing through him, as he scrambled out of bed, instantly wide awake. In the dim light, he discerned a conical shadow seated before him. The abrupt awakening left him unable to see clearly, but the situation was sufficient to instill terror within him. Just as he was about to scream, a calm, mechanical voice echoed, "Long time no see, Dad." Ke Hong was momentarily stunned. As he turned on the light, he discovered a young girl perched on his bed, with fair skin and a slender figure, a delicate oval face, her hair styled in a bun atop her head, cascading down her back. Clad in a white lace-pleated skirt and a sky-blue tank top, she was an utterly adorable little girl, sitting before him with an expression devoid of emotion. Yet, something felt amiss. "Dad, Dad." Ke Hong's lips twitched as he pointed to himself, inquiring if the girl was indeed addressing him, for he was certain he had no daughter, although this mysterious girl bore a slight resemblance to him. The girl nodded, replying dryly, "That's right, you are my useless father. Don't joke with me. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly have a daughter? Moreover, I'm only 21 years old. How could I have a daughter your age?" Ke Hong retorted with irritation. "Little girl, how did you get in here?" I traverse time from the future. I am a rather unique entity. Ordinary people can only progress along the timeline in four-dimensional space, moving from the past to the future, but I can choose freely," the girl stated calmly, plunging the room into silence. Ke Hong then reached out to pat her head, saying, "All right, where did you escape from? I'll take you home." The girl swatted his hand away, reporting in a robotic manner, "Your name is Ke Hong. The girl you had a crush on in middle school is Lu Jiani, but you never attended the same high school. Eventually, in your second year of high school, she found a wealthy boyfriend, and you began pursuing a girl named Jiang Yuyen in your class." "Enough. That's enough." Ke Hong interjected hastily, exasperated. "How do you know all this? Father mentioned it himself. If you don't believe me, I can reveal more." The girl's expression remained neutral, but somehow her face seemed to glimmer with a hint of darkness. "Not long ago, you were dumped by a girl you met online, and you are still a virgin." The word virgin struck Ke Hong like 1,000 arrows, eliciting a barely perceptible smirk from the girl. Noticing Ke Hong's skeptical expression, the girl pressed her lips together and remarked, "Still don't believe me? No surprise there." With that, she stood on the bed, brushed off her little backside, and stated nonchalantly, "Tomorrow, the flower of your department will move in next door, as she plans to prepare for her postgraduate exams during this summer vacation, hence she rented the apartment next to yours." Upon finishing, the girl waved and said, "See you tomorrow. Once you believe me, we can further discuss the matters at hand." In an instant, her figure was enveloped in a beam of white light and gradually vanished from Ke Hong's sight. "Well, that was somewhat surreal," Ke Hong muttered to himself. However, it was already past midnight, so he shrugged it off and turned back to sleep. The next morning, Ke Hong had completely forgotten about the dream from the night before. As usual, he hastily tidied his blanket and bed, then quickly cleaned up the apartment before preparing to head downstairs to dispose of the trash and buy breakfast. Upon opening the door, he found a girl standing before the door to his neighboring apartment, carrying luggage. This girl was truly stunning, with soft, wavy brown hair cascading to her waist, an oval face, beautiful large eyes, and brown irises that made her eyes sparkle. Her long eyelashes, high nose, and plump, rosy lips, coupled with her perfectly proportioned figure, created an angelic visage. Remarkably, this girl was barefaced, merely applying a hint of lip balm, yet her beauty was captivating. With just a touch of makeup, she would undoubtedly be considered a goddess. Her presence illuminated the narrow hallway. This girl was none other than Yi Wanjun, the belle of his department. Ku Hong momentarily froze, his mind racing to catch up. I recall you being from our department. Yi Wanjun said, slightly furrowing her brow in curiosity. After a prolonged silence, Ku Hong regained his composure and replied, Oh, I'm Ku Hong, a fellow student in the Department of Economics and Management at Nanyang University. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yi Wanjun chuckled, that might be a bit too much. I truly apologize for forgetting your name. Recalling the girl's words from the previous night, Ku Hong hesitated before asking, Aren't you going home this summer vacation? Yi Wanjun shook her head, smiling, Not this year. I want to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam, so I rented an apartment here. It's closer to the university, making it more convenient to go to the library. After a pause, she smiled sweetly and added, What about you? Despite having seen her before, Yi Wanjun's smile was still enchanting and uplifting, leaving Ku Hong momentarily spellbound. Yi Wanjun was renowned as one of the university's goddesses. Known for her gentle demeanor and beauty, not to mention her affluent background, with her father being a major shareholder in a well-known enterprise. However, she had yet to shine academically as she did in other areas. Yet, Yi Wanjun bore no airs of superiority. She was easygoing, kind-hearted, and had a fondness for animals. Remarkably, despite being the belle of her department, she had never been pursued by any wealthy suitors. Although she had been in a few relationships, she had yet to share her first kiss, thus remaining a virgin. A goddess who was still a virgin and not materialistic or superficial was naturally the prime target for many wealthy young men. Noticing Ku Hong's dazed expression, Yi Wanjun inquired again, What about you? Oh, my family is local. Even during the holidays, I stay here since I've already paid a year's rent. Ku Hong swallowed hard, and Yi Wanjun smiled, Is that so? Then we'll be neighbors. No need to be so nervous. Yais. Ku Hong nodded stiffly, then snapped back to reality. Do you need help with your luggage? No, it's already at the door, right? Besides, you still need to go downstairs to take out the trash, don't you? Yi Wanjun replied with a cheerful smile, before opening her door and waving goodbye as she pulled her suitcase into her apartment. Watching her disappear from view, Ku Hong slapped his forehead with realization, exclaiming, What that girl said was true. Does that mean that girl really is my future precious daughter? It seems you've finally come to believe it, the familiar cold voice echoed from behind him. Ku Hong turned around to find the sweet and charming girl, now seated on his sofa. I believe it, I believe it. Ku Hong rushed to kneel beside her on the sofa. So, since you are my future daughter, how should I address you, my little princess? And who is your mother? My name is Ku Mengyao, the little girl said, crossing her legs and speaking with an air of maturity that belied her age. You can call me Xiao Yao. As for your question about my mother, I cannot reveal that to you. Even if I did, the future is not set in stone. For instance, if I tell you that your future wife is Yi Wanjun, it doesn't guarantee that she will accept your confession. The future is subject to change. Well, I was merely inquiring, but if it's not convenient to discuss, I shall refrain. Ku Hong scratched his head, feigning understanding, while a subtle weight settled in his heart. Deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope that his future wife would indeed be Wanjun. However, he pressed on with his inquiry, So, esteemed princess, what brings you across such distances with unwavering determination? To assist you, Ku Mengyao replied, producing a stack of papers from behind her and tossing it onto Ku Hong's desk, as if she were a superior delegating tasks to a subordinate. You have 10 minutes. Examine this proposal thoroughly. Ku Hong felt as though he were conversing not with his daughter, but rather with a superior. Anxiously, he picked up the stack of documents and glanced at the cover, reading aloud, "The Perfect Dad Development Plan." What on earth is this?
Chapter 2. The Father Development Plan due to the unfortunate trajectory of his father's life, who is currently spiraling into a detrimental state, consumed by heartbreak and secluding himself at home, neglecting both his studies and physical fitness, rendering him momentarily petrified. Yet, the little girl promptly curled her legs in a defensive posture and declared, "But fret not, I have come precisely to avert such a fate. Your present circumstances will undoubtedly influence your future. If you cannot find a wife, I shall never come into existence. Thus, this endeavor also serves my own interests. To prevent this unfortunate situation," Kuhong inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, there is still time," Kumengao asserted. Seizing a stack of plans, "From this day forth, we shall rigorously implement my strategy, meticulously enhancing your physical, aesthetic, mental, and skill sets, and gradually cultivating rapport with various female leads until the moment is right." This peculiar proposition struck Kuhong as oddly reminiscent of a bizarre simulation game. "First and foremost, you must cultivate a robust and healthy physique." As she spoke, the little girl poked at the excess flesh around Kuhong's waist and abdomen, her expression turning markedly more austere. "With so much excess weight, even if your rapport is sufficient, when the time comes to pursue a romantic interest, those unsightly bulges may lead to a swift decline in her affection. And it will also aid you in attracting women. Therefore, I suggest you master basketball, soccer, tennis. In short, engage in as many sports as possible. I will strive for that. You must also acquire a driver's license. Even being a billionaire would mean nothing. Indeed, a man ought to broaden his horizons, so you should travel frequently. At the very least, you should master English, Japanese, Spanish, and French, these 4 commonly used languages, to facilitate communication with foreigners." That sounds reasonable. Moreover, as a man, you must possess the ability to protect the women in your life. Thus, study martial arts such as mixed martial arts. It will also assist in maintaining your fitness. Indeed, that point is well taken. Declaring arrogantly, "From this day forth, until you marry a certain girl, I shall remain in this parallel world. Do you comprehend?" "All right, but little Yao.Ke Hong hesitated, glancing at the thick stack of plans. "With so many objectives, can I truly accomplish them? It feels as though, even if I begin now, by the time I complete these tasks, I might already be in my 30s. I do not mean to object. I merely fear it may delay your existence. So after 5 transmissions, will my brain explode? Essentially, yes. Your mind will become full. Further infusion may lead to memory loss, confusion, and other adverse effects. However, even after 5 transmissions, you can still expand your brain capacity through traditional study, where the protagonist learns various martial arts instantaneously through a computer," Kuhong inquired with excitement. Mengao furrowed her brow slightly. "The Matrix. Such an outdated film. Nevertheless, you are correct. It is fundamentally similar to." Hong pressed on. "Moreover, this technology is strictly regulated by the state. It was designed to assist those suffering from dementia in regaining their cognition and memory, not to enable the indolent to learn. While some illicit devices circulate within the black market and upper echelons of society, those memories felt entirely foreign yet strangely familiar." His head throbbed with pain, and the world around him spun dizzyingly until everything faded to black. It was only when a rapid knocking at the door jolted him awake that he realized he had collapsed onto the floor. "Go see who it is," Kumengao said coldly, waving her hand, and as before, she vanished. Hong shook his head to regain clarity, unsteadily making his way to the door. "Coming," he gasped, struggling to articulate his words. "Your complexion is so paled." "Ah," Kuhong gasped, touching his nose and discovering blood staining his fingers. "Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Yuanjun asked anxiously, but Kuhong shook his head. "However, it gradually improves. Yet, by the 5th transmission, the situation deteriorates once more and recovery becomes impossible. Symptoms such as memory confusion, intense headaches, and frequent nosebleeds will persist, intensifying over time. Following this, one may continue to transmit, but upon reaching the 10th instance, brain death becomes inevitable." The emotionless girl spoke of terrifying subjects, seemingly unperturbed by the gravity of her words. "Additionally, allow me to offer a piece of advice. It would be wise to regard those future memories as the tales of others. Otherwise, you may risk a split in your psyche." "Yes, I understand." Ke Hong endeavored to follow Ku Mingyao's counsel, visualizing the memories as a film, a narrative belonging to someone else, and gradually, his mind cooled. To his surprise. Within this memory, he indeed managed to win over Yu Wanjun. However, it was not a smooth, fairy tale triumph, but rather a convoluted saga of unrequited love. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual. And while he and Yu Wanjun shared a strong rapport, their connection lacked that elusive spark of romance. Subsequently, Yu Wanjun encountered the wrong person at the right moment, succumbing to fleeting emotions and entering a relationship, disheartened once more. Ko Hong resolved to embark on a transformative journey. From this memory, have you acquired valuable insights? Ko Hong nodded, acknowledging that the most crucial knowledge gleaned was in psychology, more directly, the ability to read people. This skill had taken him over 2 years of work experience to master. By interacting with various individuals and observing their attire, accessory choices, and manner of speaking, he could discern their personalities and cater to their preferences. It was this very skill that had enabled him to secure numerous significant clients for his company, gradually earning the trust of his superiors and ultimately ascending to a high-ranking position with an annual salary of 400,000. Such experiences were invaluable in the future. He could easily find employment at any company and leverage his work experience and perceptive abilities to rise swiftly through the ranks. However, the demands of such a busy career might not align with the expectations of his beloved daughter. Moreover, since Yu Wanjun was destined to be his future romantic partner, Ko Hong had come to know her intimately, her interests. This felt oddly reminiscent of a peculiar dating simulation game. Little Yao, you wouldn't happen to become a reclusive girl who enjoys playing various simulation games in the future, would you? Ko Hong cast a dubious glance at Ku Mingao. Before dinner was upon them, Ko Hong approached Yu Wanjun's door, bearing a bowl brimming with steamed meat, and knocked. What is this? Yu Wanjun inquired, slightly taken aback at the sight of the dish in his hands. Please take some if you don't mind. Ke Hong smiled as casually as he could. Drawing from his future memories, he knew that Yu Wanjun had a penchant for food, and all of his signature dishes were her favorites. As he had only learned to prepare meals she enjoyed, Yu Wanjun hesitated momentarily, but the aromatic and glistening dish in the bowl tempted her, leading her to smile. Well then, I won't hold back. Yu Wanjun queried, a hint of guilt in her voice. Ke Hong chuckled, I still have plenty left. By the way, I've made some 8 treasure congee as well. Would you like me to serve you a bowl? Is that all right? I feel like I'm being a bit greedy. Yu Wanjun responded with a bittersweet smile, yet her anticipation was palpable. Meat sandwiches were indeed one of Yu Wanjun's beloved comfort foods, especially when paired with pickles and a thin porridge. It's no trouble. It's merely a home-cooked dish. To be honest, I feel a tad embarrassed to thank you with such food, Ko Hong admitted with a wry smile. Yu Wanjun waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I truly enjoy this. Is that so? Please wait a moment. I'll fetch a bowl for you, Ko Hong said, turning back to his room. However, as he prepared the congee and turned around, he spotted Yu Wanjun, engrossed in the screen of his laptop. You enjoy watching Criminal Minds too? Yu Wanjun asked with curiosity, though a hint of wariness lingered in her demeanor, as the coincidence felt too uncanny. Ko Hong had prepared her favorite dish, and his computer was streaming her beloved show. This unexpected alignment imbued the moment with an air of manipulation, which Yu Wanjun found off-putting. Despite the underlying scheming, Ko Hong had a way to assuage her doubts, for he genuinely enjoyed Criminal Minds as well. In fact, it was through this very show that he and Yu Wanjun had first struck up a conversation, ultimately evolving into a close friendship. The meat and congee are nearly cold. Ko Hong skillfully shifted the topic, then handed the congee to Yu Wanjun, saying, All right, let us eat before it cools down. It won't taste as good then, okay? Yu Wanjun replied with a cheerful smile, waving goodbye as she returned to her room. Being a slow-to-warm individual, it was improbable for her to invite a man she had only known for 2 days into her room. Little Yao. How did I perform just now? Ko Hong inquired with a smile as he closed the door behind him, while Ku Mingao appeared slowly on the sofa, her expression as neutral as ever. You could have simply told her you are my niece, and that you could live with me. I am fully capable of taking care of you, Ko Hong questioned, somewhat perplexed. That is not possible. Ku Mingao shook her head. I do not exist in this world. Any contact with the outside would create a significant butterfly effect, leading to substantial changes in the future. Consider this, if Wanjun were to become your wife, and later discover that your daughter bore a striking resemblance to me, would that not raise suspicions? That makes sense, K. Hong pondered, resting his chin on his hand. So does that mean you must continuously avoid me and other girls? Do not worry, I am merely observing you from the fourth dimension. Whenever you need me, simply call out, and I will arrive in this dimension at any time. As Ku Mingao spoke, a tender smile flickered across the face of this seemingly indifferent girl. She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Ko Hong's cheek, softly saying, "Take care, Dad." Chapter 4. The beautiful coach in this day and age. A gym membership is not something an impoverished student can easily afford. In this society, lacking financial resources renders one nearly immobile. This predicament left Ko Hong in a quandary, uncertain of how to voice his concerns. It seemed that Xiao Yao could read his thoughts as she remarked, "I will find a way to help you with the money. How much savings do you currently have?" After pondering for a moment, Ko Hong scratched his head and replied with a rueful smile, "I am 2 years older than my father now." It seemed that Kamingao could see right through Ko Hong's thoughts as she inquired, "Do you believe that a device capable of digitizing knowledge and memories for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease will be developed within the next decade?" Ku Mingao bluntly stated, inflicting a staggering 30,000 points of emotional damage upon Ko Hong, before casually asking, "What is today's date?" July 20, 2015, Ko Hong replied, holding back tears. Xiao Yao pondered for a moment before saying, They immediately expressed their support. After all, his summer vacation had consisted solely of staying at home playing video games, raising concerns about his health. After borrowing some money from his parents to secure a gym membership, he was drenched in sweat and nearly incapacitated. As he stepped off the treadmill, the lingering momentum caused him to stumble backward, teetering dangerously close to falling. Just then, someone from behind caught him, and Ko Hong sighed in relief, turning to say, "Thank you." Yet, upon turning around, he was met by a tall and slender beauty, identifiable as a personal trainer by the name tag hanging from her peach-colored sports tank top. The girl was barefaced. Her legs possessed a particularly perfect and graceful curve. One could only imagine how stunning she would look in stockings. She smiled and patted Ko Hong's shoulder, saying, "Be careful. Is this your first day here? After running, take a 5-minute walk before stepping down to avoid feeling dizzy." "Yes, thank you." Ko Hong smiled in response. The female coach glanced around and curiously remarked, "It's odd. You should have a coach to help you use the equipment on your first day." Gym coaches primarily rely on personal training sessions for income, so after a brief assessment, they typically inform you of your muscle deficiencies, excess fat, and other shortcomings before recommending their personal training services. The coach who was supposed to guide him on how to use the equipment had, unfortunately, abandoned him. K. Hong didn't mind pursuing the matter. He was already somewhat familiar with how to use the equipment. "Is that so?" The beautiful coach looked around, a hint of concern evident on her face, before cheerfully stating, "I have a bit of time before my next class. Why don't I teach you first?" Ko Hong replied, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Are you a new coach?" Because the other trainers appear to be quite occupied, the beautiful coach broke into a wry smile. "Not exactly. Actually, I did," as Ko Hong rested nearby. He engaged in conversation with the beautiful coach. He learned that she was originally a member of the gym who had been working out to lose weight due to her previous obesity. She also did not want to be a personal trainer for men who were only interested in her appearance, leading to her current predicament where only a handful of clients, mostly female. "I spend so much time in front of the computer, it's unavoidable." "Well, if you're open to it, I can provide some advice since I know quite a bit about weight loss," the beautiful coach said hesitantly. Handing him a business card, "First, since your starting weight is high, losing weight will be relatively easier. I don't recommend you hire a personal trainer just yet, but once you hit a plateau, feel free to come to me. I can definitely help you achieve your ideal physique." Okay. Ko Hong thought her earnestness was somewhat amusing. Liu Yao had previously strongly recommended that he try out personal training sessions for a month to see the results. To put it plainly, the primary source of income for fitness trainers relies on personal training sessions, which are akin to sales pitches. This woman may be a competent coach, yet her honest and somewhat introverted demeanor renders her incapable of excelling as a salesperson. Chapter 5. A unique job through the matter of personal training. Ko Hong further recognized the significance of money. However, regarding the pursuit of wealth, Xiao Yao had made it abundantly clear that the notion of winning the lottery was impractical. And it is quite perfect. The next morning, during breakfast, Xiao Yao unveiled her idea. After much contemplation, I believe we should venture into writing online literature. Ke Hong raised an eyebrow and remarked, but I have struggled to compose even 800 words for essays throughout my life. However, I've heard that the online literature scene is fiercely competitive. Many authors barely earn enough to cover their electricity bills, and moreover. But, Xiao Yao interjected, let us not forget about the renowned authors and those at the forefront. Many first-tier writers dedicate 2 to 4 hours daily to their craft, of course, depending on individual efficiency, earning approximately 10 to 20,000 a month. That would afford them ample leisure time. Wouldn't it? They could pick up their spouses and children from school or work, clean the house, exercise, and even cook and deliver meals. Indeed, and traveling would not pose an issue either, provided one prepares their manuscripts in advance. If all else fails, bringing along a laptop to write while traveling could work just as well. Ke Hong nodded in agreement, yet the foundation of all this hinges on the ability to write well. With a single bed snugly placed behind, creating a sense of confinement with little room to move, above the bedside table sat a bookshelf adorned with decorative vases and 3 cherished book series, Harry Potter, The Lord of the Rings, and Hannibal, that had accompanied him through middle school, high school, and university. Opposite the bed was the wardrobe, in the living room beyond the bedroom. A shoe cabinet was positioned by the door. Indeed, I'm just taking out the trash and picking up some ingredients, Ko Hong replied with a smile. And you, off to the library, I presume? Aren't you preparing for graduate school? Yes, Yuan Jun replied with a grin. That sounds wonderful, Yuan Jun replied cheerfully, then shifted the conversation. Have you ever considered pursuing graduate studies? Graduate studies? Well, what about you? Why are you contemplating it? Ko Hong countered, As for me, I am simply uncertain about what I should do in the future. By the way, don't you have any friends accompanying you in this endeavor? Yuan Jun bit her lip, appearing rather troubled. Well, I am the only one who wishes to pursue it. Oh, I see. Ke Hong reflected on his own expertise and shrugged. Yuan Jun said, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Ah, wonderful, Ko Hong exclaimed with delight. Aside from my work and gym schedule, I should have plenty of time. He considered that writing online literature could also be categorized as a work commitment assigned by Xiao Yao. So his response seemed appropriate. Moreover, this arrangement would allow him to spend more time with Yuan Jun if they pursued graduate studies together. It would afford them greater opportunities to deepen their bond. Yuan Jun pondered for a moment and then suggested, how about this? When you work, I can come in the evenings to save you a spot, and you can meet me at the library after your gym session. When you aren't working, we can go during the day. That sounds splendid. I appreciate your help, Ko Hong replied joyfully. Having more interactions with Yuan Jun was undoubtedly beneficial, and he genuinely wished to further refine the knowledge he had gleaned from Ko Mengyao. After adding each other on WeChat, Yuan Jun playfully retreated while saying, keep up the good work at the gym. Regarding the graduate studies, Ko Hong decided it was best to update Xiao Yao. Watching Yuan Jun walk away, he mused to himself. Xiao Yao expressed her approval of Ko Hong's decision. Graduate studies. That sounds wonderful. This way, there will be more opportunities to enhance your rapport. And I believe you will soon reach the point of pushing over. Could you please refrain from using such a tone reminiscent of a romantic simulation game? Ko Hong chuckled awkwardly. Let it be as it is. When I am not around, execute the plans as outlined in the schedule. I must return to program your next segment of knowledge. Ke Ming outside. Then, as she had the previous day, a gentle smile graced her face as she leaned in and kissed Ko Hong on the cheek, saying, keep it up, Dad. This girl can be rather endearing. Ke Hong reminisced about the childhood that Ko Mengyao had described earlier, a warmth blossoming in his heart, and he silently resolved that this time, dear father would ensure that you remain innocent and adorable for as long as possible. Upon arriving at the gym in the evening, Ko Hong placed his belongings in a locker and prepared to ascend to the second floor to commence his jogging. Just as Ko Hong reached the second floor, he spotted Su Man engaged in conversation with 2 women whose figures were slightly plump, yet not excessively so. Observing their attire, posture, and mannerisms, Ko Hong deduced that they were acquaintances and likely new mothers wishing to shed some weight, hoping to restore their figures to what they were before childbirth. Su Man was, at that moment, reiterating her earlier advice to Ko Hong. The weight loss effects are usually more pronounced in the first month. I recommend waiting until your weight plateaus before. Excuse me, Coach Su. Good evening, Ko Hong interjected, eager to join their conversation, seizing the opportunity to showcase his prowess as the youngest sales champion in the company. He quickly interjected, "You must have recently become mothers, correct? Is it that obvious?" One of the ladies responded with a bright smile, while the other appeared slightly displeased, seemingly interpreting his comment as a critique of their somewhat fuller figures. After all, women of all ages, from 6 to 60, tend to dislike remarks about their weight, especially these two mothers who were merely in their mid-20s, no more than a few years older than Ko-hong. "Indeed, there is a gentle maternal glow about you both," Ko-hong remarked with a smile, noting their loose and modest attire and the absence of heavy perfume, replaced instead by the scent of baby powder. "We live in the same neighborhood. My baby is 3 months old, while hers is already a year old. We were in great shape before giving birth, but during pregnancy, the two women began to chat animatedly." And Su-man observed in astonishment that their engagement in conversation with Ko-hong seemed far more vibrant than with her, after learning that the two mothers were named Ms. Zhang and Ms. Yi. Ko-hong deftly steered the conversation back on track. "So, are you two considering hiring a personal trainer?" "Yes, but Coach Su mentioned that the first month tends to yield more noticeable weight loss. So it seems unnecessary to engage a trainer," Ms. Zhang inquired curiously, clearly the more assertive of the two, while Ms. Yi displayed a more accommodating demeanor, suggesting that persuading Ms. Zhang would lead to their mutual agreement on attending Su-man's personal training sessions. "But I always faltered when confronted with delicious food. However, when I was young, it seemed I could eat anything without gaining weight, but after having a baby, my figure changed drastically. Being a mother is truly no easy feat. Avoiding futile efforts is crucial. Pursuing weight loss is already a challenging endeavor, and taking detours would only make it more arduous. Wouldn't you agree?" Furthermore, as he spoke, Ko-hong drew Su-man forward. Smiling, this fitness coach, too, once struggled with her own weight, yet through relentless effort, she has achieved her current state and was even hired by the gym as a trainer, serving as a living advertisement. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask Coach Su for some photos. Before you, she stands as a living testament to the possibility of success. Seeing her, you can be assured that with effort, you could then consult a trainer again to establish a new plan and then proceed accordingly. He outlined various approaches to personal training, detailing the most economical options and the quickest methods to achieve results, while also painting vivid pictures of the success that awaited them after losing weight, how their husbands would be in awe, how they could flaunt their transformation among friends, and so forth. Had Ko-hong not already devised a detailed plan, he himself might have been tempted. Ultimately, after Ko-hong's persuasive efforts, Ms. Yi and Su-man signed up for a month of sessions, promising to assess the results before deciding on renewal, while Ms. Zhang opted for a 3-month commitment. Incredible. As the two new mothers made their way to the front desk to make their payments, Su-man expressed her astonishment to Ko-hong. "Always remember to clarify 3 questions when communicating with clients. What do they want?" I am a student of economics. Such dialogues that can also serve as practice for my future career. But you are truly impressive. You sound like a seasoned sales expert, articulate and composed, with a smooth logic and phrasing." He would ultimately secure numerous significant clients for the company, and the ability to read people's reactions was far more valuable than one might imagine. "Thank you for your kind words," Ko-hong replied with a wry smile. Ko-hong replied with a grin. Su-man chuckled softly and nodded. "Agreed. Let us make that a pact. I will head off to conduct their assessments now." However, after the excitement of the earlier exchanges, Su-man placed a bottle of sports drink on his treadmill. "I brought my own water." Ko-hong raised an eyebrow and remarked, but Su-man merely smiled gently. Sports drinks are more suitable as they replenish the vitamins and salts lost by the body. "You still need to work on your equipment, don't you?" "Well, thank you then," he replied. Ko-hong arched an eyebrow, for he did not bring water merely to save money, but rather due to his aversion to the taste of mineral water. He continued to inquire, "Have the two over there finished their class?" "Indeed," she replied. "They were quite surprised when they saw my old photos, and it seems we will get along very well. They also mentioned they would help me connect with a few mothers and expectant mothers who wish to lose weight together." Su-man said with a smile, "I should be the one thanking you." With that, Su-man pulled Ko-hong to his feet and said, "Let us go. I will help you with your equipment training. Many exercises are far more effective with assistance." Ko-hong could not dispute this, for unlike jogging, equipment training such as bench pressing is safer and easier to maintain proper form with someone nearby to help. Ko-hong felt a surge of energy, not because he had genuinely regained strength, but because Yu Wanjun had messaged him, "I've saved you a spot in Area B on the 3rd floor of the library." Whispering, "You came here empty-handed? Are you really planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" Well, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather rushed, Ko-hong replied with a wry smile. Remember the titles of these books I have. If you have time tomorrow, please buy them," Yu Wanjun said, showing him the reference books she had brought. Then, she clenched her little fists and said, "Let us cheer each other on," gazing at Yu Wanjun's smile and her adorable little hands. Ko-hong felt his heart melt. Chapter 7, Personal Training, Part 1. Ko-hong felt as though his summer vacation had abruptly transformed from carefree days of gaming into a hellish schedule so packed that he scarcely had time to visit the restroom. During the day, he had to write a novel based on the theme of his future daughter, and when not writing, he was busy preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam at the library. In the evenings, he had to hit the gym, and after returning from the gym, he would head back to the library. This was still the relatively easy part, once he withdrew his stock investments. During the day, Ko-hong purchased the same study materials as Yu Wanjun, and after lunch, they set off together for the library. Yu Wanjun was somewhat slow to warm up, and given their location in the library, surrounded by shelves brimming with books, the scent of ink on paper filled the air, and even Ko-hong, who typically had little affinity for studying, found his heart calming in that moment. This was the essence of university life. So he endeavored to appear as though he were diligently studying. Before long, he noticed Yu Wanjun gazing intently at the book in his lap. "I've never quite understood this type of question." She tilted her head and asked, looking particularly adorable, "Oh, this. It's actually quite simple. The distinction between perfect competition and monopolistic competition lies and Hong explained in detail, while Yu Wanjun listened attentively, occasionally nodding thoughtfully. It was only after he finished his explanation that she smiled and said, "Oh, how surprising. I recall your grades in the department were rather average, hovering just above passing. Isn't that impressive?" This type of question is typically a challenge on the entrance exam. Are you confident in your other subjects as well? With a few more months of preparation, it should be manageable. The second semester of my junior year is just right for taking the exam. The school would also need to make an exception to grant you your diploma early, Yu Wanjun remarked with a smile. I plan to gain some experience, which is why I'm starting my preparations now. Have you already conducted such thorough research? You truly intend to pursue further studies, Ko-hong said, somewhat taken aback. Yu Wanjun flashed a sweet smile and, with a hint of mischief, tilted her head and said, "It's not a big deal. Mainly, I'm unsure of what I want to do in the future. If I don't find something meaningful to engage in, I feel like I'm wasting my time." Adding to the charm were her occasional exaggerated gestures and her unabashedly radiant smile, revealing a row of pearly whites. Merely listening to her was an absolute delight, unbeknownst to him. Ko-hong found himself somewhat entranced until Yu Wanjun noticed something and abruptly halted. "Let us chat when we head back." With that, she resumed her reading, and thereafter, she no longer inquired about his plans for the entrance exam. It was not until dinner that she said to him, "Are you still going to the gym tonight?" she asked cheerfully upon returning to the apartment building with their dinner. "Yes, it's a long-term commitment," he replied with a rueful smile. "You have work during the day tomorrow." "Right. Well then, see you at the library tomorrow night," Yu Wanjun replied with a smile, then pointed at the barbecue in Ko-hong's hands, saying, "Enjoy it. I guarantee it's delicious." "Yes, I will," Ko-hong smiled back, waiting until Yu Wanjun closed her door before he planned to enter his own. However, the soft sound of her locking the door sent a wave of disappointment through him. Really, such a lack of trust. "In total, you have around 20,000 now. Don't spend it recklessly." "Yes, Your Highness. I shall allocate it for the project," Ko-hong replied with utmost respect, although it was his first time possessing such a considerable sum. He felt no joy. Rather, the thin card felt unbearably heavy in his pocket. With that, Ko-hong grimaced and began to massage his sore muscles, while jogging was manageable and did not leave him feeling overly fatigued. The weight training left him with aching muscles all over. Moreover, since his regimen included full-body muscle-building exercises, every part of him, even his glutes, ached intensely. No resting, no matter how sore you feel. Persistence is key in fitness. Once you allow yourself a day off, you'll only become lazier afterward, Ko Mengao stated coldly. Are you familiar with muscle recovery techniques? Even if your muscles are sore, continuing to exercise can aid recovery. It's merely your muscle fibers undergoing breakdown and reconstruction. Once healed, they will become even stronger. Her words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Kohong. After dinner, he returned to the gym as he had before. Yet, it was truly challenging. His muscles were sore to the point of hindering his training efficiency. He began to question Ko Minyao's assertion, wondering if he was merely wasting time at this rate. Perhaps resting for a couple of days to allow his muscles to recover would be the wisest course of action. However, recalling Yu Wanjuan's smile inexplicably rekindled his determination to persevere. Gradually, Kohong sensed that the muscles in his body seemed to be less sore. Kohong had just begun to run on the treadmill to complete his final workout of the day when Su Man appeared beside him, greeting him with a smiled, Coach Su, good evening. Kohong returned the smile. By the time you finish running, my personal training session should also be concluding. As usual, shall I assist you with the equipment training afterward? Su Man said cheerfully. That moment, a male coach suddenly approached them, grinning as he remarked, "Oh, Xiao Man, still so idle today." His words dripped with teasing and veiled sarcasm, evoking a sense of distaste. Ke Hong turned to look. The male coach was tall and robust, possessing a standard inverted triangle physique and a stylish hairstyle, fitting the mold of a handsome man. This was Lu Yao, the very coach who had abandoned him after their initial assignment. The sight of this individual immediately irked Kohong. A pompous fellow. Chapter 8, Personal Training, continued. Kohong had heard from the front desk staff and other personal trainers about Lu Yao. It seemed he was the top-performing trainer at this gym. Of course, a significant part of that was not due to the excellence of his training sessions, but rather his outstanding physical appearance, which attracted a considerable number of female clients. As for the effectiveness of his personal training, as long as one had a basic understanding of fitness, the courses offered by various trainers were largely similar. Fitness is fundamentally about persistence. As long as one holds on, results will follow. Yes, Su Man said somewhat awkwardly. Lu Yao remarked with a smile, patting Su Man's shoulder before casting a glance at Kohong and politely smiling at him, to which Kohong pretended not to notice. When Kohong harbors dislike for someone, he will unhesitatingly choose to ignore them or express his disdain rather than feign enthusiasm. Observing this, Lu Yao appeared somewhat displeased, and thus he turned to Su Man and advised, additionally, I would suggest you seek members who can afford personal training. Don't waste time unnecessarily. With that, Lu Yao waved his hand, smirking. Sorry, I have several more personal training sessions to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He's been pursuing me recently, and the gym supports our relationship. But upon reflecting on Lu Yao's earlier comments, in the past, Kohong would have pretended he hadn't heard anything, as he felt powerless. However, now, in a moment of impulsiveness, Kohong replied, Coach Su, I would like to take personal training sessions with you. Clearly viewing Kohong as someone trying to inflate his own worth. However, to his dismay, Kohong indeed had a sum of money available for personal training. Without overthinking it, he smiled at Su Man and said, I just happened to earn a little money recently. I'd like to hire you for 3 months of personal training. Is that so? Then let's talk over there. Su Man led Kohong aside. Speaking in a hushed tone, I know you want to stand up for me, but it's really unnecessary. We can continue as we are. How about we discuss this in your office? Kohong said with a gentle smile. Knowing that Su Man and Lu Yao shared an office, Su Man wanted to dissuade Kohong further, but he gestured for her to at least introduce him. Well, all right then. This way please, Su Man conceded. Leading Kohong to the office, she poured him a glass of water, and just as Kohong had anticipated, Lu Yao, despite having a class to attend, followed them back to the office, clearly eager to observe the unfolding events. Likely hoping to mock him later, let's first discuss the fees, Kohong said with a smile, taking a sip from the water cup. The cost per session ranges from 200 to 300, depending on whether you prefer a 1 hour or 1.5 hour session. If calculated monthly, it would be 4,000, but this ensures at least 1 session per day, with specific times arranged in advance. Su Man explained somewhat stiffly. Too stiff, Kohong thought. This was precisely why she struggled to find clients. He continued, what if I wished to train for 3 consecutive months? Is there any discount? Well, I wouldn't recommend 3 consecutive months because... Her 10 slender fingers anxiously entwined. That's all fine and good, but what I truly desire is someone to accompany me during my sessions, engage in conversation, encourage me, and offer corrections when my form is off. I already have a detailed plan for my fitness. A friend who used to be a trainer helped me devise a regimen, K. Hong explained with a smile. Liu Yao, observing from the side. Indeed, I have made my decision. Then, for 3 months, let us set the price at 9,000, shall we? Is that acceptable? Su Man inquired tentatively. 9,000, that's fine, no problem, Ko Hong nodded, smiling. However, I plan to come to the gym every day during these 3 months. So I might be a bit of a burden, Coach Su. That's no trouble at all. I usually have little else to do. I'll go get the contract for you, Su Man said with a forced smile but cast a grateful glance at Ko Hong, indicating that he should sign it there, assuring him that she would complete the rest. As she went to inform the front desk clerk about the contract, only Ko Hong and Liu Yao remained in the office. Liu Yao did not seem to mind, as he had far too many clients to be concerned about one. Just don't push yourself too hard. Even in fitness, you still need to eat. What do you think, Coach Liu? Ko Hong replied with a knowing smile, his expression perfectly crafted, leaving Liu Yao somewhat perplexed, as Ko Hong had suddenly become enigmatic over the past few days. Yes, as long as we all know the truth. Liu Yao retorted defensively, standing up to leave. I have a class to attend. Meanwhile, Ko Hong accompanied Su Man to the front desk to make the payment, sign the contract, and collect his membership card, explaining his intentions. Sometimes, a man simply cannot back down. All right. Now that I have the time, let us get started with a trial session. I will conduct an assessment and then formulate a fitness plan for you. Su Man smiled at Ko Hong, then lowered her voice, saying, if you change your mind, the fees for the next 2 months are refundable, by the way, and thank you to ITS nothing. I'm not doing this solely for you. Ko Hong replied candidly, raising his index finger to commence a lecture. Men, in certain situations, just have to step up. Su Man slightly pursed her lips, a deep dimple appearing on her left cheek, making her particularly endearing. Men just love to create troubles for themselves over trivial matters. Well, it's not entirely trivial. This way, you'll be my bona fide personal trainer, and I can more confidently promote your services, Ko Hong clarified. Extending his hand to Su Man, I will help you topple that guy from his pedestal as the top trainer. Draping a towel over her shoulder with a smile after Ko Hong's training concluded. See you tomorrow. Ko Hong exhaled in relief. However, despite the upcoming visit to the library with Yi Wanjun, Ko Hong could not shake off the tension. It prevents you from putting all your eggs in one basket. Your rapport with that beautiful coach should be higher than with Yi Wanjun. Perhaps you'll reach a level of intimacy sooner than expected. Money can always be earned again. The key is to seize opportunities to enhance your likability, for such chances are rare. He silently vowed never to let his precious daughter indulge in any simulation games. From Xiao Yao's words, it seemed she had something to attend to. Upon entering the library, Ko Hong quickly spotted that enchanting figure. After all, Yi Wanjun was the belle of the department, undeniably captivating wherever she went. You're here, Yi Wanjun greeted with a warm smile. How's your workout going? Exhausting as ever, but slightly better than at the beginning, Ko Hong replied with a faint smile as he took a seat next to Yi Wanjun. But rather the group of boys at the adjacent table, who were hiding among the genuinely studious students, their admiration for Yi Wanjun evident. Nevertheless, it was summer break, and the number of students remaining on campus was limited. Most were indeed there to study earnestly. I particularly loathe those, those with ulterior motives. It makes me feel like a monkey on display in a zoo, Yi Wanjun complained, pouting slightly. She likely felt too shy to directly state that those people were there to gawk at her, as it might come off as vain, yet it was evident that they were indeed there for a glimpse of her beauty. Yi Wanjun's popularity was indisputable, highly regarded across various departments, yet she remained modest. It truly feels like sitting on pins and needles. Once school resumes. Shall we study in the study room instead? Yes, that sounds good. We can study just as well anywhere, Ko Hong replied, suddenly struck by a thought. Actually, since we live next door, wouldn't it be just as effective to study in the apartment? Yi Wanjun pondered, appearing somewhat hesitant. K.E. Hong recognized her wariness towards him. After all, it was prudent for a girl to be cautious when entering a strange male's room. Therefore, he quickly clarified, I'm not suggesting we stay in the same room. You see, since we live next door, we can communicate easily if there's an issue. Perhaps using a walkie-talkie or something of the sort. That should alleviate any concerns, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanjun raised her delicate eyebrows, tilting her head as she considered. That idea is worth considering. Moreover, once the summer break concludes, given our relationship, you might not mind coming to my room anymore. She mused in her mind. K.E. Hong felt a sense of pride at this notion. The remainder of their time in the library unfolded much like before. They quietly studied, with Yi Wanjun occasionally posing questions, which Ko Hong patiently answered. Throughout this interaction, he sensed hostility emanating from various corners. Although everyone remained still for the time being, he knew they would not stay silent indefinitely. The battlefield of romance mirrored that of war, he thought, recalling his beloved daughter's words, and he couldn't help but sigh. As the clock approached 10, Yi Wanjun closed her book, stifling a yawn with her hand, a hint of fatigue in her smile. Shall we head back? It's getting late, and I'm a bit tired. All right, let us go, Ko Hong said as he gathered his books. The two made their way back to the apartment, but perhaps it was merely his imagination. He felt as though someone was following them. Thus, Ko Hong decided to be cautious, feigning a need to buy a sports water bottle, taking a longer route before stealthily returning to the correct path with Yi Wanjun. Ensuring they arrived home safely. It feels like these admirers are a bit extreme. Am I overthinking this? Ko Hong pondered, uncertain about how far Yi Wanjun's admirers might go, but the thought unsettled him. Although he had begun to work out, he still felt quite defenseless. However, this concern would be addressed sooner than he anticipated. The following morning, while still ensconced in slumber, Ko Hong felt someone gently patting his cheek. Upon opening his eyes, he found Ku Mingyao's cool expression before him. The second piece of knowledge is ready, she announced, plopping down on Ko Hong's bed, appearing somewhat fatigued. Seeing this, Ko Hong instinctively reached out to pat her head, for she was indeed his precious daughter. Are you all right, Xiao Yao? You really didn't have to rush. Why tire yourself out like this? K.E. Mingyao stared blankly ahead, her gaze vacant as if lost in thought, before suddenly lifting her head to declare, Dad, I'm hungry. What would you like to eat? I can make it for you, Ko Hong replied, taken aback but unable to suppress a chuckle. K.E. Mingyao promptly replied, fried rice with eggs. Such a simple request for fried rice made Ko Hong feel somewhat embarrassed. Ko Hong nodded, somewhat bewildered. K.E. Mingyao did not elaborate further, merely placed the 3D glasses on him and initiated the transfer. K.E. Hong inhaled sharply. But perhaps due to the knowledge being theoretical rather than experiential, this time it was not as overwhelming as before. He merely felt a torrent of images and data flooding his mind. After an indeterminate period, when he finally regained his senses, he found himself breathless, staring blankly at Ku Mingyao before exclaiming, I've learned free fighting. I know. The data is what I compiled, Ku Mingyao replied, taking a spoonful of fried rice. Since free fighting requires targeted training of certain body parts, I expedited the completion to allow you to adjust your fitness regimen. After all, the sooner you start training, the sooner you will see results. Yes, I understand. Ko Hong nodded, organizing the knowledge in his mind, as he had already paid for personal training and might as well make use of it. However, merely acquiring the knowledge was not enough. He still needed to practice the fighting techniques to master them. Fortunately, the gym he had chosen was quite well equipped, and among its various courses were free fighting and taekwondo classes, both taught by the gym's personal trainers. Classes like cycling, yoga, and taekwondo were scheduled at specific times, with dedicated instructors present, and members typically needed to reserve their spots in advance. However, when there were no classes, the equipment was available for free use, since Ko Hong was also enrolled in personal training, primarily due to the newfound abilities acquired from the second transfer. Although he had yet to fully grasp them, the knowledge alone provided him with a significant sense of security. This understanding of free fighting endowed him with self-defense skills. Ku Mingyao remarked, finishing the last morsel of fried rice. She let out a contented sigh, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of her father's culinary artistry. Over the years, Ko Hong had only mastered 2 dishes, instant noodles and fried rice, while being sparing with salt, which was his signature style. This, perhaps, was what Ku Mingyao was alluding to. So, have I only ever made you fried rice in the future? Truly a foolish father. Ko Hong sighed softly to himself, gently caressing Ku Mingyao's head. Meanwhile, Ku Mingyao, resembling a sleepy kitten, yawned and lay down on his bed. You can go about your business. I need to catch some sleep. The workload this time was indeed considerable. I toiled throughout the night. With that, she hugged Ko Hong's pillow, her beautiful eyes gradually fluttering shut. Hong carefully adjusted the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature and prepared to cover the little girl with a blanket. Just then, she opened her eyes again and cautioned, "Next time, it might take quite a while to impart new abilities. I had already begun working on this transmission before it arrived, and composing the new content may take several weeks. Moreover, you ought to familiarize yourself with the current knowledge." "Understood, dear," Hong replied, sitting cross-legged beside Mengao, his voice soft and affectionate. He then gently stroked her hair, saying, "For now, just have a good sleep. You've worked hard." "My little princess." Upon hearing this, Mengao ceased her chatter and buried her face in the pillow, promptly closing her eyes once more. A wave of tenderness washed over Hong as he brushed her hair aside, ensuring her small face rested gently on the pillow rather than buried within it. "Be careful not to hold your breath," he murmured. During the day, Hong continued to seclude himself at home, diligently working on his novel. Once he accumulated a sufficient word count, he began the process of uploading. After several hours of writing, he took a brief respite to watch a bit of television. Overwhelmed by paternal affection, he playfully flicked her nose with his finger. Mengao stirred, rubbing her eyes in confusion as she gazed at him, seemingly questioning what had disturbed her slumber. Hong chuckled and asked, "It's noon. Would you like something to eat? You can have a bite before you go back to sleep." Mengao pondered for a moment before replying, "I want black pepper beef pasta," opting instead for takeout. However, since it was for the princess, he decided to put in the effort. He first prepared the sauce for the black pepper beef, then peeled and shredded the potatoes for frying. While frying the fries, he boiled the pasta, ensuring both the pasta and fries were ready to be served simultaneously. Finally, he spent a few minutes preparing the fried egg before plating the meal. "Would you like to try it?" Hong asked, attempting to sound as natural as possible. However, Yuanjun hesitated, saying, "But I've already bought something to eat." Hong paused for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "If you don't like it, I just feel a bit embarrassed always mooching off you. Well, if you ever have a craving, you can bring the ingredients to me, and I'll gladly whip something up." Hong joked lightly. Though he knew he didn't have many dishes in his repertoire, Yuanjun seemed pleasantly surprised by this suggestion. "Oh, that's actually a good idea. If we don't know how to make something, we can search for recipes together and try it out ourselves. That sounds much more fun, doesn't it?" Hong was taken aback. This unexpected turn of events felt like a stroke of good fortune. Could this be what they call a blessing in disguise? "Ah, that sounds delightful," he replied with a smile, offering her the plate of pasta. "Thanks, I'll make sure to wash the plate thoroughly before returning it." For instance, right after getting off the bus, he spotted a Burger King he particularly favored, offering a variety of high-quality burgers. Further along was a travel-themed restaurant, the most affordable 3-star Michelin establishment in the city. Today, as Hong passed by, the young man was singing Mayday's Gentle, and while his voice wasn't particularly remarkable, it was quite pleasant, feeling generous and having a bit of change on hand. Hong carefully placed 2 coins into the box in front of him. He resolved to give the young man a little something every day he passed by. This wasn't an act of overwhelming generosity or sympathy. They were not new mothers. They were slightly overweight students hoping to shed some pounds during the summer break. At that moment, Sue Man was discussing their options with them. Upon seeing Hong, she raised an eyebrow and greeted him with a smile. "SU coach." Hong responded cheerfully, then approached the 2 girls, saying, "Are these your new members?" "Not yet. We're still in discussion, undecided about whether to enroll in personal training." One girl replied, while the other added, "Yes, we heard that if we jog for an hour each day and skip dinner, we can lose 10 pounds in a month. So, we're uncertain if personal training is necessary, especially since we're students and not financially well. Off. Hong nodded in understanding. "Indeed, I can relate. I'm also a university student." They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Hong quickly discerned that the short-haired girl was motivated by past ridicule and wanted to lose weight to prove herself to those who had looked down upon her, while the long-haired girl was trying to catch the attention of someone she admired, desiring to showcase her transformation. With this thought in mind, Hong subtly nodded to himself and commenced his sales pitch. "I gather that both of you wish to shed some weight during the summer break, am I correct?" Hong inquired with a cheerful smile. "I understand. Truly I do. I find myself in a similar predicament. Gaining weight not only invites ridicule and disdain from others, but may also hinder one from attracting the object of their affections. It is precisely because I yearn for the attention of someone I admire that I embarked on this fitness journey. Is that so? But you hardly appear overweight, the short-haired girl remarked in astonishment. It's merely an illusion. The excess flesh is concealed beneath. Kohong responded with a wry smile. However, the approach to weight loss varies from person to person. Kohong explained with a rueful grin. Thus, if you have ample time to explore methods of weight loss, gradually discovering what suits you best is certainly an option. Yet, if you desire to achieve your goals in a shorter time frame, enlisting the help of a personal trainer would be wise. As for the matter of finances, Hong pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps you two could consider sharing the cost. One of you could attend the sessions while the other learns from the experience to teach the other. After all, you both aim to lose fat. Alternatively, you might take a series of classes until you master the techniques and postures before pausing your training. Soon enough, a lively discussion ensued, and Kohong swiftly convinced the two girls. Since jogging is not the most suitable approach for women to lose weight, improper posture and training volume can lead to muscle gain, detracting from feminine curves. The most effective methods involve a harmonious blend of yoga, jogging, cycling, and, with a personal trainer, one can greatly enhance efficiency. I am almost persuaded myself, Sue Man remarked with a laugh as she signed up the two girls. I have been convinced as well, to be honest. I never intended to hire a personal trainer in the first place, Kohong replied with an awkward chuckle. He then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. By the way, I believe there is a free fighting class offered here, correct? Yes, however, if you wish to attend that class, you will need to find a personal trainer specifically for that, as it is an independent program separate from our gym. Much like taekwondo or ballet, Sue Man explained while clutching her membership booklet. I have no intention of taking a class. I merely wish to practice on my own. Surely I can utilize the equipment? Kohong continued to inquire. Well, that is permissible, but without a trainer's guidance, the equipment may not be very useful. I find it difficult to understand the purpose of some of the apparatus, Sue Man admitted, scratching her head with an innocent smile. Not to worry, I can manage. You need only assist me a little, Kohong assured her with a grin. You know how to free fight? Sue Man asked, slightly taken aback. Well, I have trained for a while. Hong replied vaguely, choosing to divert the conversation. Shall we commence our training for today? From this day forth, Kohong slightly adjusted his routine, opting to perform aerobic exercises such as jogging during the day, running downstairs in his neighborhood. After all, jogging can be executed in numerous locations and does not necessitate a visit to the gym. The time saved would allow him to focus more on enhancing his fighting skills through equipment training while also familiarizing himself with theoretical knowledge related to combat. The fighting classes were scheduled from 6:30 to 7:30 in the evening, so Kohong planned to complete his equipment training first and then join the fighting class at 7:30, ensuring he would not interfere with others' practice. All right, let us see. Hong murmured to himself as he pushed open the door to the fighting class. Sue Man followed closely behind, appearing somewhat cautious, uncertain of who might be the personal trainer here. Oh, a new world, Hong whispered as he beheld the scene before him. Chapter 12. Fighting. Upon entering the fighting class, the first sight that greeted him was a massive octagonal cage, enclosed by black wire mesh. This is the arena for free fighting, which is why it is often referred to as cage fighting. With the surge of films featuring free fighting in recent years, the discipline has garnered widespread recognition. And thus the gym has aligned itself with international trends by offering free fighting classes. It must be said that business is thriving. Many members were just finishing their classes and preparing to leave. Notably, every single participant was male. Men, for various reasons, find the techniques of free fighting appealing, whether it be for self-defense, to avoid bullying, or simply to improve their physical fitness. When it comes to self-defense capabilities, free fighting is indeed one of the most suitable combat techniques available. The rationale is straightforward. MMA is currently one of the few combat sports with minimal rules, aside from underground boxing, allowing nearly every striking method: elbow strikes, kicks, joint locks, and chokes. This sport encompasses a multitude of martial arts, including boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, Judo, grappling, Sanda, Taekwondo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and karate. Moreover, the free fighting techniques that Kohong acquired from his daughter have been refined and distilled to preserve the essence of these martial arts while seamlessly integrating them. Ko-hong has not only mastered various joint locks such as the crosslock and kimura, but can also apply wrestling techniques like RKO and DDT in practical situations. Additionally, he has proficiency in Muay Thai, Judo, and Sanda, and has synthesized all these martial arts with the principles of Tai Chi, further elaborated using Sun Tzu's Art of War, resulting in 6 distinct styles: wind, forest, fire, mountain, shadow, and thunder. Theoretically, Ko-hong would not be outmatched by anyone. However, mere theory holds little value without practical experience. He lacks the physical conditioning to support his extensive repertoire of techniques and remains unaware of the pain one endures when struck. Some lessons can only be learned through time and practice. Ah, is that not Coach Su, a muscular man nearly 6 feet tall with a buzz cut, bushy eyebrows, and a square jaw inquired, revealing a seemingly earnest demeanor. His name tag read Lin Chao Xian. Oh, one of my members wishes to utilize the equipment here, Su Man replied timidly. Lin Chao Xian raised an eyebrow and turned to Ko-hong with a smile. Oh, are you interested in learning free fighting? Not quite. I have already trained in it. I'm here primarily to reacquaint myself and also for exercise, Ko-hong clarified. His explanation was seamless, leaving no room for Lin Chao Xian to find fault and compel him to join the class. The latter could only respond courteously. I am the coach for the fighting class here. If you are interested, feel free to join me for classes from 6:30 to 7:30 every evening, pointing to his name tag. Lin Chao Xian added, you can attend a few trial classes. Certainly, if I find it appealing, I will reach out. Ko-hong replied with a smile, noting the evident warmth in Lin Chao Xian's demeanor. Upon entering, aside from the central cage, there were various punching bags and training equipment, including a peculiar type of training dummy. This dummy was essentially a cylindrical object designed to resemble a head and an arm. It is utilized for practicing joint locks and similar techniques. Noticing Su Man gazing curiously at the dummy, Ko-hong took the opportunity to explain. A flush crept across Su Man's face as she turned away. Let us start with some warm-ups, shall we? We wouldn't want to pull a muscle while boxing later. After a brief warm-up, Ko-hong donned the fighting gloves and approached the punching bag. Attempting to throw a few punches, although it appeared somewhat impressive, his physical condition had not yet improved significantly, resulting in weak strikes. Well, at least I can practice some flashy moves, Ke-hong chuckled to himself as he prepared to attempt a more complex maneuver. In a real combat scenario, Ko-hong would certainly refrain from utilizing such a move. He merely sought to familiarize himself with the theoretical aspects. Wow, that looks quite impressive. Have you really trained before? Elbow strikes and knee strikes from Muay Thai, and the shoulder throw, crosslock, and kimura from Judo. Ultimately, he concluded that, given his current physical state, most of the techniques lacked power. However, in terms of practicality, only grappling and joint locks seemed viable for him, as these techniques rely on finesse and precision, and even Judo requires a certain level of physical strength. Currently, this is the only way forward, Ko-hong murmured to himself with a hint of disappointment. He recognized the need for a comprehensive enhancement of his physical fitness, including strength training and endurance exercises. With this thought in mind, he turned to Su Man and said, Coach Su, could you assist me in formulating a new fitness regimen? Specifically, please keep an eye on their combat training sessions and replicate them. Su Man hesitated, clutching her membership roster. Well, that's feasible, but I believe it may not be necessary. If your sole aim is to tone your physique, she remarked. Pausing before adding, aren't you boxing to improve your physical condition? After pondering for a moment, Ko-hong replied, it's not merely for physical conditioning. After all, a man should possess a certain level of self-defense capability. Such situations are exceedingly rare, Su Man remarked as they walked outside. Rare, yes, but they do occur. One must be prepared for the unexpected, holistic development, intellectually, physically, and artistically. After concluding his workout, Ko-hong returned to his apartment for a shower, hoping a few brash youths would present themselves for him to showcase his skills. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Such an idea seemed foolish. Most girls do not find men adept at fighting attractive. He could hardly recall the last time he felt such eager anticipation for the dawn of a new day, a future brimming with hope. By the way, Yi Wanjun lingered at the door instead of rushing inside. And we can follow a recipe together, Yi Wanjun sweetly responded, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. The moment of truth had arrived. Ko-hong thought to himself, Chapter 13, the luncheon of two. After sharing this delightful news with his daughter, Ko-hong was met with a stern directive for a thorough cleaning session. Hurry, even the corners need attention. We mustn't leave any dust behind, especially the kitchen. The trash in the bin needs to be gathered and disposed of. And we should buy some herbs like rosemary, parsley, and basil. Western cuisine is more romantic, but Chinese cooking is a true test of skill. Given your current culinary abilities, let us stick to Western cuisine. Ko-hong said, gently ruffling Mingyao's hair. After she departed, he followed her instructions and tidied the apartment as best he could before heading out to purchase the necessary ingredients for Western cuisine. Around noon, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Here we go, Ko-hong responded, putting down the mop and broom to open the door. Yi Wanjun stood outside, holding a large bag filled with groceries. Smiling brightly, I bought some beef and shrimp among other seafood. I wasn't quite sure what to get, so I bought whatever looked appetizing. Let us see what we can whip up. Ko-hong raised an eyebrow. IV also bought some condiments. Let us experiment with both Western and Chinese dishes, Ko-hong said, rolling up his sleeves and retrieving various ingredients from the refrigerator. Curiously, he asked, do you know how to cook? Sometimes I need to look after my younger siblings, but honestly, it's also because I just like doing the dishes. If I cook, I can get my brother and sister to wash up. As she spoke. She flashed a cheeky victory sign, her playful demeanor endearing. You have younger siblings? Ko-hong inquired, slightly surprised, as he realized he had no recollection of this detail. Yes, she paused briefly before changing the subject. What is this called? It looks like some kind of Western ingredient, but I can't recognize the name. Hong understood her intent to steer clear of that subject and chose not to press further. After all, they had plenty of time ahead. He smiled and said, this is oregano, an herb commonly used in cooking. The pizza dough is made with ground oregano. Perhaps we could prepare some garlic cheese baked shrimp? Yes, I love that. Yi Wanjun clapped her hands in delight. And I want some omelette rice. Absolutely. How about some braised beef as well? Or steak? Ko-hong inquired tentatively. Braised beef sounds perfect. We have some potatoes. They can be cooked together. Yi Wanjun sighed. But I feel like I'm going to gain weight. You're too thin right now. Gaining a bit wouldn't hurt, Ko-hong teased as they began their culinary endeavors. I prefer being slim. It looks better in clothes. Yi Wanjun playfully averted her gaze. Before long, Yi Wanjun was captivated by the culinary process, watching as the ingredients transformed under Ko-hong's deft hands into a complete dish. The garlic cheese baked shrimp was soon ready, and the braised beef was nearing completion, prompting Ko-hong to start on the omelette rice to ensure all three dishes could be served simultaneously. Here, taste the beef and see if it's tender enough, he said, handing her a spoon with a smile. Wow, it melts in my mouth. The aroma is divine, so rich in beef flavor, Yi Wanjun exclaimed happily. Then danced around the cheese-baked shrimp like a cat eyeing its prey. The shrimp looks delicious, so inviting she then moved beside Ko-hong, gazing intently at the golden omelette, and the omelette rice looks so beautiful. Though this combination is a bit unusual, mixing Western and Chinese cuisines along with Japanese elements, Hong chuckled. True, but as long as it tastes good, Yi Wanjun giggled, her mood seemingly elevated. Soon, the dishes were served. Yi Wanjun sat at the table, raising her phone. Wait, I need to take a picture for my social media. That's a bad habit, Ko-hong said with a wry smile. Hee, I just want to show it off to my friends. Naturally, this could be attributed to Ko-hong's average cooking skills, though he believed he wasn't too shabby. I'm so full, Yi Wanjun sighed contentedly, glancing regretfully at the uneaten food on the table. What a pity. With a playful finger on her lips, she mischievously asked, Hey, can I reheat the leftovers tonight? Can you save them for me? Of course, these ingredients were yours to begin with, Ko-hong chuckled. However, the omelette rice won't taste as good reheated. If you want some, I can prepare a fresh batch for you later. Sounds good. Yi Wanjun clapped her hands lightly with a smile, then stifled a yawn. Resembling a languid kitten, I'm so sleepy after eating. Go ahead and rest. I'll take care of the cleanup, Ko-hong said gently, smiling at her. Hee, thank you, Yi Wanjun spoke as she rose to her feet. Her steps unsteady as she made her way outside. Upon opening the door, she turned back, waved her hand, and smiled, saying, Let's buy ingredients together next time and cook a meal, shall we? And there will be a next time. It seems this time went rather well, Ko-hong thought to himself, waving his hand and responding with a smile. Sure, see you at the library tonight. Yi Wanjun waved again. Keep up the good work at the gym. As for the results, he was uncertain. All he could do was update it daily and await the outcome. After completing his writing for the day, he heated up some beef stew with potatoes and cheese-baked shrimp for dinner, then delivered it to Yuanjun before heading to the gym himself. Having shifted his jogging routine to the mornings, he only needed to focus on strength training upon arriving at the gym. After successfully convincing yet another new member to join Su-man's personal training sessions, they commenced their training. Honestly, I've known you for less than a week, and I've already brought in more new members than I did in the past 2 months, Su-man remarked, smiling somewhat bashfully at Ko-hong, quickly brushing her tousled hair to mask her embarrassment. Shall I refund you the fees for the next 2 months? I will still help you train. Of course. Letting Liao see me as a joke? I'd rather not, Ko-hong said with a wry smile. Anyway, the money's already paid. I can't spend too much as a student. Let's just begin training. By skipping the jogging routine, Ko-hong saved a considerable amount of time. Strangely enough, the gym was relatively empty that day, with equipment available for use without any waiting. As a result, Ko-hong completed his training earlier than usual. It's unusually quiet today. I wonder why, he mused, wiping the sweat from his brow. Su-man handed him a bottle of sports drink and explained with a smile, Friday nights tend to be like this. It gets even quieter on Saturdays and Sundays. Everyone wants to enjoy their holidays and rest. All right then, Ko-hong replied, and together with Su-man, they headed toward the combat training room. Upon entering, they found the combat training room just as sparsely populated. They usually train haphazardly, particularly Lee Haemo, who is quite the flirt, always teasing our front desk girls. He looks rather fierce, Ke-hong murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts. Yet, to be honest, he felt no fear, rather. He was somewhat eager to challenge himself. He might be a bit nervous, but he suppressed that feeling. Hey, isn't that Xiao Man? Lu Yao greeted Su-man with a smile, then glanced at Ko-hong, pretending he wasn't there. Li Haemo immediately approached the cage, gripping it with a grin and said, well, if it isn't Xiao Man, I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Not at all, Su-man replied with a neutral expression. Ah, women are so insincere, Lee Haemo quipped. Grinning, Xiao Man, you still don't have a boyfriend, right? Why not consider me? I've won several matches recently, and I'm determined to win this one too. Sorry, but I don't like violent men, Su-man stated flatly. Ko-hong, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. I asked this man really that formidable? Physically, he certainly seems to have the advantage, but he has too many flaws, such as inadequate core strength, making him easy to topple, and weak shoulder muscles affecting his punch power. As he observed Lee Haemo beginning his practice, Ko-hong couldn't help but feel disappointed. This man, despite his strong build, lacked the skills to utilize it. His fighting technique was little more than a brawl. I don't see anything particularly impressive about him. Why has he won so many matches? Ko-hong whispered in confusion. The reach of free fighting isn't that extensive yet. I've heard most of his opponents are young newcomers to the sport, merely relying on their physicality. Li Haemo has a bit of experience, so Su-man explained softly. What's this guy up to? At that moment, Lee Haemo paused his striking against Lin Chaoxian's pads and leaned against the cage, smiling at Ko-hong. You want to learn free fighting? Oh, no, I've studied a bit before. I'm just here to familiarize myself again, you know, to refresh my memory, Ko-hong replied amicably. Perfect. Come on in and let us practice, Lee Haemo urged with a cheeky grin. Don't be ridiculous. He's my client, and I will train him, Su-man interjected, frowning in displeasure. Whatever. Some people are just better suited to practice with women, Lee Haemo feigned regret with a sigh. Ignore him. Let's focus on our training, Su-man said, grabbing Ko-hong's wrist and leading him away. Wow, her hands are so soft, Ke-hong thought to himself, but quickly snapped back to reality as Lu Yao teased. Don't say that. Nowadays, young people love to show off. What if he actually steps up? I've seen someone who spent all their meal money on personal training just to show off, Lu Yao added. Ko-hong recognized Lu Yao's subtle jab at him, prompting Su-man to quickly interject. Are we still hitting the bags today? Let me help you stretch first. However, Su-man's attempt to divert attention was all too apparent, and Ko-hong was not swayed by her provocation. Actually, I believe I can win against him, Ko-hong stated seriously after some contemplation. Su-man was taken aback, anxiously admonishing, don't say such things. You two are on completely different levels. You could get hurt. No, I'm serious. I genuinely believe I can win, Ko-hong replied with a grave expression. That moment, he meant that if he could defeat this guy, it might open up new avenues for earning extra income. Su-man glared at Lee Hae-mo, saying, "You're a professional fighter. What business do you have sparring with an amateur? If you're so great, why haven't you won the championship at the MMA competition in Nanhua City?" Her words struck a nerve with Lee Hae-mo, causing him to erupt in anger, slamming his hand against the octagonal cage, making it shake as he growled menacingly, "You foul woman. Say that again if you dare. Do you have any idea how many teeth I've knocked out?" Unfazed, Su-man glared back, her beautiful eyes wide and her brows furrowed, silently conveying her disdain and anger. "All right, I'll spar with you," Ko-hong interjected. Maintaining a friendly demeanor, Su-man, fuming, pushed him back a step, saying, "Don't mess with me. If you get hurt during practice, I, as your personal trainer, will be responsible. I should be able to finish this in under a minute without injury." Ko-hong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That guy's core muscles are unbalanced and his lower body is unstable. I'll target his lower half first and try to take the fight to the ground. He doesn't know much about free fighting techniques, so I will have the upper hand on the ground. Once I lock in a joint hold, I'm sure to win. He won't know how to escape." Ko-hong's confident analysis momentarily left Su-man speechless, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. It was then that he noticed her naturally light brown irises, particularly striking. Well, Su-man stammered, unsure how to counter Ko-hong's assertion. "Don't worry," Ko-hong whispered with a grin, then winked at Su-man. "Could you help me put on some gloves and a mouthguard?" Su-man appeared somewhat anxious, yet she had witnessed Ko-hong's actions and found them quite impressive. Perhaps there was indeed a possibility. No, the truth is, his physical abilities were still far from adequate. Shaking her head, Su-man remarked that she felt powerless to dissuade Ko-hong, and thus she approached the edge of the cage. "I warn you, if you injure him, I will," she said coldly, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lee Hae-mo, who glared at her and retorted, "What will you do? Let me tell you. I despise being looked down upon, and I loathe threats even more. If you plead with me, I might consider going easy on him. Otherwise, spitting on the ground." Lee Hae-mo continued, "Rest assured, I'll only break a few of his bones at most." "You," Su-man exclaimed, growing agitated. That moment, Lu Yao seized the opportunity to intervene. "Hey, Lao Li, that's not right." Turning to Su-man, he added, "Look, Xiao-man, I have some rapport with Lao Li. Perhaps if I ask him nicely, he'll show some mercy. However, speaking of which, how did you consider that proposal we discussed?" Su-man hesitated, but by this time, Ko-hong had already stepped into the octagonal cage. "Excuse me, could you do me a favor?" Ko-hong asked Lin Chaosen with a smile. Throughout their conversation, Lin Chaosen maintained a neutral stance, appearing as though he simply wished to avoid trouble and focus on his job to earn a living. Now, he nodded and proceeded to assist Ko-hong in donning the fighting gloves, face guard, and mouthpiece. The primary distinction between fighting gloves and boxing gloves lies in the fact that the former are fingerless, allowing fighters to utilize joint locks and grappling techniques more effectively. Once equipped, Ko-hong straightforwardly remarked, "Verbose men are the most bothersome, be it trainers or fighters alike. I have a tight schedule tonight. Let us get this over with swiftly, shall we?" In truth, Ko-hong was extremely nervous, yet he brimmed with confidence. The knowledge of strength and various techniques was vividly clear in his mind. He possessed over 20 viable methods to subdue Lee Hae-mo within a minute, merely needing to adapt based on the unfolding circumstances. "All right, let us not waste time," Lee Hae-mo sneered, pushing Lin Chaosen aside and advancing menacingly towards Ko-hong. Liu Yao had already seized the chance to escape outside the cage, joining Su-man and folding his arms, watching the impending clash with a grin while whispering, "Hurry and consider it. It might not be too late." As the fight was about to commence, Lee Hae-mo roared and lunged at Ko-hong, throwing a punch aimed at his head. This clumsy punch Ko-hong sighed inwardly, noting the myriad of flaws in his opponent's form. The wild swinging lacked any semblance of technique, wasting much of its strength and merely appearing intimidating. However, despite his racing heartbeat, Ko-hong felt no fear. There was no time for contemplation during a fight. He executed the first response that came to mind, raising his hands to block Lee Hae-mo's strike. Without waiting for a second punch, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the side of Lee Hae-mo's knee. Lee Hae-mo's unbalanced waist muscles caused him to stagger, and as Ko-hong noticed this, He retreated slightly, using Lee Hamo's stumble to pull him backward. Lee Hamo fell to his knees, his left hand unable to free itself to maintain balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ko-hong grasped Lee Hamo's right hand. As the roll concluded, Ko-hong's left knee pressed down on Lee Hamo's right shoulder, pinning him to the ground. He secured Lee Hamo's right wrist, threading it through his own right knee, while Lee Hamo's elbow became trapped at the bend of Ko-hong's knee. With a slight increase in pressure, Ko-hong could easily impose pain on Lee Hamo's elbow. What is it going to be? Will you surrender? Ko-hong smiled faintly, applying just enough force to elicit a pained cry from Lee Hamo. The leg lock, known as the kimura, emphasizes technique rather than sheer strength, allowing Ko-hong to utilize his body weight to suppress his opponent, effectively mitigating the disparity in their physical abilities, even as Lee Hamo struggled. It was a futile effort. The pain in his trapped arm only intensified with each movement. The choice of the kimura lock over a standard crosslock stemmed from a desire to avoid allowing Lee Hamo to retaliate in any manner, as a typical crosslock could potentially lead to a painful bite if he resorted to underhanded tactics. In this position, however, Lee Hamo found himself face down, his only recourse to unleash a torrent of curses. Ko-hong remained unfazed, tightening his grip. If you don't concede, your arm will dislocate. It's quite painful, you know, but that moment, Lee Hamo let out a series of anguished cries resembling that of a slaughtered pig. I yield, he shouted, tapping the ground in submission. Outside the octagonal cage, Liu Yao was left utterly astounded, while Su Man stood equally dumbfounded. Not even a minute passed, and Ko-hong ended the fight in under 30 seconds. The advantage of the kimura lock lies not only in its ability to easily subdue an opponent, but also in its minimal risk of inflicting severe injury. As long as Ko-hong did not apply lethal force, Lee Hamo's arm would remain intact, though this did not imply that he was merciful. Once Ko-hong released Lee Hamo, the latter immediately cradled his elbow, sprawled on the ground in agony, unable to rise. To prevent Lee Hamo from attempting any further tricks upon standing, Ko-hong had applied just enough force during the kimura lock to ensure that any increase in pressure would result in dislocation. However, he had no intention of escalating the situation to that extent. He was already feeling immensely satisfied, not merely for avenging a grievance, but also for successfully showcasing his prowess before the beautiful woman. While simultaneously gauging his capacity to confront potential threats, the fighting skills imparted by his precious daughter were truly remarkable, embodying the essence of combat techniques that would flourish in the years to come. Even with his current lackluster physicality, he had displayed such proficiency. Once he achieved his fitness goals and met various standards, mixed martial arts, known as MMA, features the pinnacle event, UFC, held in the United States. Ko-hong envisioned an ideal scenario where he could even excel in the UFC, yet he viewed mixed martial arts merely as a means of self-defense. He did not aspire to become a professional MMA fighter, for he neither wished to inflict pain upon others nor to endure it himself. Exactly 1 minute, Ko-hong observed the time, leisurely exiting the octagonal cage, glancing curiously at the dazed Liu Yao. Oh, Coach Liu, why are you still here? Liu Yao snapped out of his stupor, and Ko-hong cheerfully inquired, what were you discussing with Coach Su just now? Liu Yao chuckled awkwardly, casting a meaningful glance at Ko-hong before turning to leave. Amazing, Su Man murmured, gazing at Ko-hong in Hong waved his hand in front of her. Coach Su? Su Man snapped back to reality, somewhat surprised. You actually, that move you just executed. I've seen it in some action movies. However, witnessing it in person is truly astonishing. Though it was his first time employing the technique, Ko-hong's execution was seamless and fluid, his retention of the knowledge was solid, and having practiced the foundational moves just yesterday, replicating them was not overly challenging. See, I told you I studied mixed martial arts. You just didn't believe me, Ko-hong said with a grin. Let us continue practicing. With that, Lin Chaosen carried Lee Hamo outside for ice treatment, leaving the entire combat studio devoid of anyone but the two of them. After concluding his practice, the trio had yet to return, allowing Ko-hong to chat freely with Su Man. That fellow named Lee Hamo is truly uncouth. Even insulting women, Ko-hong remarked, shaking his head slightly. Su Man, assisting Ko-hong in massaging his muscles for relaxation, couldn't he help but chuckle. These days, it's not just insults. There are plenty of men who even hit women. I find you more surprising. Though I mentioned that I practiced mixed martial arts, you just didn't trust me. Ko-hong rested his chin on his hand. smiling. Not that, Su Man replied, tilting her head in contemplation. All right, I suppose that counts. I actually thought you only dabbled in flashy moves. After all, there's a vast difference between practice and real combat. This, Su Man smiled, her lips forming an enticing curve. However, what astonishes me more is your demeanor. You seem so mild-mannered, always smiling, appearing like a nice guy. Yet, unexpectedly, you never hesitate when the moment calls for action. Hong nodded, stating, there are certain matters where a man cannot yield. No, I didn't mean to imply that, all right? Su Man shot him a playful glare. Such a show-off. You're clearly just a child at heart, aren't you? A truly mature adult knows that enduring a little discomfort will lead to resolution. With that, Su Man playfully ruffled his hair and retorted, you little brat, you can't be more than a year or two older than me, can you? Hong raised an eyebrow and inquired. Though I may only be 2 years your senior, I am already a member of society. Unlike you, a mere student, Su Man replied with pride, patting Hong on the shoulder. From now on, you needn't call me Coach Su. Just refer to me as Sister Man. Hong smiled quietly for a moment before responding. All right, little man, I understand. It's Sister Man. I'm older than you. Su Man protested with a frown. Hong silently shook his head. According to Kuminya's words, this should indicate an increase in favorability, right? Moreover, this simple exchange today had confirmed one thing for Hong. He could indeed earn some extra cash through the art of free fighting. After all, if someone like Li Heimo, with negligible skills, could achieve multiple victories, then once his training bore fruit, he would undoubtedly surpass Li Heimo. Writing web literature is a long-term endeavor. But there may arise situations where he urgently needs money. In such times, relying on the skill to earn some extra income could be a wise choice. He should be able to participate as a competitor for this vibrant gym, as his victories would also benefit the establishment, which they would likely not refuse. After the massage, Su Man escorted him out. On their way to the first floor of the gym, Hong noticed Li Heimo, his head drooping, seated in an office while Lin Chaosen applied ice to his elbow. Serves him right, Su Man chuckled, casting a fierce glare at Li Heimo. Though the latter was obscured by a towel draped over his eyes and forehead, the contrast between his current despondent demeanor and his previous arrogance was indeed gratifying. He's the enemy of all women here. Just wait until I tell the girls about your exploits. You might just garner some admiration. Su Man laughed, then recalled something and asked, by the way, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Not at the moment. Hong replied with a dry chuckle, but thankfully, I'm still young, don't worry, sister will help you out. There are plenty of part-time girls here who are also university students. And many are quite beautiful. Perhaps you will find someone suitable, Su Man said, giving a thumbs up. I would appreciate that, Hong replied, appearing somewhat disinterested, while there indeed were many attractive girls in this place. He had encountered several at the front desk. However, compared to Yi Wanjun, only Su Man could barely be considered in the same league. Soon, Hong and Su Man arrived at the first floor to retrieve his membership card. Just in time to see Liu Yao conversing with one of her personal training clients. Upon noticing Hong, she instantly turned away, ignoring them. I believe he won't bother you for a while. Hong said earnestly. Indeed, Su Man replied with a faint smile, then patted Hong's head. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner. Then I won't be polite, as this certainly calls for celebration. Hong replied, nodding seriously. Chapter 17. The wayward girl. Until they reached the library, Hong felt a certain sense of self-satisfaction. However, he made a concerted effort to avoid resorting to violence as his first solution. As most girls do not appreciate combative men, upon arriving at the library, Yi Wanjun cheerfully waved him over, inviting him to sit beside her, displaying an unusual enthusiasm compared to her usual demeanor. As his precious daughter would put it, this could be interpreted as an increase in favorability. Yet, during their time reading in the library, their exchanges remained minimal, for Yi Wanjun preferred not to disturb others. Maintaining a quiet demeanor, at 10:30, they departed the library as usual, heading back to their apartment. In truth, the library was quite close to their residential complex, merely a 20-minute walk. Exiting the library, they walked down a campus path for 5 minutes to reach the entrance, crossed the street, and meandered through a few blocks to arrive. Due to the region's economic conditions, the route was lined with numerous small eateries, gift shops, and hotels catering to students, forming a well-known snack street that even attracted students from other schools. On their way back, The street was typically bustling with students before the summer break, and even now, with the break in effect, local residents often flocked to the snack street for some excitement. "Kohong, I want to buy some snacks," Yuanjun said, pointing at the entrance of a Zhongbai supermarket. Thus, Kohong accompanied her as they strolled through the supermarket. Yuanjun led the way, selecting items, while Kohong pushed the shopping cart behind her, creating an appearance reminiscent of a couple. As they walked, Yuanjun placed several items into the cart: packets of instant noodles, chips of various flavors, chips from different brands, chips of different shapes. "Would you like to buy something too?" Yuanjun playfully asked, glancing back at him. "I think I'll pass. I've been focusing on fitness and dieting lately, so it's best to avoid these." "Even though I adore chips," Kohong replied, wiping some cold sweat from his brow. "By the way, don't you worry about eating those things. They could easily lead to weight gain." "Right, not at all. I'll keep exercising," Yuanjun replied with confidence. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered, "Hello, Zhongliang. What's up?" After a brief pause, she let out a soft sigh. "Is Junmo causing trouble for mom and dad again?" Recalling, Kohong remembered that he had heard Yuanjun mention in his future memories that she was the eldest in her family. However, that was the extent of his knowledge, as Yuanjun had not shared much about her family with him. It seemed that after they began dating, she had been eager to escape from her family. It appeared that Yuanjun was not fond of her home life, which piqued Kohong's curiosity, prompting him to want to understand the reasons behind it. After a brief conversation with her brother, Yuanjun wished him luck soothing their parents and hung up, staring thoughtfully at her phone, remaining silent for quite some time. "What's wrong?" Kohong pondered before inquiring. "It's just some minor family matters. My sister upset my parents," Yuanjun replied, forcing a smile. It was evident that she was reluctant to elaborate, and as an outsider, he should not pry further, as it was her personal family matter. However, Kohong felt that Yuanjun had been withholding information from him, and even after they started dating, she had not shared it. He perceived this as a concerning sign. Perhaps deep down, Yuanjun longed for someone to assist her. With that thought, Kohong cautiously asked, "Would you mind if I inquired about the cause?" "It's nothing serious. My sister is going through a rebellious phase, getting involved with a group of delinquents, returning home close to midnight every night. Our household has a curfew of 10 o'clock, so her late returns are naturally concerning for our parents, leading to her discontent and running away," Yuanjun explained, her smile faltering even further. "Well, it is summer vacation now." Kohong mused, continuing to question, "Is she attending this university as well?" "Yes, she'll be a sophomore this September," Yuanjun finally admitted, her smile fading completely, leaving her only able to manage a tight-lipped expression. "I see." Kohong nodded, mentally noting this information, considering the possibility of helping Yuanjun's sister, Pan Ran, find her way back to the right path someday. Though everyone has their own choices and he should not meddle in others' lives, he felt compelled to assist Yuanjun while also confirming the character of the group with whom Yi Junmo associated. However, he still lacked the capacity to do so and needed to continue honing his abilities. "By the way, you seem to have lost a bit of weight these past few days." Yuanjun suddenly shifted the topic. "Really? I think my weight might have actually increased. I'm unsure if the gym scale is malfunctioning." Kohong replied with a nervous chuckle. Yuanjun let out a sweet laugh. "No way. Have you been eating too much?" "Impossible. Although the food has indeed improved significantly, the portions have been greatly reduced," Kohong said sheepishly. He was pleased to observe their conversation returning to normal, indicating that Yuanjun was not averse to the earlier discussion. If he continued to peel back the layers, he would eventually unveil the complete essence of Yuanjun. "Good night, see you tomorrow." She waved her small hand with a smile before entering. Although it was merely a simple farewell, it undeniably reflected an increase in favorability, leaving Kohong feeling quite satisfied. "Speaking of which, how has my thinking started to mirror my precious daughter's? What is this business of favorability increases?" Kohong mused to himself before returning to his room. The moment he switched on the light, he was startled to find Ko Mengao sitting on his sofa, staring intently at him, causing him to jump in surprise. "You little rascal. If you're here, turn on the light." "Don't you feel scared being alone?" Kohong sighed in relief. The house was supposed to be empty. By turning on the light, did I not inadvertently reveal that there was a second person present? Ko Mengao pouted slightly and said, Don't worry, I've only just arrived. Let us hear about today's events. Kei Hong thought for a moment, settled down beside Ku Mengao, and candidly reported, well, I had a bit of a conflict at the gym with a fellow who practices fighting. Here's what happened. Chapter 18, A New Way to Earn Extra Income. Ko Hong recounted the events of the evening to Ku Mengao in detail, primarily regarding his victory over Li Heimo in the octagonal cage, as well as the conversation he had with her about her sister during his return from the library. After listening to Ku Hong, Ku Mengao propped her chin on her hand and pondered. Regarding the mixed martial arts matter, your perspective certainly holds merit. She first commented on the previous incident, enhancing Su Man's favorability and discovering a promising method for earning money. Currently, writing web novels may not yield immediate income. Preparing some funds for emergencies is quite prudent. Indeed, I also need to attend piano lessons, guitar classes, Japanese and English courses soon, which will likely cost around 10,000. The money I have on hand is certainly insufficient. Ko Hong explained, although I am a student and do not have many expenses aside from living costs, it is wise to set aside a sum for unforeseen circumstances. Yes, you are right, Ku Mengao replied, casting a glance at Ko Hong. But given your current physical condition, do you really think you can compete in a formal match if your opponent is even slightly cautious or knowledgeable about joint techniques? They could easily exhaust your stamina. If you want to compete, you will need at least 2 or 3 months of training. That is true. Ko Hong scratched his head and murmured. So, during these 2 months, you must consider alternative methods of earning money, Ku Mengao responded. However, I can't think of any quick ways to make money. The only option I see is through mixed martial arts. If my opponent is as inexperienced as Li Heimo, I should be able to manage. Kei Hong insisted stubbornly. Just for one match, it might be feasible. The prize money, combined with betting all your current funds on the side, Kei Mengao contemplated, should suffice to cover your expenses for a while. Especially since the odds for a newcomer like you will undoubtedly be quite high. That makes sense. Ko Hong nodded and tentatively inquired. So, should I talk to the gym about this next time? Yes, let us proceed with that. But only this once. Otherwise, if you frequently get injured, Wanjun will soon become suspicious. Girls generally do not favor violent boys, and your continual injuries will likely weigh heavily on Su Man as well. Ko Hong nodded in understanding. Kei Mengao's expression softened slightly as she continued. Now, let us move on to the second matter. What are your plans regarding Wanjun's sister, Junemo? Children these days can be quite challenging. I understand. Ko Hong chuckled awkwardly, ruffling Ku Mengyao's hair. Kei Mengao frowned, swatting his hand away as she scolded. Do you think I've become this way because of someone else? Yes, it's my fault. Ko Hong said with a bitter smile. In any case, I plan to try talking to her first, find a way to bridge the gap, and then see if I can uncover the true nature of her friends. I'll drop by every few days to hear your updates, but don't slack off. Kei Hong mused that if he were to have a female boss, it would undoubtedly be someone like Xiao Yao in her current demeanor. He couldn't help but wonder if her personality was inherited from her mother. After Ku Mengao departed, Ko Hong turned in for the night. He had been consistently working out for over a week now. Although there were no visible changes in his appearance, he could certainly see commendable progress in his physical capacity. The most noticeable improvement was how he had gone from gasping for breath after running 400 meters to now being able to run 2 kilometers in one go without difficulty. The exercise recovery method suggested by his daughter was also quite effective. Just a few days prior, after returning from the gym, he had found his muscles so sore that he could barely move. Yet, once he resumed exercising and persevered through the initial 20 minutes of discomfort, the soreness would significantly subside. By the third day, the muscle soreness from the previous day's training would diminish further. And as time passed, the physical strain lessened considerably. Typically, he would feel muscle soreness in the morning, but would be fully recovered by the time he headed to the gym in the evening. This was likely because his body had begun to acclimatize to the intensity of the equipment training, gradually adapting and strengthening itself. The following day, Ko Hong proceeded with his usual routine. After completing his daytime work, he headed to the gym in the evening. Hey, Xiao Man, he greeted Su Man. As it was Sunday, the gym was quieter than usual, and Su Man had no personal training session scheduled, so she was waiting for him by the equipment. Upon hearing him call her Xiao Man, she immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Everyone says I should be called Man Jie. Su Man muttered softly, but did not protest further, instead smiling sweetly. By the way, I am free next Saturday night. Since the gym is usually quiet on weekends, I'd like to treat you to dinner that day. That sounds good, Ko-hong replied. Just then, Luya passed by them but said nothing. Merely turning her face away awkwardly, which pleased Ko-hong. He was not one to instigate trouble. As long as others did not provoke him, everything was for the best, after all. He was currently very busy and had no time to think of ways to deal with petty individuals. By the way, Xiaoman, I wanted to discuss something with you. Ko-hong contemplated before deciding to report to Su-man. Given that she was now his personal trainer, it was best to inform her about his plans to box. And he would need her assistance in bridging the gap between himself and the gym. Otherwise, he was not familiar with Lin Chaosen. Why would the gym allow him to represent them? Are you looking to dine at a high-end restaurant? I can't afford that, but I can suggest a few places for you to choose from. Su-man playfully pouted. Not that. Ke-hong smiled wryly before stating earnestly, I want to participate in a fight match. I hope you can help me persuade the gym and Lin Chaosen to let me represent you as a fighter. Su-man's eyes widened in surprise as she took a deep breath. Her astonishment evident, but upon noticing the seriousness in Ko-hong's expression, she immediately shook her head. No way. Please, it's just one match. Absolutely just one. Ko-hong clasped his hands in a plea. You know I have the skill to compete. After all, I defeated even Lee Haemo, didn't I? That sport is too dangerous. I often see Lee Haemo coming out with bruises all over. True, even if he wins, he still ends up battered. Su-man firmly shook her head. What if I insist? Ko-hong asked with a rueful smile. Actually, I should be able to persuade Lin Chaosen myself, since he has seen my abilities. But to be honest, I still hope to gain your approval. Su-man furrowed her brow and asked unhappily, May I ask why you want to participate? Is it for money? I can refund you for your last 2 months of personal training fees. Right? Ko-hong took a deep breath, silently thinking, it's time for a bit of persuasion. No, rather, a wave of convincing. After considering it, he realized that using money as an excuse would be inappropriate since she would likely suggest lending him money or recommending a part-time job. In reality, he wasn't in dire need of funds. He merely wanted to save up a little for emergencies, and he didn't have much time for a side job. Ke-hong hesitated, then said earnestly, I want to experience a life that is different from my past. What do you mean? Su-man asked, slightly perplexed. Previously, I lived a rather mundane life, and I expect the same in the future, graduating from university. For deep down, aside from wanting to earn some money, Ko-hong genuinely felt this way. He had lived so conventionally for so many years that a voice within him was screaming to occasionally indulge in a bit of madness. Upon hearing this, Su-man hesitated. I understand your perspective. Then she asked again. Just one match, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Just the one. Ko-hong nodded. Noticing Su-man's expression falter, he quickly clarified. Of course, if there's a second time, I will definitely seek your approval. If you refuse, I absolutely want to compete again. With that, Su-man finally nodded in satisfaction. All right then, just this once. I can help you speak with the gym. Why wait for a more auspicious day? Let us go now, Ko-hong said with a smile. He wasn't particularly concerned about the prize money from the competition. For him, the primary gain would undoubtedly arise from the betting on the side. You really are quite impatient. Su-man furrowed her brows and remarked, Do your family know about this? I don't think so. You know how parents think. If they were agreeable, I wouldn't have lived this way until now. Perhaps I'd have become a comic artist or a professional player, Ko-hong said half-jokingly. Su-man couldn't help but smile. Do you still have such thoughts? Yes, I was influenced by comics when I was young. Although Lu Ya was reluctant to testify for him, Lin Chaosen did so, possibly because after that day, Lee Haemo had loudly blamed him for his loss, accusing him of not teaching him techniques like joint locks, and even had the audacity to punch Lin Chaosen while threatening to get him fired. However, when Ko-hong expressed that he merely wanted to experience a different life through a single match and had no intention of becoming a professional boxer, both Lin Chaosen and the gym were somewhat displeased. Your potential is quite impressive. If you wish to become a professional boxer, the gym can offer you free training in physique and various enhancement exercises. While not wealthy, he was certainly well off. At over 40, Xiang Shang had considerable life experience and, glancing at Su-man, seemed to grasp something, continuing to explain, Of course, you can designate your own fitness coach. If you still wish for Coach Su to be your personal trainer, I have no objections. If you become a professional boxer at our gym, Coach Sue will be exclusively your personal trainer. I don't require your training to compete directly, which essentially saves you costs. If I win this competition, any earnings are a bonus, and it serves as advertising. If I lose, you 1T need to cover my medical expenses. This is a business proposition. I believe someone would be willing to accept it that Ke Hong, now eloquent and persuasive, found it was not difficult to convince the gym. Even as a temporary boxer, they ultimately agreed. After all, Lee Haemo had already brought considerable profit to their gym, and Ko Hong was even more formidable. Moreover, as Ko Hong pointed out, it was a cost-saving venture. Any profit would be theirs. However, Ko Hong could discern that Xiang Shang was banking on him continuing to train at the gym, ensuring high odds, but not so skilled that he could not compete due to his current physical condition. Life is truly difficult, Ko Hong sighed, resting his chin on his hand. "Su Man," sitting beside him, pinched his ear and said, "All right, you should focus on your strength training. As your fitness coach, I must ensure you enhance your physical fitness as much as possible before the competition, to increase your chances." With that, Su Man placed a report in front of him. "So, listen carefully. Starting today, you must adhere to the diet I assign you, and your lifestyle habits must strictly follow my instructions, especially no staying up late." Seeing Ko Hong staring blankly at the report, Su Man sternly said, "Did you hear me? Ko Hong swallowed hard and asked, "I must follow this report until the competition ends." "Exactly, and if you wish to compete again in the future, you must stick to this plan." Su Man nodded. Ke Hong sighed. "Fine, after all, I brought this upon myself. Also, take off your shirt. Let me see which areas require specific strength training. My expertise is certainly superior to yours." Su Man persisted, reaching to lift Ko Hong's shirt. "What? Hey, don't mess around. There should be boundaries between men and women. Don't do this. No way. This is unacceptable." Chapter 20. Dining together the next day as promised. Su Man invited Ko Hong to dinner. They chose a travel restaurant outside the gym, a 3-star Michelin establishment, reasonably priced, but requiring quite a wait. Ke Hong remained troubled by the incident where Su Man had insisted on revealing his upper body. Yet he had to admit that Su Man looked truly stunning in casual wear, though she wore simple denim shorts and a black t-shirt. Her slender figure and fair complexion gave her a neighborly charm, far more appealing than her workout attire of tank tops and shorts. Wei Yuanjun, while also approachable, still exuded a goddess-like aura in her demeanor and appearance, creating a slight distance. However, with Su Man, Ko Hong felt no pressure. Ko Hong retorted, flustered, "It's all right. I used to have plenty of extra flesh too. There's no need to be concerned." Su Man chuckled, making Ko Hong feel that his flaws brought them closer. Then, with a serious expression, Su Man admonished, "Remember to follow my dietary and lifestyle guidelines." Yes. Ko Hong sighed, feeling as if his current plans were still insufficient. "Come on, eat more beef. It's high in protein and low in fat. Very beneficial for muscle gain," Su Man stated, cutting a portion of her steak and placing it on Ko Hong's plate. "Sigh, no need to do this. Eating too much at night will only lead to weight gain." Ko Hong lamented, "Consider it a token of gratitude for helping me attract so many clients." Su Man grinned, flashing a peace sign. "Now, the number of members attending my classes has increased to over a dozen." Su Man replied cheerfully, cutting a small piece of beef. "By the way, this place is a great deal. The food is delicious and the prices are quite reasonable. That's why we have to wait in line for so long." Ko Hong chuckled awkwardly, "But it's worth it." "So did as she spoke, Su Man raised her glass, smiling as she toasted Ko Hong. "Here's to us giving that fool Lu Yao a well-deserved slap in the face." He paused, then said with a wry smile, "Actually, I'm quite busy during the day. I've been preparing manuscripts, hoping to try my hand at writing online literature." "Online literature? I've heard it's quite popular now." "I will definitely be busier." "Wait." Su Man stared at him in disbelief, asking, "Why do you want to make so many plans?" Ko Hong rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before earnestly replying. "She is my daughter," Ko Hong replied with a toothy grin, savoring a large piece of beef. Su Man burst into laughter, covering her mouth in amusement, and playfully rolled her eyes at him. "How can you be so sure you want to have a son in the future?" "Well, It's just a feeling, Kahong pondered, the image of Kumingao surfacing in his mind. Ultimately, for the sake of my precious daughter, I must strive to be even more excellent, to find her a good mother and provide her with the most perfect home. You will undoubtedly be a wonderful father, but are children today really so mature? Generally speaking, boys around 21 or 22 start fantasizing about becoming fathers. Isn't that a bit early? Su Man rested her chin on her hand, smiling gently as she asked, the men I know at this age are usually too absorbed in their own pleasures, and the mere mention of children makes them turn pale. People do change. I used to dislike children immensely, Kohong admitted with a bitter smile. However, when Kumingao truly appeared before him, gazing at his precious daughter, he could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of paternal love. It's all right. I haven't had too much to drink, and it's still early. I can return by myself. As the subway station came into view, Su Man halted him, saying, aren't you supposed to go to the library tonight? The sooner you go, the sooner you can return home to rest. I know, I can't stay up too late. Kohong nodded, then contemplated for a moment, but Su Man had already taken the opportunity to turn and walk towards the subway station alone. You look better in casual clothes, Kohong resolved to add. Su Man playfully turned her head, tilting it with a soft and alluring expression. Thank you. Good night. After returning and taking a shower, Kohong made his way to the library with his study materials. Having adapted to his current fitness regimen, he felt considerably more energized during his daily visits to the library. Yet, the thought of the new intensive training program Su Man had devised for him filled him with a sense of pressure. He was utterly fatigued by the persistent muscle soreness. Upon encountering Yi Wanjun in the library, he noticed she was dressed in a white tank top with a light blue cardigan over it. Beckoning him to sit beside her, Ke Hong settled next to her, wishing her a good evening before burying his head in his book while simultaneously kneading his sore muscles, although he had adapted to his previous routine, which would provide him with more options in the future. With this in mind, he resolved to check the bookshelves for subjects that piqued his interest. Oh, why not consult my precious daughter? Kohong thought to himself. With flawless features, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, a tall and slender nose, and luscious red lips, even among celebrities, Kohong had never encountered anyone more beautiful. She epitomized the quintessential Eastern beauty with her slender frame and tranquil aura. Simply rejecting them with a cold demeanor, I don't understand what's so appealing about women like that. Ke Hong chuckled awkwardly. Men tend to desire what they cannot have, Yi Wanjun replied with a light laugh. She rarely appears outside of class, only occasionally coming to the library to borrow books. You're quite lucky to see her. I'm honestly not interested in that type. It feels like trying to embrace a rock. Ever since she announced her intention to prepare the third segment of knowledge for Kohong, she had only managed to visit him every 2 or 3 days, dropping by for a meal while casually inquiring about his recent developments. Nonetheless, Kumingao's culinary requests were consistently modest, often revolving around simple dishes like fried rice. The personalized fitness plan that Su Man devised for you. Quite splendid, Kumingao stated after swallowing a mouthful of fried sauce noodles, while Kohong stood beside her, using a napkin to wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth. Her expertise undoubtedly surpasses yours, and this will also help strengthen your bond. As she spoke. Yes, my lady, I stand corrected, Ke Hong replied with a wry smile, bowing in deference. Soon after, once Kumingao finished her noodles, Kohong tidied up the dishes. Upon returning, he found her engrossed in her exceptionally high-tech mobile phone. The device resembled a thin sheet of plastic, with images and buttons illuminated through its translucence, exuding an air of sophistication. Hey, is this your phone? Which model of Apple is it? Kohong inquired curiously. Leaning in for a closer look, the screen displayed the names of Yi Wanjun, Su Man, and Qin Shuyu, along with various metrics indicating their favorability ratings. Above these ratings were several reference lines denoting potential for dating or other interactions, rendering Kohong momentarily speechless. From the display on her phone, it was clear that Su Man currently held the highest favorability rating, followed closely by Yi Wanjun, while Qin Shuyu remained blank. Apple, in the future. It has long been eclipsed by domestic knock-offs, Ke Mengao replied with a slight pout, due to the gradual proliferation of advanced technology and the stagnation of top-tier innovations. Domestic brands have increasingly matched the performance and quality of previous generation phones, all while being significantly more cost-effective, thus completely dominating the market. What? Those knockoffs are truly dreadful, Ke Hong muttered with a dry chuckle. He then recalled a prior thought and asked, by the way, what fields of study will be in high demand in the future? I feel I have mastered the knowledge in my current field and would like to learn something new. Having multiple skills never hurts. Future fields of study. Ku Mengao propped her chin thoughtfully and then turned to him. How about learning computer programming? Aim for a level 3 certification and delve into database technology. The device I showed you for treating Alzheimer's relies on data encoding, which is a burgeoning branch of this field. At first, it was not particularly sought after, but once this therapeutic device is successfully developed, it will lead to high-paying job opportunities, albeit with a scarcity of talent. I see. All right, I understand. Kohong nodded, mentally noting the information. This would indeed be quite manageable. He could prepare for graduate studies in his current field while separately pursuing this certification. K.E. Mengao stared at the favorability ratings on her phone, contemplating. As for Qin Shuyu, there's no need to say much since you've only just met. However, your progress with Yi Wanjun is alarmingly slow. Even considering her reserved nature and other factors, it remains excessively sluggish. Even the favorability rating of Su Man, whom you met later, surpasses hers. I dare say if you invited Su Man to spend Singles Day with you, she would agree, but Wanjun would undoubtedly choose to celebrate with her friends. Could you perhaps choose a more tactful way to express that? Kohong asked with a bitter smile. Despite spending several hours daily with both Su Man and Yi Wanjun, the disparity in their ratings was disheartening. It seemed it was time to take the initiative to bridge that gap. Ku Mengao turned to Kohong, her eyes glinting with a steely resolve. Tonight, after you encounter Wanjun at the library, do as follows. Steer the conversation toward that evening, after finishing his workout and returning to the library. Kohong searched for books related to computer science before settling down beside Yi Wanjun. Noticing the materials Kohong had brought, Yi Wanjun inquired with curiosity, "Are you preparing for the level 2 computer exam?" "Actually, I'm aiming for level 3, but I must first pass level 2. K.E. Hong replied with a rueful smile. "I've been reviewing my current major, so I thought I might as well learn something new during my graduate study preparations." "I see." Yi Wanjun smiled lightly. She then noticed the stack of books in front of Kohong and remarked, "You seem rather busy lately, even opting for extra subjects. Are you sure that's all right?" It's only going to get busier from here on out. I'm planning to enroll in the N3 Japanese course and prepare for the IELTS, which will take about 2 months. Then, when the weather cools down, I need to get my driver's license as well." As he spoke, Kohong shrugged. "However, I think I can afford to delay the computer studies a bit. After all, he nearly blurted out that this field would only gain relevance in a few years." Not exactly," Kohong replied with a wry smile. "I just think that learning these 2 languages would make traveling abroad a bit easier. I'm not fond of following tour groups around. It's mostly shopping and quite exhausting. When I travel alone, I can go wherever I want and rest when I please. It's much better that way. However, since I'm not great with directions, I figured learning these 2 languages would be a prudent choice. Especially with smartphone maps, navigating should be manageable." Yi Wanjun rested her chin on her hands with a happy smile. "That sounds somewhat similar to my thoughts. I only have decent English speaking skills because I accompanied my dad on a few business trips abroad, and I picked it up along the way. We could travel together in the future. If the opportunity arises." K.E. Hong responded quickly, secretly relieved. This was precisely the response he had been waiting for. And his plan had smoothly materialized. In truth, Kohong was not particularly fond of traveling. Even when going on trips with friends, he found it uninteresting, let alone traveling solo. However, he knew that Yi Wanjun had a passion for travel. So he had orchestrated this scenario. While it might not have an immediate effect on their favorability ratings, it nonetheless created opportunities for future enhancement. However, the outcome had not aligned with what Xiaoao had anticipated. Kohong had maintained a consistent routine. After a period of adaptation, he had accumulated a number of web fiction drafts and was currently updating them. However, as it was a new work, the word count remained modest, and he had yet to achieve notable results. Clicks and collections were minimal. Nevertheless, each collection and recommendation filled him with joy. Although such encouragement might seem trivial to established authors, it represented a recognition from readers for him. Regarding his web fiction endeavors, Ku Mengao had also mentioned that building a readership takes time and cannot be rushed. Since Kohong did not urgently require funds, he maintained a calm mindset, continuing to update regularly while leading his daily life. With the improvement of his writing proficiency, he found that he could complete his work in significantly less time. requiring only about 3 hours each day to finish a daily update while also accumulating additional drafts. This freed up an entire afternoon for him to devote to English studies and Japanese classes. These two courses posed no significant challenge for him. As a longtime recluse, he possessed a fair understanding of most spoken Japanese. While he had never particularly enjoyed English, his future memories had endowed him with quite respectable spoken and written English skills, largely due to the necessity of interacting with foreign clients, in terms of English. He merely registered for the examination, while he found studying Japanese quite invigorating. Both subjects are progressing efficiently, and he should soon meet the benchmark set by Ko Mengao after the afternoon Japanese class. However, regarding the increase in mutual affection, it still leaves Xiao somewhat dissatisfied. This girl is rather slow to warm up. K.E. Mengao often expresses such grievances when she drops by for dinner. K.E. Hong patiently explains to her. Wang Juan's personality is just like that. This is already considered a swift progression. In her freshman year, Wang Jun had a boyfriend, and it took them 3 months before they held hands for the first time. After holding hands, the boy suggested they check into a hotel, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Nevertheless, the friendship between Yi Wanjun and Ko Hong has indeed deepened considerably. Yi Wanjun does not hesitate to discuss her menstrual cycle with him, as well as the differing perspectives on adult films between men and women. Of course, the most evident change lies in the way they address each other. As for Xiaoyao, she has been diligently assisting him in compiling a third knowledge document, so her visits have not been frequent lately. Typically coming to hear his updates every 2 to 3 days while also enjoying a meal. After dinner, they head to the gym. Every evening, Ko Hong alights from the same bus at the Jiaowei Trade Square station in front of the gym, then walks to the gym, dropping $1 into the hat of the street performer who sings near the subway station each night. Furthermore, his relationship with Su Man has been steadily improving as well. This girl possesses a more vivacious personality compared to Yi Wanjun, leading to more frequent physical contact with Ko Hong, making their relationship appear somewhat closer. Unfortunately, despite their efforts at the gym, Ko Hong has not seen a significant decrease in weight. Although Su Man repeatedly emphasizes that noticeable results take 3 months, the daily exhaustion without any visible improvement can be quite disheartening. Without the supervision of his treasured daughter, he might have already given up by now. This morning, as usual, Ko Hong went for his morning run, but when he opened the door, Yi Wanjun was waiting outside, dressed in her blue sports tank top with a white undershirt and light brown shorts. Her hair styled into a mature bun atop her head, she radiated a youthful and spirited aura, a stark contrast to her usual gentle and sweet demeanor. Upon seeing him, Yi Wanjun smiled and said, Hong, why are you so late today? You're 10 minutes later than usual. Well, I typically have a 10-minute margin of error. What's up today? Do you want to run with me? Ko Hong asked, somewhat surprised. As Yi Wanjun does not usually join him for morning runs, no, I was just indulging in food and drink recently, and my weight has increased. With my period arriving, it's just the right time to get some exercise. Yi Wanjun replied with a cheerful smile. Did you know that exercising during your period can be quite effective for weight loss? Is that so? It seems periods aren't entirely disadvantageous, aside from the fact that they allow one to reject a boyfriend's advances. Ko Hong said with a wry smile. Yi Wanjun laughed, covering her mouth. Haha, indeed. Let us go to... Yi Wanjun's physical condition is passable, but merely adequate, compared to Ko Hong, who has been jogging daily for the past month. She struggles. After about half an hour of running, Yi Wanjun breathlessly requested a break. I can't go on. I'm exhausted. My legs are sore. She sighed in relief, wiped her sweat, and looked at Ko Hong with a hint of admiration, saying, It seems your regular training is truly paying off. Of course, I can now run 7 kilometers in one go, completing it within an hour, Ko Hong proudly replied. Following this, he accompanied Yi Wanjun on a leisurely stroll, which was quite a pleasant experience. He is an excellent listener, and Yi Wanjun particularly enjoys sharing her thoughts with him. Since she mentioned her sister to Ko Hong, she has gradually begun to discuss the trivial matters of her family, primarily focusing on her sister. June Mo still the same, coming back around 11 every night, Ko Hong inquired. You're too polite. I think 11:50 can be considered 12, Yi Wanjun replied, pressing her lips together, a charming dimple appearing on her cheek. Yes, it's still the same. My parents can't control her. She doesn't listen to anyone. I've heard she and her friends go out to bars every night. And I wonder what they do there. As she spoke, Yi Wanjun looked at Ko Hong with some concern and asked, Do you think she might get addicted to drugs or be deceived by someone? Even if her friends are good people, their friends might not be. That's a valid point. It's best to be cautious. At her age, she can easily be influenced, and it would be too late for regrets if she picks up any bad habits. Kohong said seriously. After pondering for a moment, he added, "Should we go take a look?" Yi Wanjun paused, asking, "You mean?" "Exactly. Let's go to the bar Jun-mo often visits and observe her, to see what she and her friends do there." Kohong suggested with a smile, "I've never been to a bar, so it would be a good opportunity for me to experience it." Chapter 24. Boxing match scheduled. Yi Wanjun's family also resides in Nanhua City. But in this first-tier city, the outskirts extend close to the 6th Ring Road. To facilitate her family's commute, Yi Wanjun's home is situated within the 5th Ring Road along with her workplace, while their school is located in the bustling city center, requiring nearly an hour by subway to reach. Given this, Yi Wanjun rented an apartment close to the school for the convenience of preparing for her graduate studies. Therefore, tracking down Yi Jun-mo is not particularly challenging. The bar she frequents with her friends is located in a pedestrian street along the 3rd Ring Road, just a 20-minute subway ride away. However, Yi Jun-mo typically heads to the bar around 8 in the evening, so Kohong and Yi Wanjun agreed to first go to the gym and then meet at the library entrance after returning. Kohong arrived at the vicinity of the gym as usual, then walked over, passing by the subway station. The street performer was singing The Brightest Star in the Night Sky as per his routine. Kohong placed $1 into the performer's hat, receiving a subtle nod in acknowledgement. He also nodded back in response, then continued past Jiahui Trade Square and arrived at the gym's entrance, taking the elevator upstairs. "You're here." After presenting his membership card, the receptionist smiled and informed him, "Su Man is upstairs." "Ah, thank you." Kohong replied with a bright smile. Ke Mengao had suggested a strategy of casting a wide net, so Kohong occasionally brought cakes and duck necks for the front desk staff at the gym. Additionally, since he has a good rapport with Su Man and has heard much about him from her, he has become quite familiar with the girls there. "Yo, Ahong, you've arrived." Upon reaching the upper floor, Su Man waved at him with a cheerful grin. Over the past month, Kohong has helped Su Man attract numerous clients, and from the current performance statistics, it is evident that Su Man is poised to be the monthly champion, thanks to Kohong's persuasive skills. However, this situation is somewhat embarrassing for Lu Yao, whose performance, derived from leveraging her looks, pales in comparison to the results Kohong has helped Su Man achieve. Furthermore, Kohong has not overstepped, unlike Lu Yao, who would snatch business from others for her own gain. Instead, he ceased recruiting new members once he secured sufficient business. This is partly because Su Man is not overly ambitious and does not wish to let work encroach upon her personal life. And Kohong also believes it is better for Su Man not to be too busy, as it would prevent her from having time for his personal training sessions or necessitate rescheduling, which would be counterproductive. Such occurrences are not surprising, as Kohong is targeting a specific demographic, while he has encouraged Su Man to focus on those members seeking weight loss. Given Su Man's situation coupled with Kohong's encouragement, the likelihood of them joining is quite high, and the effectiveness of personal training sessions is better. On the other hand, Lu Yao is overly greedy, attempting to attract all types of members, often relying on her decent appearance to bolster her performance. However, from June to October, when the weather is warmer, people tend to dress less, resulting in a majority of them coming in for weight loss. Most of those seeking to lose weight have been lured away by Kohong and Su Man. Su Man, on the other hand, has managed to leave a favorable impression, but the opportunities she created have been seized by Lu Yao, leading to increased animosity towards Lu Yao among the other personal trainers. Nevertheless, Kohong feels no guilt. Firstly, Lu Yao's arrogance is self-inflicted, and secondly, after witnessing a decline in her monthly performance, Lu Yao has been desperately trying to poach clients from others. Since personal trainers have limited time, to avoid scheduling conflicts, the gym allocates members to other trainers as needed. Upon realizing her performance had significantly declined, Lu Yao began to poach members from other personal trainers, which became the primary reason for her unpopularity. However, Lu Yao was not severely affected, for aside from being a personal trainer, she also served as the physique coach for Li Heimo, a legitimate boxer at the gym, ever since the performance statistics were released this month, alleviating her previous concerns about the potential impact of the rivalry between Kohong and Lu Yao on their training and work at the gym. Speaking of Li Heimo, that is an entirely different story. The outcome would remain unchanged, albeit with a bit more time required. How's your weight lately? Su Man inquired as she assisted Ko Hong with his warm dash-up. It's about the same, and it seems I've even gained a bit. Ko Hong replied with a forced smile, his demeanor showing signs of discouragement. Su Man, with a kind smile and a hint of sympathy in her eyes, reassured him, "Don't worry, experiencing such fluctuations is quite common at the beginning. I've encountered it myself. Don't lose heart. Weight loss is a long-term endeavor. Indeed, I have no intention of giving up." Ko Hong sighed. By the way, could you reduce my workout intensity a bit tonight? I have some matters to attend to later and would like to conserve some energy. I thought you said you had adapted to the new regimen. Su Man pressed while stretching his legs. Adaptation and ease are two different things. I return home each night utterly exhausted. Ke Hong grinned, revealing his frustration. All right then. If you let me conduct a physical assessment, I can determine which areas you're excelling in. Su Man teased, raising an eyebrow. Before she could finish her sentence, Ko Hong interrupted. Not a chance. Su Man chuckled softly. All right, I was just joking. You don't need to hold on to grudges forever, do you? Following that, Ko Hong commenced his usual equipment training before heading to the combat classroom to refine his free-fighting techniques and specifically enhance his physicality for it. However, today, alongside Lin Chaoxian, was the gym's owner, Xiang Sheng. Upon spotting Ko Hong, Xiang Sheng joyfully waved a stack of reports, exclaiming, "You have a suitable opponent. What do you think? Are you interested?" A suitable opponent? What do you mean? Ko Hong inquired, moving to take the reports from Xiang Sheng's hands, only for Su Man to snatch them first and begin examining them. Xiang Sheng's expression soured slightly at this, but he redirected his gaze to Ko Hong, smiling knowingly. This guy, Zhao Qing, has defeated Li Heimo a few times. Li Heimo is no match for him. However, their fights have been quite close, indicating that their strengths are relatively similar. Given your overwhelming advantage in knocking out Li Heimo in 30 seconds, defeating him should pose no challenge. Correct? Should be. Ko Hong raised an eyebrow, contemplating the fighter's profile. After all, one could never be certain. If the opponent were particularly adept at joint locks, it might still be manageable. He knew dozens of techniques. And surely one would suit Zhao Qing. However, Ko Hong had agreed with Su Man that he would only participate if she consented. Su Man scrutinized the fighter's statistics, then looked up at Ko Hong. Hesitating, the opponent's physique, weight, height, and style are quite similar to Li Heimo's. However, I would prefer to watch his fight footage before making a decision. I anticipated you would say that. Here you go. Xiang Sheng chuckled triumphantly, handing over the taped. Don't be foolish. Why would I choose an opponent we cannot defeat? That would be a financial loss. That makes sense, Su Man murmured, then turned to Ko Hong. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, all right? We should wrap up for today. Didn't you say you had something to do later? Okay, Ko Hong nodded. However, he was aware that Su Man might not discern much, as she was not a specialized combat coach. Yet, if the opponent's skills were on par with Li Heimo's, Ko Hong was confident he could use that to persuade Su Man to allow him to compete, which required financial resources, whether it was for his driver's license exam, piano lessons, or guitar classes. All required funds, and he had already invested his last bit of money into the Japanese course. Now, factoring in living expenses, he had just over 4,000 left. Thus, he needed this match. Betting on himself, based on the odds, he could likely earn a decent sum, which would suffice for these courses. If he found himself short on funds afterward, he could always seek part-time work. After concluding his workout for the day, Ko Hong sent a WeChat message to Yi Wanjun, requesting her to return to the apartment to put away her books and prepare for their outing. After showering and changing, he emerged from the bathroom to find Kumengao seated on the living room sofa, startling him. Goodness, couldn't you have given me a heads up? Lower your voice. What if Wanjun hears? Kumengao frowned, then reminded him, make sure to wear the outfit I purchased for you online. Don't dress like you usually do. Looking shabby, at Ke Hong silently protested, muttering to himself, it's just a shirt and casual pants. I used to dress like this, still arguing. The key is the color. Kumengao reprimanded. It's either black or dark blued. You're a young man. Wearing such colors makes you look older. Young people should wear brighter colors. This white sleeveless shirt, paired with a red plaid shirt and beige casual pants, looks so much sunnier, don't you think? Ko Hong stubbornly retorted. Sigh, it's just a matter of following her sister around. not a date. Is it really necessary? It's precisely this attitude that prevents you from finding a girlfriend. You're being foolish and not listening to me. Why wouldn't you want to enhance your appeal? Have I ever steered you wrong? Ku Mengao scolded sternly. All right, I admit my fault. Dear Aunt Kohong clasped his hands in apology. Good, I can only assist you so much. When the time comes, you'll have to gauge the situation yourself. Just avoid doing anything that might diminish your appeal, understood? Ku Mengao's expression softened. Glancing at the time, I should head back now. Wanjun will be arriving soon. Additionally, the programming for the third knowledge section is nearing completion. And I need to catch up. I've prepared sandwiches in the fridge, Kohong reminded her. Ham and egg with lettuce and tomato, with your favorite sauce. After I leave with Wanjun, feel free to help yourself. Ku Mengao replied somewhat irritably, don't think this means I'll ease up on monitoring you. With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue before enveloping herself in a flash of light. Disappearing from the sofa, that girl. Ke-hong couldn't help but chuckle. He had come to understand Ku Mengao quite well. Her half-pout indicated she was no longer upset and based on past experiences. The sandwiches in the fridge would likely be gone by the time he returned home. After Ku Mengao left, Kohong had just finished changing when Yuanjun knocked on his door. Coming, Kohong hurried to open the door. Although they were heading to a bar, Yuanjun had dressed down to avoid drawing attention. She wore a sky-blue chiffon jumpsuit, backless and strapless, layered with a vest that accentuated her slender figure. Kohong couldn't help but marvel at how, regardless of her attire, she always exuded a goddess-like aura. However, today Yuanjun had styled her hair in a loose ponytail draped over her shoulder, adding a touch of femininity. Upon seeing Kohong, Yuanjun paused momentarily, then appraised him from head to toe, smiling. Your outfit looks quite nice. I've never seen you wear anything like this before. Because I've never been to a bar before, Kohong replied half-jokingly. When Yuanjun pursed her lips and gazed at him, he elaborated, I usually stay home and don't need to dress so formally. When I go to the gym, I wear sportswear, so, all right then, Yuanjun accepted his explanation, turning toward the elevator. Shall we go? Kohong nodded, locking the door as he asked, Sorry, did you wait long? Not at all. I live right next door, remember? Yuanjun replied with a smile. I should be the one apologizing for dragging you out after your workout. Not at all. It's dangerous for you to be out alone at this hour. Kohong chuckled, adding, Besides, I'm quite concerned about your sister's safety. I decided to accompany her. Perhaps I could be of assistance. With a determined expression, Yuanjun nodded resolutely and declared, Then let us proceed. I have already conducted thorough research on the specific location. That girl tends to frequent the place around 9 or 10 o'clock each evening. The look of a spy on Yuanjun's face was utterly charming, prompting Kohong to chuckle lightly. All right then, let's arrive at the bar early and stake out. When your sister arrives, we shall shift to a table closer to them and observe the unfolding events. With a vigorous affirmation, Yuanjun, embodying the spirit of a child, strode into the elevator with fervor. Although they were indeed going to play the role of stalkers, there was something irresistibly adorable about her. Kohong mused privately as he followed closely behind. Chapter 26. Trouble at the bar. Around 8:40, Kohong and Yuanjun arrived at the entrance of a bar named Brilliant Bar. It was quite a sizable establishment, with vibrant lights flashing and the pulsating beats of the DJ audible from outside. To be frank, Kohong felt no fondness for this place and had little desire to enter. In contrast, Yuanjun appeared quite at ease, casually linking her arm with his as they ventured inside. Relax, take it easy, she whispered. It's nothing extraordinary. It's merely a venue for drinks and conversation, essentially. You could view it as a gathering spot for unfamiliar young people to meet and engage in casual encounters. Ke-hong nodded in agreement, to which Yuanjun replied with a playful laugh. I intended to say make friends, but fine, your interpretation is not entirely inaccurate. Upon entering, they were pleasantly surprised to find the noise levels manageable. Although the DJ was spinning various dance tracks, the volume was not excessive and allowed for reasonable conversation. If given a choice, I would prefer a more tranquil and leisurely bar, Kohong remarked with a frown. Inside, a circular bar dominated the central area, with men and women congregating around it, either ordering drinks and snacks or finding a table to chat, occasionally making their way to the dance floor. Kohong felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing he was still far from mastering the dancing aspect of his father's grand plan. However, he quickly reminded himself that they were here to stalk, and such skills were unnecessary. People come to bars for the excitement. After all, Yu Wanjun chimed in, leading Ko-hong to the bar to order 2 cocktails, since it was just the two of them. They chose to sit at the bar near the entrance rather than seeking a separate table, engaging in simple conversation while awaiting Yi Junmo's arrival. Feeling somewhat disinterested, Ko-hong pursed his lips. At that moment, a mature man with a rugged beard approached them, attempting to flirt with Yi Wanjun. Ke-hong had lost count of how many had approached her by now. It's fine, you don't need to come here often. Yi Wanjun declined the man with a smile, but with all these men flocking to you, won't your sister be easily spotted when she arrives? Ko-hong sighed, unable to conceal his displeasure. It was frustrating to see others attempt to engage with Yi Wanjun while he was sitting right beside her. What, am I not worthy of her? He fumed internally. If you were willing to initiate conversation, there would surely be girls interested in spending time with you, perhaps even for more casual encounters, Yi Wanjun teased. Resting her chin on her hand, boys should be proactive. Are you really waiting for girls to approach you? That does hold some truth, Ko-hong conceded, based on his observations. It seemed that only exceptionally handsome men or charming young men attracted girls who would approach them. Yet, even those handsome individuals often found girls merely giggling and pointing with their friends, with true proactive engagement being a rarity. See, with this demeanor, no one dares approach, Yi Wanjun said playfully, leaning closer to Ko-hong and draping his arm over her shoulder with a mischievous smile. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and instructed, keep an eye on the entrance. When Junmo arrives, don't miss her. But I don't even know what she looks like. Ke-hong murmured absently, distracted by the delicate fragrance emanating from Yi Wanjun. It was not the scent of any perfume or cosmetic, rather, it was her natural scent, reminiscent of coconut milk but sweeter. Fair enough, then you watch the entrance, and I'll keep an eye out. Yi Wanjun turned her head to scan the entrance. With Yi Wanjun so close to him, no one dared approach them again. However, they did not need to pay too much attention, as when Yi Junmo and her group entered, it was nearly impossible to overlook them. This boisterous group, numbering about 11 or 12, burst in, their animated voices even overpowering the DJ's music. Ke-hong glanced back to see a crowd of university students, all under 20, AT 21, nearing 22 himself. He felt as if there was a generational gap between them. Among the group, the most attention-grabbing was the lead young man with flamboyantly dyed blue hair, wearing a sleeveless t-shirt adorned with a massive skull graphic and boasting tattoos on his shoulders. Such choices were typical of youth seeking to express themselves, yet Ko-hong found the young man's demeanor, carefree and overly animated, rather off-putting. Another notable figure was a girl with an oval face, whose features bore some resemblance to Yi Wanjun's, but with a smaller nose that added to her charm. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, she had a slender figure and modest curves, presenting herself as an exceptionally sweet young girl. Compared to Yi Wanjun, Yi Junmo appeared more vivacious and open. Her facial expressions and body language were animated, often playfully interacting with her friends, showcasing her vibrant personality. "Is that your sister?" Ko-hong inquired quietly. Observing Yi Junmo animatedly conversing with a nearby young man, the group had entered the bar, with most seeking out seats while a few approached the bar to order drinks. Indeed, that one beside her is her boyfriend. Yi Wanjun replied softly, a hint of frustration in her voice. He's the one corrupting her. Ke-hong scrutinized Yi Junmo's boyfriend, instantly furrowing his brow. The young man was rather unremarkable in appearance, small eyes, thick lips and glasses, seemingly less striking than Ko-hong himself, with a slender build. However, observing his demeanor and attire, it was evident he was quite the smooth talker. Ke-hong concluded that such proactive and charismatic young men often had an easier time attracting beautiful women. So, what should we do? Ke-hong tentatively asked. Let us go over to their side, Yi Wanjun replied, her irritation palpable. With that, she lifted her cocktail and, pulling Ko-hong along, they discreetly maneuvered through the crowd to sit at a small table for two, positioned as close as possible to Yi Junmo's group while keeping their backs turned to them. Keep a lookout for them, Yi Wanjun instructed, pretending to sip her cocktail while continuously glancing in Yi Junmo's direction. In truth, they had no need to eavesdrop or seek a nearby table, as the brash blue-haired youth's voice carried even from 10 meters away, prompting discontent from those nearby. Hey, kids, could you keep it down? One of the older patrons, appearing to be in his late 20s, slammed his hand on the table in annoyance. It's impossible for others to converse. This incited the blue-haired youth, who rose to his feet. glaring at the older table before suddenly hurling a beer bottle in their direction. Chapter 27. The troublemaker Kuin. The beer bottle shattered upon impact with the opposing table, sending shards of glass flying. Though the force of the throw was not great enough to cause significant harm, leaving the individuals splattered with beer instead. Haven't you heard of Kuin, the troublemaker of Namfeng Street? This entire block is my boss's territory. Do you believe I won't call someone to deal with you right now? The blue-haired youth boasted, brandishing another beer bottle. His entourage of 4 or 5 followers stood up in unison, each grabbing a bottle as well. Kohong rested his chin on his hand, unable to suppress an eyebrow raise. Most people would be intimidated in a situation like this. However, the older patrons remained unfazed. One man, dressed in a suit sans tie, chuckled self-deprecatingly as he wiped the beer from his face and stood up, addressing the blue-haired youth with a grin. Oh, Namfeng Street is your boss's territory. As he spoke, the man took a handkerchief from a girl beside him. Continuing to wipe his face as he leisurely approached the brash youth, the man appeared to be in his 30s, with rugged features and a pronounced jawline, his chin adorned with stubble. He possessed a robust physique, radiating the allure of a mature man. Despite having beer splashed across his face, he wore a smile, exuding a composed and steady demeanor. The aura he projected was unmistakable. Kohong could discern that he was no ordinary individual. The group whose party had been disrupted did not rush to retaliate. Instead, they calmly wiped the beer from their faces, unhurried, their demeanor reminiscent of those preparing to slaughter lambs in a pen, a prelude to impending violence. However, the nefarious Cohen seemed blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, and those nearby had no intention of intervening. From the murmurs of the onlookers, it appeared that Cohen and his unruly gang had been frequenting this locale for some time, occasionally causing trouble, yet being mere children, their antics had never escalated significantly. Thus, the bar staff had grown indifferent to their presence. Should we call the police? A concerned waitress inquired. K.E. Hong found the uniforms of the bar staff to be the most satisfactory aspect of the establishment. The men donned tuxedos, while the female servers were uniformly dressed in elegant black and white off-shoulder made outfits paired with ultra-short skirts. Truly delightful. Oh, let it be. These kids won't cause any major trouble. Besides, that bespectacled boy comes from a wealthy family. We can always have him compensate later, a bartender advised another waitress. Meanwhile, several tables around them frowned, clutching their drinks, prepared to relocate. These kids are back again, stirring up trouble every night. How tiresome. I just told you to change tables. This skirt is new, and now it's splattered with beer. Today's youth truly lack awareness. When will someone teach these brats a lesson? Kohong raised an eyebrow, contemplating, while Yuanjun furrowed her brow, muttering softly before turning to Kohong, suggesting, "Let us observe the situation for now." K.E. Hong nodded in agreement. That moment, the stubbled man approached Kuin, inquiring with a grin, "Are you Kuin from Namfeng Street? Might I trouble you to enlighten me with your elder brother's name? I wish to make his acquaintance to avoid future conflicts." Kuin, oblivious to the danger, tossed the empty beer bottle in his hand, responding, "Sure, it's Daidu Yang from Namfeng Street." Yuanjun frowned, remarking, "What are these kids thinking? They are outnumbered." This juncture, several of the men standing behind the suited, stubbled man had already wiped the beer off their faces, now glaring menacingly from behind him. The girls remained seated, but there were 4 men among them. Numerically, they were comparable, yet these were all men in their late 20s. Robust and imposing, while those under 20 were still boys, slender and undeveloped. The men in their late 20s exuded a fierce presence far more intimidating than Cohen's gang. Yet, Kohong remained perplexed as to where Cohen's gang derived their misplaced confidence. Confronting this more formidable group, the few brash youths behind Cohen brandished beer bottles, rolling their eyes defiantly. The suited man couldn't contain a laugh, crumpling a handkerchief into a ball as he said, "Daidu Yang, you mean that local bully from the snack street? He causes a ruckus at a few stalls for protection money and suddenly thinks he's in charge of Namfeng Street, with his demeanor. Calling him a local bully would be an overstatement." Kuin bristled at the insult, brandishing his beer bottle. "What gives you the right?" Without hesitation, the suited man slapped Kuin across the face. The sound was not the sharp crack of a slap, but rather a dull thud, akin to a punch. Kuin struck, lost control and slammed his head against the table, spitting blood, revealing the force behind that blow. K.E. Hong winced, recognizing that the suited man was far sturdier than he appeared. Including patrons of the bar, none wishing to intervene. Ke Hong understood. After all, even Kun was not a match for these individuals, let alone the suited man. Moreover, it was high time someone dealt with these reckless youths, prompting many to secretly revel in the unfolding drama. This act left Kun's gang stunned into silence, though two younger boys behind him picked up beer bottles, attempting to retaliate. However, two of the suited man's companions swiftly intervened, delivering punches and kicks that sent them back onto the sofa, clutching their injuries in pain. The remaining members of Kun's gang shrieked in terror, while Yi Junmo paled, hiding behind her boyfriend, anxiously assessing the situation. The suited man pressed down on Kun's right hand, aiming a beer bottle at his palm, saying, "Now, young man, do not blame me for being too harsh. This is a lesson for you youths. Arrogance does not grant you the freedom to act recklessly. If you have the guts, go ahead and smash it. I dare you," Kun defiantly retorted, though before he could finish, the suited man brought the beer bottle crashing down. Yi Wanjun gasped in shock, clearly not expecting him to follow through. The sound of shattering glass resonated throughout the bar, mingling with Kun's anguished cries. The shards did not injure Kun's hand, but the area struck turned crimson and swollen, prompting him to cry out in fear and pain. "Ahong, what should we do? Should we call the police? These people seem quite menacing." Yi Wanjun hesitated, her concern palpable as she glanced at Yi Junmo, adding, "What if this affects my sister? Perhaps we should refrain for now." Kohong whispered, "Let us observe how this unfolds. It may help your sister see these individuals' true colors. Rest assured, we live in a society governed by law. These people are unlikely to escalate things too far. And teaching Kun a lesson could be beneficial. However, the final decision rests with you. I merely offer a suggestion." Yi Wanjun pondered for a moment before nodding. Then, "Let us observe a while longer." Chapter 28. Offering assistance, Kohong and Yi Wanjun remained on the sidelines, watching the situation unfold. Kun was now crying hoarsely, yet dared not resist, fearing another blow from the suited man. The latter continued to hold Kun down, grasping a second beer bottle, and remarked, "My name is Zhu Tai. Make sure to remember your teacher's name. Today, you spilled beer on me here." He counted the men present, adding, "I could overlook the men, being magnanimous, but I cannot let you off the hook for the 4 women friends I have. For bottles of beer, and you shall pay for them, young man. There are still 3 more. At this moment, Kun's injured hand was severely bruised and swollen, with blood beginning to seep from some areas. One more bottle could potentially ruin it. Ke Hong hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, but he neither possessed the ability to play the hero nor wished to risk himself for someone like Kun. Fortunately, the bottle did not come crashing down. Yi Junmo's boyfriend quickly stood up, pleading with Zhu Tai. No. We can compensate you." This remark left Kohong exasperated. Did these kids not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The commanding presence, the expensive suit, and the array of high-end drinks on the table suggested they were not in need of money. Such words would likely only exacerbate the anger of those they faced. These were just foolish youths lacking the ability to read the room. As anticipated, Zhu Tai scoffed, glanced at his companions, and they shared a knowing smirk. Without further discussion, Zhu Tai turned and slapped Yi Junmo's boyfriend across the face. However, this slap was far lighter than the one dealt to Kun, merely a backhanded gesture. Yet, Yi Junmo's boyfriend was so slender that the blow sent him spinning, leaving him dazed and slumped on the sofa. Unable to utter a word. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm in need of money?" Zhu Tai narrowed his eyes, glaring at Yi Junmo's boyfriend, his expression now considerably more menacing. "I could overlook your foolish little brother, but now I'm teaching you a lesson. You children ought to listen quietly and not speak out of turn, just because your family is wealthy." Yi Junmo's boyfriend, clutching his face, retreated on the sofa, stammering, I'm sorry. It seems you also require a lesson," Zhu Tai remarked, nodding to 2 of his companions, who promptly advanced, pinning Yi Junmo's boyfriend down on the table. The lesson was that money does not equate to power. Zhu Tai seized a beer bottle, his demeanor growing increasingly cold, sending chills down spines. "You will soon learn that money cannot shield you from the pain of this moment." "Stop it." Seeing the situation escalate to involve her boyfriend, Yi Junmo finally summoned her courage, leaping forward to grasp Zhu Tai's wrist. "You shall not harm him." Zhu Tai grinned at the sight. Oh, how noble of the little girlfriend to defend her partner. The young girl exclaimed, "I am doing this for his own good. Otherwise, the next person who encounters him might not be me, and it won't be as simple as just a bottle of beer to resolve the matter. What madness! Do you believe I will call the police and have you arrested? Yi Junmo said angrily, grappling with Zhu Tai. Unfortunately, Zhu Tai's strength far exceeded her expectations. With a mere hand, he lifted Yi Junmo entirely off the ground. Yi Wanjun hurriedly stood up, intending to assist, but Ko Hong felt a rush of anxiety, as he hadn't yet devised a plan. After all, Yi Wanjun's intervention would hardly be of any help. However, Zhu Tai's subsequent action dispelled Yi Wanjun's intentions. He cheerfully placed Yi Junmo on a soft sofa nearby, positioning her beside the girls brought by the troublemaker Kun. I do not strike women. You are quite brave, little girl, and I admire that. However, you must understand that a man who incurs debts must repay them, he remarked, nodding towards the individual restraining Yi Junmo's boyfriend. The man turned to block Yi Junmo's friends. But unexpectedly, taking advantage of the fact that only one person was holding him, Yi Junmo's boyfriend struggled fiercely, breaking free from the remaining grip. Then, he sprinted away with a speed that belied his frail frame. Though he is quite clever, your friend, on the other hand, is not as astute as your boyfriend. With that, Zhu Tai aimed the beer bottle he held at the troublemaker Kun's hand, preparing to smash it down. The troublemaker Kun screamed in fright, while Yi Junmo struggled to break free and rush past Zhu Tai's friend to stop him, but it was all in vain. The objective had largely been achieved. Ko Hong mused, as it had allowed Yi Junmo to witness the true nature of his friends, and it was time for this farce to conclude, if he could manage to bring it to a close. With his current capabilities, subduing these 4 burly men would not be difficult, but his physical condition had yet to reach an optimal level, so a direct confrontation was surely out of the question. Moreover, it would only reinforce Yi Wanjun's perception of him as overly violent. He needed to find a way to combine both finesse and force to resolve the situation. Thus, as Zhu Tai prepared to bring down the second beer bottle, Ko Hong took a deep breath and charged forward. He seized the moment, grasping Zhu Tai's wrist with his left hand. Upon contact, he felt a heavy pressure bearing down, yet it was not beyond his expectations. He had inferred Zhu Tai's strength from the earlier slap he delivered to the troublemaker Kun. One hand alone would not suffice to block him. Therefore, after securing Zhu Tai's wrist with his left hand, he swiftly maneuvered his right hand to wedge itself against the inner side of Zhu Tai's elbow, compelling Zhu Tai to bend his arm, causing the beer bottle to swing towards his own face. However, Ko Hong had no intention of allowing events to escalate to that point. Otherwise, his own escape would be uncertain. Just before the bottle could collide with Zhu Tai's face, Ko Hong adeptly shifted his left hand from the outside of Zhu Tai's wrist to the inside, effectively blocking the bottle. Surprisingly, Zhu Tai reacted with equal speed. At the moment his elbow was bent by Ko Hong's pressure, he released the beer bottle, sending it flying. I end that electric instant. Ko Hong was unsure how he managed to react, and Ko Hong felt a shiver of trepidation, realizing that if he failed to smooth over the situation, he might soon find himself in the very position he sought to avoid. Chapter 29. The Optimal Solution in Truth. The moment Ko Hong and Zhu Tai made contact, both had a fleeting thought. This fellow has trained, and his level of skill is likely quite impressive. With commendable reflexes, Zhu Tai regarded him with a newfound curiosity and hesitation, as if contemplating who Ko Hong truly was, while awaiting an explanation from him. It was evident that Ko Hong had intended to assist in blocking that beer bottle. Otherwise, had the bottle slipped from Zhu Tai's grasp, it could have struck him on the head, leaving Zhu Tai in a compromising position and ensuring that Ko Hong would not leave unscathed. Ironically, in the very moment the beer bottle slipped from Zhu Tai's hand, Ko Hong, in his attempt to shift positions to aid Zhu Tai, fortuitously intercepted the bottled TO outsiders. It appeared as though the two were synchronizing a performance, akin to a scene from an action film, leaving bystanders in astonishment, even prompting Zhu Tai's companions to raise their eyebrows in intrigue. Look, we are all adults here. We should conduct ourselves more prudently. Ke Hong realized that if he did not clarify the situation, Zhu Tai might genuinely resort to violence to test him. Thus, he hastily interjected, "This child is, after all, still a child. He has learned his lesson from being given a beer bottle. I believe we can consider this matter resolved. If this escalates further, we could end up involving the police, and even if you have connections, it could still become quite troublesome. Don't you think?" Perhaps. Ko Hong glanced at the troublemaker Kun, who was sobbing over the table. and continued, "Let us each take a step back. Let this child apologize to you, and the remaining bottles of beer can be offered to the girls at your table as a token of goodwill. You retain your dignity, we avoid further complications, and it spares the bar from disturbances that could disrupt the patron's evening, which everyone would surely appreciate. We are all adults. Let us not stoop to the level of children. Shall we?" After concluding, Ko-hong turned to Ju Tai, smilingly inquiring, "What do you think?" He then shifted his attention to the girls at Ju Tai's table, cheerfully asking, "What do you lovely ladies think of this proposal?" The girls, keen to avoid unnecessary trouble, nodded in agreement, expressing, "Yes, that sounds good. Let us go with that." Tai Ge, Ko-hong's words were reasonable and fair, considering Ju Tai's dignity while also addressing the concerns of those present. Effectively resolving the issue of the remaining beer bottles for the troublemaker Kun-it was a solution that satisfied everyone involved. Ju Tai regarded Ko-hong with a knowing glance before turning his attention to the surrounding individuals and then back to the sobbing troublemaker Kun. After a moment's hesitation, he released Kun from his grip, stepped back, and nodded to his two companions. Consequently, Yi Junmo and the other associates of the troublemaker Kun promptly pulled him back onto the sofa, as if sitting there would ensure their safety. Observing this, Ko-hong raised his cocktail glass to toast Ju Tai. On behalf of the surrounding patrons, I thank you for your generosity. Cheers to this esteemed gentleman. Now, let everyone return to their conversations. Those who wish to flirt may continue to do so. The patrons around them also raised their glasses to Ju Tai in gratitude for his magnanimity. Having gained ample face, Ju Tai felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. At that moment, Yi Wanjun hurried over, pulling Yi Junmo away from the group, anxiously inspecting her wrists where Ju Tai had gripped her earlier. "Junmo, are you hurt? I've told you time and again not to associate with such people, but you refuse to listen. And that boyfriend of yours? I've warned you he's unreliable. Sister, what are you doing here?" Yi Junmo asked in astonishment, then retorted angrily, "Are you following me?" Ko-hong instinctively placed a hand on his forehead. Yi Wanjun's remarks had squandered the rare opportunity they had. Although Yi Junmo had already come to realize her boyfriend was a scoundrel, the rebellious nature of youth meant that the more Yi Wanjun admonished her, the more defiant Yi Junmo became. After the initial shock, impatience and anger surfaced on Yi Junmo's face. "Mind your own business. Why are you following me? I have my own life. Have I ever interfered with your choice of boyfriends?" she snapped, shaking off Yi Wanjun's hand. Ke-hong quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, let us not quarrel. Let us resolve this situation first before discussing anything else. I dare say you wouldn't want to enjoy another bottle of beer in a different manner, would you?" With that, Ko-hong rushed to the bar, intending to procure a few bottles of beer. However, when it came time to pay, the handsome bartender at the bar pushed the money back and handed him a dozen beers, saying, "No need for that. We owe you one for your help. Otherwise, who knows how long this would have dragged on, and our customers would have been scared away. Consider these beers on the house." Afterward, the bartender discreetly slipped Ko-hong a membership card, stating, "Here, take this. You can enjoy a discount next time you come to our establishment." Thank you." Ko-hong grinned, and the bartender raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly replying, "No, thank you for your assistance." He gestured for Ko-hong to hurry along. "Now, let us start by having you apologize to Tai Ge," Ko-hong suggested, opening a bottle of beer. At this moment, the group led by the nefarious Kun appeared utterly dazed, merely following orders. They obediently bowed and offered apologies before downing an entire bottle of beer in one gulp. Ju Tai nodded slightly, responding with a non-committal sound, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither anger nor satisfaction. Subsequently, Ko-hong opened another bottle for Kun's group and extended apologies to the several beautiful women at the table. Following suit, Kun and his companions apologized to the young ladies and promptly emptied their beers. The girls at Zu Tai's table responded with cheerful laughter, and the incident seemed to be resolved. Afterward, Kun's group remained at a loss, prompting Ko-hong to impatiently say, "All right, enough of this. Quickly take him to the hospital to have his hand checked. I'll settle the bill for you. I'll go too." Yi Wanjun hurriedly followed Ko-hong, and on their way to the bar, she exhaled in relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I wouldn't have known what to do without you." While the situation was not overly serious, "My heart is still racing," Ko-hong muttered under his breath. "I think you are quite brave," Yi Wanjun replied with a gentle smile, adding, "Let me cover this bill." However, since the matter had calmed down, The bar waived the charges, and Ko-hong and Yi Wanjun prepared to leave. Just then, Ju Tai stepped in front of them, seemingly intent on preventing their departure. That moment, Ko-hong felt a jolt of alarm. Was this fellow looking for trouble? Chapter 30. Betrayal of kindness. Ko-hong initially feared Ju Tai was there to confront him, his heart racing at the thought of facing such a large and physically imposing group. To be frank, he lacked the confidence to contend with them all in his current state. Yet, Ju Tai did not seek conflict but instead regarded him with a smile, saying, "Hey, kid, quite clever, aren't you?" Quick to react. "Fortunately, my friend's sister is among that group," Ko-hong replied with a wry smile. "Are you currently employed?" Ju Tai inquired. "No, I'm still in college," Ko-hong responded, somewhat perplexed. Here's my business card," Ju Tai said, handing him a card while grinning. "When you're ready to work, remember to reach out to me. As a university student, it's better to enter the workforce sooner rather than later. Our company needs talent like you, and the benefits are excellent." With that, Ju Tai turned and returned to his table, no longer engaging with him. Ko-hong, still bewildered, glanced at the card, which bore the name Taidu Bodyguard Company. Bodyguard. That explains it. Ko-hong thought, but why would a bodyguard company want me? Perhaps they see potential in your eloquence and social skills. A bodyguard company isn't solely made up of bodyguards. There are human resources and sales departments as well, Yi Wanjun suggested with a smile, adjusting her bag strap. "Let's go." Ko-hong hesitated, but ultimately grasped Yi Wanjun's arm, feeling her delicate warmth through his fingers. He pushed aside any inappropriate thoughts and quietly said, "Your sister might act a bit aggressively later, so be prepared." Yi Wanjun looked puzzled and asked, "Why, didn't we just help her friend out? Besides, her boyfriend ran off and left her." "What should I do? Trust me. Let me handle this," Ko-hong replied softly. "There's no rush. It's not possible to convince her to abandon her rebellious phase overnight. This is a long-term battle. Much like weight loss, we must take it slowly. The first step is ensuring her rebellious actions don't lead to regrets." Yi Wanjun considered this and nodded, looking at Ko-hong seriously. "All right, I believe you." "Thank you." Soon, Ko-hong and Yi Wanjun rejoined Kun and the others outside, where they were waiting to hail a cab to take Kun to the hospital. "Did your boyfriend call the police?" Ko-hong asked Yi Junmo while assisting in flagging down a taxi. "What for?" Yi Junmo snapped. His mom called to ask what happened, and he bolted home in fright, now sporting several injuries. She shot a glare at Ko-hong, adding, "Are you my sister's new boyfriend?" Before Ko-hong could respond, Yi Wanjun interjected, "We're just friends. Given today's chaos, you should head home early." "Not a chance." "Why should I go home so early?" "I have nothing to do," Yi Junmo retorted. All right, enough arguing." Ko-hong sighed with a faint smile as a taxi pulled up in front of them. "Thanks for today," Kun said. "I'm Duan Kun. If you tell people you know bad guy Kun from Nampong Street, no one will bother you around here." Even now, Kun was still acting high and mighty. "Just don't cause any more trouble for my friend's sister, and I'll owe you my gratitude. In a few days, I'll have a word with Brother Yang, and he'll definitely bring people to teach this guy a lesson," Duan Kun boasted, threatening violence. "Shut up, you fool," Ko-hong exclaimed as he slapped Ju Tai's business card onto Duan Kun's face. "Take a good look. They run a bodyguard company, and you think it's that simple? They probably have connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. With their capabilities, do you really think they fear a few small-time thugs like you? You haven't learned anything." At this, Duan Kun grew furious, swatting Ko-hong's hand away and bellowing, "Don't you dare scare me. I wasn't raised to be intimidated. What's so great about a bodyguard company? I can just as easily kill him. If you want to back down, I'll take you down too." "Hey, what's with you?" Yi Wanjun interjected, clearly upset. "Ko-hong just saved you. Just because he saved me doesn't mean I have to take his crap. He's just good at talking. I could handle him with one hand," Duan Kun retorted angrily, pushing Ko-hong in the chest. Ko-hong realized that Duan Kun was venting his frustration from earlier, having lost face in front of his friends and unable to reclaim it from Ju Tai. Thus, he had turned his ire toward Ko-hong. Ko-hong appeared to be an ordinary nerd, seemingly easy to bully, prompting the desperate Duan Kun to disregard whether Ko-hong had just saved him. As Duan Kun continued to hurl insults, he pushed Ko-hong backward. "Enough, I warn you, if you keep this up, I'll fight back." Kohong said while stepping back, but his words came out sounding like the whimper of a beaten dog, only serving to embolden Duan Kuan further. He raised his foot to kick Kohong, shouting, "Screw you. Fight back." At that moment, Kohong's expression turned cold. He sidestepped the kick, intending to grab Duan Kuan's leg and sweep the other ankle to bring him down, followed by executing a leg lock to dislocate his ankle, ensuring the fool would feel considerable pain. However, Kohong's plan stalled when Yi Junmo stepped forward and slapped Duan Kuan across the face. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say that those who live by the street should show loyalty? He just saved you, and you repay him with ingratitude. What does that say about your code?" Yi Junmo chastised angrily. "You little brat." Duan Kuan stumbled back, feeling both shame and rage, raising his hand to strike Yi Junmo. However, she was clever enough not to wait for his blow to land, swiftly punching his injured hand instead. I forgot about that move. Ke Hong thought with a wry smile. Duan Kuan yelped in pain, clutching his injured hand as his companions helped him into the car, preparing to head to the hospital. Before leaving, he didn't forget the customary parting shots. "You little brat, and you jerk. Remember this." Chapter 31. Mind reading. After Duan Kuan and his crew departed, only Yi Junmo, Yi Wanjun, and Kohong remained. Ke Hong was the first to break the silence. "What should we do now?" "We're going home. What else is there to do? Is it enjoyable to drink alone out here?" Yi Junmo glared at him as if blaming him for everything. Ke Hong instinctively took a step back, thinking, "You were the one who started this." Yi Wanjun looked at Kohong with concern, saying, "Kohong, are you tired? You've been running around with me after working out. Why don't you head back first?" "I'll take Junmo home. I probably won't return to that side tonight. But are you two going to be all right?" Kohong hesitated for a moment before inquiring, to which Yi Wanjun replied with a bittersweet smile. "Rest assured, there won't be any lecherous individuals. It's not that I'm concerned about that," Ke Hong said with a wry smile, his true worry being the potential for a quarrel between the two sisters during their journey, which might exacerbate the situation. "I ask you, what gives you the right to follow me?" Yi Junmo exclaimed angrily, finally striking at the crux of the matter. "Isn't it that I'm worried about you? Look at your circle of friends." Yi Wanjun intended to retort at that moment, but Kohong quickly interjected, clarifying, No. What your sister means is she wants to ascertain whether your friends are genuinely reliable and worthy of your trust. After all, she's your important sister. Naturally, her friends and suitors must be vetted." With Yi Wanjun's words tinged with reproach towards Yi Junmo, it inevitably conveyed a sense of disdain for Yi Junmo's companions, which would naturally provoke Yi Junmo's resentment. However, Kohong's framing dispelled any derogatory connotations, viewing Yi Junmo's friends in a favorable light from the outset, and consistently emphasizing the importance of her sister, thus imparting a different significance, a true art of language. Upon hearing this, Yi Junmo's expression softened slightly, yet her anger had not entirely dissipated. She crossed her arms and shot a glance at Kohong before tugging at his wrist, leading him aside. "Come here, I have something to discuss with you." Noticing Yi Wanjun's intent to follow, Yi Junmo added angrily, "Just the two of us." Yi Wanjun had no choice but to halt her steps, while Kohong accompanied Yi Junmo to a more secluded spot. "Are you pursuing my sister?" Yi Junmo scrutinized Kohong from head to toe and asked. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking resemblance between Yi Junmo and Yi Wanjun, perhaps prompting Yi Junmo to opt for a shorter hairstyle to avoid such similarities. "Not yet." Ke Hong replied with a rueful smile. "Well, that's good. At least you have some self-awareness." Yi Junmo scoffed. "You are not worthy of her." "Yes, I know." Kohong nodded, adding with a cheerful expression, "I am temporarily not worthy of her, but people can always change. Who knows what achievements I might attain in the future." Without waiting for Yi Junmo's rebuttal, Kohong continued, "Take your little boyfriend, for instance. What is it that you like about him? Is it because his family is wealthy, thus making him deserving of you? No, it's because he was my high school boyfriend." Yi Junmo replied, furrowing her brow. So your affection stems from the length of your relationship," Kohong remarked with a smile. "It appears that emotional connection is your primary concern. Though I do not deny the role of material foundation in romantic relationships." "Such eloquence. I would never entrust my sister to someone like you," Yi Junmo retorted, displeased. "Being articulate does not equate to being glib or cunning. In time, you will come to understand this," Kohong countered with a grin. Moreover, if you won't allow your sister to make her own choices, how can you presume to dictate hers? Yi Junmo found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Ke Hong pressed on, as for your friends, I warn you, refrain from making judgments about me. Yi Junmo shot back, her beautiful eyes widening in indignation. It's not judgment. I'm merely offering a suggestion, which you are free to ignore, as you mentioned. Loyalty is paramount in this world. Consider this a favor, as I have essentially saved you today. Listening to my advice cannot hurt, can it? Ko Hong said, hands on his hips, brow furrowed. Yi Junmo glared at him fiercely, but ultimately replied, Go ahead. It was time for a bit of mind reading. Ko Hong mused inwardly as he began his deductions. Truthfully, I can see that your association with this group isn't solely about appearing cool or fashionable among your peers. Otherwise, you would likely have dyed your hair some outrageous color and adopted a more alternative style. As he spoke, he assessed Yi Junmo's attire, a simple white fitted crop top paired with white pants adorned with black prints, complemented by a light yellow cardigan to ward off the evening chill, a refreshing and unpretentious look. Thus, it appears you have no intention of engaging in such foolishness, he continued. Yi Junmo, arms crossed, huffed. Oh, so you can read minds now? Then tell me, what am I doing this for? Ko Hong chuckled softly. You cannot possibly be indifferent to your sister. Otherwise, you wouldn't have intervened to stop me from pursuing her. Therefore, I can only conclude that your actions stem from an attempt to escape from something troubling at home. Initially taken aback, Yi Junmo's surprise swiftly morphed into anger as she threatened, Try saying that again. So, I deduce that it must relate to familial discord. Ko Hong stated, As for the specifics, I am but an outsider, and it would be inappropriate for me to pry or make assumptions. He quickly added, however, I can empathize with your thoughts and actions. But know that such avoidance will not resolve your issues. What about my sister? Is her running away going to solve anything? Yi Junmo hissed in a low voice, filled with fury. I understand. Ko Hong scratched his head, troubled. This is a situation without easy answers. Temporary avoidance is permissible, but we mustn't succumb to a passive escape. It is wise to take a step back, collect your thoughts, and then gradually seek solutions. Upon hearing this, Yi Junmo calmed a bit, appearing contemplative. Ke Hong continued, If you wish to talk, you can discuss it with me. As you've observed, I am quite adept at brainstorming ideas. If you'd rather not confide in me, you could speak with your sister, a close friend, or anyone you trust. The key is to maintain a positive outlook. I will also engage with your sister. Ko Hong explained with a smile. I don't frequent places like this, so this card is of no use to me. You can keep it and use it when you come here with your friends in the future. Yi Junmo scrutinized Ko Hong, giving him a second appraisal, seemingly reassessing him, her expression softening considerably. She then inquired, What is your name? It was only at this moment that she remembered to ask for his name. Ko Hong inwardly chuckled at the irony, yet regarded it as progress, so he replied, My name is Ko Hong. Chapter 32. Residents having finally managed to soothe Yi Junmo, Ko Hong turned to rejoin Yi Wanjun. In an effort to prevent Yi Wanjun from inadvertently undoing his prior efforts with any overly blunt remarks, he approached her quietly. I've temporarily sorted things out. Please refrain from continuing this topic. Just let her head home for now. Huh? Oh. Yi Wanjun appeared somewhat surprised, perhaps astonished at how Ko Hong had managed to persuade Yi Junmo, but she nodded in agreement. Yi Junmo seemed to have calmed down considerably. Why are you looking at her? Didn't you hear how those fools threatened me just now? If we run into them later, you might still be of some assistance. Yi Junmo snapped. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanjun fell silent, contemplating, before hesitantly voicing her concern. But, Ko Hong, will you be endangered? No worries. I train there regularly and have learned a bit of free fighting, while I may only know some flashy moves. At least I can intimidate a few people, Ko Hong replied with a chuckle, lowering his voice. Let's head to the subway station first. I'll see you onto the train, and then I'll escort your sister home. Once I return, I'll update you on the situation. Does that sound all right? All right, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yi Wanjun contemplated, feeling reassured that they likely wouldn't encounter any trouble, and smiled warmly. Thus, Ko Hong accompanied the sisters to the subway station. The atmosphere between the two sisters felt somewhat awkward. He understood that Yi Junmo was likely upset with Yi Wanjun for abandoning them to seek escape. Yet allowing such trivial matters to sour their relationship seemed rather childish. Ke Hong pondered that if he could find a way to resolve their familial discord, their bond would naturally mend. However, Upon further reflection, if he managed to resolve Yuanjuan's family issues, would she not then return home? His days of living next to the goddess would come to an end. He couldn't help but lament. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Kohong saw Yuanjun onto line 2 of the subway before boarding line 4 with Yi Junmo. Late at night, with the rush hour having passed, the subway was not crowded, and since the journey to the 5th ring would take approximately 30 minutes, Kohong and Yi Junmo found a seat together. Your name's Kohong, right? Yi Junmo cast a sidelong glance at Kohong and arrogantly inquired. Yes, what are your orders, miss? The tone of the other party prompted Kohong to indulge in a jest. Are you interested in pursuing my sister? Yi Junmo continued to probe. For the time being, not really, as you mentioned. I am not worthy. K. Hong replied with a wry smile. She is so beautiful, with a wonderful personality. And most importantly, your family is so affluent. It's a classic case of mismatched social standings. How could she ever consider me? Yi Junmo's eyes sparkled with mischief. Actually, it doesn't matter. You know our customs. Once a woman marries, she primarily lives with her in-laws, and her own family becomes secondary. Moreover, my family's business will be inherited by my second brother, so it doesn't concern my sister. You can simply regard her as a girl from a slightly better-off family. Instead asking, has my sister mentioned anything to you about my family? Not much. Just a brief introduction to your family members, your parents, your sister, your brother, and yourself. Beyond that, she only mentioned a few rebellious tendencies you exhibited. Yi Junmo squinted mockingly. All right, continue guessing what the issue is. If I guess correctly, not only will I help you pursue my sister, but I'll also enlighten you about my family affairs. Having guessed, do you still need to tell me? Kohong thought, suppressing a bitter smile. However, the first condition set by this girl was rather agreeable. Thus, he glanced around, noting the lack of onlookers, and leaned closer to Yi Junmo, whispering, I heard from your sister that your father built his business from scratch and became quite successful in middle age. At this stage of life, couples often face emotional challenges, and given your father's current success, he paused, then continued, could it be that your father is having an affair? Yi Junmo emitted a loud, derisive snort. It's quite predictable. Isn't it? After all, men are all the same. Wealth corrupts. Once they have money, they seek out younger, more beautiful partners, leaving their aging wives behind. Hence, the pursuit of a beautiful wife continues, even if she is older. As they conversed, Kohong gleaned from Yi Junmo that, in order to maintain harmony and prevent family strife, their mother had chosen to keep their father's infidelity a secret, intending to bear it alone to protect the family business. Nevertheless, the sisters had picked up on the signs through their parents' occasional arguments and their mother's nightly tears. Feeling powerless against their father, the two sisters found themselves in a dilemma. One chose to escape, while the other channeled her anger into rebellion. Well, I've gathered quite a bit of useful information. I'll discuss it with my Xiaoao later to determine how best to utilize it, Kohong mused as they exited the subway. It wasn't until he hailed a taxi to drop Yi Junmo off at her doorstep that he recalled another matter. Hey, aren't you the one who said you'd help me pursue your sister? How do you plan to assist? Just as Yi Junmo was about to enter, Kohong asked, looking up in astonishment at the structure before him. Wow, this isn't merely a villa. It can only be described as a manor. A 5-story luxury apartment complete with a fence, a backyard, and a garage. Even though it's within the 5th ring, this place must be worth at least several million. How else can I assist? Yi Junmo turned her head, glaring at Kohong with irritation, pointing at her house number. Don't you already know where she lives? Kohong paused, realizing the truth of her statement. That's a valid point. By the way, Yi Junmo turned back. Give me your phone number and we chat, so we can stay in touch. Chapter 33. A new breakthrough. Upon reading, dear readers, please remember to bookmark and recommend. Thank you. Upon returning to the apartment, Kohong first knocked on Yuanjuan's door. I'm coming. Yuanjun hurriedly opened the door, already changed into a white, long-sleeved nightgown, her hair cascading loosely down her back, exuding the charm of a sweet, innocent neighbor. She eagerly asked, how did it go? Well, she made it home safely. Kohong raised an eyebrow, unsure of what else to add. What about her going out tonight? Yuanjun pressed further. She asked for my phone number and WeChat. I told her she could reach out to me if she encountered any trouble. Kohong explained, see, if she contacts me, I can inform you, right? I believe she won't associate with those bad influences anymore, so you needn't worry for now. However, her rebellious phase surely won't pass quickly. Everyone has their growing pains. Yi Wanjun pondered for a moment before replying, all right then. After a moment, she regained her composure, playfully smoothing her hair, and said with a smile, Ahong, I'm truly grateful to you. If it weren't for you accompanying me, I wouldn't have known how to handle the situation today. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. How about you buy some ingredients and cook a meal instead? Kohong raised an eyebrow, testing the waters, yet Yi Wanjun readily agreed, grinning, sure, that sounds easy, but I won't do the dishes. Leave the dishes to me. Kohong replied, then it's settled. This Saturday, I'll buy the ingredients and come find you. Yi Wanjun said, retreating into her room, waving farewell with a smile, that's all for today. Thank you for your hard work. Make sure to rest early. Good night, Kohong echoed as he returned to his own room. Softly calling, Xiaoao, can you hear me? I have something to report. Soon, a flash of white light appeared on his sofa, and Xia Mengio appeared, her legs crossed. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, don't summon me unnecessarily. Xia Mengio furrowed her brow slightly, displaying a hint of fatigued. I've been quite busy finishing the third programming assignment. If there's nothing urgent, don't keep calling me. It's not trivial. I have quite a bit to report today. Don't you recall me mentioning I was going to follow your sister? Kohong quickly clarified. Now that I've got results, I've come to inform you. Much had transpired, making it indeed necessary to report. Xia Mengio contemplated for a moment before waving her hand. In any case, you're fortunate that you haven't revealed your skills to Wanjun yet. She remains unaware of your prowess. Saving it for the right moment will not only prevent her from perceiving you as violent, but will also leave her with a favorable impression of humility, one who does not resort to violence lightly, which can enhance her fondness for you. Really? Kohong chuckled wryly. Today was purely coincidental. Had Yi Junmo not intervened, I might have permanently damaged that dimwit Duanquan's ankle in front of Wanjun. Furthermore, establishing a good relationship with Wanjun's sister is also a positive development. A significant breakthrough. For someone like Wanjun, who takes her time to warm up, this could very well be an excellent opportunity, Xia Mengio remarked, her previous fatigue vanishing as she became animated, tapping furiously on her phone. You little one, calling others slow to warm up. K.E. Hong chuckled, ruffling Xia Mengio's hair. Normally, she would swat his hand away, but at that moment, her focus was entirely on her phone, completely disregarding him. Akin to a gamer who had just achieved a monumental breakthrough. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to him. They must indeed be related. K.E. Hong glanced at her phone, noticing a few additional data points regarding Yi Wanjun's affection level, which left him momentarily stunned. However, it was certainly better that Kumengao could muster her spirits. Indeed, it seemed time to expedite the conclusion. Culinary skills would not only enhance Yi Wanjun's fondness, but also elevate her sister's affection, thereby indirectly boosting Yi Wanjun's feelings, a function of exponential growth. Approaching it from the family angle, this breakthrough is simply marvelous. K.E. Mengao grew increasingly excited, ultimately unable to suppress a fit of giggles. Hey, wake up, girl, it's time to eat. K.E. Hong chuckled wryly as he continued to ruffle Kumengao's hair, attempting to rouse her. Soon after, Kumengao regained her composure, clearing her throat before adding, by the way, regarding the boxing, I still hope you exercise caution and avoid injury. Otherwise, Yi Wanjun will definitely notice. Moreover, I strongly suggest you only participate this once. As for your opponent, I believe with Su Man's current affection level, she will do her utmost to ensure your victory. All right then, Kohong replied, raising an eyebrow, and keep me updated not only about Yi Wanjun but also her sister's situation. As Kumengao spoke. She swiftly tapped away on her phone, and Kohong noticed another entry for Yi Junmo's affection level. This girl would certainly keep him busy in the future, he mused silently, after a moment of contemplation. Kumengao continued, by the way, have you run into Qin Shiyu recently? You know, your campus belle. What do you mean by my campus belle? Kohong furrowed his brow and replied, I haven't seen her since that day. She hasn't appeared in the library during that time frame. K.E. Mengao nodded, continuing to fiddle with her phone. It seems this subplot lacks certain triggering conditions. Let us set it aside for now. With that, Kumengao stood from the sofa, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, all right, I've grasped the situation. For now, continue as you have been. I will expedite the completion of your third ability. During this time, Think carefully about what your fourth ability should encompass, what you truly require. Upon finishing her words, Kumengao was enveloped in a burst of white light and vanished. Don't overexert yourself, dear, Kohong admonished gently. Chapter 34. 10 days the following day, as usual, Kohong rose at 7 in the morning to go for a jog. Upon opening the door, Yuanjun hastily emerged from her room, poking her head out and saying, "Hee, I'm taking advantage of my period to lose weight effectively," Yuanjun said with a smile. "After we finish running, let us grab some breakfast to take back. I have so many cravings, Shangjian. Luosafen and more. All right, you always exaggerate, and in the end, you never finish and end up overstuffing me." Kohong feigned annoyance. "Hee, you're a man. After all, men need to eat more to seem reliable," Yuanjun teased. "Is that really a thing?" Of course. After their morning run and enjoying breakfast together, Kohong returned to the apartment for a nap, then woke to continue writing online literature. The day passed as usual. In the evening, he left for the gym, giving $1 to a street performer along the way, and arrived at the gym. "Today, Suman should be delivering the results, informing me whether I can participate in the boxing match." "Thanks, but I'm actually a bit embarrassed," Kohong replied with a wry smile. "So, the boxing match has already been..." "Oh," the front desk girl covered her mouth, laughing. "You didn't know. Sorry, I thought it would be more appropriate for Xiaoman to tell you." "Just pretend you didn't hear anything. That girl is definitely doing this on purpose." Kohong raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. He then took his locker key to change clothes and stowed his belongings before leisurely making his way to the equipment room upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he spotted Su Man, who appeared serious, conversing with the gym owner, Xiang Shang, who wore a broad smile, clearly basking in success. "It seems I can indeed participate in this boxing match?" Kohong asked with a smile. "I reviewed Zhao Qing's match footage and examined all his data, height, weight, measurements. He's quite comparable to Li Heimo. If you can perform as you did that day, you should be fine." Su Man hesitated, seemingly searching for excuses to dissuade Kohong from fighting, but evidently found none. Thus, Xiang Shang was quite pleased with the current situation, cheerfully stating, "In short, Coach Su has agreed to let you fight in this match. I will take care of the specific registration procedures. The match is scheduled for August 13th, 10 days from today, so you have ample time to prepare. Additionally, Coach Su has some matters to discuss with you. However, since Coach Su isn't a professional boxing coach, I've drafted a simple plan that she will guide you through implementing. Does that sound all right?" That sounds good. Thank you," Kohong humbly responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoqian nodded and took his leave, leaving the remaining matters to Su Man. In fact, the training content isn't vastly different from your previous plan. It mainly focuses on strengthening your wrists, shoulders, and waist muscles, just with a different training approach, Su Man explained. "Since you've become the gym's proxy fighter, the gym has agreed to reduce my personal training sessions, allowing me to train you alone for an hour each day." "Isn't that wonderful? It reduces your workload while increasing your pay," Kohong chuckled, walking alongside Su Man. "Moreover, the gym has agreed that during the time from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., you can have priority access to any equipment." As Su Man spoke, she suddenly halted, grasping Kohong's wrist anxiously, asking, "Are you really sure you want to fight in this match? You could genuinely get hurt." "Have you ever been hit before?" "When I was a child," Kohong said half-jokingly, distracted by the softness of Su Man's grip. "That's different," Su Man replied, half-amused and half-pouting. "I really don't want to see you get beaten up like Li Heimo. Looking all bruised and battered. It would break my heart. Me, you are like a good little brother," Ke Hong interjected, pausing momentarily, realizing it was time for Su Man to reconsider her perception of him. Thus, he turned to face her, his expression serious as he said, "Perhaps after this match, you will change your view and no longer see me as a child." Su Man was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resigning herself to accompany Kohong in training. "All right, let us warm up first." After a brief warm-up, they moved on to Lin Chaoqian's new training regimen. The content had changed, but the focus remained the same, strengthening the same muscle groups, such as practicing throws with a 40-pound sandbag to simulate throwing a real opponent, thereby training shoulder and back strength. Those who have never boxed wouldn't understand the force required to throw a real person. Waiting until the match to adapt would be too late. When using techniques like back throws, one might discover their strength insufficient to toss an opponent, which could be a fatal error. Inside the cage and outside it are two entirely different worlds. In addition to practicing with the sandbag, training with fighting strength ropes and upper arm strength equipment was also essential. Ke Hong discovered that training with these free-fighting tools was significantly more exhausting than with regular equipment. By the way, you'll have to be shirtless during the match. Are you okay with that? Su Man casually remarked while assisting Ko Hong with stretching after training, seemingly intending to use this last point to deter him from participating. We'll see when the time comes. Perhaps I can wear a sports tank top, Ko Hong replied with a chuckle. You're such a strange person. You're about to get hit, and you're still worried about that? Su Man mumbled, both exasperated and amused. Ke Hong simply shook his head, smiling. Just remember to cheer for me. Of course, I'll be there as your coach, Su Man said while massaging Ko Hong's shoulders. So you better not let me see you looking too battered. I'll do my best, Ke Hong replied with a wry smile, silently contemplating the 10 days ahead. Chapter 35. Blocking the door. Hong. Why do you seem even more exhausted today than before? Was it because I had you accompany me to find my sister yesterday, and you're still not recovered, then forced yourself to go to the gym? After returning from the gym, Ko Hong encountered Yi Wanjun in the library, who looked at him with concern, noticing his fatigued appearance. Ke Hong hesitated over whether to inform Yi Wanjun about his boxing match. After a moment of contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to seek his daughter's opinion, so he simply replied, No, such a trivial matter could hardly exhaust me. It's merely that today's training regimen has increased. And I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Oh dear, don't rush it. Take your time, Yi Wanjun chided gently, her face adorned with a hint of reproach. I'm not rushing. I'm merely incrementally increasing my exercise, Ko Hong explained with a wry smile. Yet, at that moment, he noticed several diligent students casting disapproving glances their way. Sensing the tension, Yi Wanjun quickly suggested, All right, let us discuss this later, shall we? We wouldn't want to disturb others while they're studying. Yi Wanjun's thoughtfulness was commendable, but Ko Hong couldn't help but shoot a fierce glare at the group of scholars, who retaliated with equally fierce stares. Stunned, Ko Hong thought to himself, Is it just me? Or do these scholars seem to be targeting me? It feels as though they're not merely annoyed by a disturbance in their studies, but rather intent on thwarting my interaction with Yi Wanjun. He inwardly cursed, vowing to deal with them should he encounter them alone. As for the boxing match, Kum Mengao had instructed him not to invite Yi Wanjun to watch, reasoning that since he would only be participating in a single bout and had no aspirations of becoming a professional boxer, there was no need to invite anyone. Ke Hong agreed with this sentiment, acknowledging that his participation was simply a means to alleviate his financial constraints, expenses for obtaining a driver's license, preparing for the Japanese N3 examination. And the IELTS had nearly depleted his funds, leaving him with only a small buffer for emergencies. Thus, it was time to replenish his modest savings. However, Yi Wanjun had recently grown closer to him. However, if prepared properly, cut into pieces, lightly seared, accompanied by a sauce made from chili, Thousand Island dressing, and a drizzle of lemon juice, paired with a dollop of purple sweet potato puree, garnished with basil and mint, it would not only be visually appealing but also a culinary delight. Ko Hong mused aloud, while Yi Wanjun let out an enthusiastic sound of appreciation. I want to eat that so badly, she exclaimed, clasping her hands in delight. That's not an issue. Next time. Ke Hong replied with a grin, only to realize that the surrounding students seemed to have lost interest in their conversation, their attention diverted elsewhere. Following their gazes, he spotted a slender, graceful figure he instantly recognized as Qin Shuyu. Today, the campus belle wore her hair in a simple ponytail, devoid of any makeup, dressed in a deep purple sundress layered over a white short-sleeved shirt, complemented by white ankle socks and black shoes. Although her outfit might have seemed too childish for a high school student, on her, it radiated a refreshing charm. The fact that she had swapped her contact lenses for a pair of black-rimmed glasses only added to her allure. A fleeting memory of a quiet, sweet girl from middle school flashed through Ko Hong's mind, evoking an indescribable feeling of first love. Unfortunately, this woman still wore that perpetually frosty expression, he noted to himself with a dry chuckle. She's so beautiful, even in such a casual outfit without any makeup, Yi Wanjun said enviously. What's there to envy? Ko Hong replied with a wry smile. You're no less than her. Yi Wanjun smiled mischievously. Your words bring me joy, but I must admit that in many respects, I fall short of her. She glanced down at her modest figure and sighed. If I don't wear makeup, My skin certainly isn't as flawless as hers. She truly is like porcelain, but you are far sweeter and more charming than she is, and your personality is lovely, Ko-hong reassured her. You know, in the eyes of boys, the appeal of a gentle and caring girl often surpasses that of a more aloof one. Yi Wanjun shot him a playful glare, laughing, I'm not a gentle, soft girl. I'm a queen. Haha, yes, a true queen. Ko-hong chuckled heartily. Yi Wanjun lifted her chin defiantly. That's quite true. Besides, I'm a homebody who often spends whole days engrossed in novels and comics. After that, the books must be returned, Yi Wanjun teased, resting her chin on her hands. If you want to strike up a conversation, just see if she borrows any books this time, then you can time your next visit accordingly. I'm not interested, Ke-hong chuckled awkwardly, but as Qin Shiyu passed by the bookshelf next to him, he caught a glimpse of the title of the book in her hands, which began with Alzheimer's something. The rest was obscured from view. He hadn't heard of it and resolved to look it up online later, so he paid it no further mind. It appeared that the book related to Alzheimer's was one Qin Shiyu had purchased herself. After returning a few others, she left without borrowing any new ones. This prompted several sighs of disappointment from their table. What a pity. It seems she won't be back in 15 days. Finishing a novel of that length in 15 days might not be too difficult, but for research or study, the bad news was that once Qin Shiyu departed, the group of scholars resumed their critiques of Ko-hong and Yi Wanjun's chatter. When the time came, Ko-hong and Yi Wanjun gathered their belongings, preparing to leave the library. As they waited for the elevator, Ko-hong caught sight of flickering flames at the library entrance below. Surrounded by a crowd, it wasn't until he and Yi Wanjun reached the ground floor that he realized it was a boy who had arranged hundreds of candles into a heart shape. Standing before them holding a bouquet of flowers, blocking the way, the onlookers were whispering among themselves, speculating about the object of his affections. Upon a closer look, Ko-hong thought the boy seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. Wow, Ahong, someone is confessing. How romantic, Yi Wanjun exclaimed with delight. Just then, the boy broke into a broad smile and approached Yi Wanjun. Exclaiming, Wanjun, he then knelt on one knee before her, presenting the flowers, saying, Wanjun, will you go out with me? Ko-hong was taken aback. The gesture was so exaggerated it could easily be mistaken for a marriage proposal. Indeed, Yi Wanjun stood there momentarily stunned, before a smile flickered across her face. The boy's heart swelled with hope at her reaction. There's a chance. Chapter 36. The third piece of knowledge. Seeing the boy's expression, Ko-hong couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What a naive fool. Yi Wanjun's smile, however, was not one of joy but rather mischief, clearly indicating her intention not to accept. She surveyed him playfully and asked, may I ask who you are? The boy appeared utterly crestfallen, and Ko-hong seized the opportunity to appraise him. He wore glasses, stood impressively tall at approximately 1.84 meters, nearly half a head taller than Ko-hong. Though somewhat slender, he had a decent build with broad shoulders, dressed in a fitted plaid shirt and white pencil pants. Despite his small eyes, he wore a bright smile. Overall, his appearance was quite appealing. It was hardly surprising that Yi Wanjun didn't recognize him, as she was not only the belle of their department, but also well known throughout the entire school. It's me. We're in the same department. My name is Lu Yonghao. Does that ring a bell? The boy pointed to himself, inquiring. Oh, now that you mention it, you do seem somewhat familiar, Yi Wanjun replied with a smile, although she didn't remember him. Ko-hong instantly recalled that Lu Yonghao was a member of the school basketball team, known for his rather flamboyant personality, which Ko-hong found off-putting. In their freshman year, Lu Yonghao had a penchant for drawing attention to himself, often resorting to antics that amused others at the expense of others' dignity. He wasn't inherently malicious, he simply relished being the center of attention. However, Lu Yonghao's family background was merely decent. His father was a director at a local hydropower bureau, which paled in comparison to Yi Wanjun's family. Ke-hong had never engaged with him much, but that didn't mean they were adversaries. Eliciting laughter from the entire classroom, it irked Ko-hong immensely. Everyone has their off days. It's only human to be flustered in a moment of haste. Who hasn't occasionally worn their clothes backward? There was nothing amusing about it. That incident transformed Ko-hong's mild disdain for Lu Yonghao into outright dislike. He was not one to hold grudges. After all, to linger on a trivial matter for so long would be rather petty. However, upon encountering Lu Yonghao again today, the memory resurfaced. Furthermore, not holding a grudge does not preclude the possibility of revenge, for is it not said that a gentleman does not let a grievance go unavenged? With a gentle smile, Yu Wanjun replied, I apologize, but I believe this method of confession may cause some discomfort for everyone. You will be collecting these candles later, won't you? Ah, of course. Lu Yonghao stammered, bewildered. Well, that's good. We must take care of the environment, Yu Wanjun said with a nod, before turning to Ku Hong. Shall we go? Oh. Ku Hong hesitated, still pondering how to tease Lu Yonghao, but at that moment, Lu Yonghao rushed up. Standing in front of Yu Wanjun with a flower in hand, smiling. So, what was the outcome of that confession? Yu Wanjun looked puzzled. I don't even know you. How could I possibly date you? Please remember to clean up the candles. K. Hong could hardly contain his amusement. It was already embarrassing enough for Lu Yonghao to be rejected in front of so many people. The laughter from Ku Hong only intensified his humiliation. He retorted sharply, What are you laughing at? Acting like a backup player makes you feel important? Why? Are you envious of even being a backup? Don't be so pathetic. It almost brings me to tears. Ku Hong shot back without reservation. Lu Yonghao's eyes widened in realization, as if he recognized him. Nonetheless, he remained silent, merely pointing at him and angrily stating, Fine. I'll remember you. K. Hong sensed that he had gotten himself into trouble. Although Lu Yonghao was not particularly notorious at school, given that it was a relatively reputable second-tier university with few unsavory characters, he was known for being combative, having faced disciplinary action several times for fighting. Yet, as a member of the school basketball team with considerable skill, he was often forgiven. In the past, Ku Hong might have felt intimidated, but now, he chuckled. K. Hong came from a well-off family, owning 2 apartments in the city center. His father was a department manager in a state-owned enterprise materials import sector. While not exactly affluent, they lived comfortably in this first-tier city. With his newfound skills in free fighting, he no longer feared Lu Yonghao. In fact, he welcomed the prospect of trouble, eager to avenge past grievances. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Lu Yonghao was part of the basketball team. What if they had to settle matters on the court? His athletic ability was lacking. And despite being fit, he had no technical prowess, which took years of practice to develop. Reflecting on Ku Mingyao's suggestion to seek a 4th skill, Ku Hong felt he might have found his answer. I thought you found that confession method rather romantic, Ku Hong inquired with interest. Yi Wanjun shrugged, rolling her eyes, still managing to look adorable. It is romantic, but don't you find it strange? A stranger confessing to you without any assurance that I would agree? I think he was rather confident. Your refusal must have caught him off guard, Ku Hong remarked, suppressing a laugh. Would you boys agree to a confession from a stranger, even if it was your first encounter? Yi Wanjun asked curiously. K. Hong raised an eyebrow. That would depend on how attractive the girl is. Yi Wanjun shot him a disapproving look, her beautiful eyes wide with reproach, silently expressing her discontent. Most men would likely react that way, but I would want to know more about the person first. What if she had previously cheated on 5 boyfriends? Haha, exactly. Yi Wanjun laughed in agreement as they walked toward the apartment. Upon returning, as was customary, Yi Wanjun wished Ku Hong good night and gently closed the door, locking it as she always did. In truth, she was not going to sleep just yet. It was only 10:30. After removing her makeup, showering, and applying a face mask, it would soon be midnight, hence their routine of exchanging goodnights at this hour. As for Ku Hong, after returning from the gym, he would take a quick shower. 5 minutes was sufficient. After drying off, he dressed and emerged from the bathroom, only to find Ku Mingao sitting on the sofa, announcing, the 3rd piece of knowledge has finally been compiled. We must begin the transmission immediately. Dark circles under her eyes making her look like a panda. Frowning, he sat beside her and asked, Did you pull an all-nighter? Yet, Ku Mingao did not seem tired at all. Instead, she eagerly picked up the transmission glasses and said, The 3rd piece of knowledge is ready. Let us start the transmission and prepare the subsequent affinity plan. This girl, K. Hong chuckled helplessly, settling beside her. I've already thought of the content for the 4th piece of knowledge. Huh? What is it? Ku Mingao asked as she donned the transmission glasses. Look, I've acquired the ability to read emotions through psychology and excellent persuasion skills from future memories. Then there's free fighting, my self-defense capability. And now you're going to transmit cooking skills. As he spoke, Ku Mingao interrupted, initiating the data transmission. A flood of images and knowledge surged into Ku Hong's mind, causing him to inhale sharply. his eyes wide as if in a trance. The rapid-fire information flashed before him like a slideshow, making him feel queasy, as if he might vomit. This sensation persisted for several minutes until the images in his mind finally began to settle. With that, I pondered for a moment. Hong gasped, continuing the conversation, but then shook his head to clear his thoughts, raising an eyebrow in delight. Oh, I can prepare so many dishes now. Daughter, what would you like to eat? Dad will make it for you. Italian, French, Thai, Turkish, or fried rice. Kumengao replied with a deadpan expression. Oh. Kohong immediately felt deflated, but still rushed to the kitchen to prepare the fried rice, continuing the conversation. So we can disregard that, including this one. You've transmitted twice, meaning you only have 2 chances left. I've mentioned before that side effects will appear after the 5th transmission, and since you are my father, I must limit you to 4. I've made up my mind, Kohong replied. You see, mastering instruments isn't essential these days. Learning a bit of piano and guitar should suffice, and as for languages, I've already mastered English, and once I finish this month's Japanese class, I'll have basic conversational skills. But with sports, having a good physique without years of technical training is of little use. Kohong said with a wry smile. Mengao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Was it something that happened when you returned with Wanjun? Come, tell me about it. Hong briefly recounted the incident from their return. And after a moment of contemplation, Kumengao buried her face in the pillow and murmured, this unexpected event might be useful. If handled well, it could enhance Wanjun's affection for you, given her current level of affection. She seems to be the most challenging to win over. Even a slight increase would be significant. We cannot miss this opportunity. As she spoke, Kumengao tapped the coffee table. Now, list the types of sports you wish to learn. After all, you only need skills adequate for common situations, not the elite level required to enter the NBA. So, let us narrow it down to 5 sports. Decide which 5 you want. Basketball is a must. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with Lu Yonghao, Kohong stated decisively. As for soccer, let us skip that, Kumengao replied with annoyance. The national team is still as pathetic as ever. What? The future national team still hasn't achieved anything in the World Cup? Kohong asked incredulously. Mengao pouted. Still the same, 0 goals. All right, then we won. Include soccer. Hong hesitated as he spoke, uncertain of what to choose. How about tennis? It's quite popular these days. And the girls who play tennis are often quite beautiful. Rugby is quite popular in Europe, America, and Japan, so it would be wise to consider that as well. Mengao continued. As for the rest, there shouldn't be anything that requires special attention. I'll ensure you develop in all aspects. All right then, Kohong replied submissively, placing the freshly cooked fried rice before Kumengao. Since you haven't started school yet, there shouldn't be any conflicts with Lu Yonghao for the time being, with a whole month remaining before classes commence. However, I now possess a wealth of culinary techniques, Kohong declared with pride, envisioning how surprised Wanjun would be when they cook together next time. Plan carefully. Don't let my hard work go to waste. Kumengao advised. Moreover, don't focus solely on Wanjun. Don't you have her sister's phone number? Find a way to build a closer relationship with her, and naturally, it will extend to Wanjun's family. Establishing a good rapport with her family will aid you in pursuing Wanjun, but Kumengao raised her index finger to emphasize, remember, do not blindly rely on her family's influence. You cannot expect her to marry you simply because her family likes you. It ultimately depends on your own charm. Her family merely serves as... She pondered over her words, a buff to accelerate the increase of affection, a condition to create unexpected events. I understand. Kohong quickly interjected. Kumengao nodded, satisfied. In any case, I've equipped you with nearly everything you need. Hurry and enhance your affection levels. Only when your affection is sufficient will more options become available. Do you comprehend? Do not squander the efforts I've put in these past few days. Yes, I understand, Kohong replied dryly, having grown accustomed to his daughter's dialogue resembling a dating simulation game. Nevertheless, he indeed acquired numerous methods to increase affection. And he could hardly wait to experiment. Chapter 38. Exquisite home cooking. The culinary skills that Kumengao had instilled in him were truly of world-class caliber. Perhaps it was due to Wanjun's fondness for food. And even if she were not a foodie, such exceptional culinary skills could bring numerous benefits in daily life. Not to mention, Kohong's current understanding of various international cuisines was sufficient to make him the head chef of any restaurant. However, in this day and age, mere skills are not enough. One must possess certification for others to believe in their capabilities. With this new ability acquired, Ko-hong decided to put it to the test immediately. Since Yeonjun's monthly cycle had not yet concluded, she would still join him for morning runs. Seizing the opportunity after their run, Ko-hong extended an invitation. "Hey, I've learned a few new dishes recently. Would you like to try them? One of them is quite suitable for breakfast." He inquired with a smile. "I attempted it yesterday and feel quite confident." When it came to food, Yeonjun was always enthusiastic. And she promptly replied, "Sure, but..." She pouted thoughtfully. "I did promise to cook for you, and now I'm just mooching off you. Let us do it another day. There will be plenty of opportunities." Ko-hong chuckled. "We could also wait until tonight." Wei Yeonjun considered it and nodded. "All right, how about tomorrow evening? After our morning run, we can go buy the ingredients." Thus, it was settled. After their leisurely jog, they each returned to their apartments to shower. Since Ko-hong would finish significantly earlier than Yeonjun, he could prepare a lavish breakfast while she was still in the shower. He heated chopped chives and butter in a skillet for seasoning before setting it aside. Then, he shredded half-cooked potatoes and cheese, mixing these three ingredients together to complete the first step. Next, he poured a small amount of butter and olive oil into the pan, spreading the combined potatoes, chives, and cheese evenly at the bottom. He cooked it on low heat until both sides turned golden and crispy, then fried 2 eggs sunny side up, garnished with a sprinkle of fresh tarragon leaves. The chive and cheese potato pancake with fried eggs was complete. Following that, he prepared a sauce by mixing 2 tablespoons of sour cream with a bit of sesame paste, adding a splash of lemon juice for freshness, and finally incorporating a touch of freshly chopped cilantro, drizzling it around the pancake. A nutritious, delicious, and simple breakfast was thus created. However, as this breakfast had a somewhat mild flavor, Ko-hong decided to fry 2 strips of bacon to enhance its taste, complemented by freshly squeezed orange juice. Nutritional value: perfect. Appearance: perfect. Flavor: perfect. Ko-hong nodded in satisfaction at the breakfast he had prepared. Just as he set the table, Yeonjun knocked on his apartment door. He responded and opened the door to welcome her in. At this moment, Yeonjun had changed into her casual wear, waving her small hand with a smile. "Sorry, I'm here to mooch food again." "You say that as if I didn't invite you," Ko-hong chuckled, ushering her inside. "It smells wonderful. What is that aroma?" Yeonjun lifted her nose to sniff, happily inquiring. "Chive and cheese potato pancake with fried eggs, served with 2 strips of bacon and a glass of orange juice," Ko-hong replied, placing a generously sized pancake before her, roughly the size of a 6-inch pizza, albeit thinner. The portion was just right for Yeonjun. The golden brown potato pancake, paired with white and yellow fried eggs, vibrant green tarragon, and bright red bacon, along with a drizzle of light brown sauce reminiscent of coffee, created a visually stunning dish. It looks absolutely delicious. Excitement sparkled in Yeonjun's beautiful eyes. "Go ahead and try it," Ko-hong encouraged, taking a small piece himself. "I'm quite confident in it." Unhurriedly, Yeonjun used her fork to cut a small piece of the pancake and tasted it, immediately covering her cheeks in delight. "So good. The sweet and savory flavors are perfectly balanced, and the pancake pairs wonderfully with the fried eggs and bacon." She quickly took another bite, mixing it with the egg and bacon, and released a blissful sigh. Though it's all fried, it's not greasy at all. I absorbed the oil with paper towels, and adding lemon juice to the sauce alleviates the greasy taste," Ko-hong explained with a smile. Wei Yeonjun took another bite, savoring the flavor of the pancake, and only after swallowing did she ask, "I've had chive pancakes before, but compared to yours, aside from the difference in sauce, there seems to be something else." Ke-hong propped his chin on his hand and smiled gently. "Really? Is it a good difference or a bad difference?" "Yours is tastier," Yeonjun replied with a beaming smile, her expression turning curious. "The pancake has a unique aroma, almost like almonds, but also..." She tilted her head, deep in thought, then sighed in frustration. "I can't quite describe it, but it complements the flavors of the pancake and chives perfectly. And the sauce adds more depth to the taste. It's amazing." With enthusiasm, she took another bite, looking at Ko-hong with eager eyes. "Ahong, how did you make this? Teach me, please. My friends and family would absolutely love it." Ko-hong chuckled. "Actually, it's because I used gruyere cheese, which has a subtle nutty flavor. I wouldn't mind teaching you, but I believe if I made it directly for your friends, they would be thrilled." This was Kohong's subtle way of encouraging Yuan-jun to introduce him to her friends and family, not necessarily with the intention of becoming her boyfriend, but rather to integrate into her social circle. Ku Mengao had informed him that meeting Yuan-jun so late was a significant disadvantage, so he aimed to embed himself into her previous circle of friends and family. This strategy would help mitigate that disadvantage. So they probably pester you to cook for them every day, Yuan-jun, blissfully unaware of Kohong and Ku Mengyao's ulterior motives, cheerfully agreed. She then indulged in her chive and cheese potato pancake with gusto. The taste was truly delightful. After finishing breakfast, just before leaving, Yuan-jun smiled sweetly at the door. This girl's smile was naturally sweet, and her deliberate effort to appear charming only intensified the sweetness, melting hearts in the process. Just this smile alone made Kohong feel that all his efforts in preparing the meal were worth it, not to mention when Yuan-jun continued. Wait for me, I'll take charge of dinner tomorrow night. However, it is not as delicious as what you make, so please don't be dismissive. Chapter 39. Talent showed, but if I bring Su-man back, it is best to avoid any interaction among the main female characters. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead one of them to stray from the romantic line into the friendship line. It is wiser to err on the side of caution. After contemplating for a while, Ku Mengyao continued, how about this? You could make some macarons, those colorful little French pastries, and take them to the gym for Su-man and the other girls to try. How could they enhance my appeal? Ku Mengyao playfully swatted the top of his head with her tiny hand, exclaiming in exasperation, with the techniques I've shared with you, making these should be a breeze. Right, the future has already unveiled new techniques. Thus, that evening, as Kohong made his way to the gym, he carried a bag in hand. Along the way, he encountered the street musician once more, and as usual, he handed him $1 along with a macaron. The musician, in turn, cheerfully waved at him and resumed strumming and singing Jackie Chung's I Really Got Hurt. K.E. Hong waved back and continued on his path to the gym. As he swiped his membership card, he handed the bag of macarons to the charming receptionist, smiling. Here, take these, but promise me you won't eat them all by yourself, all right? The receptionist shot him a glare, opened the bag, and exclaimed in delight, aren't these macarons so adorable? This prompted a flurry of gasps from the surrounding receptionists, sales staff, and personal trainers who quickly gathered to see the commotion, leading to a frenzy of eager hands reaching for the treats. Macarons are somewhat of an enigma in the dessert world. Aside from the cost of ingredients, their high failure rate and short shelf life make them a risky endeavor. Typically, unless an expert pastry chef with a high success rate is involved, most dessert shops shy away from selling them. However, the finished product undeniably appeals to women, being both delicately shaped and vibrantly colored, enhancing their charm. Where did you buy these? I've searched several places and none sell macarons. I do know of one place that sells them, but they are quite expensive. How come you're so generous this time? You're not sweet on our little man, are you? Wow, a made-December romance. How thrilling, but I'm all for it. Yes, we all support you in pursuing Su-man. What are you talking about? I made these myself, Kohong said with a wry smile, heading towards the lockers with his small bag of macarons. This class will end soon. What do you mean by teasing? Why again? When have I ever teased them? Kohong furrowed his brow, handing her the macarons, saying, here, for you. Macarons? Where did you get these? Su-man asked with curiosity, a hint of distress on her face. Oh, I really want to eat one. Ever since I started dieting, I haven't touched these. Why are you torturing me by bringing them? Seriously, such ungratefulness. I was going to give them to the others. Kohong replied, slightly annoyed, but Su-man dodged playfully, laughing. Hee, no way. You've already given them to me, so they're mine now. I heard the others say you made them yourself? Yes, didn't I tell you? I am quite skilled in the kitchen, Kohong boasted with pride. Su-man smiled, saying, not surprising, otherwise, why would you be here trying to lose weight, right? Hey, why are you so bad at small talk? Kohong feigned displeasure, frowning. Haha, sorry. I used to be chubby because I loved to eat. Su-man laughed joyfully, picked up a macaron, took a bite, and exclaimed in astonishment. Did you really make it? Absolutely, otherwise, how could I afford so many? Kohong feigned a smile. The texture is incredibly delicate. Typically, macarons are overwhelmingly sweet, but this filling, acid cream? No. It has a subtle aroma that balances the sweetness. Su-man took a dainty bite and asked, smiling, coconut, Kohong explained, hands on his hips. Plus, I sprinkled some coconut powder on top. The coconut aroma effectively mitigates the cloying sweetness. There are also rose and jasmine flavors. And this osmanthus one is my proud creation. In truth, macarons are more about their visual appeal, but in terms of flavor, for some, they can be excessively sweet, which is hard to accept, and the good ones are few and far between, due to the limitations of the ingredients. Macarons are inherently sweet, so Kohong employed a trick of flavor perception. Scientific studies have shown that humans primarily use their sense of smell to discern flavors rather than taste. Thus, Kohong utilized these fragrant notes to deceive the palate. Masking the cloying sweetness, you truly made these? I've never had such delicious macarons before, Su Man remarked in astonishment. No wonder the receptionists and trainers went wild over them. Do you know our little you? Her boyfriend has bought her macarons a few times, and each time she just snaps a photo to show off and then throws them to others because that shop's macarons are dreadful. Indeed, I made them myself. Ke Hong, eager to steer the conversation back on track, added, I even ground the almond flour myself. If you don't believe me, invite your friends from the gym over next time. And I'll cook a meal for you all. If you don't become my loyal fans after that, I'll retire from cooking. Oh, you really know how to boast. All right, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself in the future. Su Man chuckled, then pulled Kohong towards the combat training room, saying, well, even if you bribe me, don't think you can slack off. It's time to train. The competition is just 8 days away. Chapter 40. See you at the usual place indeed. Kohong's macarons significantly enhanced his appeal among the girls at the gym. However, let us not forget that the most prominent ones already had boyfriends. While the single ones, however, when it comes to appearance, in comparison to Su Man and Yiwan Jun, these girls were quite similar. Nonetheless, it was not entirely fruitless. At least Su Man agreed to let Kohong showcase his culinary skills at her home one day. Ahong, by the way, did you run into any cute girls in your Japanese class? That evening at the library, Yiwan Jun teased. If I had, I would have come back bragging, Kohong replied somewhat irritably. But unfortunately, they were all a bunch of nerds, mostly just socially awkward guys. If it weren't for the exam, I wouldn't want to go at all. Hee. Why? Yiwan Jun giggled, then with a serious tone said, good luck. When I travel to Japan in the future, I'll have you as my translator. Oh, I've finally found a reason to stay in that Japanese class. Kohong joked. You're quite impressive. Learning things so quickly. With only a month left until summer break ends, I wonder how much I'll be able to comprehend by then. Yiwan Jun pursed her lips, placing her book in front of her. Appearing to study earnestly, however, not long after, she leaned over to ask, Ahong, how do you solve this type of question? Kohong glanced at it and replied, oh, this one. I've seen a reference book that has detailed solutions. Let me go find that book and teach you. Just a moment. Yiwan Jun sweetly nodded, her smile captivating several nearby individuals who dropped their books in distraction. Ke Hong then wandered over to the bookshelf. As he passed by shelf 32, he suddenly turned back. I think I saw the words Alzheimer's, Kohong murmured, furrowing his brow, and upon returning to that shelf, he indeed found a book on the outer edge. Alzheimer's, Taking Away Your Loved Ones and Your Loved. Ke Hong read the title aloud, noting that this book was authored by someone from abroad, resembling more of an academic discussion than a textbook. He recalled that the book Qin Shuyu had held that day bore the same words, and with a shrug, he grabbed the book and flipped through it casually. He discovered that Alzheimer's disease is indeed what is commonly referred to as senile dementia, categorized into several types based on age and symptoms. However, the causes and clinical manifestations were not of interest to him, so he ceased his reading, initially indifferent to the subject. He merely glanced at it since he had seen it in Qin Shiyu's hands the other day. Unlike her, who was a medical student, he felt no need to delve deeper. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Qin Shiyu, as it seemed she was particularly focused on dementia. He wondered if it was due to personal experience or some other reason. However, Kohong secretly thought that the girl was somewhat unfortunate, for if she hoped to achieve success in this area, she was surely heading in the wrong direction. From the futuristic device brought by Kamengao, it becomes evident that attempting to cure this ailment from a medical perspective poses significant challenges. Thus, an alternative approach has been adopted, exploring different avenues for treatment. Ke Hong did not dwell on this matter. He simply returned the book to its rightful place and resumed his quest for the textbook he sought. Explaining the problem to Yi Wanjun proved somewhat arduous, as Ku Hong's gaze frequently strayed to her lustrous brown hair. The faint scent of her presence also distracted him, and he could even spot a few faint freckles adorning her delicate face. Fortunately, Yi Wanjun remained oblivious to his wandering thoughts. Just then, Ku Hong's phone abruptly chimed, and upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was a WeChat message from Yi Junmo. "Meet at the usual place tonight." Ku Hong read aloud, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Why Yi Wanjun, casting a suspicious glance his way, inquired, "You and my sister. You've only met once before. This girl truly is something. What usual place could there possibly be?" Ku Hong exclaimed in exasperation, then arched an eyebrow, asking, "Since you've only met once, do you think the usual place refers to the bar from last time?" That's quite possible, Yi Wanjun pondered before gathering her books. "Let us go together and see what this girl is up to." At that moment, Ku Hong's phone buzzed again, and Yi Junmo added, "Don't tell my sister." Consequently, Ku Hong escorted Yi Wanjun back to her apartment before preparing to head to the bar. "Come back early," Yi Wanjun mumbled, a hint of displeasure in her tone, her expression undeniably endearing. Yi Hong found himself stifling the urge to ruffle her hair, chuckling, "Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on that young girl." "That's not what I meant," Yi Wanjun huffed, her cheeks puffing in annoyance. "It's so late, and she still wants to drag you out. What time will you even be back, always causing trouble for others?" "You really don't have to go. Who knows, she might be in trouble," Ku Hong replied with a smile, unable to resist reaching out to pat Yi Wanjun's head. "Rest assured, I will return to update you." Thankfully, Yi Wanjun did not flinch or express disdain, merely nodding with a worried demeanor. In truth, the bar was not far from their school, and the journey was quite convenient, just a short walk to the subway station. "Did you not bring any other friends?" "Well, my old friends typically don't frequent places like this," Yi Junmo shrugged, lifting her beer. "And as for my new friends, since the last time, they probably don't want to hang out with me anymore." With that, she set the beer on the bar and pushed it toward Ku Hong. However, just as the beer slid across the counter, a hand unexpectedly reached out from between Ku Hong and Yi Wanjun. Seizing the bottle, "You can't be sure about that," a scoff echoed, and Ku Hong turned to see the notorious Kunkin making a menacing grin, flanked by 4 or 5 others who wore sinister expressions. Well, if it isn't the troublesome brat, back again. Chapter 41. A small test of skill. Yet Yi Junmo appeared even more astonished than him. Upon hearing Ku Hong's words, she furiously retorted, "I had no idea." "What do you take me for? You can't blame me." Because Ku Hong gestured toward Kunkin and his companions. Following his direction, Yi Junmo was taken aback to see her boyfriend, Fu Kong, among them. "Fu Kong, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed in indignation. Fu Kong surged forward, his anger palpable, pointing a finger at Yi Junmo. "You shameless girl, how can you even ask? I was wondering why we broke up. Turns out you're with this scoundrel." "Are you serious?" Ku Hong interjected, his brow furrowed in disbelief. But Yi Junmo's face flushed with rage. "What nonsense are you spewing? Wasn't it you who broke up with me?" Ku Hong recalled Fu Kang's previous remarks and sighed in resignation. "Wow, are you really this daft? What kind of logic is that?" Fu Kang's face reddened, but he was more ashamed than angry. I was just throwing a tantrum like before. I thought in a few days." "In a few days? What, you thought you would come back to coax me and resume our relationship?" Yi Junmo snapped, tossing a handful of bar snacks at him in frustration. "Dream on, I'm telling you. I won't coax you ever again. I've had enough of your monthly breakups. Are you a child or a girl? For goodness sake, act like a man." The couple devolved into a heated argument, and as an outsider, Ku Hong found it inappropriate to interject, opting instead to wait for the tempest to subside. Meanwhile, Kunkin sidled up behind Ku Hong, watching the commotion with amusement. "I've been lurking in this bar for days. And I knew you were involved with that troublesome girl. I finally caught you." "About that," Yi Hong attempted to explain but felt utterly helpless, eventually sighing, "Fine, I don't quite understand what's going on either. All I can say is that you two have indeed crossed paths. Moreover, I wouldn't let you off so easily." Kunkin whispered conspiratorially in his ear, but Ku Hong was unfazed, resting his chin on his hand and sighing. "Can you not be so insufferable? Can't you see how much everyone here despises you?" Kunkin glanced around, noticing not only the bartender and servers, but also the patrons who either looked disdainful or resigned. Incensed, Kunkin slammed the table and shouted, "What the hell are you all looking at?" In an instant, The four boys accompanying Kunkin stood up, their sudden display of bravado startling nearby patrons into averting their gazes. While the bar's security remained reluctant to intervene, after all, they were merely security personnel. Their role was to attempt to break up fights, not to engage physically, as adults were often constrained by the law and their own understanding. Fearing legal repercussions and the hassle of giving statements, however, Kunkin and his gang were different. They lacked any moral compass or respect for the law, making them a formidable presence. Consequently, no one dared to involve themselves. Leaving Ko-hong to fend for himself, although Ko-hong felt a twinge of anxiety, he was not intimidated. This marked his first encounter as an adult, preparing to confront others, with Kunkin and his crew. There were 5 of them, and he felt quite confident he could take them down, especially since they had yet to mature into fully grown adults and appeared relatively slender, given his current physical capability. As one attempted to incapacitate an opponent, the others would certainly not stand by idly. If he tried to execute a hold and another came in with a kick, it would be disastrous. He needed to devise another approach. Muay Thai? No, the force would be too great. Risking injury to these boys, wrestling? Certainly not. In this environment, wrestling would only result in inflicting harm on both sides. Jeet Kune Do? Perhaps that K.E. Hong contemplated. During his reflection, Yi Junmo and Fu Kang had concluded their spat. Standing on the losing side, Fu Kang decided to abandon reason and, shoving Yi Junmo aside, angrily declared, "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Kunkin, let us settle the score." Kunkin pointed at Yi Junmo, barking, "You, go grab that troublesome girl and don't let her escape. First, let us deal with this guy. Then we'll have a chat with that girl. If I don't teach her a lesson, where will my face go? How can I show my face in Nanfeng Street again?" Kunkin seethed, pushing Fu Kang in the chest, sending him tumbling to the floor. Ko-hong noticed Kunkin's right hand was bandaged but appeared functional, indicating it had nearly healed. "You're mistaken," Ko-hong interjected, furrowing his brow. "Take a look at yourself. To repay the kindness of the one who saved you is utterly ungrateful. To betray a friend is disloyal, to lay hands on a girl is inhumane, and to turn against your mother who raised you is unfilial. With such disloyalty, unfiliality, inhumanity, and injustice, what face do you have left?" Ko-hong calmly addressed those around him, stating, "Just in case, everyone here should be prepared to testify for me later. I am certainly." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Junmo suddenly lifted her foot and struck the ankle of the villain Kuin with her high-heeled sandal. Approximately 5 centimeters in height, seizing the opportunity as he grimaced in pain, she followed up with a sharp slap that sent Kuin staggering. Then, grabbing Ko-hong, Yi Junmo exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry and run." However, before they could dash away, Yi Junmo let out a cry of anguish as her wrist was seized by the villain Kuin. "You little brat. You've already slapped me twice. I shall return the favor tenfold." Kuin seethed, and with his injured right hand, he grasped a beer bottle, preparing to smash it against Yi Junmo's head. Yet, before he could make contact, his wrist was seized by someone else. "I am merely acting in self-defense," Ko-hong said with a smile, completing the sentence he had left unfinished. Chapter 42. The second period. Ko-hong blocked Kuin's strike. With Kuin's right hand still injured and mobility hindered, he was forced to retaliate with his left hand. Ko-hong supported Kuin's left elbow with one hand while twisting his wrist with the other, causing Kuin to cry out in agony as he was thrown onto a nearby table. "That was my beer," Ko-hong said cheerfully, pinning Kuin's wrist down, ensuring his hand remained on the table, and reclaiming the beer from Kuin's right hand, despite his desperate struggles to escape Ko-hong's grip. With a slightly apologetic smile, Ko-hong remarked, "Oh, my apologies. The break between classes has concluded, and it is now time for the second period. So tell me, have you learned your lesson, you? Why do you scoundrels enjoy smashing hands so much?" Kuin howled, directing his ire at his companions. "You useless lot, are you just going to stand there and watch? Get over here and help." Everything transpired too swiftly. It was only after Kuin's outburst that the 4 companions finally regained their senses and, in a fit of rage, grabbed beer bottles to hurl at Ko-hong. Meanwhile, Ko-hong was still holding Yi Junmo's delicate wrist, checking, "Are you alright? I promised your sister I would look after you. If you get hurt, I won't be able to explain it to her. I'm fine, just a bit red. Watch out," Yi Junmo warned, pushing Ko-hong's head down just in time to avoid a thug's beer bottle. Ko-hong chuckled. "Oh, thank you." He then swiftly caught another assailant's wrist with his left hand while gripping their elbow with his right, skillfully twisting, resulting in a distinct cracking sound as their elbow was dislocated. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but wince, and the unfortunate individual, now disarmed, clutched their arm in agony. Just as Ku Hong turned around, a second assailant swung a beer bottle at him. He raised his left hand to absorb the impact, quickly seizing their wrist with his right to prevent the bottle from colliding with his face and twisting the arm downwards, eliciting another crack from the elbow. This second individual let out a scream, their grip loosening, causing the beer bottle to fall. Ke Hong glanced at it, lifted his foot to catch the bottle midair, and then tossed it back, landing it squarely on the second assailant's head. However, as the bottle had not been thrown high, it merely produced a soft thud without shattering. Oh, the person groaned, clutching their head and collapsing to the ground, rolling in pain, unsure whether to hold their hand or head. The third individual, witnessing this, hesitated for a moment before joining forces with the fourth to launch an attack. Ke Hong ducked just in time to evade the first assailant's beer bottle. Then, employing the same technique he had used against Ju Tai, he seized the opponent's wrist with one hand and pressed on the inner side of their elbow with the other. This time, however, Ku Hong did not assist in blocking the beer bottle, resulting in the individual instinctively bending their arm, causing the bottle to collide with their own forehead with a resounding thud. The third assailant immediately fled, clutching their forehead, the bottle slipping from their grasp. Ku Hong deftly pushed the bottle underfoot, causing the third assailant to slip and fall flat on their back. Realizing they were now alone, the first assailant roared in frustration and, with a fierce expression, smashed the beer bottle against the bar, splattering beer all over themselves. Ke Hong frowned, standing with hands on his hips, observing. In that moment, the last assailant hesitated, but ultimately raised the bottle's sharp end to stab at Ku Hong. Ku Hong swiftly blocked their wrist with his left hand while pressing down on their shoulder with his right, spinning them around while twisting their arm behind their back, causing the bottle's sharp end to jab into their own backside. Ah! The individual screamed, discarding the bottle and rushing out of the bar, clutching their rear. The remaining few lay on the ground, nursing their injuries. All right, stop howling so dramatically. It's really not that serious, Ku Hong said with a hint of annoyance. The techniques he had employed were derived from Huaxia martial arts, specifically grappling techniques that target joint manipulation. While grappling can cause immediate harm, it requires precision and advanced skill. The dislocated arms of the young thugs were quickly reset by Ku Hong, resulting in only minor discomfort aside from the initial pain. Once they regained their composure, they helped the injured Duan Kuan out of the bar. I and the future, do avoid causing trouble here. Ku Hong waved goodbye, then turned to the bartender with an apologetic smile. Sorry for the inconvenience. Perhaps I should refrain from coming back. The handsome bartender chuckled heartily. No worries. Next time you come by, we can discuss your interest in becoming our security. Next time, Ku Hong raised an eyebrow. The bartender nodded with a grin. For now, you all should leave quickly. A server just mentioned that the police have been called. A timid maid behind the bar waved at Ku Hong, forcing a smile. Sorry, I'm just worried they might take things too far. You should leave now. Oh, it's quite all right, but remember. Before Ku Hong could finish, Yi Junmo abruptly pulled him along, urging, what are you waiting for? Let us go. Do you want to be taken in by the police for questioning? Your beer. Another beautiful waitress with a ponytail handed him a bottle as they rushed past, smiling sweetly. Thank you. Ku Hong accepted the bottle while being dragged along by Yi Junmo. We'll tell the police it was self-defense, the waitress added cheerfully, while the bartender, polishing a glass, chimed in, or we could inform them that the bar's surveillance is out of order. Ku Hong was uncertain how far they had run together before stopping, but he did spot a police car speeding towards the bar, which ignored them completely. They continued until reaching a secluded alley, where both paused to catch their breath. Suddenly, Yi Junmo raised her arms and laughed joyously. Wow, that was exhilarating. A police car? We almost got caught. Ku Hong couldn't understand what was so joyous about the situation. He chuckled wryly, taking a swig from his beer bottle, only to discover that the vigorous run had spilled most of its contents. As he looked dejectedly at the empty bottle, Yi Junmo playfully slapped his back. Come on, it's just one bottle of beer. Let us go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack to make up for your beer. Chapter 43. Sister's Approval Right. This place has the best grilled food I've ever had. Cooked with electric grills. I discovered it while exploring with my sister, Yi Junmo said, placing a beer bottle in front of Ku Hong. Here, your beer. Honestly, I was just joking. I wouldn't truly fret over a single bottle of beer. Kohong replied with a wry smile. By the way, Yi Junmo continued, taking another bite of barbecue, you really know how to fight. A monk does not speak falsehoods, Kohong joked. Oh, so does that mean a monk should also not pursue my sister? Yi Junmo shot back immediately. I could always return to the secular world, Kohong replied earnestly. Yi Junmo playfully smacked his arm. You shameless person. However, let us keep this a secret from your sister for now, he said, sipping his beer. I fear she might think I'm a violent person. The truth is, I learned this for fitness and self-defense. After all, it's beneficial for a man to have some self-protection skills. Not everything can be resolved with mere words, and relying on the law can sometimes be too late. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Junmo nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. For instance, if your wife were to be assaulted, even if the perpetrator faced legal consequences later, it would not undo the emotional and physical trauma you both endured. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Kohong nodded in agreement, then said, So it's settled. Shall we keep it a secret? All right, Yi Junmo replied, taking a sip of beer, before letting out a slight sigh. I truly apologize for involving you in this matter. I never anticipated that guy would stalk me in secret. Kohong waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to worry about it. Then, resting his chin on his hand, he lamented, However, how should I report this situation to your sister when I return? Just tell her I brought you along as a shield since I've broken up with that scoundrel. Yi Junmo said nonchalantly, She will undoubtedly be overjoyed and might even thank you for it. After all, she has always urged me to end things with that jerk. Fu Kong, do not blame your sister. Given your boyfriend's character, I too believe you should part ways. Kohong sighed. I can understand a girl coaxing a boy when he frequently initiates breakups, but for the boy to repeatedly seek reconciliation, that is rather childish, especially for someone who is already 19. He is 20 now, Yi Junmo scoffed. I used to have my reservations, considering I had been with him since middle school, back when he wasn't such a scoundrel. I thought perhaps he would mature with time. As she spoke, Yi Junmo sighed and took a hearty swig of her beer, declaring, But gradually, I too have grown weary. Each time I hear my sister say something, it only fuels my irritation, prompting me to deliberately avoid breaking up with him just to vex her. On the subject of immaturity, you aren't much better than your boyfriend. Kohong chuckled awkwardly, yet, upon receiving a fierce glare from Yi Junmo, he hastily changed the subject, exclaiming, Wow, I haven't had such spicy and delicious barbecue in ages. After finishing their late-night meal, Kohong prepared to part ways with Yi Junmo. They arrived at the subway station, ready to take different lines home. Before departing, Yi Junmo evidently had more to say. You and my sister attend the same school, which makes you somewhat of a senior to me, she remarked, playfully patting Kohong's chest. Raising an eyebrow, Oh, you're quite solid, aren't you? In any case, let's keep in touch. Once school starts, I will come looking for you. I have accepted you, and if you wish to pursue my sister, I shall assist you. When the time is right, I will seek your help, Kohong replied with a smile. Yi Junmo waved at him with a spirited flair before boarding the subway, her movement reminding Kohong of Yi Wanjun. He couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between the two girls, who, despite their similar appearances, possessed vastly different personalities. By the time Kohong returned to his apartment, it was already 11:30 at night. However, upon glancing at the balcony, he noticed that Yi Wanjun's room light was still on. He lowered his voice and called, Hey, are you asleep? Not yet. Hold on, came the hurried response, followed by the sound of slippers slapping against the floor. Be careful not to trip, Kohong cautioned, and soon after, Yi Wanjun emerged from her room, wearing a pale yellow floral nightgown. Yi Wanjun was quite a modest girl, never dressing too revealingly. Her nightgown exposed only her collarbone and arms, while the rest was well covered. So, what did she want with you? Yi Wanjun asked anxiously from the neighboring balcony. Oh, it's good news, Kohong replied with a smile. She brought me along as a shield to break up with her little boyfriend. Apparently, they've fought over breaking up too many times, and she no longer wishes to appease him. She borrowed my situation from last time. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanjun let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. I've lost count of how many times I've told her not to appease that scoundrel, but she never listens. What kind of childish and willful man behaves like that? You might want to avoid saying that in front of her again. Kong raised an eyebrow. I know, I won't, Yi Wanjun replied, pursing her lips and glancing at him sideways, seemingly chiding him for underestimating her intelligence. She continued, do you have any idea that Fu Kong, my sister's ex-boyfriend, faced opposition from his family regarding their relationship? They even pressured him to go on blind dates behind her back, and that scoundrel actually went. What a jerk. How could he go on blind dates when he has such a beautiful girlfriend? Exactly, and let me tell you, he even used this as leverage against my sister, threatening that if she upset him again, he would actually pursue that other girl. It's infuriating, although his family is well off. My family is not lacking either. His mother used the excuse of wanting a suitable match, but it's clearly just an excuse. Thankfully, Junmo didn't get involved with him, or else. Yi Wanjun spoke passionately. And only after a lengthy discussion did Kong steer the conversation away, glancing at the time and saying, oh dear, it's getting late. You should head back inside. You're dressed so lightly. It's easy to catch a chill in the summer air. All right, Yi Wanjun replied, sniffing and smiling. As if feeling a bit cold, she pushed the door open partially, peeking inside, then waved her hand at Kong. Good night. I've already bought the ingredients, and tomorrow night I'll cook for you. Consider it a treat for helping my sister ditch that jerk. Chapter 44. The Dinner of Three, Part 1. So you've managed to establish a good rapport with Yi Wanjun's sister, Kong mused, surprised at how smoothly things had progressed. The next day, while having breakfast at his place, Ku Mingao listened to Ko Hong's report with a calm expression, remarking, you've had quite the stroke of luck, encountering such an unexpected situation. Who would have thought that even your skills in free fighting could enhance your likability? Is it really luck to encounter such unexpected events? Kong muttered to himself with a wry smile. Ki Mingao waved her spoon at him, admonishing, well, remember to take the initiative. Don't just wait for her to contact you. Reach out to her on WeChat more often. Not only will it help you gather information, but it will also increase her fondness for you. But don't be too forward. You don't want Yi Wanjun to think you are interested in her sister rather than her. It's so hard to find the right balance, Kong sighed, resting his chin in his hand. Be proactive yet not overly so. That's the plight of being a man. Women are inherently complex, Ku Mingao responded curtly. By the way, which sister do you think is better? Think carefully before you act. Kong contemplated for a moment. While the two sisters bore some similarities in appearance, they were not identical twins. The younger sister was slightly more petite and adorable, with a cheerful and straightforward personality. The elder sister, on the other hand, was also petite but had a sweeter and gentler appearance, with a far more vibrant personality than her looks suggested. Thus, while one could argue that they were equally charming, personal aesthetic preferences would determine whether one found the younger sister more attractive or the elder sister. As for personality, Kong had never placed much importance on that, as long as a girl was genuine and straightforward. Whether she was gentle, spirited, proud, or regal, each had her own charm. However, whenever Yi Wanjun's image surfaced in his mind, her sweet smile lingered, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth. And her adorable nose scrunching up made her utterly endearing, coupled with her deep dimples and carefree body language. It was no wonder she earned the nickname Healing Goddess. Be able to witness such a smile every day would be an immeasurable blessing. Kong thought to himself, nodding, indeed, Wanjun is more to my taste. So, you prefer the elder sister, Ku Mingao remarked, returning to her phone, fiddling with it for a while before suddenly recalling something, replying, in that case, you must perform well tonight. Perform well? But tonight is Wanjun's turn to cook. I'm merely the one eating, Kong replied, confused at Ku Mingao's side, pinching her forehead. Seriously, does cooking mean one person cooks while the other just watches? Can't you interact a little? Can't you help her wash and cut the vegetables or serve the dishes? Compliment her cooking? I warn you, don't criticize her cooking. If you lower her fondness for you, just wait and see. Oh. Kong nodded vigorously. Ku Mingao, exasperated, covered her forehead, lamenting, you really? If it weren't for me, how old would you be before you finally get married? Yes, I was wrong. Kong lamented dramatically, pounding the sofa cushion in despair. All right, I'll head back early. You tidy up your den, make sure there are no strange paper balls lying around, and hide or lock away any weird folders in your notebook, Ki Mingao instructed before finishing the last bite of her chicken wrap. And in a flash of white light, she vanished from the sofa. That evening, Yu Wanjun knocked on Ko Hong's apartment door, carrying a large bag of ingredients. "I'm here," Ko Hong called out, opening the door to find Yu Wanjun standing outside with a sweet smile. Holding several large bags, he quickly took the bags from her hands, exclaiming, "Why did you buy so much?" "Because I only excel at a few dishes," Yu Wanjun replied, lifting her chin slightly and pouting with a smile. Today, Yu Wanjun donned a casual outfit for cooking, a light brown v-neck t-shirt paired with pale blue cropped pants, yet she remained strikingly graceful, her slender silhouette exuding an alluring charm to keep her hair from falling into her face while cooking. She cleverly used a headband to sweep her bangs back, instantly imparting a more mature air about her. As she rolled up her sleeves, she confidently tied on Ko Hong's Kung Fu Panda apron in the kitchen. Smiling as she said, "I've invited Junimo today, as I sense that you two seem to get along quite well." I was pleasantly surprised when she actually accepted. "Could you please help me greet her when she arrives?" Ko Hong felt a twinge of disappointment. The dinner for two had now become a trio, potentially disrupting the atmosphere he had hoped to cultivate. He had even taken the time to call Su Man to postpone his gym session. However, the silver lining was that Yi Jun-mo was supportive of him, so he didn't perceive her presence as a hindrance. Moreover, assisting Yi Wanjun could enhance his likability, deepen his connection with Yi Jun-mo, and facilitate his integration into Yi Wanjun's familial circle. While Ko Hong pondered these thoughts, he helped Yi Wanjun in the kitchen. It was evident that she was more accustomed to being his sous chef. And now, as the head chef, she appeared somewhat clumsy, revealing her infrequent forays into cooking, which only added to her charm. Around 5:30, rather than contacting Yi Wanjun, Yi Jun-mo called Ko Hong directly. "Come down to meet me," she commanded curtly before hanging up, leaving no room for argument. Jun-mo asked me to come down and meet her," Ko Hong stated flatly, slightly perplexed. "Why didn't she call me?" Yi Wanjun inquired, a hint of displeasure creeping into her voice as she checked her phone, revealing no missed calls or unread messages. "Perhaps she didn't want to disturb you while you were cooking," Ko Hong quickly explained, seizing the opportunity to head downstairs before Yi Wanjun could dwell on it. At the entrance of the community, he spotted the petite figure idling about. Upon seeing Ko Hong, Yi Jun-mo shoved a beverage into his arms and shot him a sidelong glance, teasingly saying, "I thought you had lost interest in my sister, considering you live next door, but still act like a gentleman. That's not fair. I was here first," Ko Hong muttered in discontent. "Then it must be fate." Yi Jun-mo replied with a playful smile, her glance reminiscent of Yi Wanjun's alert. Yi Hong shook his head to regain focus and said seriously, "You can joke around now, but please refrain from saying anything inappropriate in front of your sister later." "I'm being serious, I understand. I'm quite discreet," Yi Jun-mo replied, striding ahead like an elementary school student. Once upstairs, Ko Hong ushered Yi Jun-mo inside. Upon seeing her sister, Yi Wanjun peeked out from the kitchen with a bright smile, saying, "Jun-mo, you've come? Just wait a moment. Dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes. "Oh," Yi Jun-mo replied nonchalantly, then glanced at Ko Hong and added, "Sis, I heard this guy is quite the chef. I think I'll stay over tonight and sample his culinary skills for supper." Yi Wanjun's eyes lit up with excitement. "That sounds wonderful. We haven't slept together in ages. Just hope you won't want to go home after tasting my cooking," Ko Hong said, placing the beverage down with a smug grin. "Let the feast begin," Yi Wanjun declared cheerfully, presenting the final dish at the table. "What a lavish spread," Ko Hong exclaimed, marveling at the array of dishes before him. Beef stew with potatoes, braised chicken wings, sweet and sour fish, borscht, and a plate of minced eggplant with bok choy. For 3 people, it was indeed a sumptuous meal. "Consider yourself fortunate. My sister doesn't cook for just anyone," Yi Jun-mo remarked, diving into the meal without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yi Wanjun poured herself a drink, first serving Yi Jun-mo and then Ko Hong, her gentle demeanor evoking images of a traditional wife serving wine to her husband, which left Ko Hong somewhat enchanted. After serving the drinks, Yi Wanjun said with a smile, "It's not too bad. I often come here to share a meal, and his cooking is far superior to mine. You'll see tonight." "Is it really that impressive?" Yi Jun-mo raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Believe me, anything you can name, I can cook. Except for dark cuisine," Ko Hong confidently asserted. "Well, I won't put you to the test. After all, it's challenging to create a feast without ingredients," Yi Jun-mo quipped, then turned to Yi Wanjun to inquire, "Sis, what other ingredients do we have?" Yi Wanjun grinned. "We still have some chicken thighs left." I initially planned to make curry chicken but decided it didn't fit the theme, so I opted for chicken wings instead. Ye Junimo nodded. In that case, why not whip something up with those chicken thighs? But if it doesn't taste good, don't say I didn't warn you. Chicken thighs? That's almost too easy. I feel embarrassed. Kohong sighed in resignation. Please, spare me the niceties. Use your most scathing critique. Ye Wanjun stifled a giggle. Then asked, how does it taste? Is there enough food? I might need a third bowl. Ke Ihong nodded solemnly. Indeed, the meal is substantial. Ye Wanjun chuckled. Aren't you on a diet? I am, but my body refuses to comply. Kohong replied, devouring his food with gusto. All right, I know you're flattering me. How does my cooking compare to yours? Surely, I must know, Yi Wanjun teased, turning her face away, though her spirits lifted knowing Kohong was intentionally complimenting her. In truth, Yi Wanjun's culinary skills were commendable. While not professional, it was remarkable for a girl of her age, especially in an era when many young women rarely cooked. Her dishes had a unique homely flavor that was hard to come by. Let us hurry and eat. Kohong still has to hit the gym later, Yi Wanjun reminded Yi Junmo. Oh, the gym? Yi Junmo raised her eyebrows with a smile, taking a sip of her drink. And then playfully asked, I've been contemplating whether to join a gym myself. Perhaps you could take me to your gym to check it out. If the environment is good, I might consider signing up. Sure, go check it out. If it's good, let me know and I'll join you, Yi Wanjun replied with a smile. However, for Kohong, this felt like a bolt from the blue. He recalled Ku Minyao's warning. Never let the leading lady and the secondary lady meet before the time was ripe. Otherwise, one or both might transition from romantic interests to mere friends, making it exceedingly difficult to rekindle the romance, even if Yi Wanjun didn't attend. If Yi Junmo caught wind of his closeness with Su Man, explaining it would require considerable effort, potentially tarnishing his reputation with Yi Junmo. What kind of mess is this girl creating? Kohong thought in frustration, pondering how to dissuade Yi Junmo. Thus, while Yi Wanjun served him rice, Kohong whispered urgently, what are you thinking? What do you mean? Is it wrong to check it out? Yi Junmo pouted, displeased. If your sister goes too, my martial arts training will be exposed. What if she thinks I'm too aggressive? Didn't we agree to help each other? Kohong pleaded anxiously. Yi Junmo sulked, puffing her cheeks and muttering something before lapsing into silence. Forget it. I'm too full to be bothered. I'll just watch some TV at your place and sleep instead, she said carelessly after dinner, her tone laced with discontent and arrogance. All right, then, you can go shower at my place first. I'll help Kohong clean up this mess, and then join you, Yi Wanjun said sweetly, nodding at Kohong as they both began tidying up by the sink, once Yi Junmo had left. Yi Wanjun smiled brightly, saying, thank you so much for today, Kohong. Huh? I'm just a freeloader. Why thank me? Kohong asked, puzzled. No, really, I haven't had a meal and watched TV with Junmo in ages. Yi Wanjun replied, clasping her hands in delight. Since I started university, I haven't had the chance. I'm so grateful to you for bridging the gap, now that Junmo and I are at the same school. Such opportunities will likely arise more frequently, so, Kohong, I might need your help again in the future. It's a small matter. Once she tries my cooking, I'm sure she'll want to come often. Kohong smiled faintly, acknowledging that while this meant Yi Junmo would be a third wheel, it also presented him with more chances to share meals with Yi Wanjun, potentially increasing their rapport. Indeed, I think so too. To go for it. Win her over with your culinary skills, Yi Wanjun exclaimed, clenching her tiny fist, seemingly unaware of the implications of her words. All right, I'll take care of the dishes. You don't like washing pots and pans, do you? Kohong asked with a wry smile. Fine, go keep your sister company. I'll tidy up here and then head to the gym, he said. Okay, good luck at the gym, Yi Wanjun replied with a sweet smile and a playful tilt of her head. In that moment, Kohong felt a surge of satisfaction. Worth it, after tidying up the pots and pans. Kohong, as usual, made his way to the gym for his training session. Ever since he had prepared macarons the last time, the ladies at the gym had shown him considerably more enthusiasm. During the workout, Su Man hinted that several of the sales girls seemed to have developed an interest in him. However, Kohong remained indifferent, merely stating before leaving that he would bring some pastries next time he had the chance. Upon returning to his apartment and finishing his shower, he was soon greeted by a knock on the door from Yi Wanjun and Yi Junmo. Yi Wanjun was still wearing that lovely pale yellow nightgown, while Yi Junmo donned a light blue two-piece sleep ensemble that evidently belonged to Yi Wanjun. the chest area appearing somewhat loose. "Are you ready to indulge in a delightful culinary experience?" Ko-hong asked with a proud smile. "Yes," Yi Wanjun replied, nodding happily, while Yi Junmo retorted, "You've really built up the hype." Chapter 46. Effortless Mastery. The option of chicken thigh meat was both simple and complex. It was simple because Ko-hong could create dozens, if not hundreds, of dishes with chicken thighs, yet it was complex due to the overwhelming array of choices, making it difficult to decide. Thus, Ko-hong pondered as he gazed at the pieces of chicken before him. Should he proceed or not? It was already 10:30, and he was utterly exhausted. Yi Junmo, visibly impatient, yawned, commenting that late-night snacks were already prone to adding weight, and since he made her wait so long, he better make it worth her while. This remark did indeed spark an idea in Ko-hong. Given the late hour and with Yi Wanjun and her sister waiting, he decided to whip up something quick yet delectable. With that, he set to work, gathering various ingredients. He seasoned the chicken, poured olive oil into the pan, and began to saute the chicken. As it cooked, he quickly chopped some chicory and added it to the pan to cook alongside the chicken. Next, he crushed a clove of garlic and snipped 2 sprigs of thyme to infuse the dish with aromatic herbs. At this point, the chicken skin had turned crispy and golden, prompting him to flip it along with the chicory. He then crafted a sauce with white wine, chicken broth, and a touch of butter. Once the sauce was ready, the chicken and other ingredients were also done. After plating, he drizzled the sauce around the chicken and chicory. And in about 15 minutes, a delightful dish of pan-seared chicken thighs with chicory was complete. The golden, crispy chicken, the beautifully sauteed red and white chicory, along with the vibrant green thyme, provided a striking visual impact. As Yi Wanjun and Yi Junmo sat down before the plate of chicken, a rich aroma wafted towards them. The scent of the chicken mingled with hints of garlic and the spiciness of thyme, creating an indescribable allure, further complemented by a subtle yet persistent fragrance of wine that immediately whetted their appetites. "It smells divine. I shall not hold back," Yi Wanjun exclaimed joyfully, cutting a small piece of chicken to taste. She covered her mouth and squinted her eyes in delight, proclaiming, "Delicious. The layers of flavor are incredibly rich." This dish, while appearing straightforward and ready in just 15 minutes, emphasized fundamental skills, particularly the art of cooking the chicken. Chicken thighs are quite thick, and only by achieving the perfect sear can one attain a crispy exterior while maintaining a tender, juicy interior. Overcooking would render them tough, while undercooking would leave them raw. Following that was the selection of the sauce. Ko-hong opted for Marsala wine, a fortified wine from Sicily, known for its richer sweetness and aroma compared to ordinary wines. This choice significantly enhanced the dish's flavor complexity, with the sweetness harmonizing beautifully with the savory chicken, coupled with the right ingredients, chicory, thyme, and garlic, paired with the Marsala-infused sauce. It was akin to a perfect match made in culinary heaven. Western cuisine places great emphasis on the harmonious combination of various ingredients, from the main components to the accompaniments and spices, while Chinese cuisine tends to focus more on the chef's refined skills. Yi Junmo scoffed at Yi Wanjun's enthusiasm, then cut a small piece to taste, her expression neutral, slightly dismissive as she remarked, I expected something more exceptional. The flavor is merely passable." Yet, despite her words, Yi Junmo's actions betrayed her as she proceeded to cut a second piece, then a third. Eating at a measured pace without pausing, her demeanor unremarkable yet her hands never still. "Apologies for the rushed meal. Since you were waiting, I had to prepare something quick," Ko-hong said, drying his hands and offering a humble smile. "I hope you can forgive my lack of hospitality." Yi Wanjun simply smiled at Yi Junmo, who continued to eat with gusto, before joining in herself. It wasn't until they had finished the chicken that Yi Wanjun sighed contentedly. I feel so satisfied." She gently caressed her lovely, still slightly concave abdomen. She added, "I've eaten so much. I must start dieting again." Turning to Yi Junmo, she suggested, "Shall we do some yoga before bed?" "All right," Yi Junmo replied, wiping her mouth, then hesitatingly gazing at the empty plate before waving her hand with faux arrogance, saying, "Actually, it's not too bad. Though not as exaggerated as you claimed, it's still passably decent." Her endearingly haughty demeanor reminded Ko-hong of his precious daughter. K.E. Menga once said that personality is shaped more by environment than by genetics. Ko-hong reassured himself, shaking his head to dispel the odd thought. Meanwhile, Yi Wanjun could no longer contain her amusement and let out a soft laugh. "What are you laughing at? Let's go already. It's time for yoga, Yi Junmo said, a hint of mock indignation in her voice as she pulled Yi Wanjun away toward the neighboring apartment. Yi Wanjun, being dragged along, could only gesture apologetically. Sorry, but you'll have to clean up after you est. No problem, you two go enjoy your yoga, Ko Hong chuckled, secretly relieved as he too felt quite fatigued after his workout. Nonetheless, with his confidence in his culinary skills and the way Yi Junmo had responded today, he was certain she would often come over for meals in the future, undoubtedly a splendid way to integrate himself into Yi Wanjun's family circle. In time, it wouldn't be surprising if he found himself cooking at Yi Wanjun's home rather than this apartment. Reflecting on it, the initial memories of persuasion skills and knowledge had greatly benefited Ko Hong in both work and study, albeit not in an immediately apparent manner, but rather through a prolonged, subtle influence. The second set of combat skills provided him with self-defense capabilities, yet due to his current physical condition, he had yet to fully realize their potential, rendering their impact similarly indirect. However, it was his culinary prowess that truly allowed Ko Hong to shine in everyday life, granting him a rare sense of ease, a feeling of mastering life rather than being led by it. As he cleaned the dishes, humming a little tune, a voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Well, you seem to be in a rather good mood today. Startled, Ko Hong nearly dropped the plate he was holding. Would you only make your entrance if I were frightened? Oh dear one, Ko Hong retorted with an amused glare, placing the plate in the sink, given the significance of dining with Yi Wanjun and her sister today. How could I not come to compile the data? Ku Mengao replied with a calm expression, pulling out her phone and looking at Ko Hong. Now, begin your report. How did everything go today? Ko Hong pondered briefly before stating with seriousness. The conclusion is that I believe both of their affections have increased. Let me elaborate on the specifics. Chapter 47. A second provocation. Ke Hong acknowledged, smiling as he asked, so, does the princess have any further instructions? For now, that will suffice, Ku Mengao replied, tapping her phone. You have a week until your boxing match, so prepare well. This upcoming fight is quite important. Once your exams conclude, you'll need funds for your piano lessons, guitar lessons, and upcoming travels. Yes, I understand. Ko Hong nodded. I've watched videos of my opponent's matches. Their skill is indeed comparable to Li Haim's, so I should be able to handle it easily. However, how much I can earn will depend on the odds. And how is your online writing faring? Ku Mengao inquired further. For now, I've at least secured a formal contract, so that's a start. Ko Hong scratched his head, revealing a hint of concern. Although securing a contract is a coveted achievement for many authors, Ko Hong did not appear overly elated, as this was merely the first step into the world of online literature. Achieving tangible results might take over a year, or even several years, along with the accumulation of popularity from multiple works. To generate sufficient income to cover living expenses, the aspiration to become a celebrated author was unrealistic without significant literary prowess and favorable circumstances. It's a slow process, Ku Mengao sighed. I've failed to consider sources of short-term income. But there's no need to worry too much. If this project doesn't perform well, I can always download a successful book for you in the future. Rest assured, I will ensure you gain recognition before you graduate from university. Ko Hong nodded. I'm not too concerned about that right now. I have plenty of options available to me. Setting aside his future career as a sales manager with his current culinary skills, he could easily obtain a certification and find a position in a Western restaurant. His abilities would undoubtedly qualify him as a chef. Indeed, Ke Mengao rested her chin on her hand and inquired, how long does it take you to finish a day's work, if we calculate it based on 4,000 words? It takes about 2 hours, Ko Hong replied, adding, however, when it comes to 8,000 words, it only requires 3 hours, as once I find my flow, the narrative unfolds seamlessly. After pondering for a moment, Ku Mengao did some mental calculations and remarked, 3 hours, plus 2 hours for Japanese class, can be confined to one afternoon. That would cover 2 days' worth of work. This way, I could free up a day to take on a job, right? Perhaps I should start at a relatively renowned Western restaurant as a general worker, seize an opportunity to showcase my abilities, and then aim for a promotion. Fine. No problem, Ko Hong said with confidence. The salary of a chef at a high-end Western restaurant should be quite decent. Even as a part-timer, I could earn some pocket money in a month. However, he recognized that the crucial issue was his lack of a chef's certificate, making the opportunity for advancement all the more significant. With his knack for persuasion, he thought perhaps he could create such an opportunity himself. Let's wait until you've finished your boxing match, Ko Mengyao suggested after a moment's thought. Subsequently, after giving Ko Hong a detailed set of instructions, she returned to her original world while he settled down for the night. The next day, due to Yu Wanjun accompanying Yi Junmo home and staying for a day, Ko Hong found himself back in his previous routine. Although his schedule remained packed, he hadn't anticipated how monotonous and dull life would become without the occasional chats with Yi Wanjun on the balcony. Fortunately, he could alleviate some of this tedium through WeChat, where he came across a post by Yi Wanjun featuring the masala sauce chicken steaks he had prepared for the sisters the previous night. In the evening, as was customary, Ko Hong headed to the gym for training. Since the macaroon incident, he had grown quite familiar with the girls working at the gym, although some had become a bit too forward. Hong, I've brought some almond flour and other ingredients. Could you help me make some macaroons to share with my friends? The male salesperson, whom Ko Hong did not know at all, shamelessly attempted to ingratiate himself. The labor involved in making macaroons far exceeds the cost of ingredients. If the success rate were 100%, their resale value could multiply tenfold. It was already a hassle, and the fact that he didn't even know this person made it all the more unappealing. Sorry, that's a bit difficult, Ko Hong replied with a wry smile. The failure rate for macaroons is quite high. With the amount of ingredients you've brought, I might only yield 1 or 2. Plus, macaroons cannot be stored for long. So by the time I finish and bring them over, they'd have spoiled. In truth, with the unique culinary techniques he would develop in the future, the success rate for macaroons could be maintained at around 80%. He was merely using the rate as an excuse to decline the request. After extricating himself from the salesperson, Ko Hong proceeded to the second floor to meet Su Man and continue their previous practice. However, upon entering the gym this time, he unexpectedly encountered Lee Haemo. Ever since the incident in the cage between Ko Hong and Lee Haemo, the latter had not appeared in the same sparring room as him. He's preparing for a match soon, Su Man whispered, but his opponent is also a newcomer, just like you. No wonder. Ko Hong raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the caged. That moment, Lee Haemo was engaged in physical training with Lin Chaosen and Lu Yao. Upon seeing Ko Hong, Lin Chaosen offered a slight smile and nod, while Lu Yao immediately averted her gaze, and Lee Haemo shot him a menacing grin. Lee Haemo had cropped his buzz cut even shorter, making him look even more intimidating. Ke Hong raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of foreboding, but Su Man tugged at his shirt, saying, "Ignore them, let us focus on our training. The match is just around the corner." "Hey, kid, the match is coming up soon, right? Come on, step in, let us have a couple of rounds. Hitting the sandbag is no substitute for real combat," Lee Haemo suddenly called out from the cage. Grinning, Ko Hong glanced back at him, while Lee Haemo provocatively raised his eyebrows. "Don't pay him any mind, he's just bitter about losing to you once," Su Man advised quietly. "Let us warm up first, Xiao Man, it's been a while. Your little backside seems to have gotten even perkier." Lee Haemo leered with a smirk. "I'd love to see what it feels like to bump into you from behind." Su Man's face flushed crimson, while Ko Hong raised an eyebrow, contemplating before turning around with a smile. "All right then, I'll be counting on you. Come spar with me, don't," Su Man hurriedly interjected, turning her face away. "I'm fine, I know. Being cheeky won't get you anywhere," Ko Hong said, rolling his neck and smiling amiably. "He's right. Hitting the sandbag can't compare to real combat." Chapter 48. Pre-match experiment. You're back again. Do you even realize there's only a week left until your match? If you sustain a muscle strain or dislocation now, what will happen come match day? Su Man exclaimed anxiously, but Ko Hong interrupted her. "If that happens, I simply won't compete, which would suit your wishes even better, wouldn't it?" Su Man paused, seemingly finding some logic in his words, and reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, Ko Hong once more stepped into the octagon with Lee Haemo, donning protective gear and boxing gloves. Simultaneously, he began to observe Lee Haemo. In such a short time, it was improbable for him to have undergone significant changes in conditioning. From Ko Hong's perspective, Lee Haemo's physique appeared nearly unchanged since their last encounter. However, he seemed quite confident. Ko Hong estimated that Lee Haemo had likely made adjustments to his fighting style, perhaps gaining insights into joint techniques from someone. Su Man stood outside the cage with Lu Yao, exuding an anxious demeanor, torn between hoping Ko Hong would sustain a minor injury to avoid the next match and fearing he would suffer severe harm. Ko Hong genuinely felt that this sparring session could be quite beneficial. He had never experienced the sensation of being genuinely struck. Previously, he had only faced off against novices or amateurs. Now, experiencing it beforehand would better prepare him mentally for the upcoming match. Once the cage was locked, Lee Haemo exuded confidence, and Ko-hong raised an eyebrow as he assumed his stance, mirroring Lee Haemo's posture. As expected, when the bout commenced, Lee Haemo did not rush to close the distance, but instead maintained a mid-range, aiming to employ jabs, swings, and kicks to engage in close combat, thereby avoiding allowing Ko-hong to utilize joint techniques. Ke-hong indeed had the means to swiftly close the gap with Lee Haemo. Yet he chose to test this striking exchange instead. Thus, he raised his left arm to block Lee Haemo's swing, feeling a powerful impact resonate through his arm. Ke-hong experienced a tingling sensation in his left forearm, quickly followed by a throbbing pain, causing him to stagger back a step. Seeing this, Lee Haemo appeared even more pleased, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Ko-hong's lower body. Ke-hong raised his leg, bending his knee to block the kick, and inhaled sharply in pain as he retreated 2 steps. However, it was evident that Lee Haemo was also pained by the exchange, as he refrained from delivering another kick and instead swung his elbow towards Ko-hong. To the casual observer, it seemed as though Ko-hong was entirely at Lee Haemo's mercy, being forced to huddle defensively. This sight made Su Man outside the cage anxious, while Lu Yao gleefully remarked, "Oh, it seems your backing is faltering. What do you think? It's not too late to reconsider my previous suggestion." Su Man shot him an annoyed glare, but at that moment, Ko-hong suddenly surged into Lee Haemo's embrace, gripping his wrist with one hand and his upper arm with the other, then turned to press his back against Lee Haemo's chest. This move, appearing akin to an over-the-shoulder throw, prompted Lee Haemo, possessing some knowledge of grappling, to instantly shove against Ko-hong's back to mitigate the force of the maneuver. However, Ko-hong then swiftly lifted his foot to strike at Lee Haemo's ankle and leaped forward. In this manner, Ko-hong executed a forward roll with Lee Haemo beneath him, absorbing the impact. Though Lee Haemo was cushioned beneath Ko-hong, the force of the takedown was still significant, allowing Ko-hong to rise quickly. This technique, known as a back carry throw, is more advanced than a standard over-the-shoulder throw and, due to the added weight of the thrower, possesses greater power, serving as an upgraded version of the latter. However, given Lee Haemo's resilience, a single throw would hardly keep him down. He quickly scrambled to his feet and swung a punch toward Ko-hong's face. Initially, Ko-hong had merely intended to gauge Lee Haemo's striking and kicking power to experience the intensity of a real match. Now, having felt the pain, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He had not anticipated the actual impact would be so painful, especially given that he had only blocked the attack. If he had taken the hit directly, it would have been far worse. Nevertheless, Ko-hong was merely conducting an experiment. With his skills, he remained confident in his ability to avoid being hit during the match. Thus, as Lee Haemo launched another punch, Ko-hong deftly used his left hand to strike at the inside of Lee Haemo's elbow. Lee Haemo felt a sudden wave of fatigue wash over his arm, and in that moment, Ko-hong capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a precise punch to Lee Haemo's bicep. Instantly, Lee Haemo's right arm lost all strength, and Ko-hong seized his right arm, stepping back while simultaneously sweeping his foot behind Lee Haemo's knee. Lee Haemo was suddenly yanked off balance, and then with a swift sweep from Ko-hong, he stumbled and dropped to one knee on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ko-hong leapt onto Lee Haemo's kneeling thigh, his right elbow crashing down on Lee Haemo's head with tremendous force. Despite the protective gear, the impact was substantial due to Ko-hong's weight. Lee Haemo let out a muffled grunt and fell backward. Feeling dazed and struggling to rise, Ke-hong felt a twinge of anxiety. He certainly was not limited to just joint locks and similar techniques, as he was also proficient in standard striking methods. Initially, he thought that with his current physique, his punches and kicks wouldn't pack much of a punch, yet he was surprised to see that one strike had rendered Lee Haemo disoriented. Fortunately, he had donned protective gear, and given Lee Haemo's sturdy build, the blow to the forehead did not cause a concussion or more severe injury, or else he would have faced legal repercussions. The combat techniques imparted by Kum Mengao were indeed exceedingly formidable. My apologies. Are you all right? I mismanaged my strength. It seems my practical experience is still lacking." Ko-hong hurriedly approached to assist Lee Haemo, who was still somewhat disoriented, leaning against the cage for support. Helpless, he grasped Kohong's hand to pull himself up, before being assisted by Lin Chaosen to exit for a medical evaluation. Upon emerging from the cage, Kohong observed that Li Heimo appeared to be mostly unharmed, which brought him a sigh of relief. That moment, he locked eyes with the astonished Lu Yao, and greeted her with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Coach Lu? What were you discussing with Coach Su just now?" Lu Yao laughed awkwardly, then shot a meaningful glance at Kohong before turning to leave. This scene felt oddly familiar to him. Hong mused to himself, then shrugged and turned to Su Man with a smile. "All right, Xiao Man. Shall we resume our previous practice? You really are, Su Man sighed in exasperation, seemingly at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend or scold Kohong, ultimately leading her to guide him towards the equipment with a resigned, "Let's practice." Chapter 49. Methods to eliminate enemies. Where on earth did you learn those freestyle fighting techniques? Su Man inquired, unable to suppress her skepticism as she assisted Kohong in training. "Your father isn't a spy or something, is he?" "Not quite, but perhaps my daughter is," Kohong replied with a dry chuckle, a statement grounded in truth. "There you go again, you little lowly enthusiast." Su Man frowned disapprovingly. Seemingly believing Kohong was jesting, Hong offered no defense, merely smiled as he continued to work on the upper arm strength trainer. "Thanks again for today," he said as he departed, addressing Su Man and the front desk girl. "I'll bring some snacks for you tomorrow." "Oh, I shall eagerly await that." The front desk girl smiled, nudging Su Man with her elbow. "You're quite fortunate to have found such a boyfriend, aren't you, Xiao Man?" "Indeed, Hong will surely find a beautiful girlfriend," Su Man replied succinctly. The front desk girl sighed in exasperation, while Kohong laughed and waved goodbye as he left. Upon returning to his apartment, Kohong received troubling news. Yuanjun would be staying at home for a week. She claimed that the rare easing of tensions between the sisters provided an opportunity for her to rest at home, intending to spend time with old friends and catch up with her siblings. A week? Ugh. That feels so long, Kohong sighed inwardly. Without Wanjun next door, he felt a lack of anticipation in his life. Somehow, he had grown accustomed to her presence, nearly forgetting that she only rented the apartment during the summer. After school commenced, she would likely return to her dormitory. "What's there to sigh about?" Ku Mengao remarked, munching on a sandwich. "Isn't it because you helped reconcile the sisters? Besides, with her back home, you can invite Su Man over for dinner or something." That's a valid point, but we had already agreed to cook at Su Man's place after this weekend's competition, treating it as a celebratory feast. Kohong furrowed his brow. "Then focus on your own affairs. You won't need to go to the library tonight, right? You can prepare a few more drafts and carve out time to take your driving test," Ku Mengao inquired, after asking him about his upcoming exams. She calculated that with a bit of effort, he could manage to pass the driving theory test, Japanese N3, and IELTS within the week. "You should also get used to life without Wanjun," Ku Mengao advised sternly. "Men ought to be independent, understand? Don't let her think you can't function without her. Being overly reliant will only make you passive in love." That's true. Hong nodded vigorously. However, on another note, he felt a sense of relief that Yu Wanjun was staying at home, as he was not entirely unscathed from his bout with Li Heimo. He examined the outside of his arms and parts of his legs, which had developed slight swelling and bruising merely from blocking and defending against Li Heimo's punches. Indeed, still too fragile, he lamented quietly, realizing that his muscles were not yet sufficiently robust, having only been training for a little over a month. This also indicated that Li Heimo was not entirely inept. His practical experience in combat had allowed him to maintain a certain level of success, which Kohong found somewhat admirable. "This guy. I didn't expect him to have some skill," he thought. Mengao seized a nearby can of Yunnan Baiyao spray and applied it to his wounds while gently massaging the area. In that case, why not turn an enemy into a friend? Didn't Abraham Lincoln say that the best way to eliminate an enemy is to make him a friend? Wise individuals should strive to have no enemies. Otherwise, life would be spent in constant vigilance against others. That's a good point. Kohong nodded in agreement, but he does have some traits I'm not particularly fond of. Everyone has flaws. You might consider getting to know him better before making a decision, Ku Mengao suggested earnestly. However, I still recommend that even if you don't become friends, at least resolve any conflicts. Otherwise, you're not Spider-Man. Getting ambushed from behind can be quite detrimental, can it? That's true. Kohong mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Let's go with that. I'll give it a try. However, Someone like Lu Yao, I have no intention of befriending. She lacks any qualities I admired. So be it. Ku Mengao concluded, licking the sauce off her fingers. In the meantime, focus on your efforts. With Wanjun away, you can work on increasing your rapport with Su Man afterward. Ku Mengao pecked Ko Hong on the cheek before returning to her side. This little girl, truly, raising a daughter is heartwarming, he mused, stroking his cheek. He felt that his beloved daughter's advice was indeed wise. It was best to maintain an active role in love, without appearing too dependent. Lest he be led around by the nose, making one concession after another. Having more free time that evening, Ko Hong could address some matters ahead of schedule. Following his daughter's advice, he began preparing some snacks, intending to bring them to the gym for the girls and Su Man to taste, while also contemplating how to resolve his conflict with Li Haimo. This time, he planned to make red velvet cake, ensuring to prepare the ingredients in advance and bake it fresh the following day before heading to the gym. He also intended to save a portion for Wanjun. Yi Hong contemplated sending Yi Wanjun a WeChat message about this, but then recalled what Ku Mengao had said. Upon reflection, he realized he often took the initiative to contact Wanjun, while she had never reached out to him first. Thus, he hesitated and locked his phone again. Being proactive, he pondered, feeling somewhat conflicted. But what if she never contacts me? That would imply his worth was insufficient. In his daughter's words, his likability was still lacking. Yi Hong muttered to himself, nodding affirmatively. I cannot give up. I must strive harder. However, his daughter had also mentioned that the battlefield of love was akin to a war zone. After some contemplation, he decided to document the ingredients for the red velvet cake and shared it on his social media. In truth, his WeChat friends list consisted of only a few middle and high school friends, with his university connections limited to his roommate, Su Man, Yi Wanjun, and Yi Junmo. He rarely engaged with WeChat otherwise. For the sake of his and his daughter's future happiness, he resolved to employ a little cunning. Chapter 50. Elimination of enemies. This was, in fact, unavoidable. His high school and middle school friends had all moved to other cities for their studies. The lack of contact during school left a sense of estrangement, compounded by the scorching summers in Nanhua City that felt akin to a disaster film. Even if he didn't mind the heat and wished to meet up with his friends, they were reluctant to venture outdoors. His university roommate happened to be from another city, and when the holidays arrived, they all returned home. However, in this day and age, staying in touch is quite convenient. After finishing his run, Ko Hong bought breakfast, returned home, took a shower, and opened his phone to check and his social media feed. Yi Wanjun and Yi Junmo had both replied to his previous post about red velvet cake, and they were the only two to respond, which did not surprise Ko Hong in the slightest. His friends from middle and high school, as well as his university roommates, were just like him, uninterested in social media. Su Man merely regarded it as a tool for communication, no different from texting or calling. Only this pair of sisters actively engaged with it. I want to eat, Ahong. Save me a piece. Yi Wanjun commented, adding an adorable angry cat emoji. Meanwhile, Yi Junmo haughtily remarked, when I come over, you better make me a fresh batch. After pondering for a moment, Ko Hong replied to Yi Wanjun, by the time you return, it will have gone staled. I'll make you a new one when Junmo arrives. Will you two be able to finish it? After sending the message, Ko Hong put his phone away and, as usual, attended his Japanese class before heading to the gym. On the way, he handed $1 and a small piece of red velvet cake to a street musician. The musician paused his guitar playing and smiled, saying, the macarons from last time were delicious. You've got quite the skill, buddy. Ko Hong simply smiled in response, not delving into the implications of that statement. He considered that the musician's compliment suggested he knew what macarons were and had likely tasted others to make a comparison, indicating that this person was not an ordinary busker. However, Ko Hong did not ponder this further at the time. Come on, I've made red velvet cake myself. Cut it into pieces and don't snatch anyone else's. Ko Hong joked as he smiled at the female staff member at the front desk. She teased, if you keep this up, we're all going to get fat thanks to you. What's the harm? The gym is right upstairs. Just go exercise a bit, Ko Hong retorted playfully, waving his hand. I'm off to change now. Just make sure not to snag Xiaoman's portion. Got it? As if I could steal your Xiaoman's share. Another salesgirl chimed in playfully. After changing clothes, Ko Hong went upstairs, but couldn't find Su Man anywhere. He checked the personal training room and eventually discovered Su Man sharing the red velvet cake with a slightly plump woman. Mrs. Tang, What are you hiding here to snack on? Kohong frowned and asked, then greeted Mrs. Tang. Hello, Mrs. Tang. Most of Su Man's clients were those he had charmed into joining, so he naturally recognized them. Su Man shot him an annoyed glare and said, "It's all your fault. This kind of thing is high in calories. What if I end up as fat as before? Plus, my clients are trying to lose weight. What will they think if they see me indulging?" Mrs. Tang stifled a laugh, saying, "All right, I admit I was tempted too. I discussed it with Xiao Man, and we decided to share." She added, "Anyway, my lesson is over now. I'll finish up and leave without interrupting your training." "Take care, Mrs. Tang. You've lost quite a bit of weight lately," Kohong remarked cheerfully. Mrs. Tang merely glared at him, but seemed pleased nonetheless, finishing the last bite of red velvet cake before departing. "Let's get to training." Kohong smiled at Su Man after a few steps. He asked, "How does it taste?" "It's delicious, soft and moist, not dry at all, just the right amount of sweetness," Su Man replied, smiling. "I tell you, if this keeps up, I'm going to end up looking like I used to do." "You're a bit too thin right now. A little extra weight would actually suit you better." Kohong raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You do look more curvaceous and sexy, but that might cost you your job, so perhaps it's best to keep things in check." Su Man's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "It would be even better if you could make something that doesn't cause weight gain." "Oh, you have high demands," Kohong teased. "If that problem could be solved, there wouldn't be any overweight people throughout history." As they chatted, they arrived at the combat training room and began their practice. Not long after, Li Heimo entered with Lin Chaosen and Lu Yao. Recently, Li Heimo was preparing for a competition, so he needed to train diligently. "Don't mind them. Let's focus on our practice. Your match comes before his," Su Man encouraged. However, Kohong raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet, and walked towards the cage. Su Man attempted to grab him. However, Kohong raised his hand to signal her to be quiet and walked toward the cage. Su Man attempted to grab him, but he gently broke free, patting her hand reassuringly, signaling that it was all right. Until he reached the cage. "Are you aware that your base is quite unstable?" Kohong remarked at the cage's edge. Li Heimo raised an eyebrow, turning to look at him, his expression a mixture of surprise and anger. It seemed he had never considered that Kohong would voluntarily seek conflict. However, Kohong opened the cage and stepped inside, pushing Lu Yao aside, signaling Lin Chaosen to move aside as well. However, Kohong swiftly opened the cage, stepped inside, pushed Lu Yao aside, and positioned himself opposite Li Heimo. "If you want to guard against my joint locks, maintaining a mid-range distance is usually a sound choice. I assume someone must have taught you that, but your critical flaw lies in insufficient core strength, which leads to an unstable base." Li Heimo frowned, but remained silent, sizing up Kohong, still pondering his intentions. "So you see, your weakness isn't the joint locks. Think back to every time we've sparred. Didn't you always end up losing your balance first?" Kohong continued. Li Heimo contemplated this, nodding slowly. "It does seem that way." "Exactly. Joint locks are not your weakness. That is. Ke Hong explained. "In free fighting, there are many who don't know joint locks. Your body coach and combat coach are not the same person. Your combat coach may not recognize your physical issues, while your physical coach may not understand how your physique affects your fighting. You need to strengthen your core and leg training. Once you're stable, you won't be threatened by joint locks, as most locking techniques require groundwork." Li Heimo mulled this over, and then snapped back to reality, replying curtly, "Why are you being so kind? Because I've noticed you do have some genuine skills. I can teach you some joint lock counter techniques." Chapter 51. The boxing match approaches. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were going to rush in and fight him again." Su Man sighed in relief as Kohong stepped out of the cage, her face pale from the fright. Her complexion was already quite fair, and this commotion made her look like a white person. Her face pale with fright. Her complexion was already fair, and this commotion made her look almost like a white person. "Me, such a kind person, how could I ever hit him? When have I ever initiated trouble?" Kohong frowned. "That's true. I really appreciate that about you. A man who holds grudges seems particularly petty." Su Man smiled. "With your generosity, I feel reassured." Ke Hong chuckled, but then added coldly, "However, I want to reconcile with that Lu Yao. Li Heimo has some flaws, but there are also aspects worthy of respect. As for Lu Yao, I haven't found anything admirable yet. I wouldn't want you to reconcile with someone like that either." However, after a while, Li Heimo shook the cage, his expression dark as he shouted, "Hey, brat, come teach me a few moves." Kuhong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Man, who nodded encouragingly. "All right, what do you want to learn?" Shouted, "Hey, kid, come teach me a few moves." Kuhong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Man, who nodded encouragingly. "All right, what do you want to learn?" Kuhong asked as he donned his boxing gloves and stepped into the octagonal cage. "I want to learn how to break locks," Lee Haemo declared defiantly. "I don't believe it," but after Kuhong employed 6 or 7 methods to lock Lee Haemo into submission, Lee Haemo finally believed. Once established, it's challenging to escape. Therefore, you must first understand which stage that process entails to know the opportune moment for countering. The night passed in teaching Lee Haemo counter techniques, yet for Kuhong. Therefore, you need to know which stage of that process is pivotal to understanding when to counter. That evening was spent teaching Lee Haemo how to break joint locks, but for Kuhong, it was not wasted time, as he practiced his own locking techniques in real combat conditions, all while knowing his opponent wouldn't go for the kill. Of course, Kuhong wasn't entirely certain whether his opponent would hold back. "All right, let us call it a day," Kuhong said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he checked the time. "I need to head back." Lee Haemo lay on the ground, clutching his arm in pain. Unable to move, and could only weakly wave his hand before being carried out by Lin Chaoxian and Lu Yao, preparing to ice his sore joints. Watching Lee Haemo's limp state, Su Man chuckled softly. "Hee, it seems he's really been tamed by your teachings." "Tamed is an understatement. I just hope he no longer sees me as an enemy," Kuhong replied. Ke Hong stretched his limbs and said, "All right, I'll do some warm-up exercises and then head back." Since that incident, Lee Haemo had indeed ceased to harbor such intense hostility towards him. At the very least, Kuhong was confident that Lee Haemo would not strike him from behind. Growing at a visibly remarkable pace, this was particularly evident in his defensive techniques. Due to his relatively underdeveloped muscle mass, even when he managed to defend himself, it was still quite painful. Thus, he learned to defend in the least painful manner possible, rather than directly blocking. He quickly adapted to Lee Haemo's strength and speed, accumulating practical experience and discovering the most efficient and least strenuous methods to swiftly conclude fights, growing at a visibly remarkable pace. This was particularly evident in his defensive techniques. Due to his relatively underdeveloped muscle mass, even when he managed to defend himself, it was still quite painful. Thus, he learned to defend in the least painful manner possible, rather than directly blocking. He employed clever techniques akin to Tai Chi to dissipate most of the opponent's force, allowing him to comfortably absorb the remaining impact. This fostered increasing confidence in his performance. Before August 13th, Kuhong had also adhered to his plan, successfully completing the IELTS, the Japanese N3 exam, and the driving test for the second subject. Finally, the day of the competition arrived, with Yi Wanjun scheduled to return the day after, on August 15th. On the day of the match, Kuhong arrived at the gym in the afternoon to prepare, where arrangements were already being made for him, including transportation and pre-competition energy supplements. Prior to the match, he was only permitted to consume bananas, avoiding high-sugar foods. During the ride to the venue, Su Man reminded him of the pre-match matters, and then began discussing his opponent. In fact, you have quite an advantage. Your weight is 76 kilograms, right at the upper limit of the welterweight category, so your opponent's physique shouldn't be much larger than yours," Su Man remarked, glancing at the information in her hands. "Oh, have you done your homework?" Kuhong teased, feigning surprise. Su Man shot him a glare and replied, "What else should I do, if I don't take this seriously? It would be irresponsible of me. I feel it is my duty to support you in this endeavor." Ke Hong chuckled awkwardly. He certainly couldn't reveal to Su Man that he was merely trying to earn a bit of extra money, especially since his precious daughter had already placed a bet on him. Soon, the vehicle brought him to another gym, which was even larger than the one he usually frequented, primarily focused on teaching free fighting. With the fitness equipment designed around that discipline, this competition was officially sanctioned, with radio and television broadcasts dedicated to it. However, given that it was still a relatively peripheral event, that neither fighter was particularly renowned, and that MMA was not hugely popular domestically, only lesser-known radio and television stations were involved. Thus, Kuhong need not worry about familiar faces watching him. The gym was divided into 2 floors, and in preparation for the match, it had been hastily modified. At the center of the second floor, an octagonal cage had been established, with barriers erected around it to separate the audience. Several coaching offices had been temporarily converted into rest areas for the competitors. And that was about it. In terms of facilities, it was rather rudimentary. Compared to the grand arenas designed for MMA depicted in films, this venue seemed rather unremarkable. However, as it was not a major competition and neither fighter was a big-name athlete, Ko-hong had little reason to complain. He entered the second-floor rest area through the competitor's passage, preparing for the match. The rest area itself was quite shabby, containing little more than a few lockers and 2 long benches. It would be impossible to claim he wasn't nervous. Ko-hong had never participated in such a competition, let alone one in front of a large audience. Nonetheless, there was also a flicker of excitement within him, prompting him to take deep breaths to calm his nerves. Ahong, let's start with some warm-up exercises, Su Man suggested. Chapter 52. The Inescapable Dilemma. Besides Su Man, Lin Chao-hsien and Li Haimo were accompanying him today. Lin Chao-hsien, the gym's fighting coach, was responsible for registration and adjustments during the competition, so his presence was expected. As for Li Haimo, he felt obligated to accompany Ko-hong since Ko-hong had been teaching him techniques to unlock his potential. While Su Man helped Ko-hong warm up, Li Haimo grumbled, it's so easy for you to knock me out. That guy won't be much stronger, so taking him down shouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps, Ko-hong replied, continuing his deep breathing as his heart raced whenever he paused. The dim and dreary atmosphere of the rest area, with the overhead light swaying gently, added to the oppressive feeling. Hong focused his attention on the heavy bag Lin Chao-hsien held, practicing punches and footwork to further warm up his joints. All right, Ahong, it's time to put on your competition gear, Su Man said, giving him a pointed look, indicating that he shouldn't wear a shirt. With a heavy sigh, he removed his shirt, prompting Su Man to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Looking down at himself, Ko-hong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as well. During this period, with a heavy sigh, he removed his shirt, prompting Su Man to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Looking down at himself, Ko-hong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as well. During this period, although he had been working out daily, he hadn't directly examined his physique. Doing so seemed a bit narcissistic and absurd, and he had been so busy executing his precious daughter's plans that he hardly had time to consider his body. Now, upon closer inspection, he understood why his weight had not decreased. While the excess fat around his waist had disappeared, his pectoral muscles, abs, deltoids, and biceps were considerably more developed than before, keeping his weight stable. Visually, the changes were subtle day by day, but after a month and a half, he could see, wow, he had indeed made significant progress. However, he only had muscle definition. Achieving six-pack abs and a V-line would require further effort. It seemed that his hard work over the past month and a half had not been in vain. Hong mused to himself. I never expected such a noticeable transformation, Su Man exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The last time you took your shirt off was about a month ago, right? It seems you've really been putting in the effort. Of course, I've been working hard day and night. However, he also began to drift off in thought. Once he earned money from this match, he should treat himself to a few new outfits, although his physique had not reached his daughter's ideal of perfection. However, he also began to drift off in thought. Once he earned money from this match, he should treat himself to a few new outfits, although his physique had not reached his daughter's ideal of perfection. Still lost in thought, even failing to notice that there were no protective headgear for the match, this meant he would rely on a mouthguard instead, indicating that each punch would directly impact his face. Still lost in thought, even failing to notice that there were no protective headgear for the match, this meant he would rely on a mouthguard instead, indicating that each punch would directly impact his face. Ko-hong snapped back to reality, refocusing his attention. The octagonal cage soon came into view, and his opponent was already standing in one corner, conversing with a coach outside. Seeing this, Ko-hong entered the cage. Ko-hong snapped back to reality, refocusing his attention. The octagonal cage soon came into view, and his opponent was already standing in one corner, conversing with a coach outside. Seeing this, Ko-hong entered the cage, where Lin Chao-hsien handed him the mouthguard, which he didn't need to wear until the match officially began. Lin Chao-hsien, Su Man, and Li Haimo positioned themselves in his corner, preparing for their final pre-match briefing. I know that in terms of fighting, I lack much of the professional knowledge you possess. You probably have an excellent teacher, so I want to offer any technical guidance, Lin Chao-hsien said seriously. As he spoke, Lin Chaoxian raised his hand and emphasized, "Lastly, and most importantly, do not lose your temper during the match. This is a competition, not a personal feud. If you lose your cool, it's game over." Kohong nodded, putting on the mouthguard. Su Man expressed her concern, saying, "Ahong, be careful and don't get hurt." This was something Kohong couldn't guarantee, so he merely smiled. Beside him, Li Haimo raised his chin and arrogantly said. Kohong nodded, putting on the mouthguard. Su Man expressed her concern, saying, "Ahong, be careful and don't get hurt." This was something Kohong couldn't guarantee, so he merely smiled. Beside him, Li Haimo raised his chin and arrogantly said, "Go for it, kid, just take that guy down, otherwise I'll lose face." Kohong shook his head with a wry smile, feeling the mouthguard press uncomfortably against his gums. He glanced around the cage. A large crowd had gathered in the gym. But due to the spotlight focusing solely on the central octagonal cage, he could not discern how many people were seated in the darkness, which was a relief, as it alleviated some of his tension. Taking advantage of the brief interlude before the match commenced, he began to scrutinize Zhao Qing's physique. This was a remarkably robust man, noticeably slimmer than himself, yet the definition of his muscles was striking. Exuding an aura of strength, Ke Yihong assessed Zhao Qing's form from head to toe and felt a twinge of unease. Unlike Li Haimo, Zhao Qing's physique was near perfection, with balanced proportions. His lower body was solid, his abdominal muscles well-defined, and his arms powerful, capable of explosive bursts or prolonged endurance. This was in stark contrast to Li Haimo's approach. This line of reasoning left Kohong feeling anxious, given Zhao Qing's physical attributes. The only conceivable reason he could contend equally with Li Haimo was that Li Haimo's aggressive fighting style was precisely what Zhao Qing feared. Li Haimo's hallmark was his fearlessness in absorbing blows. Even when battered and bruised, he would charge forward, which meant that eventually, Zhao Qing would likely falter under relentless strikes. However, Kohong could not afford to adopt such a reckless strategy. He dreaded the prospect of being battered. And if he returned home with a face swollen from blows, Su Man would surely berate him endlessly. The thought of Yuanjun returning to the apartment and immediately noticing his injuries made him hesitate. Yet, the stakes had already been set, and sometimes a man must stand firm, especially in such moments. Thus, after some contemplation, Kohong resolved to proceed cautiously, refusing to underestimate his opponent. He would need to exert every ounce of strength. With the referee's signal, he stepped into the center of the ring, preparing for the bout. Chapter 53. The grueling struggle. The gym buzzed with noise, yet within the confines of the cage, Kohong perceived an eerie silence. Akin to a ringing in his ears, the surrounding sounds felt distant and hollow, allowing him to hear his own breath. The faint odor of beer mingled with the pungent scent of cheap betting slips. Taking a deep breath, he advanced, utterly oblivious to the referee's words. All his focus was now directed at the opponent before him. Zhao Qing, while not as menacing in appearance as Li Haimo, had notably small eyes. As the match was about to commence, both fighters courteously tapped their gloves together before retreating to their corners. "Fight," the referee declared, prompting Kohong to gather his composure and cautiously advance. Both fighters approached the center without rushing to strike. As the match was about to commence, both fighters courteously tapped their gloves together before retreating to their corners. "Fight," the referee declared, prompting Kohong to gather his composure and cautiously advance. Both fighters approached the center without rushing to strike. Taking careful steps until Zhao Qing launched a probing punch at Ke Yihong, intent on resolving the encounter with minimal damage, swiftly closed the distance, locking onto Zhao Qing's right shoulder while attempting to trip him at the ankle. Aiming to bring him down and apply a hold. However, Zhao Qing was as steadfast as a mountain. Despite Kohong's considerable force, Zhao Qing merely staggered back a step before crashing down, seizing the opportunity. Kohong swiftly stepped over Zhao Qing's shoulder, leveraging his weight to pin him to the ground and attempting to apply a crosslock. Zhao Qing struggled momentarily, but Kohong's hold was not yet fully formed. And having failed to bring him down in the anticipated manner, he was swiftly thrown off. Ke Yihong scrambled to his feet just as Zhao Qing advanced, delivering a powerful punch in a flurry. Kohong raised his arms in defense, feeling a jarring impact that sent a shockwave of pain and swelling through his arms, causing him to stagger backward. Zhao Qing seized the moment, aiming a kick at Kohong's lower body. The two began to exchange blows, and although their weights were comparable, Ko Hong's physique clearly paled in comparison, soon placing him at a disadvantage as he was forced back into the cage's corner. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qing evaded the blow, ducking low to charge into Ko Hong's midsection, wrapping his arms around his waist and lifting him effortlessly. Ke Hong felt the world spin as he lost his balance. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qing evaded the blow, ducking low to charge into Ko Hong's midsection, wrapping his arms around his waist and lifting him effortlessly. Ke Hong felt the world spin as he lost his balance. Crashing down with a painful thud, his insides feeling as though they were about to rupture. Coughing, he struggled to regain his breath just as Zhao Qing rose, preparing to deliver another punch. Alarmed, Ko Hong quickly assumed a defensive stance. Even as he blocked with his arms, the pain was excruciating. Spotting an opening, he evaded a punch and swiftly reached around Zhao Qing's neck, entangling his legs around Zhao Qing's waist, pulling him closer. Even as he blocked with his arms, the pain was excruciating. Spotting an opening, he evaded a punch and swiftly reached around Zhao Qing's neck, entangling his legs around Zhao Qing's waist, pulling him closer. With his left hand, he wrapped around the inside of Zhao Qing's neck, locking his right hand to secure the hold. Ah, Zhao Qing groaned, clearly distressed. The choke restricted blood flow, causing his face to redden. Yet, he quickly adjusted his position and began to struggle. Ke Hong was aware that Zhao Qing would not be able to escape easily if he could just hold on a little longer. Victory would be his. However, he was rapidly running out of strength. Maintaining such a position, with Zhao Qing atop him, required immense effort to prevent his opponent from breaking free. Within mere seconds, he was gasping for air. Unable to hold on any longer, as Zhao Qing began to escape from his hold, Ko Hong relinquished the choke and seized Zhao Qing's wrist, threading his left hand through his opponent's elbow to grasp his own wrist. Applying a Kimura lock, the Kimura lock utilized a cross-shaped grip, leveraging Zhao Qing's elbow against Ko Hong's arm to apply pressure, inflicting intense pain. However, this maneuver demanded considerable strength to induce sufficient agony to prevent Zhao Qing from struggling and to prompt a swift surrender. Ko Hong was utterly unprepared for the sheer physical exhaustion that mixed martial arts entailed. To him, it felt as though 20 minutes had passed, yet in reality, less than 5 had elapsed, as the round had yet to conclude. As Ko Hong maintained the Kimura lock, his arms grew increasingly feeble. The earlier exchanges had taken their toll, and after absorbing numerous blows, his arms throbbed with pain. He knew he could only sustain this for 5 more seconds before his strength would fail him. In a moment of desperation, he pondered how to remedy the situation, feeling as though time had slowed to a crawl while his mind raced. I can't go on like this. Ke Hong thought. Perhaps I should concede. There will be other opportunities. But no, he chastised himself. The money is already on the line. I can't afford to lose even a dime. What about the plans ahead, if the plan falters? How will my rapport with Yi Wanjun develop? Yet his arms felt like lead, and he reassured himself. Money could be earned again. Wanjun wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivialities. But what about my precious daughter? With that thought in mind, Ko Hong took a deep breath, suddenly releasing the Kimura lock, grasping Zhao Qing's wrists, and loosening his legs around Zhao Qing's waist. He summoned his strength, driving his legs down onto Zhao Qing's neck and chest. Pulling with all his might, this move took Zhao Qing by surprise. Having been in a position of disadvantage, he found himself unexpectedly overpowered. In an instant, Zhao Qing was flattened against the ground, and Ko Hong successfully transitioned into a leg-based Kimura lock, akin to the one that had previously subdued Li Heimo. With the assistance of his leg strength and body weight, Ko Hong merely needed to secure Zhao Qing's wrist, thereby exerting greater pressure. Zhao Qing quickly succumbed, slapping the floor in defeat. As soon as he released Zhao Qing, Ko Hong collapsed onto the cage floor, utterly fatigued, yearning to close his eyes and drift into slumber. Unfortunately, the referee forcefully tugged at his arm, urging him to rise and raise his right hand in victory. Chapter 54. Narrow victory. Afterward, Ko Hong could scarcely recall the events that transpired. He only remembered the referee declaring his victory, Zhao Qing shaking his hand and uttering a few words, to which he responded with polite remarks before being whisked away by Lin Chaoxian and Su Man upon returning to the lounge. As Su Man administered a relaxing massage, he drifted into a drowsy slumber. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. The chandelier overhead indicated he was not in his apartment. Turning his head, he noticed pink floral pillows and a cat paw pattern duvet, with a baby blue blanket draped over his midsection. Most strikingly, a ginger tabby cat was perched on his stomach at that moment. The cat, curled up like a ball, squinted at him with curiosity. What the hell? Ku Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he been abducted? He attempted to sit up, but his entire body ached with fatigue, forcing him to lie back down. The tabby cat stirred slightly, clearly displeased by his movement, but not angry. It leaned over to sniff his face, then nuzzled against his cheek. It is undoubtedly a domesticated creature. Yet, to his surprise, the cat promptly ensnared his hand, nuzzling against it with its soft, furry face, displaying an expression of sheer enjoyment as it rolled about on the bed. Observing its revelry, Ku Hong found himself at a loss for words. Yet, to his surprise, the cat promptly ensnared his hand, nuzzling against it with its soft, furry face, displaying an expression of sheer enjoyment as it rolled about on the bed. Observing its revelry, Ku Hong found himself at a loss for words. He discerned the slender form. It must be Su Man ah, Su Man gasped, pointing at the plump cat, exclaiming, Ahoo, you traitor. You refused to let me pet you at home, yet here you are frolicking with someone else. He discerned the slender form. It must be Su Man ah, Su Man gasped, pointing at the plump cat, exclaiming, Ahoo, you traitor. You refused to let me pet you at home, yet here you are frolicking with someone else. Have you forgotten who made you so fat? As Ku Hong's eyes adjusted to the brightness, he finally noticed that Su Man was clad in a loose-fitting brown knitted sweater and beige shorts. Her soft, long hair cascading casually, exuding a distinctly feminine charm combined with an elegant simplicity. He withdrew his hand from the embrace of the tabby cat and managed to sit up, puzzled as he asked, Xiao Man, is this your home? How did I end up here? Indeed, Su Man replied, settling beside him and propping him up against her pillow. After your match yesterday, I gave you a massage and some stretching in the lounge. And you fell asleep instantly, completely unresponsive to my calls. You were truly exhausted. Since you hadn't registered your detailed address at the gym, they brought you here. Oh, right, Ku Hong sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. The gym had recorded the address on his ID, which was issued over 5 years ago, and that residence had since been demolished. His family had relocated elsewhere. Moreover, he was currently renting an apartment. Making it even more elusive, the only contact number left was his own. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Ke Hong said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, where did you sleep last night? Su Man chuckled softly. Don't worry, I slept on the couch. It's no trouble at all. With genuine concern, she then asked, Are you feeling better now? How's your body? I'm fine, just a bit tired, Ke Hong replied, sitting up. To say he was merely tired was an understatement. His muscles ached severely, and he had spent less than 5 minutes in that cage. Why are you trying to be so tough? Su Man rolled her eyes, pinching the muscles on his arm, causing him to wince in pain. Which parts hurt? Let me massage them for you. Just to confirm, since I might not have been fully aware yesterday, I really did win, right? Ku Hong inquired, furrowing his brow. Yes, you won, Su Man replied with a smile, gently stretching his arm. You were incredible, although it was just a brief 4 minutes. Those 3 consecutive joint locks at the end were truly impressive. I was filled with excitement just watching from outside the cage. For minutes, huh? That was close, Ku Hong murmured to himself. In truth, if he hadn't managed to defeat Zhao Qing before the first round ended, he would have undoubtedly lost. He felt a sense of relief for his timely choice. Had he not swiftly transitioned the Kimura lock to a leg lock, the outcome would have surely been disastrous, with fatigue overwhelming him in the second round. But now that he had emerged victorious, everything could proceed as planned. You promised me, just this one match. Noticing his silence, Su Man frowned and muttered, Look at you, with so many bruises on your arms, and you barely got hit. I suspect the gym might be misleading me. Zhao Qing seemed quite formidable, she remarked. Indeed, just one match, Ku Hong replied, relieved to affirm that such an experience was sufficient. However, regarding the gym's assessment of Zhao Qing's capabilities, they had likely not concealed anything. It could be said that Zhao Qing's style differed from Li Heimo's. Ku Hong found himself more adept at countering Li Heimo's approach, yet Zhao Qing posed a greater challenge. All right, I'm getting up. As he spoke, Ku Hong glanced back at the disheveled bed, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry for making a mess of your bed. It's fine, I'll tidy up. You should go wash up. I've prepared a toothbrush for you. And feel free to use a disposable cup. Sorry about that, Su-man said with a wry smile, helping him to his feet. No worries, it's my fault. Ko-hong followed Su-man's guidance toward the bathroom. He took a moment to observe her apartment. It was somewhat cluttered. The living room sofa was unkempt, the remote control casually placed on the coffee table, and the furniture arranged haphazardly. However, he found the warm, light brown wooden floor quite appealing. Reflecting on Su-man's dark circles, he realized she likely hadn't slept well the previous night, considering a stranger had been sleeping in her bed, and she needed to be cautious. After all, what if he were to act inappropriately? Being a man skilled in combat, Su-man had taken quite a risk by bringing him home. He felt a pang of sympathy for her predicament. "Xiao-man, let me make you breakfast as a token of my gratitude," he called out while brushing his teeth. "Sure, but I don't have many ingredients here," Su-man responded from the other room. "That's fine, as long as there are some," Ko-hong replied confidently. Chapter 55. Su-man's home. The time was just past 10, neither too early nor too late. Breakfast had already turned into a late affair, while lunch was still a tad premature. Therefore, Ko-hong decided to prepare a brunch that resembled breakfast in both style and substance, yet was more sumptuous. Crucially, he could whip it up with the ingredients available in Su-man's kitchen. Simple yet delicious. He would fry the bacon until crisp and flaky, then toss in sliced red bell peppers to saute alongside the bacon. Once the peppers released their enticing aroma, he would add chopped green onions. Simple yet delicious. He would fry the bacon until crisp and flaky, then toss in sliced red bell peppers to saute alongside the bacon. Once the peppers released their enticing aroma, he would add chopped green onions. Even before the eggs hit the pan, the vibrant medley of colors already provided a visual feast. Next, Ko-hong would introduce some yogurt to the pan, gently pouring in the egg mixture, allowing the eggs to meld harmoniously with the other ingredients. Even before the eggs hit the pan, the vibrant medley of colors already provided a visual feast. Next, Ko-hong would introduce some yogurt to the pan, gently pouring in the egg mixture, allowing the eggs to meld harmoniously with the other ingredients, tidying the edges, and generously sprinkling grated cheese over the top before letting it cook for about 10 minutes. As he prepared the meal, he took the opportunity to observe Su-man's living space. Her apartment was neither too large nor too small, perhaps somewhat spacious for a single occupant. It featured a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a separate study, which now housed some unused furniture, likely once a spare bedroom. Generally speaking, a single-person apartment wouldn't require such ample space, including both a kitchen and a study. It was likely that she had once shared it with someone, but now it was solely hers. Scanning the living room, Ko-hong noticed the absence of personal photographs. A picture frame stood beside the television cabinet, containing a photo of a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Su-man but appeared slightly plumper. To be honest, Ko-hong was somewhat conventional, drawn to beautiful women. In the past, he had indeed found Su-man a bit on the heavier side, yet he cherished her radiant smile, which was bright, cheerful, and full of life. Moreover, he believed that a little extra flesh could enhance a woman's allure, making her all the more captivating to men. One peculiar detail caught his attention. The photo seemed slightly too small for the frame. He wondered if it might have once contained a picture of Su-man alongside someone else. "That's an old photo of mine. Isn't it a bit chubby? I was around 130 pounds then," Su-man remarked as she emerged from the room, clutching a set of sheets and blankets, seemingly intending to wash them. Noticing him examining the photo, she offered a wry smile. Ke-hong couldn't fault her for wanting to change the sheets, given that he was a grown man who had fallen asleep in the lounge after the match without showering, undoubtedly covered in sweat. "Yes, it is a bit on the heavier side, though I might be a bit lenient in my standards," he admitted candidly. Before Su-man could respond, he quickly added, "However, to be honest, I think even a little more weight than you have now would be perfectly acceptable." "Really?" Su-man inquired, holding the sheets and blankets, her expression brightening. "But don't all men prefer women to look slim and feel soft? I believe only women are drawn to that extreme, skeletal look," Ko-hong replied, shaking his head. "Most men actually prefer a slightly fuller figure. A bit of softness is no problem at all. If only all men shared your perspective," Su-man said, a hint of regret flashing across her face before she wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air, exclaiming, "It smells wonderful." "What are you cooking?" As the thick, ingredient-laden omelet was sliced open, a rich aroma wafted through the air. K. Hong prepared 2 cups of milk and joined Su Man at the dining table in the living room. "I apologize for crashing at your place and mooching off your food," he said, digging in with fervor, his words somewhat muffled as he spoke, for he was utterly famished. After all, he had barely eaten dinner the previous night, having focused on preparing for a competition, and had only nibbled on a few bananas, waking up late today. "But I assure you, this culinary skill is worth your while," he added with a grin. "Is it really that exaggerated? It looks quite professional," Su Man replied, glancing down at the delectable half-portion of omelet before her, a smile gracing her lips. She cut a small piece and tasted it, her face lighting up with surprise. "I'm not mistaken, am I?" Kuhong declared triumphantly, continuing to eat heartily. "It's delicious. I can't quite articulate why, but it truly is delightful," Su Man exclaimed, taking another generous bite and licking the grease from her lips, adding, "The flavors are rich yet harmonious, beautifully paired, and simply scrumptious." Noticing Su Man enjoying her meal, Kuhong hesitated for a moment before glancing around the apartment. "Your place is quite spacious. Living alone seems a bit extravagant. Did you used to live here with your ex-boyfriend?" Su Man paused noticeably, and Kuhong inwardly cursed himself for crossing a line. After all, they were merely friends, and perhaps not even particularly close ones. Such questions felt inappropriate. Luckily, after a brief silence, Su Man managed to smile, albeit tinged with bitterness. "Yes, my ex-boyfriend did stay here for a time, but I later realized he was—" She trailed off, unable to continue. Kuhong quickly interjected, "I'm sorry if I ruined your appetite. You don't have to share anything you don't wish to. It's all right. In truth, I was quite heartbroken at the time and never spoke to anyone about it. Although I didn't want to bring it up, I felt a strong urge to confide in someone," Su Man said with a wry smile. K. Hong raised an eyebrow knowingly. "Perhaps we should finish breakfast first? Afterward, on the way to the subway station, you can share your story at your leisure. What do you think?" "That sounds good," Su Man nodded, a smile returning to her face. "After all, I wouldn't want that beast to ruin my appetite and waste this delicious omelet." "Well said," Kuhong replied earnestly, resuming his hearty meal. Su Man chuckled, taking small bites of her food. "It would be even better with a cup of coffee," she mused. "Oh, I have instant coffee at home." "Is that all right?" she asked. "You should really prepare some coffee beans. Next time I can help you brew fresh coffee," Kuhong suggested. "All right then, I'll gather Xiaoko and the others to come taste your culinary skills soon." Chapter 56. The ultimate scoundrel. Having finished breakfast, Su Man lavished praise on his cooking, and before leaving, she graciously permitted him to take a shower at her place, which Kuhong greatly appreciated. In this sweltering heat, having gone a night without washing up in the humid summer of Nanhua City left him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. "You've improved quite a bit. You should be able to puff out your chest with confidence now, right?" Su Man called from outside the bathroom. K. Hong could almost envision the smile on her face. "It's all right, but I haven't quite reached my goal yet. There's still work to be done," he replied, toweling off his hair. "What about you? What sparked your motivation for weight loss?" "My ex-boyfriend," Su Man sighed. K. Hong mentally slapped himself for his clumsiness. He had finally managed to steer the topic away, only to have it drift back. Still, discussing such matters with Su Man was not unwelcome. After showering and dressing, he tidied up as they walked toward the subway station, delving into Su Man's past. Su Man recounted how she had met her ex-boyfriend in college, where they shared a strong connection. Friends from different departments would go out together, and during a game of truth or dare at a bar, eventually pursuing him until they were together. But once they were, it felt almost as if she hadn't succeeded at all. "He made me feel ashamed to be with him," she confessed, biting her lip and fidgeting with her slender fingers. Eventually pursuing him until they were together, but once they were, it felt almost as if she hadn't succeeded at all. "He made me feel ashamed to be with him," she confessed, biting her lip and fidgeting with her slender fingers. "Do you know what he said to me? He actually said, 'Don T Run, your flabby body makes me lose my appetite for breakfast.' I was absolutely heartbroken at the time. Moreover, everything he wore, from his clothes to his phone and computer." "Do you know what he said to me? He actually said, 'Don T Run, your flabby body makes me lose my appetite for breakfast.' I was absolutely heartbroken at the time. Moreover, everything he wore, from his clothes to his phone and computer." was bought with the money I earned from part-time jobs, and he never once gifted me anything. He would even criticize me for buying clothes, saying in front of others, "Why buy clothes when you're so fat? They don't have your size in the store." As she recounted her experience, tears began to float. I felt utterly miserable then, but since he was my first love and I had been with him for 2 years. Forcing a smile, "They might think I'm the one who made you cry." Fortunately, it was a weekday morning at 11, and the streets were relatively empty, allowing Sue Man to hastily wipe away her tears and awkwardly explain. Forcing a smile, "They might think I'm the one who made you cry." Fortunately, it was a weekday morning at 11, and the streets were relatively empty, allowing Sue Man to hastily wipe away her tears and awkwardly explain. "No, he is a good person. Great. Not only have I been misunderstood for making a girl cry, but I've also been given the good guy card." Ko Hong sighed in resignation, hearing this. And though she didn't need to elaborate further, Ko Hong could infer the details. Such men only sought Sue Man for the kindness she offered and the financial benefits she provided. And though she didn't need to elaborate further, Ko Hong could infer the details. Such men only sought Sue Man for the kindness she offered and the financial benefits she provided. And their reluctance to publicly acknowledge their relationship was merely a means to keep her as a backup option. Once they found a more attractive woman who could offer the same, they would not hesitate to discard Sue Man. From Sue Man's subsequent descriptions, it was clear that her ex was indeed that type of man. However, Ko Hong severely underestimated the depths of her ex-boyfriend's depravity and shamelessness. Requesting her to lend him money to pay for an abortion, it was then that Sue Man finally reached her breaking point, ending her relationship with him and vowing to lose weight. A commitment she has maintained to this day. "Why don't you introduce me to such a man?" Ko Hong asked with a smile after hearing her story. Sue Man looked puzzled. "Why would you want to meet him?" A commitment she has maintained to this day. "Why don't you introduce me to such a man?" Ko Hong asked with a smile after hearing her story. Sue Man looked puzzled. "Why would you want to meet him?" "There's nothing admirable about him. I could find him a secluded corner and give him a good thrashing, enough to incapacitate him for 3 months without any evidence to implicate me." Ko Hong replied cheerfully, "You know, I have some knowledge of the law. Don't you dare. I know you could actually do it." Sue Man pouted playfully. "I apologize," Ko Hong said, recalling his daughter's teachings. "Am I dashing? I thought girls usually associated such things with violence." Ko Hong raised an eyebrow. He remembered his daughter mentioning that most girls would only link mixed martial arts to brutality. "Am I dashing? I thought girls usually associated such things with violence." Ko Hong raised an eyebrow. He remembered his daughter mentioning that most girls would only link mixed martial arts to brutality. "But boxing is a sport, just like being skilled at basketball is impressive," Sue Man exclaimed, her hands clasped together in delight. "Besides, you're not just fighting randomly. You're in the ring. I finally hire to be quite violent." "But he seems to have improved under your guidance," she added. "That guy Ko Hong," began his psychological analysis, "has a somewhat flamboyant and reckless personality, but at his core, he is not a bad person and isn't completely inept. So I don't dislike him anymore." "Hong, you have such a good temperament," Sue Man said with a tilt of her head, her hands clasped behind her back as she smiled. "Don't label me a good person." Ko Hong replied exasperatedly, pausing before adding, "And don't even mention Liu. I know. That guy is remarkably similar to my ex-boyfriend, which is why I can't stand him." Sue Man nodded seriously. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the subway station. "Well, I must be off," Ko Hong said, stretching lazily. "Thanks once again for letting me crash at your place last night." "It was nothing. The subway is arriving." "Don't forget your ticket," Sue Man replied. Sue Man laughed brightly and, just before Ko Hong boarded the subway, she posed a question that seemed to have been on her mind for quite some time. "Do you truly believe that a girl being slightly overweight is of no consequence? Of course, at your height, weighing between 48 and 55 kilograms is perfectly fine." As Ko Hong boarded the subway, he turned back midway to say, "Moreover, I prefer the smile you had when you were a bit heavier. It was more cheerful and full of youthful vitality, which I find more appealing than your current figure." Upon finishing his words, he playfully brought his index and middle fingers together and waved them. Feeling a bit awkward afterward. "That was a bit too much. I'm embarrassed myself. I'll be heading back now. See you tonight." Unable to contain her laughter, Sue Man gently replied, "See you tonight." Hong. Chapter 57. The celebration. Ko Hong felt that his precious daughter was utterly ecstatic after he finished his report. The girl was frantically tapping away on her phone, her face adorned with a wild almost frighteningly joyful smile as she muttered to herself. In the end, Ko-hong had to resort to offering her a sandwich to bring her back to reason. This is wonderful. It seems Su-man is transitioning from a friend zone to a romantic one with you. Under the influence of the sandwich, Kumingao finally calmed down, munching on it with her small hands while keeping an eye on the data icons on her phone. Seizing this opportunity, Ko-hong affectionately patted the little girl on the head. As this was the only time she would allow him to do so, this plan seems to be going rather smoothly, Kumingao remarked, shaking the bank card in her hand. The odds for this competition were quite high. I've placed all your current funds on you, and it's nearly 40,000 now. In a few days, I'll bring some back to invest in stocks, which should help expand the operational funds to around 100,000. 100,000? Ko-hong raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that while the sum was not enormous, it was still the first money he had earned in his life, albeit through his daughter's efforts. This would serve as significant initial capital. A little frivolity was acceptable, but it should not exceed reasonable limits. After handing over the bank card, Kumingao added a reminder. And Ko-hong nodded earnestly before she placed the card into his hand. He sighed with a smile. Now that my physique has noticeably improved, I can finally buy a few new clothes. Really? Show me. Kumingao inquired eagerly, turning her head. I feel a bit shy. Ke-hong replied awkwardly. Although he did not possess the robust and defined physique of the Hollywood stars, nor the coveted mermaid line or devil's back muscles, he could at least discern some faint muscle outlines and 4 prominent abdominal muscles. Although he did not possess the robust and defined physique of the Hollywood stars, nor the coveted mermaid line or devil's back muscles, he could at least discern some faint muscle outlines and 4 prominent abdominal muscles. It's not bad, although, in my opinion, you're still a tad overweight. Your waist needs trimming, and your chest muscles should be more pronounced. Your abs need to be firmer, aiming for 6 to 8 packs. And developing that mermaid line should suffice, Kumingao remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. However, with your current physique, you should look good in clothes. Before Ko-hong could respond, she continued, in the coming days, I'll buy you some clothes online. Your taste is simply lacking. I'll take your measurements shortly. These clothes are just temporary. Once your physique is perfected, I'll invest in some high-quality pieces that will truly showcase your style. All right, Ko-hong finally said, patting Kumingao on the head. By the way, about Su-man's ex-boyfriend, that scoundrel. Kumingao began, lifting her head, contemplating for a moment before shrugging it off. Never mind, it's not significant. However, her demeanor only piqued Ko-hong's curiosity further. Yet before he could inquire, she continued, it seems girls indeed have a preference for athletic boys. Even though Yi Wanjun is an exception, it remains essential for other developments. We must expedite the enhancement of athletic capabilities. Just don't overexert yourself. Ko-hong chuckled, affectionately stroking Kumingao's hair. It's fine. I've been working on it for 2 weeks already. And the plan is to finish before you start school. I merely intend to speed up the pace a bit, completing it a few days ahead of schedule, Kumingao replied calmly. Following this, she asked about certain matters and provided some reminders before returning to her original world. Most of her inquiries revolved around Su-man, while her reminders concerned the return of Yi Wanjun the next day. Nevertheless, that evening, Ko-hong tidied up his belongings and, as usual, headed to the gym. On the way, he handed $1 to the street performer, and just as he exited the gym elevator, he approached the front desk, retrieving his membership card. At that moment, the lovely receptionist, whom he now knew as Xiaoko, a name that suited her well, suddenly waved her hand hurriedly and, maintaining her usual demeanor, took his membership card to process it, handing him the locker key. Suspicious, Ko-hong glanced at Xiaoko, yet she simply smiled sweetly at him. It wasn't until he changed clothes and ascended to the second floor that he understood the meaning of her smile. Just as he stepped onto the final stair leading to the second floor, firecrackers and confetti exploded above him, showering him with colorful streamers and glittering bits, while champagne and soda rained down upon him unexpectedly. Taken by surprise, he was drenched, followed by a chorus of cheers. Once this chaotic celebration finally concluded, Ko-hong's face was smeared with various beverages and covered in glitter and confetti. Oh dear. I was ultimately persuaded by them. Thank you. Ko-hong shot her a glance and accepted the towel, wiping his face. One of the receptionists chimed in. Oh, don't be so stiff. Everyone just wants to celebrate you. I was ultimately persuaded by them. Thank you. Ko-hong shot her a glance and accepted the towel, wiping his face. One of the receptionists chimed in. Oh, don't be so stiff. Everyone just wants to celebrate you. You always bring us delicious treats, and today we've prepared plenty to celebrate your victory yesterday. Did you all actually go to watch the match? Ko-hong replied, somewhat helplessly, aware that while these girls claimed they would attend, very few would actually do so. Most of them had boyfriends and showed no interest in mixed martial arts. However, the responses from the girls pleasantly surprised him. I went. Me too. I went with my boyfriend. It was incredible. Just a few quick moves, and in under 5 minutes, your opponent was subdued. And it wasn't just the receptionists. Even the gym owner, Xiang Shang, participated in the celebration. I reserved a private training room just for you all to celebrate. Enjoy yourselves, you young ones. I, as an old man, will not intrude, Xiang Sheng said with a warm smile, clearly pleased with the profits Ko-hong's last match had brought him, including bonuses and betting wins. Of course, he was unaware that Ko-hong's victory had been quite precarious. T.O. confirmed his suspicions as he passed by. Xiang Sheng whispered, if you want to keep boxing, feel free to contact me privately. I assure you, the rewards will be substantial. After patting Ko-hong on the shoulder with a meaningful smile, he departed. Chapter 58. The first part-time job. The celebration lasted quite a while, and the gym had indeed prepared a considerable amount, mostly organized by the staff themselves, with an array of snacks, cold dishes, beer, and beverages. Ko-hong realized that since entering university, he had rarely celebrated with so many people, especially as the central figure of the gathering. This made him somewhat uneasy, yet there was also a sense of exhilaration. Aside from a few female trainers who had sampled his culinary creations, the majority of attendees were receptionists and salespeople from the front desk, along with a few strangers who joined in for the fun. Even Li Haimo and Lin Chaosen stayed for a while, but as Li Haimo's match was approaching, and considering his unpopularity among these girls, they exchanged a few celebratory words before taking their leave. Before departing, Li Haimo couldn't resist teasing the receptionists, though Lu Ya would certainly not be present. Only then did the proper celebration commence, with everyone pouring drinks and engaging in eating, drinking, and chatting. I heard from Xiao Man that your culinary skills are quite impressive. At that moment, Xiao Ke asked with a smile. Indeed, after that match, he was so exhausted that he nearly fainted. So I brought him back to my apartment. Su Man blurted out without thinking. The group of girls and guys began to tease. Oh, you spent the night together. Quite impressive, huh? You managed to get our Xiao Man's home address so easily. What did you two get up to that night? What are you all talking about? It's entirely because he was so exhausted that he fell asleep and couldn't be awakened that I ended up bringing him back to my house. All right, what are you implying about the night? He was sleeping like a log and didn't move at all. Su Man smiled and waved those people away. However, the rumors did not cease. Who would believe that someone spent a delightful night with such a beautiful woman and only slept for one night? It's true, Su Man said with a wry smile, then turned to Ko-hong and playfully said, Ahong, you should say something to them. The more you talk, the more they get excited. Just ignore them. Ko-hong chuckled as he enjoyed the marinated dishes, but then he shifted the topic, saying, weren't you all discussing culinary skills earlier? How did we suddenly end up on this topic? Su Man seized the opportunity, quickly continuing, yes. The next morning, Ahong made Italian-style meat and egg pancakes, and I must say, they were absolutely delicious. I even took a picture. Just looked at as she spoke. Everyone gathered around Su Man to check her phone, and a wave of astonishment erupted. Wow, that looks so appetizing. Indeed, the pancake is beautifully cooked. It's making me drool, right? Next time, we must have him make it for you all, Su Man said happily. However, Ko-hong felt that her joy stemmed more from the shift in topic from what they did that night to what they had the following morning. All right then, next time, we'll bring the ingredients to your house and taste Ahong's culinary skills. Yes, I want to go too. If he can make such difficult desserts like macarons so deliciously, we must try his other dishes. Ko-hong had already eaten dinner before arriving and couldn't stay too long due to his workout routine, so after a simple meal and a few words, he returned to the gym with Su Man to begin their usual training. Even though they had already triumphed in the competition, Ko-hong still insisted on returning to the boxing gym to train. The boxing training equipment was indeed more effective, enabling fitness while also enhancing his fighting abilities, proving far more useful than routine training. Hey kid, Upon seeing Kohong enter the boxing gym, Lee Haemo, who was already training inside, waved at him. Liu Yao immediately turned her face away, pretending not to see him. While Lin Chaoxian smiled at him as usual, saying, "You won beautifully." "Not really. In the first round, I didn't manage to finish my opponent, so I was destined to lose in the second round." Kohong replied with a bitter smile. Yes, that guy is quite strong. He's much tougher than when I defeated him last year. I end this industry. Youth is still the name of the game. As a nearly 30-year-old meat. I probably won't last much longer in this field. Lee Haemo sighed self-deprecatingly as he continued to punch the sandbag. Don't be disheartened. Stamina doesn't equate to everything. I defeated Zhao Qing with my poor stamina. Kohong replied, donning his boxing gloves. Mind, skill, judgment during the match, and assessing the opponent can all change the outcome. That approach doesn't suit me, kid, Lee Haemo retorted, gritting his teeth as he threw punches. Kohong chose not to argue. After all, everyone had different situations and styles. He was more suited for tactical play. That moment, Lee Haemo approached the cage, glanced at Su Man, then at Kohong, and cautiously said, for his next match, "I hope you can be present." Ahong is no longer competing. Su Man immediately frowned and replied, her demeanor filled with caution. "No, I'm not suggesting he compete," Lin Chaoxian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Kohong. Their eyes met, and his gaze began to wander because he had a considerable understanding of fighting techniques. This was something that both he and Haemo lacked. They weren't well-versed in modern combat, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, wrestling, etc. So, you want me to help? Kohong raised an eyebrow and asked, yes, that's right. That all right? Lin Chaoxian asked awkwardly, realizing that this was indeed a shortcoming in his role as a coach. Although Lee Haemo himself might not be very reliable, through his guidance, he could increase Lee Haemo's chances of victory, thereby enhancing his own betting odds, not to mention, the other party had proposed additional conditions. Although Lee Haemo himself might not be very reliable, through his guidance, he could increase Lee Haemo's chances of victory, thereby enhancing his own betting odds, not to mention, the other party had proposed additional conditions. "I can request the gym owner to allow you to serve as an assistant coach, offering you a certain remuneration. Boss Yang has already agreed, although the pay isn't as high as a full-time position. I'm sure you'll find it satisfactory as a part-time role," Lee Haemo suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Man's expression softened considerably, shifting from one of persuasion to one of encouragement as she curiously asked Kohong, Ahong, do you want to give it a try? I think it sounds great. You won't have to compete. You can utilize your fighting strengths, and you might earn some extra cash. What do you think? Of course, I want to give it a try, Kohong grinned. This would be my first part-time job. Chapter 59. Mind your own business. Yuanjun returned as scheduled, and this time her visit home evidently lifted her spirits. From the photos she shared with Kohong, aside from the few days of rest at home, she and her sister, along with several friends, had taken a trip to Thailand for 3 whole days. Looking at those photos, aside from Yuanjuan's radiant smile, Kohong felt no interest whatsoever. He had no passion for travel, and viewing these images only made him feel a sense of distance. It was as if they were from entirely different worlds, one a recluse and the other a social butterfly, making them fundamentally unsuitable for each other. Consequently, as he gazed at those pictures, his expression may have appeared somewhat dazed. Beside him, Yuanjun tilted her head with a smile and asked, "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought." Nothing, just not fully awake yet," Kohong replied with a smile. Why Yuanjun didn't think much of it. Plopping down on his sofa with a sweet smile and saying, Jian has promised to come over for cake in a couple of days. Well, we have all the ingredients. We can make it any time." Kohong nodded. At this point, Yuanjun absent-mindedly swung her lovely little legs, seemingly pondering something, and soon burst into cheerful laughter. "In 2 weeks, school will start again. Yes, you'll be heading back to the dorms." "Right?" Kohong probed. "I'm still undecided," Yuanjun replied, shaking her head, pursing her lips. Hong's heart leaped with joy. Could it be because of her fondness for him that she wanted to stay? But Yuanjun soon fell into contemplation, saying, "The dorm doesn't have air conditioning. It gets quite hot, but if I continue renting, I feel like it would be inconvenient to communicate with my roommates. It's rather troublesome. I haven't made up my mind yet. Take your time to think it over. You still have 2 weeks, right?" Ko-hong continued, if you're really unsure, you could ask your friends or family for their opinions before making a decision. That's true. Yoo-won-jun nodded with a smile. Have you been going to the library regularly? Yes, of course, I've been going. Ke-hong chuckled awkwardly, unable to look Yoo-won-jun in the eye since he hadn't set foot in the library since she moved back. It felt utterly pointless. Why Yoo-won-jun seemed to sense that he hadn't been, squinting at him with a playful smile. You've been slacking off, haven't you? But it's fine, after going for so many days. A week of rest is okay. I haven't gone this week either. Right. But you must go tonight. Definitely. Thus, after returning from the gym that evening, Ko-hong met Yoo-won-jun at the library. He wasn't the only one feeling delighted. Many boys in the library seemed to have rediscovered their will to live. However, he couldn't quite place what had changed that day. While searching for reference materials between the bookshelves, Ko-hong caught a glimpse of a stunning silhouette out of the corner of his eye. The campus belle had come to the library again today. Ke-hong sighed inwardly. Today, Chin Shiyu was dressed in her usual casual and youthful attire, a white knitted t-shirt and blue denim shorts, making her look like a high school student. Especially when she lightly tucked her hair behind her ear, her allure intensified. If it weren't for the icy expression on her face, Ko-hong would surely be captivated by her femininity. However, from his vantage point, Chin Shiyu's focused demeanor while reading didn't seem so cold. Her concentrated expression conveyed a sense of tranquility and elegance. Curious, Ko-hong glanced at the book in her hands, which was still about Alzheimer's disease. Noticing Ko-hong examining her, Chin Shiyu's face flashed with a hint of distaste as she closed her book and prepared to leave. However, when Ko-hong lowered his gaze, she seemed to realize he was scrutinizing her book rather than her. In response, Chin Shiyu pursed her lips, hugged the book to her chest, and said coolly, I want to borrow this book. The voice of Chin Shiyu was not as frigid as her expression. Rather, it was deep and gentle. Almost a whisper. If they were outside a library, Ko-hong would suspect that her words could be whisked away by a summer night breeze. Take it. I won't lend it, Ko-hong said with a bitter smile. His mind racing. Although Chin Shiyu was studying medicine, she seemed particularly interested in Alzheimer's disease, suggesting that either she had a profound fascination with this ailment or a significant person in her life was afflicted by it. Where interested parties could wait for her, this led him to conclude that possibly her father or mother was suffering from Alzheimer's, commonly known as senile dementia, while Ko-hong had little personal interest in Chin Shiyu. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy for her. Her relentless study of this condition likely indicated that the afflicted individual meant a great deal to her. However, from the advanced medical devices she brought from the future, it was clear that Chin Shiyu had entirely misdirected her research focus from the outset. Thus, when she passed by Ko-hong, an overwhelming sense of compassion surged within him. He began, but she coldly interjected. For instance, encoding and recording a person's memories and certain cognitive abilities in a special manner, then directly implanting them into the patient's mind to address the symptoms of memory and cognitive decline. At that moment, Chin Shiyu halted, turning her head to regard Ko-hong with a look of astonishment. Then, gritting her teeth, she glared at him with an expression that seemed to question what right an outsider had to voice such opinions. Ko-hong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His words certainly seemed absurd and lacked scientific backing. He attempted to explain, you see, the disease itself cannot be altered, but electronic technology is advancing rapidly. The future of data transformation is becoming increasingly sophisticated. Perhaps pursuing this avenue could yield faster results. Yet, Chin Shiyu appeared even more incensed. Ke-hong took a step back, weakly smiling. I merely think that if you are eager to treat the illness, this method might be swifter than conventional treatments, but if you are not in a hurry, you could continue your research into standard therapies. Observing the unchanging anger on Chin Shiyu's face, Ko-hong decisively turned away, saying, I apologize. With that, he hastily departed, inwardly cursing himself for his impulsiveness. He could hardly confess that this was insight gleaned from future technology. Chapter 60. The Fury of the Campus Belle, is that so? It had the opposite effect. Ke Mingao was rather indifferent to Ko-hong's report. It mattered little, as her feelings towards him remained at a flat zero, and she had not even triggered any affection for him. To her, he was merely a speck of dust, a stone by the roadside, completely unnoticed. I don't care either, Ke-hong muttered unhappily, referring to that cold, unyielding woman. However, Ko Mingao seemed intrigued. as she restored Qin Shiyu's affection level back to the list on her phone. But now it's different. Even if this leads your affection level to plummet into the negatives, it at least captured her attention, letting her recognize your existence, which is quite commendable. As for affection, there will be future opportunities to enhance it. What surprised Ko Hong, however, was that the impression he left on Qin Shiyu might be far deeper than he had anticipated. The following evening, after finishing his workout, while perusing books in the library with Yi Wanjun, a delicate, fair hand suddenly slapped down onto the open book in front of him, startling Ko Hong and those around him, including Yi Wanjun. Following that hand upward, he found it belonged to a furious Qin Shiyu, who, despite her simple attire, remained breathtakingly beautiful, leaving those nearby feeling quite conflicted. They gazed in admiration at her flawless figure and visage while curiously observing Ko Hong, yet there was no envy among them. Rather, they relished in his misfortune, for Qin Shiyu's countenance was livid. On the other hand, they were astonished, as Qin Shiyu was renowned for her icy demeanor, rarely displaying joy or anger. To her, everyone else was simply a stone by the roadside, unworthy of notice. Thus, the question arose, why did this boy seated beside the soothing goddess Yi Wanjun provoke such an expression from the campus belle Qin Shiyu? Consequently, Ko Hong swiftly became the focal point, eclipsing both Qin Shiyu and Yi Wanjun. Good evening, he ventured cautiously. Come here, Qin Shiyu coldly commanded, grabbing Ko Hong's arm in an attempt to pull him away. As a seemingly frail girl, her strength was quite feeble. But Ko Hong understood that she likely wished to conceal her family's struggle with Alzheimer's from others, so he resignedly allowed her to lead him aside. They reached a secluded bookshelf, and upon confirming that no one was watching, Qin Shiyu lowered her voice and spoke. Yi Hong initially expected her to question how he knew of her family's affliction, yet she instead inquired, "Are you serious? Do you truly believe that method of yours could be effective?" "Of course I'm serious," he almost blurted, stifling the thought that he had brought advanced treatment devices from the future. He instead replied, "Look, Alzheimer's has been around for many years with little progress in research. However, advancements in information conversion are progressing at an astonishing pace. Approaching it from that angle might yield quicker results, but that sounds like mere wishful thinking, doesn't it?" Qin Shiyu retorted, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity, her brows furrowed. "Well, perhaps it does," Ko Hong admitted, scratching his head, "but isn't progress often born from such flights of fancy? If one approach fails, why not consider another?" Qin Shiyu scrutinized his face closely, while Ko Hong, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. She narrowed her eyes, questioning, "But why can't I see any hint of fanciful innocence in your expression? When you mentioned that treatment method, it sounded as if you had witnessed it firsthand. And the specifics were almost unbelievable. That's likely because I have put considerable thought into this matter," Ko Hong stammered, his voice trembling with nervousness. This girl possessed a remarkably keen observational skill. He had initially assumed her to be a naive girl, yet her insight was unexpectedly sharp. Qin Shiyu continued to appraise him, but at that moment, a number of boys, drawn by curiosity, approached the bookshelf, eager to catch a glimpse of the captivating Qin Shiyu and to gossip about the unfolding situation. Noticing this, Qin Shiyu hesitated, and suddenly, she snatched Ko Hong's phone from his hand, fiddled with it for a moment, and then returned it to him. After completing this act, she said nothing further and turned to leave. Yi Hong glanced down at his phone, initially thinking she had left her number or something similar. But upon inspection, he found nothing, no new contacts added. This woman was rather perplexing, he mused. However, that was not the most troublesome aspect. The real challenge lay in returning to his table and explaining this encounter to Yi Wanjun. To his surprise, Yi Wanjun showed no concern over the matter, displaying not an ounce of jealousy, which left Ko Hong feeling somewhat disappointed. It indicated that he had yet to enter the realm of romance in her eyes. Yi Wanjun teased, "I didn't expect this. A Hong, who usually appears quite earnest, has secretly made a move on our campus belle." "That's not how it is," Ko Hong sighed, glancing around, aware that he shouldn't disclose Qin Shiyu's private matters to outsiders, especially with so many boys eavesdropping nearby. Thus, he replied, "I'll elaborate on the way back. It's a personal matter, best not discussed in public." "All right," Yi Wanjun nodded obediently, her sweet demeanor melting Ko Hong's heart. "There's hope," she laughed, patting Ko Hong on the shoulder. "Disaster. This felt like the beginning of a divergence from the romance narrative. He would surely be scolded by his precious daughter, while Ko-hong maintained a calm facade. His heart was tumultuous, yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had never truly entered the romantic narrative with Yi Wanjun from the very start. On the way back, Ko-hong recounted the events involving Qin Shiyu to Yi Wanjun in detail. Certainly, it was indeed mentioned by Ko-hong that Qin Shiyu's family member suffers from Alzheimer's, and this was merely his speculation. Oh, that is how it is. Why Yi Wanjun rested her chin on her hand. Pondering, it turns out she has such a past. No wonder she has always been indifferent to matters beyond her studies. Indeed, that is true. She is undeniably beautiful, yet I have no interest whatsoever in that type of girl. So how could I possibly approach her? Ko-hong sighed and remarked, now this misunderstanding should be clarified, right? It won't affect the romantic interest, will it? Are you not interested even if she pursues you? Of course not. Oh, it seems you might be wavering. No way. Speaking of which, if one were to actively pursue her, she wouldn't be the Ice Queen anymore, would she? Haha. Indeed. I was merely jesting. Chapter 61. The return of the scoundrel. Although Qin Shiyu had caused quite a stir by seizing his phone, nothing had changed. Ke Hong's contact list had not expanded with any new numbers, and Qin Shiyu showed no intention of reaching out to him. On another note, Yi Wanjun had indeed moved back. But ever since her recent visit home, she appeared to have reconnected with her old friends. She frequently went out during the day to enjoy coffee and shopping with them, and her visits to the library had significantly diminished in the evenings. From Ko-hong's perspective, it seemed that returning home had actually widened the distance between him and Yi Wanjun. Of course, Yi Wanjun maintained her sweet and charming demeanor when interacting with him. Yet the time they spent together had drastically reduced. This was a source of regret and agitation for Ko-hong, but his precious daughter remained remarkably unperturbed. Rest assured, this merely indicates that the timing is not yet right for you two. One day, when she looks back at you, she will realize just how exceptional you have become. At that point, the dynamics will shift. As I mentioned before, one must seize the initiative. Fine, Ko-hong sighed, resting his chin on his hand. I suppose I shall proceed according to my plan. The man I am shaping, paired with my romantic strategies, will surely conquer any woman, Ke Mengao declared with a confidence bordering on arrogance. Ko-hong smiled wryly and cautioned, I'm off to the gym now. The omelette rice is ready here. Eat it while it's hot. Mengao replied absently, her focus still locked on the data on her phone. Ko-hong furrowed his brow, affectionately ruffling her hair, and reiterated, it'll spoil if you let it cool down. Ke Mengao pouted in discontent, taking her phone to the dining table to begin eating. Observing this, Ko-hong nodded in satisfaction before heading out to the gym. However, he had been exceedingly busy lately. Since passing the Japanese N3 and English IELTS exams, he was preparing to enroll in piano and guitar classes. His driving license was less of a concern, as he had retained the knowledge of driving from his future memories. He merely needed to continue with the practical exams. Nonetheless, fitness, music, and writing web novels kept him quite occupied. As usual, on his way to the gym, Ko-hong gave $1 to the street performer and greeted him before arriving at the gym. Yet, upon his arrival, the atmosphere seemed somewhat different than usual. Good evening, Ko-hong greeted the receptionist, but she appeared flustered upon seeing him and hurriedly exclaimed, Ahong, you finally made it. Hurry upstairs. Xiaoman has been harassed, but if you don't help me swipe my card. How can I? Ke Hong responded, bewildered, as he assumed it was an extreme suitor of Su-man causing the commotion. In truth, given Su-man's beauty, it was odd that no suitors had approached her in all the time he had known her. So he hadn't given it much thought. Forget the card, the receptionist replied impatiently, pushing him toward the stairs. Xiaoman is in tears. It seems her ex-boyfriend has come back. You need to hurry. Ko-hong paused, recalling the scoundrel that was Su-man's ex-boyfriend, and without further ado, he dropped his gym card and rushed upstairs. As he ascended, he could hear the escalating clamor. Upon reaching the second floor, he found the scene unfolding in a manner different from what he had envisioned. He had anticipated the scoundrel would engage with Su-man in a violent or coercive manner. Instead, he encountered a tall, slender young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, looking rather ordinary. His face was notably long and thin, his skin tanned, with large eyes and a high nose, and notably thin lips. The young man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. kneeling before Su Man with a bouquet of flowers, exclaiming, "Xiao Man, I truly realize my mistakes. Please give me another chance. You treated me so poorly before, and now don't you dare to come back to me." Su Man sobbed, "I know I was wrong, Xiao Man." The man wore an expression of desperation. "I beg you to forgive me. Only now do I see that you are the only one who has ever genuinely cared for me. I love you above all else." Wiping her tears, Su Man retorted, "You only returned because I've lost weight. Where were you when I was heavier? You claimed to love only me, yet you cheated with my best friend and got her pregnant?" Kohong silently nodded to himself. Let us see how you explain that. But what the man said next left Kohong amused. It wasn't because of your weight, Xiao Man. I discovered last month while looking through her phone that the child isn't mine. It belongs to another man. Truly, I even took screenshots of her messages. Look, I didn't return because you lost weight." Damn. Ke Hong silently cursed. Was it fair to say this man deserved it, or was it poetic justice? A nearby female personal trainer quietly echoed his thoughts. What goes around comes around. However, the man remained undeterred, continuing to plead with Su Man. "Truly, Xiao Man, please give me another chance. I finally awakened to the truth. You are the only one who has ever treated me well. I love only you. I promise, this time I will cherish you." Kohong, possessing a keen eye for discernment, could instantly perceive that this man was spinning tales. In essence, the man had only returned because Su Man had become more attractive after losing weight. The fact that his former best friend was pregnant was merely a catalyst, a reason to sever ties with her, and now, after the breakup, he was seeking refuge with the now slender and stunning Su Man. Willing to financially support him, there was no better option than that, provided he could win her forgiveness. In Kohong's view, anyone with a modicum of sense would not fall for this scoundrel's deceit. Su Man's expression clearly indicated that she was swayed, and her hand involuntarily reached for the bouquet. "No way, you can't be serious," Kohong exclaimed in disbelief. His question startled Su Man, who then noticed his presence and quickly withdrew her hand, diverting her gaze. I want to give him another chance." Chapter 62. The plan to eliminate scoundrels. The thought of Su Man reconciling with her ex-boyfriend nearly sent Kohong into a rage. While he considered Su Man a good friend, his feelings were not as intense as those he harbored for Yu Wanjun. Yet, precisely because they were friends, he felt this anger more keenly. He firmly believed that anyone with a sound mind would never grant that man another opportunity. Moreover, given Su Man's current circumstances, why would she settle for him? She could have any man she desired. Even Liu Yao, despite his questionable character, was not as despicable as her ex-boyfriend. Had her weight loss also diminished her intellect? In Kohong's mind, this was the only logical explanation. However, he remained an outsider in this matter and had no say. He had already made it clear to Su Man that if she insisted on being with that man, he would no longer wish to associate with her. Naturally, this decision also meant he would cease seeking her as a personal trainer. Yet, this did not alter Su Man's final decision, which left him exceedingly frustrated. Consequently, he shared this matter with Yu Wanjun and her sister Yu Junmo, but only referred to it as an issue involving a friend, without revealing the identity of the individual involved. The sisters expressed their stern disapproval and disdain for Su Man's ex-boyfriend. "I, for one, would never grant such a man any opportunities," Yu Wanjun replied. "I have a certain fastidiousness regarding love. I might forgive other mistakes, but infidelity is absolutely unforgivable, especially with a best friend involved. If it were me, I would sever all ties with both my ex-boyfriend and my best friend, never to cross paths again." What? A scoundrel like that? Of course, I would gather a few friends to deal with him. Which led him to report the matter to his daughter with trepidation. It was rather straightforward. Ku Mengao appeared to be quite understanding. After all, it was her first love. As you can imagine, first love, especially an unrequited one, leaves a profound impression on an individual. Furthermore, Su Man had previously lacked confidence, remaining in a passive state during her romantic pursuits, completely led by the other party. Now that she has gained confidence, she naturally wishes to take the initiative in her relationships and experience a genuine romance. I can entirely empathize with her decision to. Ke Hong raised an eyebrow and squinted as he inquired, "Why is that? Could it be that you?" No man in this world is worthy of me," Ku Mengao retorted arrogantly. "Indeed, there hasn't been a man born who deserves our daughter," Ku Hong asserted emphatically. "Who dares to pursue my little Yao? I'll make sure they regret it." I must remind you, I never uttered the words I want to marry daddy when I grow up, Ku Mingao replied coolly. In any case, you cannot simply abandon Su Man while she wishes to take the initiative. She stands no chance against such a scoundrel, and she'll soon find herself ensnared as she was before. But what can I do? Ko Hong sighed. I was nearly infuriated. Perhaps cutting ties would be best. Ke Mingao smacked him on the head, exclaiming, nonsense. Wouldn't that squander the goodwill you've built up? Listen, Su Man isn't still hung up on that man. She seeks to exact revenge on him. However, in this process, this naive little romantic will inevitably be subdued by him, which is why you must intervene. But what can I do? Ke Hong mumbled, pouting. Help her see the true nature of that man. Ku Mingao scolded. Use your brain. Ko Hong sighed. But I've already said such things, and I've given up on pursuing her as a personal trainer. With her current level of goodwill, she won't sever ties with you so easily. Rest assured, Ku Mingao replied, furrowing her brow. You see, she knows full well that he returned because she has become more attractive, so she will be cautious and won't surrender herself to him so readily. You need to act quickly to prevent her from acting impulsively. However, for the first time, Ko Hong did not heed his daughter's words. He sighed and, somewhat distracted, said, but I believe she might need to learn a lesson. Is that so? Ke Mingao noted, not pressing further. It seemed her fondness for him was not as strong as she thought. I won't force you. You can decide this matter for yourself. However, she's still inexperienced. Don't let her fall for that scoundrel. Well, Ke Hong pouted, uncertain of how to proceed. For the moment, he could only take things one step at a time. Yet, the feeling of freedom was rather pleasant. Over the past few days, Su Man had taken a few days off from work due to personal matters, so when he arrived at the gym, he mostly trained on his own. Occasionally, while practicing in the combat room, Lin Chaosen and Li Heimo would lend him a hand. When he arrived at the gym today, he brought some egg tarts for the receptionists, which he had made himself. I'm so relieved to see you. I thought I'd never get to taste your pastries again, Xiaoke said with a smile while enjoying an egg tart. Her smile quickly turned to a bittersweet expression, but it seems the grand feast at Su Man's house is indefinitely postponed. That doesn't have to be the case. Once I buy my own place, I'll invite you all over, Ko Hong joked. Don't worry. With my skills, that day isn't far off. Right. Xiaoke chuckled, then hesitated before continuing. Honestly, I don't understand why Su Man would give that man a chance. In my eyes, you're far superior to him in every way. It's truly unfair to you, considering how much you've helped her during her toughest times. Bringing in so many members and even making pastries for her as she spoke, Xiaoku sighed. Alas, others share similar sentiments about Su Man. Everyone feels quite indignant on your behalf. This revelation surprised Ko Hong. He had maintained a good rapport with the receptionists and saleswomen, yet he had not anticipated that they would harbor disdain for Su Man due to this situation. If it drove Su Man away, their connection would be severed entirely. This thought left Ko Hong feeling uneasy, primarily because he didn't want to see Su Man's ex-boyfriend reveling in triumph. Thus, he realized he knew what he needed to do and how he wanted to proceed. Ko Hong forced a smile, so, please don't take it to heart. I'm merely defending her as a friend. If she feels ostracized and decides to quit, wouldn't that entirely sever our ties? However, at this point, Ko Hong narrowed his eyes and grinned ominously. If there's a chance to expose the true nature of that man to her, you would help me, wouldn't you? Xiaoke blinked in surprise before responding with a radiant smile. Of course, it's everyone's duty to eliminate scoundrels. The plan to eradicate scoundrels officially commences today, Ko Hong thought to himself. Chapter 63. Good guy card. Though the plan to eradicate scoundrels sounded grand, regrettably, Ko Hong had no actual strategy. He could only adapt and rely on his daughter's ideas. Moreover, Su Man had not been to the gym for several days, while he knew her home address. He had no desire to seek her out. Good evening, Ko Hong greeted Li Heimo as he entered the combat room. Hey, you seem a bit down after being dumped, Li Heimo teased, unable to suppress his amusement. Ko Hong shrugged it off, merely smiling as he replied, yeah, probably. However, Li Heimo made the most foolish remark to date. How about a couple of rounds to vent? Half an hour later, Li Heimo regretted his words. Sitting on the floor with his hands raised, furiously exclaiming, no more, just go hit the punching bag. Didn't I hold back? Ko Hong asked with a wry smile. That still hurts. My elbows can't even bend now. Lee Haemo retorted irritably, waving Ko-hong away as he went to hit the punching bag himself. For you, hitting me or the bag is pretty much the same. I have to say, your method is indeed effective. Ko-hong quipped. After several rounds, he genuinely felt much better. However, Lee Haemo was feeling quite the opposite, having been pinned down by Ko-hong in 3 different ways, leaving him in pain. His fists felt weak after that. And he had a match in 2 days. Are you coming with me? Lin Chaosen asked, gripping the cage as he stood by the octagon. Of course, isn't that my side gig? Ko-hong replied nonchalantly. Lin Chaosen hesitated before asking, I know it feels a bit inconsiderate to say this while Su-man isn't here, but the boss asked me to check if you're interested in fighting a few more matches. Taking advantage of the opportunity to avoid her distractions, Ke-hong pondered for a moment. He participated in boxing purely to earn some extra cash. He neither enjoyed hurting others nor being hurt, especially by strangers. Given his current capabilities, relying on boxing to earn extra money was not particularly stable. His last match against Zhao Qing had been a narrow victory, and if he delayed too long, he would surely end up losing. Please inform Boss Yang that I currently do not wish to fight, as my physical condition isn't adequate. Once I improve my abilities, I will consider participating in more matches, Ko-hong stated earnestly. All right, I'll let him know. Lin Chaosen nodded, adding, I think that's the most prudent approach. Lin Chaosen, in essence, was not a bad person. His actions were driven by the need to make a living, after all. He had a family to support and could not afford to defy his boss. Moreover, he was self-aware, having navigated the struggles of society. After finishing his workout, as autumn gradually approached, the weather had begun to cool. Ke-hong could no longer wear damp clothes home as he did in the summer. So he opted to shower at the gym, change into dry clothes, and prepare to head back. That evening, Yi Wanjun was waiting for him at the library, which lifted his spirits until he encountered Su-man at the gym entrance after taking the elevator down. Ahong, Su-man exclaimed as she saw him emerge, hurrying over to greet him. Her expression appeared somewhat haggard, her delicate brows furrowed, prompting a mix of annoyance and sympathy from Ko-hong. In truth, Su-man had done nothing wrong. All the blame lay with her ex-boyfriend. She was merely a naive girl ensnared by love. What are you doing waiting here? Now that you're here, why not head inside? Ko-hong replied nonchalantly. Despite his dissatisfaction with Su-man, he still wished to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Thus, he raised his hand, signaling for Su-man to walk alongside him as they conversed. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd flowed incessantly past them, yet a palpable silence hung between the two. Ke-hong, momentarily lost in thought, forgot the passage of time as he walked with Su-man, becoming just another young couple amidst the lively street. Eventually, it was Su-man who broke the silence, but after starting to speak, she hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Well, since they had reconciled, it was best to cherish the moment. Perhaps he truly could turn over a new leaf. Ko-hong yawned, confessing that he always felt drowsy after working out. Su-man nodded cautiously, explaining, I have not reconciled with him. I merely gave him a chance to pursue me. Moreover, I will certainly put him to the test a few more times. It's up to you. That is your personal affair, and we outsiders ought not to pry, Ko-hong remarked as he rolled his shoulders, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Su-man tentatively inquired. So, are we still friends? I suppose so, Ko-hong replied, raising an eyebrow, prompting Su-man to break into a wide smile. That's wonderful. Then, we can discuss cooking later. Ke-hong replied curtly, stating that he no longer needed personal training sessions. The implication was clear, and Su-man fell silent. At this moment, they had arrived at the subway station. Ko-hong would be taking the bus home, while Su-man would be riding the subway. Marking their impending separation, Ke-hong raised his hand in a casual wave, saying, See you another day. Su-man softly responded, yet the image of a gentleman, often echoed by her daughter, resonated in his ears. With a sigh, Ko-hong turned back and said, Let me see you onto the subway. Despite their somewhat distant relationship, Su-man felt content with the current state of affairs. At least their connection was no longer as strained as before. And simple greetings were still possible. This development allowed Su-man to return to the gym and provided Ko-hong with an opportunity to confront that scoundrel just before boarding the subway. Su-man hesitated once more. What's the matter? If you don't get on, the train will leave. Ko-hong yawned again. After glancing at the approaching subway, Su-man gathered her resolve and slightly bowed. stating, "I apologize, but I truly need to bring closure to this failed relationship. Otherwise, I cannot move on to the next one." After saying this, she bowed once more to Ko-hong and turned to board the train. What a situation. Rejected before even confessing, did Ke-hong sighed inwardly, thinking, one good guy card received. However, when he spotted Yu Wanjun, all those thoughts vanished from his mind. "Ahong," Yu Wanjun waved her small hand, smiling sweetly. That smile instantly healed him, and he couldn't help but marvel at her, truly the goddess of healing in their school. Chapter 64. Overlooked friend requests fool. Upon returning to the apartment, Ko Mingao gave Ko-hong a light smack on the head, scolding him, "Su Man did not reject you. What she meant is that she needs to put an end to her relationship with that scoundrel first. Only then can she confront her feelings for you." His daughter was so thoughtful, offering comfort to her father. Ke-hong felt warmth in his heart as he affectionately ruffled Ko Minyao's hair. She impatiently swatted his hand away, saying, "That's not comfort. That's interpretation. Why else would she choose that moment to speak? Because you are still so gentlemanly and gentle with her, she is even more confused about her feelings. However, she cannot extricate herself from that failed past. You must understand that relationship has deeply wounded her." Though not fully comprehending, Ko-hong sighed. "Women are so complex." Ke-mingao nodded in satisfaction. "It seems her fondness for you is quite high, sufficient to give you the upper hand. What remains is to ensure she lets go of that scoundrel and considers her relationship with you. What if he truly repents?" Ko-hong rested his chin on his hand, pouting. Impossible." Ko Mingao slammed her small hand onto the table. Fearing she might hurt herself, Ko-hong placed his hand beneath hers. She continued, "People's natures are hard to change. That man is merely suppressing his true self for the moment, with a little provocation. His true colors will show." "All right then," Ko-hong chuckled, pinching Ko Mingyao's cheek. "You certainly know men well." Because men are too easy to understand." Ko Mingao scoffed. "School starts in a week, right?" "Yes, just orientation. Actual classes 1T commence for about 2 weeks. Ko-hong confirmed. Ke-mingao contemplated for a moment before continuing. "You see, there is a limit to the amount of knowledge one can absorb at a time. Think of it like your USB drive, which can only hold 16 gigabytes or 32 GB. After I programmed your workout regimen, I had a bit of capacity left, and I plan to teach you some basics of musical instruments." "You mean?" Ke-hong asked curiously. Ko Mingao nodded. "This will save you some study time and allow you to jump straight into advanced courses. The basic courses are not only a waste of time, but also provide minimal knowledge, which is inefficient. Additionally, I will bring you some quality protein powder from the future to expedite your fitness progress. While it 1T8 in weight loss, it is excellent for muscle gain. Since you've completed the weight loss phase, it will come in handy." That moment, a sudden knock on the door startled Ko-hong. "It's already past 11. Usually, Yu Wanjun wouldn't seek him out at this hour." However, Ko Mingao remained calm and nonchalantly gestured for Ko-hong to open the door before returning to her world. When he opened the door, Yu Wanjun curiously asked, "Ahong, were you just talking to someone?" "No, just the sounds from my computer," Ko-hong quickly explained. "What brings you here so late?" Yu Wanjun held up a bag, smiling brightly. "I brought you some late-night snacks." It then dawned on Ko-hong that Yu Wanjun was dressed casually, clearly having gone out after returning from the library with him, likely to grab a late-night bite with friends. As she entered, she began to unpack the snacks. "I originally wanted to invite you along, but it was all girls, and I thought the topics might be unsuitable for boys. The snacks included shangjian, xiaomai, and shrimp dumplings, along with a cup of milk tea. Well, this is all of it. I often come over to mooch off you, so I thought I should give back occasionally." White Yu Wanjun smiled sweetly, pausing to point at the shrimp dumplings and milk tea, saying, "These two are from Junemo. She asked me to tell you. How has she been lately?" Ko-hong inquired, popping a shangjian into his mouth. White Yu Wanjun puffed out her cheeks in slight dissatisfaction, her expression quite adorable. "She still goes out every night and stays out late. But at least she has cut ties with that group of friends and makes it home before 11. My parents are satisfied with that. Before 11, that's quite rare," Ko-hong said with a wry smile. Yu Wanjun nodded, then added, "By the way, I've decided to stay here after all." Ke-hong's heart leapt with joy as he exclaimed, "Really? What prompted this sudden decision?" "Well, you see, it's close to the school." making it easy to connect with friends, right? The apartment is nice, with air conditioning and a TV, and Xiaoya and the others said they would come over to enjoy the air conditioning when it gets hot. Yi Wanjun spoke in her characteristic manner, adding, besides, the rent has been paid for 3 months already. Not living here would be a waste. You might find more people coming over to eat, Ahong. But we will bring our own ingredients. Those are trivial matters, Kohong said, unable to contain his excitement. Being able to integrate into Yuanjuan's circle would be a boon for him. He wouldn't mind cooking. And he would gladly buy the ingredients himself. Okay, then, Why Yuanjun began, suddenly eyeing Kohong with curiosity, asking, Ahong, have you lost some weight recently, after shedding some pounds? Kohong was now wearing clothes that Kamengao had bought online, which fit him much better than before. This t-shirt was not as loose, accentuating his physique. Yes, I've lost quite a bit. My abs are showing now, Kohong said proudly. Really? Yi Wanjun exclaimed, delighting in the news. Ahong, you're about to become a male god. Don't tease me, Kohong replied with a wry smile. Yi Wanjun chuckled lightly, rising to wave goodbye. Good night, I'm going to shower, remove my makeup, and do a face mask. Take your time eating. Watching Yi Wanjun leave, Kohong couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, Wanjun is truly perfect. Yi Hong returned to his room, preparing to indulge in the late-night snack before him. At that moment, he picked up his phone and glanced at it, only to discover a new friend request on WeChat, from none other than Qin Shiyud. Oh, when did this happen? Yi Hong murmured to himself in surprise. His WeChat was primarily used for chatting with Yi Wanjun, and since her return, he had scarcely used it, completely oblivious to this friend request. Moreover, judging by the timestamp, it must have been sent the day after Qin Shuyu had pulled him aside in the library, which meant it had been several days. Chapter 65. A secret meeting. If I were to sell Qin Shuyu's WeChat ID in the campus spell club, I could probably cover my college living expenses. Kohong was somewhat reluctant to go, as there were 2 traits about Qin Shuyu that he found unappealing. First, her icy demeanor, and second, her assertiveness. The combination of these attributes, coupled with her status as the campus belle, endowed her with a haughty and almost regal presence, akin to that of a celebrity. However, Kamengao insisted he attend, even going so far as to prepare him with extensive background information, including details about a device from the future designed to treat Alzheimer's disease and its operational principles, as well as its developmental trajectory over the years. The aim was for Kohong to adequately explain the device's purpose to Qin Shuyu. But didn't you say that we shouldn't carelessly disclose this data? Isn't there a risk of a butterfly effect? Kohong furrowed his brow and inquired. Many of the items Kamengao had brought, including the protein powder and various pieces of information from the future, were prohibited from being shared due to potential butterfly effects that could severely impact the future's course. Yet, astonishingly, Kamengao permitted him to convey the data about the Alzheimer's treatment device to Qin Shuyu, which he found quite unbelievable. However, Kamingao's response was even more shocking. This device was originally invented by me in the future, she said impassively. So, by informing her early, it merely expedites its arrival on the market. And it won't be too premature, so it's inconsequential. However, you must remember to relay the management regulations and usage rules to her, as this device could have dire consequences if it falls into the wrong hands. It was only after meeting Yi Wanjun that he realized how many shops were in the vicinity. The CF Qin Shuyu had chosen was somewhat secluded. Although it was small, it exuded a cozy atmosphere, with simple rows of seating accommodating only a few dozen patrons. The staff comprised merely of a young couple, the owner and his wife. The CF was charmingly decorated, with walls adorned in alternating hues of pale yellow and sky blue wallpaper, evidently chosen by the owner's wife. The glass windows were tinted, casting a dim light within, creating a languid and warm ambience, reminiscent of a neighborhood tea house, despite the presence of several patrons. The CF was remarkably quiet, with soft, calming music playing in the background. Upon his arrival, Kohong found Qin Shuyu seated in a corner, engrossed in her book while enjoying her lunch. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 2 o'clock, and he was surprised to see that she was still eating lunch while simultaneously reading. Aren't you studying medicine? You should know that this isn't very healthy, he remarked, attempting to close her book for her. Without hesitation, she pulled the book back and closed it herself, then glanced at the time, her long eyelashes fluttering. You arrived 8 minutes early. I could have finished by now. Better early than late. Kohong chuckled awkwardly as he took a seat across from her. Qin Shiyu elegantly sliced a small piece of her pancake and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Well, it's already 2 o'clock. Kohong replied, somewhat helplessly. "Then please wait a moment. I will finish shortly," she said, unhurriedly continuing her meal. After wiping her mouth, she inquired, "You didn't tell anyone that we're meeting here, did you, today? I want to discuss something important and don't want any interruptions." "I haven't mentioned it, but I can't say for certain if others might find out," Kohong said with a dry laugh. Qin Shiyu remained unfazed. "It's all right. This place is quite safe." It was then that Kohong noticed how, unless one approached the table, it was nearly impossible to discern the identities of those seated in the corner. It seemed that during her years at university, she had become quite adept at navigating such situations. As he watched Qin Shiyu eat, Kohong couldn't help but admire her beauty. Even her manner of eating was graceful and refined. How could such a lovely girl possess such an unfortunate personality? 8 minutes later, neither too early nor too late, Qin Shiyu finished her meal and wiped her mouth, stating, "Thank you for waiting. Let us begin. I wish to discuss the device you mentioned for treating Alzheimer's." I merely thought it was a fanciful idea. I admit it's quite far-fetched." Kohong scratched his head. However, Qin Shiyu appeared entirely serious. She looked intently at him, her expression calm as she replied, "Then let us explore this notion together, refining this fanciful idea until it can be brought to fruition." Chapter 66. Ideals and Reality. Qin Shiyu was evidently earnest. She and Kohong delved into a detailed discussion regarding the intricacies of the treatment device. For Kohong, the most challenging aspect was that he knew the answers yet had to pretend they were arriving at conclusions together. Yet, once such a device was created, if it could truly achieve its theoretical effects, directly implanting various cognitive abilities and memories into a person's brain, would it not pose a significant risk? Qin Shiyu propped her chin on her hand, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed thoughtfully to the side. This pose was so enchanting that it nearly took Kohong's breath away. To liken her beauty to a splashing landscape painting would be an affront. Her contemplative and graceful demeanor made one feel that such a woman could only exist in the heavens. Returning to himself, Kohong replied, "Indeed, it certainly is. However, when one thinks about it, it's not overly complicated, is it? Having just the device or merely the programmers is insufficient. Both elements are essential. Legal measures could be established to regulate both, making it more difficult for anyone to illicitly acquire this knowledge." Indeed, Qin Shiyu continued to ponder, yet she still sensed the risk involved. "Then we must assess whether this risk is justifiable," Kohong responded. "After all, this device can only impart knowledge that already exists in the world. It cannot create new knowledge out of thin air. Rather than squandering funds and risking legal repercussions, it would be more prudent to learn the information ourselves." "That's true. Typically, only lazy wealthy heirs would seek to bypass the effort of learning." Qin Shiyu nodded, her gaze cast downward as she mused. Even if they were to achieve their goals through illegal means, they would merely be learning more quickly. It should not result in any adverse consequences, correct? Moreover, this form of transmission would undoubtedly impose a burden on the brain. Infinite transmission is not feasible, lest the brain be overwhelmed. Kohong replied. Qin Shiyu nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "But what if someone attempts to read another's memories? For instance, extracting the memories of the world's wealthiest individual to uncover their safe and bank card passwords, subsequently stealing all their money. Your imagination is quite vivid. Have you ever considered writing a screenplay?" "I have never contemplated such matters," Kohong teased lightly. However, Qin Shiyu showed no inclination to share a laugh. She merely pressed her lips together, stating, "I am quite serious." "Very well, let me ponder. Perhaps we could set a retrieval code for those memories and implement a series of security measures," Kohong suggested tentatively. "In truth, I believe that wealthy individuals cherish their memories dearly. If thieves were indeed able to laboriously extract their memories, I doubt anyone could thwart them. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. If they have achieved this, I do not think others would place the blame on the instrument itself." Qin Shiyu contemplated this for a moment before nodding, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, you have a point." Yet, this expression quickly faded as she glanced at her watch and remarked, "Let us pause our discussion here. It is getting late. I hope you can respond more promptly when I contact you via WeChat next time." "I seldom use WeChat, so I did not notice your friend request." Kahong replied with a wry smile. Qin Shuyu regarded him in silence for a considerable time before stating seriously, I switched my phone, which I had used for 7 years, to this smartphone just to add you on WeChat, and I stayed up all night studying how to use it. Yes, I was in the wrong. I shall be more attentive in the future. Kahong hastily replied with a bow of respect. Qin Shuyu nodded, settled the bill, and departed alone. Once she left, Kahong let out a long sigh of relief. His spirits were always uplifted in the company of Yi Wanjun. For this girl was particularly healing, and she did not mind discussing rather intimate topics. In contrast, Kahong felt that engaging in such discussions with her was a form of desecration. With Su Man, he felt at ease, able to speak freely as if they had known each other for ages. However, in the presence of Qin Shuyu, Kahong felt a constant sense of trepidation and overwhelming pressure. Nevertheless, having concluded their conversation, Kahong intended to visit Julin Xiaotiao to inquire about any part-time positions. As he exited the CF, the owner jested, she has been dining here for over a year, and this is the first time I've seen her bring a boy. Young man, not bad, you have potential, he added. Kahong could only chuckle awkwardly, though he noted the owner was short and plump with an unremarkable appearance, while the owner's wife was tall and slender, fair-skinned and beautiful, suggesting there might be an intriguing story behind them. Thus, he could only respond with a hollow laugh. Dio come again. The CF owner called out cheerfully from behind him. Kahong then made his way to Julin Xiaotiao, which was significantly larger than the previous CF, a 2-story mini-restaurant capable of accommodating about 200 patrons. The DSOR was quite elegant and charming, yet Kahong still favored the atmosphere of the prior CF, finding this place a tad too lively. Furthermore, the uniforms here were exceptionally refined. The men donned tailcoats, while the women wore standard maid outfits, akin to those at the bar frequently visited by Yi Junmo, albeit more exquisite. However, since this was a restaurant rather than a bar, the maid outfits were considerably less revealing. Currently, the establishment had not officially opened, and notices for part-time positions were posted at the entrance. Observing this, Kahong stepped inside to inquire about part-time opportunities. Hello, I would like to ask if you still need part-time help. I can come every other day, am proficient in various Western and Chinese dishes as well as several types of pastries. However, the reality was, we do not lack chefs. We still have a few positions for servers and kitchen assistants. The restaurant manager appraised Kahong for a moment before responding, you have decent appearance. If you wish to be a server, I can reserve a spot for you. Kahong inwardly lamented the disparity between his lofty aspirations and the stark reality. Nonetheless, serving as a waiter could offer future opportunities to showcase his skills. Or perhaps a chef position might open up, allowing him to ascend the ranks, so he agreed at that moment. It was a short-term part-time role. No contract was necessary. They simply reached a verbal agreement and documented it in writing. Since the money he previously earned through gambling had been invested in stocks by Xiaoyao, his available funds were limited, making the part-time income crucial for supporting his daily expenses. Moreover, this way, he would not need to ask his parents for living expenses. She had returned to work at the gym, and seeing that Kahong's relationship with her had largely returned to normal, the other girls at the gym no longer felt the need to comment. She had returned to work at the gym, and seeing that Kahong's relationship with her had largely returned to normal, the other girls at the gym no longer felt the need to comment. Nevertheless, Su Man insisted on completing Kahong's personal training sessions for the month. After some consideration, Kahong decided that since he had already paid, having someone assist him during workouts would be safer, so he no longer resisted. As a man, being overly entangled in a matter could come off as lacking grace. On this day, due to accompanying Li Heimo to the subsequent boxing match at the gym, Kahong arrived slightly earlier than usual. Upon his arrival, he noticed the street performer still organizing his belongings, setting up his guitar and microphone by the subway station. Spotting Kahong, he smiled and greeted him, "You're here earlier than usual today." "Yeah, I have a part-time job," Kahong replied, placing a coin into the street performer's guitar case. The performer waved at him and continued arranging his items. Li Heimo's match was organized similarly to Kahong's previous bout, with the gym providing transportation directly to the venue. They arrived at the same gym where Kahong had competed before and settled into the athlete's lounge, with little to do before the match. Kahong observed Lin Chaoxian and Lu Yao warming up Li Heimo, while he simply offered advice from the sidelines. Of course, the gym's owner, Xiang Shang, was also present for this match. "What are your thoughts on this match?" Xiangsheng approached Kahong and whispered. On the way, he had shown Kahong video footage of Li Heimo's opponent using a tablet, which confirmed Kahong's suspicion that the old fox had ulterior motives. He was clearly looking to profit from the betting. However, Kahong had no intention of participating. Betting on others was not his style. Only he was worthy of trust. Regarding the video, Kahong made his assessment. The opponent is evidently more robust than Li Heimo. In terms of physique, he may not hold the advantage. As for technique, it is hard to say. I will need to observe their fight during the match to draw a conclusion. Nonetheless, I remain quite confident in helping him secure a victory. That is hard to say. He does not possess your level of skill, Xiangsheng remarked derisively, casting a dismissive glance at Li Heimo. It seemed he would not be betting on Li Heimo's victory this time. Let him lose some money for a lesson learned, Kahong thought to himself, seizing the opportunity while Xiangsheng left the dim athlete's lounge, presumably to place a bet. Kahong found Li Heimo.at that moment. Li Heimo was eagerly warming up with punches, grinning as he said, "What's up, kid? Today, I'm full of fighting spirit. Having you here gives me a sense of reassurance that I can't quite describe to me. There are few opponents more terrifying than you. Do not underestimate your opponent. I have seen the match footage, and your opponent is no slouch," Kahong cautioned. "Indeed, Guanjiud, that guy I have faced a few times before. But I usually lost. He is simply too strong, and his punches are particularly heavy. I can hardly withstand a few hits." Li Heimo wiped his sweat and replied, "So I am counting on you." "Well, regardless, you need to survive the first round so I can identify that guy's weaknesses. You can do that, right?" Kahong asked quietly. "I in the first round. Do not attack. Focus on defense. That guy's punches are quite heavy. So his footwork is stable and not too swift. You need to enter and exit quickly." Moving around the perimeter of the ring, Kahong meticulously outlined his strategy, and Li Heimo nodded along. As the match approached, the fighters were to enter the arena accompanied by their respective coaches. As they reached the edge of the arena, Kahong finally took in the surrounding layout. The facilities outside the cage were rather rudimentary. Lacking even a simple bench, the spectators merely clutched their betting slips and beers as they watched the match unfold. It was only outside the cage that he realized how raucous the arena truly was. The din only subsiding when the competitors entered. "Give it your all. I've wagered $100 on you," Kahong said, patting Li Heimo on the back. $100? That's quite a small sum." Li Heimo replied with a grin through clenched teeth. "I've staked 5,000 on myself." "Oh," Kahong remarked with a stoic expression, "that's quite substantial. You'd better get in there." Li Heimo's opponent, Guang Yuda, was a young man in his early 20s. In the prime of his boxing career, he possessed a robust physique, his form having solidified, with well-defined muscles that suggested he was quite formidable. In the realm of combat sports, Li Heimo found himself at a disadvantage. Weighing in at 79 kilograms, he fell into the middleweight category, while his opponent tipped the scales at 84 kilograms. The 5-kilogram weight disparity was quite evident, with the naked eye easily discerning that Li Heimo was a size smaller than Guang Yuda. Guang Yuda sported a buzz cut, a square jaw, and thick eyebrows framing his large, bright eyes, which now sparkled with confidence as he listened to his coach at the cage's edge. After exchanging a few words with their coaches, both fighters moved to the center of the cage to prepare for battle. "Remember what I told you," Kahong advised at the last moment. Li Heimo nodded, then donned his mouthguard and stepped into the center of the cage. The two competitors touched fists in a gesture of respect before the match officially commenced. It was evident that Li Heimo and Guang Yuda had faced each other multiple times before. Guang Yuda displayed remarkable confidence, leaping forward at the outset with a powerful punch aimed directly at Li Heimo's face. Taken aback, Li Heimo raised his arms in defense, but the force of Guang Yuda's blow sent him staggering backward. "This won't do. My footing is still too unsteady," Hong silently lamented. Although Li Heimo had worked on this weakness recently, the results were not immediately apparent. Fortunately, Li Heimo recalled Kahong's words and, after regaining his balance, began to maneuver swiftly around the cage's perimeter. However, what followed was truly disastrous. Despite his evasive tactics, Li Heimo struggled to mount a counterattack, while Guang Yuda seized every opportunity to strike, landing punches that left Li Heimo reeling and off balance, taking several hits in succession. The force behind those punches was staggering. Had Kahong not been observing from a distance, he would have been unaware of how heavy a fighter's punches could be. Enduring until the first round's bell rang, Lee Haemo emerged with a battered visage, his nose crooked, blood trickling from his brow, and his left eye swollen shut, yet he had managed to survive the initial round. "Kid, I made it through. Now it's your turn to work. Tell me what you've observed." Lee Haemo spat out his mouthguard, taking a deep swig of water before expelling it to the side, panting heavily. Nearly 5 minutes of grappling had left him drenched in sweat. Hong mused that had it been himself in the ring, he would have likely succumbed after just 2 punches. Of course. "That is my responsibility," Hong grinned, gesturing toward Gwang Yuta. "Your chance for victory lies right there." Chapter 68. Insiders. Lee Haemo followed Hong's gaze, spotting Gwang Yuta massaging his shoulder, puzzled by the implication. His shoulder, Hong clarified. "That guy has a very pronounced shoulder movement when he throws punches, particularly with his right hook. Each time he swings, there's a distinct stretching action at his shoulder, to the point of overexertion, which undoubtedly places considerable strain on his muscles and joints." Looked at Hong pointed again at Gwang Yuta, who was now rubbing his shoulder. Gasping for breath, Lee Haemo nodded. "Indeed. What should I do?" "Do you remember the shoulder lock I taught you?" Hong inquired. During their training, Hong had taught Lee Haemo several simple locking techniques, one of which was the shoulder lock. Lee Haemo nodded again. And Hong continued, "Excellent. Pay attention. His shoulder movement during that right hook is quite pronounced. If you can seize the opportunity, slip into his center line, get inside, block his wrist position, and attempt the shoulder lock." After throwing so many punches, his shoulder must be fatigued by now, rendering him unable to escape. "Hey, that's why I say you're the most formidable foe, you little rascal." Lee Haemo took another swig of water, rinsed his mouth, spat out blood, and tossed the water bottle to Lin Chaosen before reapplying his mouthguard for the next round. "Do you think he can win?" Lin Chaosen whispered to Hong. "If he can capitalize on the opportunity and achieve the goal I've outlined, it's a sure win." Hong nodded confidently, adding with a grin, "I've also wagered $100 on him." Lee Haemo truly possessed some skill. And his training sessions with Hong had not been in vain. Under Hong's influence, he had developed a keen interest in joint locks and had diligently practiced them. Moreover, his physical condition now surpassed that of Hong, allowing him to forcefully endure Gwang Yuta's assault and penetrate the opponent's inner line. Despite receiving several punches and appearing somewhat disheveled, he managed to clinch Gwang Yuta, successfully executing the shoulder lock. Although Gwang Yuta still had ample stamina, the locked shoulder had lost its strength. Under the excruciating pain of the joint lock, he could only tap out and surrendered. I won," Lee Haemo exclaimed, leaping triumphantly from the ground, exhilaration radiating from his battered, bloodied face. Observing Lee Haemo's jubilant yet battered demeanor, Hong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Life is a struggle for everyone involved, including the opponents. If there were a way to earn a living without enduring such punishment, surely no one would choose this path. Yet, such is the nature of the arena, where there are victors and vanquished. And Hong lacked the energy to feel sympathy for the latter. As Lin Chaosen and Liu Yao entered the ring to check on Lee Haemo's condition and tend to his injuries, Xiang Sheng appeared behind Hong, seemingly out of nowhere. "Well done, splendidly executed. I knew you would ensure his victory," Xiang Sheng said with a smug grin. "You young folks today are all the same, brimming with youthful vigor, easily provoked. You're still too inexperienced." With that, Xiang Sheng turned to leave. Although Hong felt a twinge of annoyance, he couldn't deny the truth in Xiang Sheng's words. He was indeed still too green. Xiang Sheng had dealt with far more people than Hong had ever encountered, and attempting to outwit such a cunning old fox was simply self-deprecating. This served as a valuable lesson. One Hong mentally noted for the future. However, it was of little consequence, as ensuring Lee Haemo's victory was his primary duty, a task for which he was compensated by Xiang Sheng. With that thought, Hong felt a sense of equilibrium. After announcing the victory, he prepared to exit the arena alongside Lee Haemo. However, the next match piqued Hong's interest, as one of the competitors was Zhao Qing, the very opponent he had defeated previously. After their last bout, Hong had been utterly exhausted, barely catching a few polite exchanges as he drifted in and out of consciousness. This time, he decided to stay and observe. "Let's go, kid. I'll treat you to supper." Lee Haemo, despite his battered state, was in high spirits, tugging at Hong's shirt. Hong raised a hand. "You go rest up first. I want to watch this match." Zhao Qing was indeed performing quite well, but his opponent was equally formidable. After the first round, Neither side had gained a clear advantage, and it seemed unlikely that a victor would be determined within 3 rounds. Panting heavily, glanced at Kohong before a look of surprise crossed his face. "It's you." Just before Zhao Qing's coach could usher Kohong away, he pointed to his opponent. "That guy has weak core strength. Try to take him down and engage him on the ground. He won't be able to hold you down." With that, he was promptly escorted away by the representatives of the opponent's gym. Kohong felt he had extended a friendly gesture, making amends for his previous slight, and returned to Li Heimo's resting area to help him organize his equipment before preparing to leave. However, just as they were about to depart, Zhao Qing's match concluded, and they encountered him returning to the resting area alongside his coach. Upon seeing Kohong, Zhao Qing raised a hand to stop him. Li Heimo rolled his eyes dramatically. "You stay out of this." Zhao Qing was no pushover either, furrowing his brow at Li Heimo's outburst, recalling that Yuan Jun had also skipped the library today. Kohong chuckled and tentatively suggested, "How about we all go together? More people means more fun." After a while, they found a barbecue restaurant next to the gym where they held the boxing matches. A group of burly men ordered 2 large crates of beer and a table full of grilled meat, engaging in lively conversation as they feasted. It was then that Kohong first took notice of the gym's name. HSBC Gym. Having visited twice, he had overlooked it, just as he had failed to realize that his acquaintance Li Heimo had a lovely 4-year-old daughter. As they sat at the barbecue stall, devouring the grilled meat and sipping cold beer, Li Heimo proudly showcased pictures of his daughter to everyone around. He recounted how, at the tender age of 20, he had fathered a child with a girl during a youthful lapse in judgment, only to be abandoned by her when life proved too burdensome. Subsequently, he and his laid-off mother had to struggle to raise their daughter. Ke Hong deeply felt the truth in the saying that those we despise often have their own tragic tales. "Don't pity me, kid. I'm quite happy now. Look how beautiful my daughter is." Li Heimo chuckled, throwing his arm around Kohong's shoulders and showing him the picture of the charming little girl on his phone. "With your help, I'm sure I can make a fortune. Do you know I made over 20,000 today?" He continued. "Next step, I need to find a lovely mother for my daughter." As Kohong gazed at the little girl in the photo, he thought of his own precious daughter, Kumingao, and found himself resonating with Li Heimo's sentiments. As a father, one must strive tirelessly for the sake of their beloved daughter. "You fought well. And your vision is quite sharp," Zhao Qing remarked, patting Kohong on the shoulder and welcoming him into the fighting community. "It's not easy for anyone in the world of combat sports, but we'll always look out for each other whenever you need assistance." Chapter 69. Overly independent Kohong felt that his participation in the boxing match was not in vain. Not only had he earned a tidy sum from a single bout, but he had also forged friendships with 2 individuals in the fighting scene. In this world, friends are invaluable, and although Li Heimo and Zhao Qing might have their quirks, they were fundamentally good people, worth having as friends. For who among us is without flaws? Upon returning to his apartment, Kohong noticed a slender figure loitering downstairs, squinting to get a better look. He was still unsure until he approached and exclaimed, "Jun-emo? Why are you all back so late? You still dare to lecture me?" Yi Jun-emo shot him an irritated glance and moved aside. "Open the door." In their complex, one needed a card to enter the building, and as it was already past 10, there weren't many people returning home. This indicated that Yi Jun-emo had not been waiting long, perhaps around 15 minutes. "Walking ahead, then you don't have her key. What are you doing here? Why not just go home?" Kohong questioned, perplexed. Yi Jun-emo retorted, "You don't understand. Ever since I broke up with that loser, he comes down every day to annoy me, pestering me endlessly. It's driving me crazy, and to make matters worse, my parents actually like him, thinking he has a decent background that could benefit my dad's company. So they keep urging me to reconcile. That's unacceptable. A guy like that Ke Hong thought to himself, grimacing, right? He threatened me earlier, saying if I don't get back together with him, he'll actually go on blind dates. And when I told him to get lost, he immediately apologized. I didn't even realize he was so immature." Yi Jun-emo vented her frustration. That moment, Kohong profoundly understood what his precious daughter had said about maintaining control in relationships. Keeping a degree of agency in love is crucial. It's not merely about who loves whom more. Even when both parties are deeply in love, it's important to ensure a certain level of initiative. Some things simply cannot be compromised. And some words should not be carelessly spoken. One must be responsible for their own actions and words. Kohong mused with a shrug. "So, that's how it is. Let me crash at your place for a night. Yi Junemo said, casting a sidelong glance at Kohong. All right, he replied without a second thought, but you need to at least inform your family, or at least your sister. Yi Junemo pouted, grumbling something under her breath, but ultimately agreed. It was merely a night stay, and with a clear conscience, he felt no need to act suspiciously. Of course, it was difficult to deny that, with Yi Junemo being such a beautiful and sweet girl, it was hard for any man not to entertain fleeting thoughts. Yet, Kohong vowed to himself that such thoughts would remain just that, fleeting and never acted upon. Do you mind waiting outside for a moment? I didn't know you were coming, and things are a bit messy inside. Just 5 minutes, Kohong carefully requested before opening the door. Yi Junemo pouted and shot him an annoyed look. Fine, but be quick about it. Naturally, Kohong wasn't genuinely tidying up. Ever since he learned that his daughter would be visiting daily, he had ensured that his room was always presentable, especially avoiding leaving behind any strange bits of paper. He hurried inside ahead of Yi Junemo to confirm that his precious daughter, Kumengao, was not there. However, as he opened the door, she materialized from the sofa in a flash of light. What's going on? Isn't that girl waiting outside? Kumengao's gaze was piercing, and Kohong sensed a hint of mischief, as if she anticipated something happening that night, but he quickly dismissed the thought. I just came to check if you were here, in case she walked in and it would be awkward to explain, he said, moving closer to Kumengao, hugging her and kissing the top of her head. Be good. I'll update you on everything tomorrow. Seeing her usually strong-willed demeanor soften, Kumengao mumbled something and obediently retreated. I'll report back to you tomorrow. There's quite a bit to share, she whispered. With that, he turned and opened the door, allowing Yi Junemo to enter. After surveying the space, Yi Junemo plopped down on the sofa, crossing her arms, and declared, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Kohong asked readily. I have all sorts of ingredients. I want shredded meat noodles, Yi Junemo replied lazily, reclining on the sofa. The sofa in his apartment was a sofa bed, and given Yi Junemo's petite stature, it could easily accommodate her as she rolled around freely. Kohong recalled how his daughter, Kumengao, also enjoyed lounging on it while watching TV until she fell asleep. Soon, he prepared a steaming bowl of pickled vegetable shredded meat noodles and placed it before Yi Junemo. Who would have thought you and your sister liked such simple food? Kohong said, sitting beside her, resting his chin in curiosity. Yi Junemo took a gentle whiff and a hint of satisfaction flickered across her previously tense face. What's so strange about it? Should we be eating shark fin and bird's nest every day? We grew up in an ordinary family. My dad has only been in business for less than 10 years. My mom often made us shredded meat noodles when we were kids. What about your sister? What else does she love to eat? Kohong asked eagerly. Well, she's quite the foodie, really. She enjoys anything delicious. Yi Junemo replied, pondering. You're actually a pretty decent guy, good at cooking and caring for others. If I were in your shoes, I'd have snatched you up already. But my sister, with that. Yi Junemo shrugged inside. This approach probably won work on her. She's very independent, capable of cooking and managing household chores all on her own, and she takes care of herself perfectly well. Even when she's unhappy, she rarely relies on others, not even her boyfriend. Yeah, being too independent can be quite troublesome, Kohong sighed, resting his chin on his hand. How did she develop such a personality? Girls should rely on others more. Your father must be quite irresponsible, not caring for you properly. Yi Junemo rolled her eyes. He practiced a free-range parenting style since we were young, and our family holds very traditional views, favoring sons over daughters. So, Wonjun's brother must be quite favored in your household. It's a pity he doesn't cherish it, considering daughters are the true treasures, Kohong thought to himself. However, Yi Wonjun's independence indeed made her difficult to approach. The only thing he could do was, as his precious daughter suggested, continually improve himself. Eventually, one of his qualities would surely catch Yi Wonjun's attention. Chapter 70. Half-baked that night, Yi Junemo spent the night on Kohong's sofa. His initial intention had been for her to sleep in his bed, but she insisted on the sofa, which, given her size, served as a bed for her. Thus, he didn't press the issue. The next morning, after returning from his morning run, Kohong found Yi Junemo still fast asleep. Kohong opted not to employ traditional methods to rouse the young girl from her slumber. Instead, he prepared a delectable Italian omelette, presenting it tantalizingly in front of Yi Junmo. Before long, she awakened, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and inquired, "What is that delightful aroma?" Subsequently, Yi Junmo obediently rose, efficiently brushed her teeth, and washed her face using the toothbrush and towel that Kohong had prepared for her. She then took her seat at the table and commenced her breakfast, all within a span of no more than 10 minutes. "Your culinary skills are truly exceptional," Yi Junmo remarked, savoring her meal with a sigh. "I must tell you, when I'm at home on my days off, it takes me at least an hour to get out of bed. Yet today, it only took 10 minutes. My sister will probably be driven to madness upon hearing this. Does your sister not also linger in bed?" Kohong inquired with a curious smile, resting his chin on his hand. "Oh, she does, but she rises earlier than I do, so she gets up sooner." Yi Junmo took a bite of the omelette and made a playful face, adding, "If you truly pursue her in the future, she will undoubtedly appreciate being awakened in such a manner. I am quite curious as to who would not enjoy that." Kohong mused silently, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After finishing breakfast, as Kohong prepared to escort Yi Junmo home, Yi Wanjun arrived fashionably late. However, she appeared entirely unperturbed, leisurely placing a bag on Kohong's coffee table and smiling. "I brought you some snacks as a token of gratitude for taking care of Junmo." She then turned to Junmo and said, "So, what do you think? Is Ahong not quite the caretaker?" "That is one way to put it," Yi Junmo replied with a dismissive pout, making a face at Kohong. He understood her expression to mean, "My sister truly is quite oblivious." With the school term approaching, the campus had begun to see an influx of new students moving in, preparing for military training. Every time she stayed in the dorm for a day, she would realize she had forgotten something. Hence, she was prompted to remember and bring whatever she needed in advance, as Yi Wanjun quietly noted. After sending Yi Junmo off to the subway, Yi Wanjun and Kohong began their journey back. "I apologize for always troubling you," Yi Wanjun said with a wry smile, patting Kohong on the shoulder. "If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Yet, upon reflection, one could interpret her words as a sign of her reliance on him in certain matters, despite her independence. Yi Wanjun could not possibly manage every aspect of her life, and it appeared that her family was the area she struggled to attend to the most. Thus, Kohong quickly realized that this was the breakthrough he needed to pursue Yi Wanjun. Upon returning to his apartment, Kohong seized the opportunity while Yi Wanjun was busy tidying her room to report back to his daughter. He provided a brief overview of his deepening relationship with Li Heimo and Zhao Qing from the previous night, as well as mentioning Yi Wanjun's potential vulnerabilities. For the most part, Ku Mingao simply listened, and after he finished speaking, she began to offer her thoughts. "Not bad. Men should cultivate friendships outside, but one must not engage in friendships blindly." Ku Mingao nodded. "These friends might prove invaluable in the future. It is a positive sign that Yi Wanjun is starting to rely on you regarding her family matters. However, given her fiercely independent nature, are you certain you want to pursue her? From the current perspective, she indeed seems perfect," Kohong replied, momentarily lost in thought at the memory of Yi Wanjun's smile. "You have been deceived by her delicate appearance. While she may appear gentle and sweet, once in a romantic relationship, she will not maintain that demeanor," Ku Mingao cautioned, frowning. "Junmo has also informed you that she is quite independent and would not share her burdens with her boyfriend. Regardless of her sorrows, what does this imply? She will not assume the role of a dependent partner you may desire." Kohong fell into contemplation, having not considered this aspect before, as he had never thought that far ahead. "Her independence will inevitably give you a sense of emotional detachment in the relationship. It will feel more like a duty rather than a romance. She will not lean on you, while you may engage in romantic gestures such as holding hands, kissing, and dating. It is possible that you will not be closer than you were as friends." Ku Mingao sternly reminded him. "Are you suggesting that I will not feel her love?" Kohong mused, resting his chin upon his hand with a sigh. "That is not precisely what I mean, but you may interpret it that way," Ku Mingao replied, crossing her slender waist. Kohong scratched his head in frustration. "Well, I'm not quite sure. For now, I suppose it's simply a matter of taking things one step at a time." "Very well. If you choose to decide this way, I will not stand in your way. But I do not favor embarking on an unprepared venture. When you eventually pursue Wanjun and discover that she is not the partner you envisioned, and if those issues prove insurmountable, you will find that many years of your youth have been squandered." Ku Mingao retorted with a playful flourish of her arm. Unable to resist her mischievous demeanor, Ko Hong chuckled. All right, enough seriousness. This is the last chance for a transmission in the near future. I will leave you with one final opportunity for transmission, to be utilized in case you discover any urgently needed abilities later, Ku Mingao stated, producing the transmission glasses. This transmission was not unexpected. Ku Mingao had prepared extensively for it, as nearly a month had passed since the last one. All right, what do we have? Ke Hong began as he donned the glasses, but before he could finish his sentence, Ku Mingao initiated the transmission. A deluge of knowledge and abilities surged into his mind. Lasting over a minute, upon completion of the transmission, Ko Hong exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He found that he could now easily assimilate the information, rapidly organizing the knowledge within his mind. As Ku Mingao had indicated, he had acquired some foundational musical knowledge, enabling him to play simple pieces on the guitar and piano according to sheet music, thus allowing him to commence his studies at a more advanced level. Next came the athletic abilities, primarily centered around basketball, with some exposure to other sports. However, one surprising addition was extreme sports, particularly parkour. Ku Hong questioned in disbelief. Indeed, but do take note. While I have transmitted all the knowledge I intended for the short term, you have not fully mastered it. Many concepts require practice to truly grasp, so for now, you are merely a work in progress. Ku Mingao cautioned with a serious expression. Continue to strive according to my plan until you become a finished product. Understood. Ko Hong replied, affectionately ruffling Ku Mingao's hair. Dad will work hard for you. Chapter 71. Grand opening. The knowledge regarding extreme sports that Ku Mingao had imparted left Ko Hong somewhat puzzled. The discipline primarily entailed various parkour abilities, which he perceived as a series of reckless maneuvers. Why leap and bound over railings when there exists a perfectly smooth path? Such actions seemed perilous, and with the potential for error, one could indeed meet their demise. In essence, the utility of this ability appeared to him as merely a means of showing off, climbing from the 30th floor to the ground level or vice versa, or finding a rapid route from an inaccessible area. What practical applications did such knowledge possess, aside from evading pursuit? However, Ku Mingyao's rationale was straightforward. She could not conceive of any other sports to include, as extreme sports were gaining immense popularity in the coming years, especially among the youth, and they maximized physical capabilities. Thus, she integrated this knowledge to optimize the transmission's capacity. Nevertheless, how to practice this ability posed a genuine dilemma for Ko Hong. For the time being, he resolved to familiarize himself with the other knowledge first. Nevertheless, his priority was to enroll in piano and guitar classes, and today marked his first day working at the newly opened Bamboo Grove Bistro. Ideally, he should have dressed up and ventured to the restaurant with enthusiasm, but the thought of merely being a waiter diminished his motivation. Moreover, the waitstaff were provided with uniforms, eliminating the need for personal attire. As he arrived at the newly inaugurated branch of Bamboo Grove Bistro, he did so with a rather lackluster spirit. Cheer up. Today is our restaurant's grand opening. Manager Yang, who had recruited Ko Hong, chided him. Unable to contain her admonition, Ke Hong assessed her appearance, slightly plump, with wine-red curly hair, heavily made up and of unremarkable looks. However, what he found most off-putting was not her looks, but rather her excessively arrogant demeanor. While arrogance could be charming, as exhibited by his precious daughter, Xiaoao, Ko Hong mused, he nonetheless complied with the manager's request and changed into the restaurant service uniform. Since embarking on his fitness journey, Ko Hong had developed a more impressive physique, and the restaurant's uniform, a white shirt paired with a black waistcoat and a black bow tie, suited him well, with his handsome features complemented by a tall and robust frame. He exuded a certain gallant charm, though he was yet to realize it. After donning the attire, Ko Hong adjusted his bow tie and proceeded to the dining area, awaiting task assignments. In truth, it was rather effortless. In this Western restaurant, there were call buttons, and all that the part-time university students needed to do was wait in the dining area, attending to the corresponding tables when their respective buttons rang. While waiting alongside the other servers, Ko Hong noticed that the working girls seemed quite amiable towards him. However, he had never enjoyed the privileges typically afforded to handsome men, leaving him somewhat perplexed by their friendliness. Before long, Manager Yang entered, offering them some reminders. She immediately took note of Ko Hong, scrutinizing him from head to toe before saying with intrigue, "Dress like that, you look rather presentable. Come with me." Ke Hong, bewildered, followed her. Unsure of her intentions, she led him to the entrance, where he stood with 2 women and a man. She gestured. "You 4 will be responsible for guiding guests to their seats." Understood. Upon hearing this, Ko-hong realized that the appearances of the 2 women and the man were quite striking. Perhaps that was why the 4 of them had been chosen to greet the guests. This task seemed relatively simple and light. As it was still just past 10, not yet the peak of lunch hour, Manager Yang briefly outlined some additional points to keep in mind, concluding with a warning. "Our restaurant manager will be coming to inspect our work shortly. She is far more stringent than I am. If you wish to avoid reprimands, make sure you perform your duties well and do not slack off." After Manager Yang departed to attend to other matters, Ko-hong took his position at the entrance to welcome guests. During this lull, the workload was manageable, and the restaurant had many available seats. However, as the clock struck 11, the influx of patrons noticeably increased. Being a Saturday, and with Julin Xiaodao's reputation preceding it, many customers arrived, drawn by its famed BY 11:30. The establishment was nearly full. What proved particularly challenging was that the inexperienced servers had previously arranged the seating haphazardly when the restaurant was less crowded. Placing 2 guests at tables meant for 4 or even 6. Consequently, during the peak hour, it became difficult to find suitable spots for larger parties. Yet Ko-hong aspired to a career in sales. And even if he were to be promoted, he would still be involved in foreign trade, introducing his company's products to international clients. With his keen perception and eloquent communication skills, combined with his presentable appearance, he could adeptly handle any disgruntled customers. "Excuse me," he addressed a couple. "I sincerely apologize, but we are currently experiencing a shortage of tables. Your meals have yet to be served. Would you be willing to relocate to a cozy table by the window for 2? He made a point to approach those with friendly expressions, requesting that guests who had not yet received their meals or had just been served switch to tables more suited to their party size. His tone and phrasing were perfectly calibrated, and with his favorable appearance and demeanor, a majority of the guests he approached amicably agreed to change their seats. Of course, there were a few individuals with a brusque attitude, exhibiting haughty or superior airs who disdainfully refused his request, some even resorting to insults. However, Ko-hong chose not to take it to heart. Those who lack respect for others often receive none in return. People who earn their keep through honest labor, even if they are scavengers, deserve respect. At long last, once every table was occupied, they could finally begin to manage the queue, restoring order to the formerly chaotic restaurant. The inexperienced servers no longer needed to worry about seating arrangements. They simply had to assign tables based on the order in which guests arrived. After 2 o'clock, the peak period subsided and patrons gradually dwindled, allowing the servers to finally take a breather and enjoy their now cold lunches. "Phew, this part-time work is truly exhausting," Ko-hong muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just then, Manager Yang approached the entrance, beckoning him over. "Come here for a moment. I need to speak with you privately." Chapter 72. The young lady Ko-hong felt somewhat perplexed, but followed Manager Yang to a quieter spot. "Have you had any similar part-time experiences before?" she inquired, her arms crossed, and upon noticing a hint of admiration in her gaze, Ko-hong felt somewhat reassured yet still apprehensive. Was this woman considering something inappropriate? He was determined to sell his skills, not his body, especially not to someone of such ordinary appearance. Somewhat," he replied ambiguously, possessing some social experience. "That's good. Our young lady wishes to meet you." Manager Yang nodded with satisfaction. "She is our restaurant manager. Be cautious with your words when you enter. She is the daughter of the restaurant's founder." Ke-hong was taken aback. Wow, what an impressive background. She is the daughter of the founder. However, he did not feel particularly joyous. Instead, envy and resentment washed over him. Having a wealthy father certainly had its advantages, allowing someone so young to manage such a prominent restaurant, while he was merely a worker. Inside, the woman was reviewing a report. She glanced up as he entered, setting the document aside. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed impeccably in professional attire, a black suit paired with a knee-length skirt and black stockings. Yet, even this attire could not conceal her stunning figure and alluring curves. However, her hairstyle, attire, and expression revealed little warmth. Her long black hair was tightly styled into a bun at the crown of her head. Secured with a black hairpin, she wore white-framed glasses, and her features, a sharp face, pronounced cheekbones, and striking red lips, exuded the allure of a mature woman. K.E. Hong had to admit that she was perhaps the most captivatingly mature woman he had encountered. Not solely due to her well-endowed physique, but also because of her poise and demeanor. Yi Wanjun appeared much more slender, her figure graceful and proportionate, exuding the fresh vitality of a university student on the cusp of adulthood. In contrast, Su Man, while equally attractive, seemed slightly more delicate, embodying the innocence of an older sister in need of care. This woman, however, appeared to be of a similar age to Su Man, yet her posture, with legs crossed and an air of sensuality, conveyed an undeniable allure. Though her makeup was a tad heavy, it was alluringly applied. The way she held her finger against her lips while intently reviewing the documents was particularly enchanting. Ko-hong couldn't help but swallow hard, reminding himself that she was merely a wealthy second-generation inheritor, relying on her father's fortune to ascend to the position of restaurant manager. He resolved to disdain her. "Are you Ko-hong?" she inquired, her expression stern, revealing a serious demeanor. "Yes," he replied, unsure of where to place his hands and awkwardly scratching his head. She nodded, pressing her lips together. "I am the manager of this establishment." "Dong Qingwei, I assume you have heard that I am the daughter of the founder." "Yes, Manager Yang just informed me," Ko-hong responded stiffly, feeling as though she were leveraging her status against him. "Therefore, I hope everyone will prioritize the restaurant's reputation and interests, just as I do." Dong Qingwei shifted her position, clasping her delicate fingers together. "Devoid of nail polish, I observed your performance during the lunch rush earlier. However, you were unaware of my presence. That moment, it had been the peak dining hour, and he was so busy he scarcely had time to drink water or use the restroom. Who could possibly notice her?" Ko-hong thought irritably. Dong Qingwei continued, "Your work ethic is commendable, and your capabilities are impressive. I hope you can motivate the other part-time students. I will not neglect your efforts." "Well, I can't guarantee the others will follow suit, and I am merely fulfilling my own responsibilities," Ko-hong replied with raised brows. He sensed that her earnest demeanor was not a facade, indicating she might be somewhat naive, believing that such simple gestures could foster loyalty among the staff. After all, she was the daughter of the founder. Naturally, she should work diligently for her family's establishment. The rest of them were working for their own benefit, prioritizing their interests above all else. It was foolish to think that a few earnest words and her clumsy sincerity would win over their hearts. Did you just graduate this year?" Ko-hong asked. Dong Qingwei nodded, her gaze softening slightly. "I just returned from studying in Australia. I look very young." Ko-hong sighed and thought for a moment before responding honestly. "It's your ideas that betray your youth, because they are exceedingly naive. Every nation possesses its unique circumstances. Thus, one cannot rely on such simplistic words to motivate the employees working at this restaurant. They are unlikely to prioritize the establishment's interests and reputation over their own personal gain based on your mere utterances. What is truly required are tangible actions." Upon hearing these words, a faint blush appeared on Dong Qingyue's face, and with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, she responded, "I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. You shall receive the remuneration and rewards you deserved." K.E. Hong shook his head, saying, "I am aware of the salary structure for formal employees at the restaurant. It is calculated based on hourly wages and subject to deductions based on customer complaints, which is quite ordinary. In fact, the salary situation is not significantly different for us part-timers and wait staff. Really, as the saying goes, a shorthand is a small price to pay. If you wish to encourage the part-timers and wait staff to be more engaged, what you need to do is foster more communication with them. Be more approachable and occasionally bring some snacks for everyone to sample during your leisure time. They will surely appreciate it." K.E. Hong shrugged in response. It's that straightforward. Although he had not studied hotel management, he excelled in handling interpersonal relationships, especially with someone fresh out of university like this young lady. It suddenly dawned on him that she was not only the founder's wife, but also a manager of this restaurant. Was it truly wise to be so presumptuous? He hastily added, "Of course, I mean no offense. It's merely my personal opinion, whether you choose to heed it or not." "No, I find your perspective quite insightful. It is ultimately for the benefit of this establishment," Dong Qingwei replied with a serious nod. "I hope you can continue to express your opinions candidly in the future. I will consider them earnestly." Chapter 73. The piano teacher. The young lady's humility caught Ko-hong somewhat off guard, yet it was evident she was still displeased, particularly regarding his comment about her ideas being overly naive. Thus, after he offered his valuable suggestions, she dismissed him without mentioning any praise for his exceptional performance earlier that day. However, this was merely Ko Hong's own overthinking. Perhaps she had never intended to commend him at all. His part-time shift concluded at 3:30 in the afternoon, merely covering the lunch rush, as he needed to prioritize fitness and occasionally accompany Yi Wanjun to the library, with the dinner peak lasting until 9 in the evening. Consequently, after their brief conversation, Ko Hong soon found himself at the end of his shift, having had little time to bond with the other part-time staff. Having changed into his regular clothes, Ko Hong resumed his busy life. Starting today, he would attend piano lessons twice a week and guitar classes twice as well. However, since he did not own a piano, he could only attend lessons at the designated location assigned to him, which was somewhat distant. Therefore, he and Ku Mengao decided to opt for a different approach. Why not purchase a piano? These days, a decent one costs just over 10,000, right? You currently have nearly 100,000 in available funds. So that should be manageable, Ku Mengao suggested nonchalantly. And as for the piano lessons, there's no need to enroll in a formal music training institution. Hiring a private tutor for one-on-one instruction would yield better results. You could learn at their home. K.E. Hong immediately envisioned a scenario where he would be alone with the beautiful piano teacher, her seated beside him, guiding him in playing the piano. However, he quickly shook his head to dispel such thoughts. His daughter was right there. Why was he indulging in fantasies reminiscent of romantic films? How inappropriate. Wait, Mengao, if we're learning at the teacher's house, why do we need to buy a piano? Ku Hong asked, perplexed. Ku Mengao proudly lifted her chin and replied, silly, it's for showcasing your talent. To impress Yi Wanjun next door with your exquisite piano skills, and who knows, it might attract other girls in the building. Oh, I see, Ku Hong exclaimed, lightly hammering his right fist against his left hand in realization. Ku Mengao's expression returned to its usual neutrality. However, for the guitar lessons, there's no alternative. You'll have to buy a guitar, but you should attend classes at a training facility. Most guitar students are trendy young people. And I'm sure there will be some charming rock girls waiting for you to sweep them off their feet. Children shouldn't always talk about sweeping someone off their feet, Ko Hong retorted, playfully pinching his daughter's delicate cheek. As their relationship improved, Mengao no longer resisted his affectionate gestures, occasionally displaying fondness and dependence on such intimacy, even if her expression remained somewhat indifferent. How was your part-time job today? Ku Mengao inquired. Raising her head, did you find an opportunity to showcase your culinary skills, and did you encounter any intriguing girls worth pursuing? Ku Hong briefly recounted his experiences from the day. After listening, Ku Mengao nodded in satisfaction. Your eloquence and ability to read the room were certainly well utilized. But as she spoke, she playfully kicked Ko Hong's face with her foot, pushing him away and preventing him from getting too close. How could you speak to your superior like that? Given your smug demeanor, it's a miracle she didn't fire you. Being fired wouldn't be such a tragedy. There are plenty of part-time jobs available. Ko Hong murmured, rubbing the spot where he had been kicked. In truth, he suspected that Mengao had intended to assert her dominance over him, but, given her height, had failed to achieve it. This thought made him chuckle. But Mengao grew even more irate. What are you laughing at? I'm being serious. You think you can find another part-time job as good as this one, or a beautiful girl to play the lead role? Wait, why does it seem like I only took this part-time job to find a third female lead? Ko Hong frowned, making a comical face. Isn't it more about earning some extra cash and gaining life experience? TSK, don't be foolish. You're out there to trigger unexpected events with other female leads, Ko Mengao scolded, and it's the fourth female lead. The third one is Qin Shiyu, and you two are making good progress together. With a resigned sigh, Ko Hong covered his forehead. He truly couldn't argue with his precious daughter on this matter, and decided to let her have her way. However, now that you have a fourth female lead, you likely left her with a poor impression today, and her favorability rating should be in the negatives. But don't worry, as long as you continue working there, you'll have the opportunity to gradually improve it. If you could become a chef there, it would significantly enhance her impression of you. K.E. Hong nodded obediently, while Ku Mengyao's expression drifted into her own daydreams. After the healing-type goddess, the pure-type goddess. If you could become a chef there, it would significantly enhance her impression of you. K.E. Hong nodded obediently, while Ku Mengyao's expression drifted into her own daydreams. After the healing-type goddess, the pure-type goddess, and the Ice Queen goddess, is there yet another mature goddess to add to the mix, perfect for the role of the fourth female lead? Girl, Kohong chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Kumingao's waist and pulling her close as he approached the window. Asking, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "Anything at all." "Braised pork rice," Kumingao replied absently, her thoughts still preoccupied with romance, though at least she had halted her incessant monologue, receiving the order. Kohong promptly set off to prepare the meal. However, his daughter's suggestion ignited a peculiar sense of anticipation within him. Before purchasing a piano, he decided to first attend a trial piano lesson, following the address provided by the agency. He arrived at the residence of the piano teacher. It was an older neighborhood with 6-story buildings devoid of elevators. The red brick walls evoked memories of life in black and white films from the 60s, making the idea of learning piano in such a setting feel somewhat awkward. Moreover, when he knocked on the door of room 601, his expectations were thoroughly dashed. Instead of a graceful and gentle beauty, he was greeted by a kind, motherly figure in her 50s, standing under 6 feet tall. Slightly plump, dressed modestly yet exuding warmth and approachability. "Are you Ms. Hui?" Kohong inquired, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, you must be Kohong." Hui appraised him from head to toe and smiled brightly. "Oh my, what a handsome young man. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Perhaps you'd like to meet my daughter. She's nearly 22, and I'm still in university, so I think it's a bit early for me to consider blind dates." Kohong replied with a wry smile. Yet, the kind lady persisted. "Oh really? Still in university? That's even better. My daughter is also in university and is quite beautiful. Why not have them meet at that moment?" Kohong merely smiled politely, initially assuming that her daughter must be of lesser quality and struggling to find a partner. However, he did not delve into why this kind woman felt such urgency to marry off her daughter while she was still in school. Chapter 74. A Woman's Vengeful Heart. Although it was somewhat disappointing that the piano teacher was not a mature and attractive beauty, Kohong found himself rather fond of Yu Hui's warm demeanor. She is genuinely warm-hearted and excels at teaching piano. However, her occasional, almost casual attempts to promote her daughter to Kohong, as well as her inquiries about his family background, leave him feeling somewhat helpless. The dream of piano lessons has thus evaporated, yet Kohong still has his guitar class to look forward to. The guitar, unlike the piano, is a favored instrument among the youth, and he attends a music studio where he trains alongside other students. Therefore, regardless of whether the instructor is an older gentleman or lady, the other learners are undoubtedly young. Why should I anticipate such matters? Kohong mused, silently chiding himself for his fickleness, pondering if there exists a girl more splendid than Wanjun. That evening, he proceeded to the gym as usual, and, as he typically did, offered $1 to the busking young man. Ever since he had clarified matters with the gym's ladies and Su Man, she had returned to her duties at the gym. Although there remained some lingering discontent among the staff regarding her, it seemed they had reconciled by the time Kohong arrived. "What's up? You seem to be in good spirits today," Kohong remarked, handing over a bag. "I made some cream puffs. There are cream-filled, chocolate, and jam varieties, so help yourselves." "Thanks," Xiaoku replied, accepting the bag with a smile. "Hey, Ahong, we spoke with Xiao Man today. She mentioned that she hasn't rekindled her relationship with her ex-boyfriend. Rather, she's merely giving him another chance to pursue her. Yet, it appears she has no intention of accepting him back. She simply seeks an opportunity to take revenge. The vengeful nature of women is indeed formidable," Kohong thought with a dry chuckle. He had suspected this possibility, for if he were in her shoes, having been abandoned by an ex-girlfriend due to lack of material possessions, only to have her return seeking reconciliation after his success, he would find it difficult to let bygones be bygones. To be fair, human beings are inherently such creatures. Everyone can preach grand philosophies, but when faced with personal trials, those same principles often fall by the wayside. Just as friends offer various platitudes to console one during a breakup, one still feels foolishly despondent when experiencing it firsthand. Regrettably, Su Man is too naive and will ultimately be swayed by her ex-so what? Kohong asked with a bittersweet smile. Xiaoku selected a blueberry jam puff. Grinning as she said, "It means you still have a chance. We'll create more opportunities for you. Xiao Man is just a bit too innocent. You must be more understanding of her youthfulness, after all. She is only 21 and this is her first love." "Well, I'm nearly 22 and still haven't had my first love," Kohong retorted, somewhat irked. "Oh dear, perhaps you two are a good match." Xiaoku teased, taking a bite of the puff, a fleeting blush of happiness appearing on her cheeks. This is so delightfully soft. The sweetness perfectly balances the tartness of the blueberry jam. Absolutely delicious. After savoring the moment, Xiaoku rested her chin on her hand and mused, however, I've heard that first loves rarely last. Perhaps you should consider dating a few times to mature a little? Then when you look back, you might possess a deeper understanding of love and perhaps find yourself growing old with the girl you cherish. Her words left Kohong contemplative. He had no retort. As Xiaoku spoke with undeniable wisdom, many things cannot be understood through theory or by observing others' experiences. One must live through them to truly grasp their essence, not to mention. Transitioning from first love to marriage is exceptionally challenging. Well, you seem to be far more mature than your peers. Perhaps you're different, Xiaoku remarked, taking another bite of the puff, blueberry jam smudging her lips. She nonchalantly took Kohong's membership card to swipe it for him. Indeed, what about Xiao Yao? There's nothing to worry about, Kohong suddenly realized. Then, without hesitation, he took a tissue from the counter and wiped the jam from Xiaoku's mouth before collecting his locker key. Thanks, she said, licking her lips with a smile, but please don't let my boyfriend see. He's particularly prone to jealousy. I'm curious, what's your boyfriend like? He must be quite exceptional, Kohong asked with interest. Xiaoku chuckled wryly and waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. He's a shut-in with a low emotional quotient, almost like a dimwit. A dim-witted recluse has managed to win the heart of our Xiaoku? Kohong raised an eyebrow. Appearing skeptical, Xiaoku feigned a playful swipe at him, prompting Kohong to hastily change into his workout gear. Upon ascending the stairs, he encountered Su Man coming down. Initially, she seemed uncertain, but when Kohong smiled at her, she relaxed and returned the gesture, saying, "Good evening. There are puffs over there. You'd better hurry, or they'll be gone," Kohong teased, then began jogging on the treadmill. However, Su Man did not rush over. Instead, she pulled him down, admonishing, "You can't just start running without warming up. It puts strain on your knees and ankles. You must exercise scientifically." All right, Kohong sighed in resignation. "I suppose I just can't get away from you, can I?" Su Man blushed slightly, smiling without replying, and began helping him with warm-up exercises. "You know, our course only has a month left," Su Man said, her long lashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze. "Yes, but I think it's best to wait until we can be alone without any discomfort before resuming," Kohong replied with a shrug. Su Man, slightly irritated, said, "He has no right to be uncomfortable. I haven't agreed to reconcile with him. I'm merely giving him a chance to earn my forgiveness." That was rather convoluted. Haha, indeed. I almost bit my tongue there. However, he truly didn't require Su Man's fitness classes anymore. His weight loss journey was essentially complete, and he was now focusing on muscle gain. Yet, on the other hand, he was quite eager to assist Su Man in exacting revenge on her ex-boyfriend. If only to remedy the situation where such a scoundrel had led good women astray while they remained single for so long, it would also fulfill his promise to his beloved daughter, ensuring Su Man sees the true face of that cad to prevent her from being misled again. As for the fitness classes, he pondered before replying, "But I wouldn't mind coming over to your apartment to cook a meal for Xiaoku and the others when you have some free time. It might ease the awkwardness in your communication." Kei Hong had keenly noticed that Su Man refrained from competing with Xiaoku for the cream puffs out of a sense of shame for feeling disliked. "Sure, how about this Sunday?" Su Man asked excitedly. Chapter 75. The first impression at the gym. Kohong proceeded with his usual warm-up and workout before heading to the boxing studio. There, he found Li Haimo, Lin Chao Xian, and another individual practicing. Ever since Li Haimo changed sides, the dynamics between Lu Yao and the others had become somewhat awkward, leading Lu Yao to make excuses to leave whenever Kohong arrived. Eventually, she simply rescheduled her training sessions with Li Haimo. Nevertheless, since they shared the same gym, they would occasionally encounter each other, both choosing to feign ignorance. After finishing his workout, Kohong wiped the sweat from his brow. Preparing to head home, with the weather turning cooler, he felt a chill after exercising, yet he was not accustomed to showering in public facilities. Ever since the term dropping the soap emerged, he had developed a distaste for the idea of a group of men showering together. Once dressed in dry clothes, as he was about to leave the gym, he coincidentally ran into Su Man, who was also ready to head home. "Oh, you're off work this early?" Kohong inquired curiously. "Yes, Previously, I had private lessons with only you and one other member in the evenings. Now that the other member's course has concluded, and since you no longer need me, I figured I might as well leave early. Su-man replied, casting a mockingly forlorn glance at him. Getting home early isn't bad. Let us go together to the subway station, Ko-hong suggested, stretching his neck, however, as they descended the stairs together. Su-man's ex-boyfriend, whom Ko-hong now knew as Zhang Luan, was waiting downstairs, holding a bouquet of flowers. That moment, Zhang Luan was attempting to appear suave, flipping his bangs and casting a flirtatious glance at Xiaoku at the front desk. Yet, Xiaoku shot him a disdainful glare and quickly diverted her gaze, to cover his embarrassment. Zhang Luan turned his hair flipping into a hairstyling gesture, and upon spotting Su-man, he hurried to greet her. "Xiao-man, I came to pick you up from work." Su-man let out a barely audible scoff, frowning as she replied, "Did I say I was going home now?" Zhang Luan raised an eyebrow, his face lighting up. "Then how about we catch a movie and grab a late-night snack?" "No thanks, I'm going to the subway station with my friend. I'll be heading home on my own." Zhang Luan stammered awkwardly. Beside him, Ko-hong let out a quiet sigh, realizing that Su-man's decision to offer Zhang Luan another chance was merely a manifestation of her desire for revenge. Ensuring that her feelings for him remained rooted in hatred. Firstly, it was simply unfair for such a beautiful girl, still a virgin, to give her first time to a scoundrel like him, even if his feelings for Su-man weren't particularly strong. Ensuring that her feelings for him remained rooted in hatred. Firstly, it was simply unfair for such a beautiful girl, still a virgin, to give her first time to a scoundrel like him, even if his feelings for Su-man weren't particularly strong. However, before he could devise a plan, Zhang Luan had already issued a warning. When he regained his composure, he found Zhang Luan glaring at him. As their eyes met, Zhang Luan shoved him hard in the chest and coldly declared. After training for some time, he had built enough strength that Zhang Luan's feeble frame could hardly push him. Consequently, while he staggered back a bit, Zhang Luan himself stepped back a pace. Zhang Luan's words were evidently foolish. As Su-man frowned at him, "Who is your girlfriend? Let me explain once more. I am merely giving you a chance to seek my forgiveness. I have no relationship with you at all." Su-man retorted angrily, positioning herself protectively behind Ko-hong. "How dare you say that? I warn you to keep your distance from my friends. If I find out you bother them again, I will call the police." After a moment's thought, Ko-hong adopted a smug expression. Zhang Luan narrowed his eyes and pointed at him, saying, "Consider yourself lucky today, but you better watch your back. The world is unpredictable. Don't go getting hit by a car." "What did you say?" "Get lost, I tell you. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off the hook." Su-man fumed, pushing Zhang Luan away. Zhang Luan shot a fierce glare at Ko-hong before turning back to Su-man, adopting a playful demeanor as he tried to charm her. In the brief 10-meter walk from the front desk to the elevator, Zhang Luan made 6 different promises to Su-man and invited her to watch a movie or have a late-night snack 3 times. But who knew he would be so shameless? You should have realized that after he did such a thing, he could still come back to apologize, Ko-hong whispered. Just then, Su-man shoved Zhang Luan into the elevator and turned back, looking a bit flustered as she glanced at Xiaoku and Ko-hong, bowing slightly as she said, "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. I will make sure he doesn't come back here." Then, she looked at Ko-hong and said, "Or, even better, take away his source of evil. But I worry more about you getting into legal trouble. So, just call me directly if anything happens, and I'll handle it, okay? Typically childish and willful like a girl." Or, even better, take away his source of evil. But I worry more about you getting into legal trouble. So, just call me directly if anything happens, and I'll handle it, okay? Typically childish and willful like a girl. Su-man now displayed the demeanor of a woman, both gentle and considerate, with genuine concern in her eyes, causing Ko-hong's heart to flutter. He felt that describing this sensation as a flutter of the heart was the most fitting. In that moment, Su-man's concerned gaze directed at Ko-hong made their current stance appear somewhat ambiguous. Xiaoku's comment snapped Su-man back to reality, and both felt a bit awkward. Strangely, Su-man, who had always regarded him as a younger brother, seemed to exhibit a hint of affection this time. Was it possible that some unique event had nudged Su-man into the realm of romantic feelings? However, on his way back today, he encountered a slight surprise. Hong typically gave the street performer $1 when arriving, but on the way back, he merely greeted him. Perhaps it was due to Su-man's presence. As they passed, the performer had just finished a song and teasingly remarked, "Oh, look, you're returning with your girlfriend today." "No, just friends, not lovers." Su Man quickly blushed and protested. The street performer ignored her and cheerfully moved aside from the microphone. "Oh no, don't even think about it." Ke Hong shot her a glare, but the encouragement from the performer only fueled the enthusiasm of the few onlookers, compelling him to step up to the microphone. "Don't worry, we'll split the earnings," the street performer chuckled, adjusting his guitar. "What song?" How about I Really Got Hurt by Jackie Chung?" Ku Hong asked tentatively. An old song, but a good one, very tasteful." The street performer nodded. "You'll start. And I'll join in. So, are you ready?" "Had I known it would come to this, I would have worn a mask." Ku Hong sighed resignedly. However, with so many people cheering, he had no choice but to steel himself and begin. Clearing his throat, he took a deep breath to steady his heartbeat and began to sing. "It's overcast outside. The music is softening, and my heart begins to miss you." At that moment, the street performer strummed his guitar to accompany him. Although Ku Hong wasn't particularly skilled at singing, often feeling uncomfortable during karaoke due to his off-key notes, today he discovered that his inability stemmed from not being able to match the original singer's pitch. He found that singing gentle love songs resonated deeply. "My heart is truly hurt," Ke Hong concluded the final line. Taking a deep breath throughout the performance, he immersed himself in the song. Otherwise, the crowd's gaze would have made him nervous and left him blank. He found that singing gentle love songs resonated deeply. "My heart is truly hurt," Ke Hong concluded the final line. Taking a deep breath throughout the performance, he immersed himself in the song. Otherwise, the crowd's gaze would have made him nervous and left him blank. However, upon finishing and regaining his bearings, he was astonished to find that a crowd of 40 to 50 people had gathered. He had no idea when he had drawn so many spectators. Applause erupted, and coins were tossed into the collection box, leaving Ku Hong at a loss for words. As the final notes of the performance faded away, the young busker began to pack up his belongings. Applause erupted, and coins were tossed into the collection box, leaving Ku Hong at a loss for words. As the final notes of the performance faded away, the young busker began to pack up his belongings. "Oh, I've earned quite a bit today. Let's go. I'll treat you all to some late-night snacks." In truth, the earnings were modest. Most of the audience merely came for the spectacle, and only a handful were willing to part with some coins. Typically no more than 50 cents or $1. Thus, the total might not even amount to 30 yuan. "I won't be joining you. I need to return home to feed my cat," Su Man remarked with a playful smile. Adjusting her shoulder bag in a manner that exuded femininity. "You all go ahead, then let me escort you to the subway station first," Ku Hong replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Su Man stifled a giggle. And the busker quickly interjected, "Hey, wait for me. I'll finish packing up in a moment." On the way, Su Man and the busker engaged in light-hearted banter, teasing Ku Hong incessantly. "Hong, your singing was quite impressive." "You have a lovely voice," Su Man said cheerfully. "Don't mention it. I shall never forget this day." Being surrounded by so many onlookers, Ku Hong sighed. "Indeed, your voice is quite distinctive," the busker added. "Yes, it resembles that of." "Next time, you should sing his songs. It would be absolutely delightful." "We'll see. When we have the chance to go to a karaoke bar, perhaps I'll sing then, but definitely not in such a public setting again." Ku Hong responded, shaking his hand and chuckling. "After knowing you for so long, I finally know your name." Chapter 77. The singer. The two arrived at Burger King, where the establishment differed significantly from fast food chains like McDonald's. Ku Hong responded, shaking his hand and chuckling. "After knowing you for so long, I finally know your name." Chapter 77. The singer. The two arrived at Burger King, where the establishment differed significantly from fast food chains like McDonald's. The burgers here were of a more upscale variety. In Ku Hong's view, they were merely larger in size, yet the prices soared to more than double, with 30 yuan barely sufficient for a single burger. Perhaps a wandering minstrel or a university student from a modest background, needing the extra income from performing nightly outside the subway station. "Actually, my father is the owner of Zhonglian Supermarket. He wishes for me to study talent management and eventually take over the family business. To refer to it as just a supermarket is rather modest." Ku Hong thought to himself, feeling his perspective on life being turned upside down. "If you don't want to take over, let me." He silently grumbled, his worldview shattered. I understand that it might come as a surprise, Chang Jinwen said with a wry smile, but don't think of me as a wealthy heir when I insisted on pursuing music. Ku Hong chuckled awkwardly. Wouldn't it be better to find a way to persuade your parents? You don't know my father. Besides, I never intended to rely on him, Chang Jinwen replied with a smile. Ku Hong chuckled awkwardly. Wouldn't it be better to find a way to persuade your parents? You don't know my father. Besides, I never intended to rely on him, Chang Jinwen replied with a smile. It has indeed been quite challenging. I teach guitar part-time during the day and perform at night to build my audience and practice, but honestly, it seems like I haven't gained as much popularity as you did tonight. By the way, if there's anything I can assist you with, feel free to ask. Ku Hong gestured. Chang Jinwen couldn't help but chuckle. Funny you should say that. There actually is. Singing is out of the question. Oh, you play guitar? Chang Jinwen asked with curiosity, then pleaded, please, your voice is truly unique. Just sing a couple of songs for me. It would help me build my audience. Once I garner some recognition, I'll get a job at a bar. Chang Jingwen's voice was far more appealing, deep and resonant, exuding a masculine charm. His singing was impressive, especially his vibrato, the mechanics of which Ku Hong had yet to comprehend, just a few times. I'll think about it, Ku Hong said, somewhat troubled. However, in Chang Jingwen's eyes, it seemed he had already secured an agreement. That's wonderful. It won't be a hassle. Just sing a couple of songs when you return from the gym. You saw how the lady enjoyed your singing, didn't you? She was just teasing me, Ku Hong replied tersely. Ke Hong felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to lend a hand. After all, how about I help you find work in that field? Chang Jinwen inquired. Ke Hong found himself growing fond of Chang Jinwen. This was a friendship worth cultivating. He had merely offered a small favor. Seeing that Chang Jinwen seemed truly determined to follow this path, with a well-structured plan in place, Ku Hong felt a deep sense of admiration. He recognized how arduous this journey would be. And Chang Jinwen was undoubtedly aware of that as well. Reflecting on his own situation, with his daughter's assistance, he realized things had been relatively smooth for him, despite the packed schedule, in any case, as well as to greet her friends and roommates. Despite the recent reduction in time spent with Yi Wanjun, managing only 2 or 3 visits to the library together each week, Ku Hong reassured himself that there was still ample time ahead, rendering any sense of urgency unnecessary. With a solid foundation in place, he found that attending only 2 piano and guitar classes per week sufficed, granting him a modicum of leisure to rest. One morning, he brought a basketball to the community gym within his apartment complex, where a basketball court was available for residents, although it was part of the community. It was strategically located on the outskirts to avoid disturbing the residents' rest. With no opponents on the court, Ku Hong could only engage in imaginary confrontations. He attempted to dribble, and the execution of the techniques came back to him swiftly, as the movements were etched in his memory. Showing no inclination to enter the hoop, hands on his hips, Ku Hong sighed, acknowledging that his shooting percentage was indeed the most pressing concern. Most of the dribbling, maneuvering, and passing techniques became second nature after only a few practice sessions. However, shooting was a different beast altogether. Though his shooting form was textbook, his accuracy remained dismally low. Perhaps the subtleties of shooting from various angles contributed to this inconsistency. And it was this intuitive feel that he lacked. If a defender were present, he felt it would make little difference, as he was merely guessing. As for dunking, upon assessing the height of the hoop, he promptly dismissed the idea, standing at just under 1. Having gone to bed early the previous night and missed their usual gathering, in any case, let me update you on things over the past couple of days. Ke Hong proceeded to recount the ambiguous situation that Su Man had exhibited towards him at the gym, along with his newfound friendship with Chang Jinwen, and expressed his doubts regarding Su Man. Are you suggesting that she suddenly views you as a romantic interest rather than a brother? Xiao Mengao pondered for a moment, tilting her head before shrugging. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. She then crossed her legs and continued, but let's speculate. Her ex-boyfriend has returned. She gave him another chance, and in the process, she transformed your role from that of a brother to a romantic partner. Could it be that she never considered a relationship before, unable to move on from her past, and now feels ready to sort things out and start anew? After a moment's contemplation, Ku Hong raised an eyebrow. That actually makes a fair amount of sense. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, Xiao Mengao remarked, resting her chin on her hand. But if I'm not mistaken, her feelings for you may have reached a romantic level and are still growing. If you maintain this momentum, You should be able to take the initiative in your relationship with her. However, I believe she may also feel a tinge of guilt towards you. Why? Because she gave her ex-boyfriend another chance? Xiao Mingao inquired. I feel she is somewhat naive when it comes to romance, but I'm not in a position to judge. Ko Hong sighed. So I suppose I'll let it unfold naturally. Are you saying that the street performer you encounter is actually a disowned wealthy heir? That's what he claims, and he studies at the nearby Nanhua University of Arts, which is indeed renowned for its music and fine arts programs. And Ko Hong opened the door. Yi Wanjun immediately spotted the 2 steaming bowls of uncombined fried sauce noodles on the table and exclaimed, "Oh my, are these for me?" Yes. I was just about to call you when you arrived." "Just giving you a heads up," Yi Wanjun said, mixing her noodles with a smile. Chapter 79. The Disappearing Steak. Part 1. As they enjoyed breakfast, Ko Hong and Yi Wanjun exchanged updates on their recent lives, while also lamenting the many items she still needed to retrieve. In contrast, Ko Hong primarily discussed his job at Julin Xiaodiao. I've been there a few times. He is actually quite average-looking, but he has a great physique and an air of sophistication, gentle yet mature, always appearing calm and composed, Yi Wanjun added, then scrunched her nose. But he is quite the flirt. Yi Wanjun exclaimed, "Right, Ahong, your cooking skills are so impressive. Why haven't you become a chef yet? It's not that simple. They're a Michelin-starred restaurant, and ordinary chefs there earn over 20,000 a month." "Well, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier," Yi Wanjun declared, clenching her little fist playfully. By the way, if you need help carrying things lately, just let me know." "Yuri a girl, you shouldn't be straining yourself," Yi Hong hesitated to ask, but Yi Wanjun rolled up her sleeves and flexed her arms, declaring, "I'm not weak. Look, seeing Yi Wanjun smooth. I'll call my male best friend for help when I need to lift something heavy." This remark indicated that Ko Hong certainly did not belong to the category of male best friends. After finishing breakfast, Yi Wanjun excused herself to return home and tidy her room. That moment, Ko Mingao rejoined him, pouting and casting a mournful gaze at the empty bowl that Yi Wanjun had just emptied. After a busy morning, he headed to the branch of Julin Xiaodiao outside the school to work part-time. As before, it was quite leisurely until the noon rush hour approached, but once it arrived, Ko Hong thought to himself, this woman talks a big game, but her actions speak otherwise, and he hurried off to the restroom. The peak hour was indeed overwhelming, and despite his preparations, he found himself thoroughly exhausted. The head chef and sous chef had gone to rest, leaving only one chef by the fryer, engrossed in frying calamari rings while cleaning the stove. After exchanging greetings with manager Yang, Ko Hong was allowed to remain in the kitchen. After preparing his lunch, Ko Hong cleaned the knife and pots, returning everything to its proper place, which was both his habit and a specific request from manager Yang. After washing his hands, he was ready to enjoy his meal. Suspecting that perhaps someone else had taken his steak while he was away, as he searched, a flustered server rushed past him, calling out, Manager Yang, there's a foreign customer over there." Yi Hong paid no mind. Continuing his search for the steak, unaware of the unfolding situation, Manager Yang, "There's a foreign customer who seems to be causing a scene," the female server said in haste, upon hearing foreign customer. Clearly anxious about her responsibility, "Let us go see what he has to say," Manager Yang replied, approaching the table where the customer Saturday. The man was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. The foreigner replied with a subtle smile. "Is there an issue with the steak?" Manager Yang asked, his heart racing. The foreigner glanced at the steak and responded, "Oh, no, not at all. Well, I can't say there are no issues." Which led to such problems. He could not guarantee that every steak served in their establishment matched the customer's request. However, this particular steak was cooked to perfection, medium rare, tender, bursting with juices, and seasoned exquisitely. "Certainly, please hold on a moment," Manager Yang replied, bowing slightly with a smile before gesturing to the server. "Go, bring the head chef over." Before long, the head chef arrived, a young man in his late 20s. "You speak English, don't you? Speak with him yourself," Manager Yang remarked with a grin directed at the chef. "Well done. Now no one can accuse you of relying on your relationship with the young lady." Huang Yi was taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed, as he had not been present in the kitchen moments ago. Most of the chefs had stepped out for a break or a meal. However, upon reflection, Thus, Huang Yi swiftly regained his composure and smiled politely. "Hello, how may I assist you? I would like to inquire about how this sauce is prepared," the foreigner asked with a grin, although the head chef was responsible for the final inspection. Exaggerating his meticulous selection of ingredients and proportions to enhance the flavor of the black pepper sauce. Unfortunately, the guest clearly discerned that Huang Yi's description did not align with the sauce he had tasted. Tightening his lips and slightly furrowing his brow at that moment, the root cause of the commotion, Kohong, finally appeared, exclaiming, "My steak." Subsequently, Kohong realized that something seemed amiss and cautiously approached Manager Yang, asking, Manager Yang, "My steak hasn't caused any trouble, has it?" Manager Yang shot him a glare, his eyes nearly bulging. "You made this steak. I made it for myself. I have no idea who served it. This isn't my responsibility." Consequently, Kohong was abruptly yanked from the role of a hero to that of a scapegoat, becoming the target of disdain. However, it was then that Kohong realized Huang Yi was the head chef of the establishment, and thus respectfully nodded, "Indeed, sir. This dish was made for my own enjoyment, and I made some bold choices in selecting the sauce, which may not align with your taste, if it has caused you any discomfort." As he felt quite famished, that moment, the foreign gentleman crossed his legs and smiled at Kohong. "Young man, you mentioned that this was made for your own consumption. I apologize for inadvertently devouring your lunch. But since your head chef is willing to prepare a steak for me, I trust there must be space available in the kitchen." "Thank you. Not a problem. Not a problem," Manager Yang chuckled awkwardly. Huang Yi snorted disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Kohong, then expertly began his tasks, while Kohong appeared somewhat awkward, searching for tools, which only fueled Huang Yi's disdain. However, this was merely due to Kohong's unfamiliarity with the kitchen's layout. Once he gathered his tools, he seamlessly transitioned from novice to chef. He skillfully handled various ingredients with speed and efficiency, simmering broth while grilling meat, and flipping the meat after cracking eggs, all while humming a cheerful tune. He had always directed others and had not been responsible for every step of the process in quite some time. As for Kohong, he relished the opportunity to work with expensive ingredients he would usually hesitate to purchase. Kohong prepared a dish of curry pork accompanied by mango salad, blending lemongrass, red chili, fresh ginger, garlic, kaffir lime leaves, cinnamon powder, and cilantro, adding a pinch of salt and black pepper to create a paste. Upon seeing the magazine's name, Global Gourmet Weekly, he introduced himself. "My name is Graham Justin, a writer for this publication and a wandering food critic. It's a pleasure to meet you." Huang Yi's face turned from red to white in an instant. Nothing remarkable. Given that foreigners place more emphasis on steak than Chinese people, it was unsurprising that he had a greater understanding. However, he did not expect the man to be a somewhat renowned food critic. "Please be sure to contact me. I can recommend some more prestigious Western restaurants, and with your talent, you will undoubtedly become a Michelin 3-star chef within 10 years. Hong neither declined nor accepted at that moment, resulting in superior dishes. Nevertheless, the gentleman's words piqued the interest of others in the restaurant. Hong achieved his goal in another manner. Dong Qingwei approached him, hoping he would serve as the restaurant's chef. Of course, merely a chef, not the head chef, as he was still too young and inexperienced to manage the entire kitchen operation. Huang Yi would remain the head chef, which made Kohong even less inclined to consider the proposal. He had just offended Huang Yi. For Dong Qingwei to suggest he work under Huang Yi seemed like a recipe for disaster. Thus, Kohong promptly declined her request. "I hope you will consider it," Dong Qingwei said earnestly. "You mentioned no issues. Although your schedule is currently busy, I can arrange a shift system for you to work when you have no classes. After all, the restaurant only needs to survive one peak period during lunch or dinner." Seeing that Kohong still appeared unmoved, Dong Qingwei continued, "Additionally, once you reach your senior year internship, you will have even more free time. Of course, you would start as a formal employee, with a salary commensurate with that of a qualified chef. Including bonuses and benefits, your annual salary would be around 300,000. After 6 years, I will promote you to head chef. I promise." With a sigh, Dong Qingwei added, "Initially, I intended to make you the head chef right away. Don't you think?" Kohong furrowed his brow and inquired. Dong Qingwei fell into contemplation, seemingly unaware of this complication. Hong couldn't help but marvel at how someone so sheltered could be so innocent. Ko Hong felt a tinge of embarrassment at her behavior, yet he recognized that Huang Yi was not only a childhood companion of Dong Qingwei, but also the son of a man who had a long-standing friendship with her father. Especially since Uncle Graham had offered to help him find opportunities. Moreover, Chang Jinwen had also expressed a willingness to recommend him in this regard. Why remain tethered to one tree? After all, however, upon further reflection, he doubted that Kamingha would agree, considering that Dong Qingwei was a rare find as the fourth female protagonist she had discovered. Thus, with a sigh, Ko Hong declared, "In any case, I shall continue as the receptionist." Dong Qingwei sighed in resignation, yet it seemed she believed that as long as Ko Hong remained, there would be opportunities. Moreover, Ko Hong's reasoning was quite sound, prompting her to refrain from rushing into decisions. Just as he exited Dong Qingyue's office, Manager Yang stood in his path. "Ah, who would have thought? You've been hiding such a talent." Manager Yang regarded him with keen interest, narrowing his eyes. "You didn't happen to know in advance and intentionally requested to go to the kitchen? Did you? Are you acquainted with that foreigner? Such a waste if you don't pursue writing novels." K.E. Hong replied with a dry chuckle, preparing to leave. However, Manager Yang deftly maneuvered to block his exit once more. "At your age, it would be quite a feat to pass up such an opportunity." Reluctantly, Ko Hong recounted his previous conversation with Dong Qingwei, realizing that Manager Yang's name was Yang Lan. That's true. Yang Lan mysteriously drew the curtains and locked the door, causing Ko Hong to worry for his personal safety. However, Yang Lan took a seat at his desk and motioned for Ko Hong to sit across from him. Leisurely pouring a glass of water, K.E. Hong found himself quite vexed, thinking, "I still need to get home to prepare dinner. Could we expedite this?" Here's the situation. Huang Yi, that scoundrel, is childhood friends with Qingwei. Now you see, back then, Huang Yi was fair-skinned and handsome, yet he looked down upon my little Yu, compelling his father to annul the engagement, claiming it was all in jest. Yang Lan scoffed. Then, as she grew into a beautiful young woman, and the rigorous evaluation process conducted by Michelin inspectors meant that failure could result in losing that coveted star. If that star were to be stripped away, it would undoubtedly devastate Bamboo Grove's reputation. And Xiaoye would also gain her freedom. So what does that have to do with me? Ko Hong retreated a step, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Yang Lan paused, then replied solemnly, "I assure you, I will offer a substantial reward." A rare opportunity had presented itself, yet he found himself relegated to the role of a waiter once more. Nonetheless, it was not entirely the same. At least he had gained insight into the affairs of Dong Qingwei and Huang Yi. Perhaps they could devise a compromise to resolve this issue. After dinner, Ko Hong accompanied Yi Wanjun to the library. It had been a long time since he had visited the library with the goddess, and he simply wished to relax and savor the tranquility that came from being in her company. Yet, the outwardly sweet and gentle Yi Wanjun was, in fact, far more vivacious and extroverted than he had anticipated. "You managed to juggle so many tasks, working out, working part-time. Despite the challenges, you persist. What motivates you?" Ko Hong propped his chin on his hand and replied with a smile, "I aspire to become a better version of myself." Yi Wanjun puffed out her cheeks, then straightened up, grabbing the book back in front of her. However, she quickly grew disheartened, exclaiming, "I can't do it. I can't focus on a single word." Suddenly, Yi Wanjun turned to Ko Hong and proposed, "Causing horrific mutations among Earth's creatures. I've wanted to see it for a while." "Exactly. I checked online, and the cinema near our school has a showing at 9 o'clock. If we leave now." They opted for a taxi. Upon arrival, Ko Hong gallantly opened the door for Yi Wanjun before entering the cinema. Typically, Ko Hong would avoid bustling pedestrian streets and cinemas, as witnessing couples flaunting their affection felt like torture. Yet today, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Though Yi Wanjun was merely his good friend, walking beside such a beauty attracted the envious stares of many men. After purchasing tickets, Ko Hong left Yi Wanjun to wait while he fetched popcorn and cola. "He is the one I mentioned who got his girlfriend's best friend pregnant." Suddenly, the group surrounding them shifted their disdainful glares toward Zhang Luan, distancing themselves. "Hey, don't slander me. I told you that child isn't mine." Zhang Luan shouted angrily. "Oh yes, to be precise, he cheated and got his girlfriend's best friend pregnant, and she ended up with another man's child behind his back." Ko Hong clarified with a nod. "Right," Yi Wanjun, still smiling sweetly, continued. "You forgave him for cheating on you with your best friend, so surely you can overlook this little matter. You two should focus on building a happy life together." In truth, she knew this woman was not Su Man, but she intended to make it clear that Zhang Luan was not only flirting with another woman, but also attempting to reconcile with his former girlfriend. Kahong, unable to suppress his laughter, quickly pretended to scratch his nose to avoid undermining Wanjuan's performance. "What, you?" The alluring woman glared fiercely at Zhang Luan, snatched the 2 movie tickets from his hand. Zhang Luan hurriedly chased after her, casting a venomous glare at Kahong and Yi Wanjun before departing, warning, "Remember this, don't think you can just walk out of this cinema." With that, Zhang Luan rushed off to salvage his romantic evening. Tong Tong, cozily embracing Zhang Luan, "Show this to your friend later, so she won't remain so deluded." Ke Hong raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You really thought this through, didn't you?" "Just doing my part. We can't let scoundrels have their way." Kohong replied with a smile. At that moment, both were engrossed in the movie's storyline, having completely dismissed the earlier farce involving Zhang Luan. Therefore, when Kohong spotted Zhang Luan and a few others blocking their path at the cinema entrance, just then, Zhang Luan's companions stepped forward, pointing towards a dark alley, smirking as they said, "Hey buddy, how about you and your girlfriend come with us for a little chat over there?" At the sound of that familiar voice, Kohong relaxed, crossing his arms with a grin while still keeping Yi Wanjun behind him. Upon seeing him, Duan Kun instinctively covered his left hand, the one that Kohong had injured previously. Yi Wanjun, however, was oblivious to this detail. "You, how come you're here?" Duan Kun stumbled back, his demeanor shifting from bravado to fear as he recalled their last encounter. The 3 men behind him had also been taught a lesson by Kohong, but hesitated, glancing back at his companions, who were still recovering from their previous encounter with Kohong. Seizing the moment, Kohong casually pulled out his wallet and produced a business card, saying, "Oh, by the way." Unable to vent his anger, "You want to teach me a lesson?" He seethed at Zhang Luan, pointing at Kohong. "Yes, this bastard and his girlfriend humiliated me in front of so many people before." "Go to hell," Duan Kun shouted, slapping Zhang Luan across the face. "Can't you handle such trivial matters yourself? Don't bother me with your petty issues." With that, he spat on the ground and stormed off with his companions. Kohong chuckled wryly. "I advise you not to come any closer. I'll fight back, and if you get hurt, I'll just claim self-defense. Don't expect me to cover your medical expenses." However, Kohong's warning proved futile as Zhang Luan threw a punch aimed at his face. Kohong remained unfazed. Zhang Luan's weak punch felt like a mere tap compared to Zhao Qing's. Timing his move perfectly, Kohong sidestepped and locked Zhang Luan's shoulder, swiftly sweeping his leg to knock him off balance. Zhang Luan found himself airborne, his feet leaving the ground before he was forcefully slammed onto the pavement. Zhang Luan was momentarily stunned, but as he attempted to rise, pain coursed through his body. Zhang Luan found himself airborne, his feet leaving the ground before he was forcefully slammed onto the pavement. Zhang Luan was momentarily stunned, but as he attempted to rise, pain coursed through his body. Yi Wanjun gazed at Kohong in astonishment, then glanced down at Zhang Luan, who was still dazed from the fall. Without uttering a word, she grasped Kohong's hand and urged him to leave. "We should hurry. It's getting late." They rushed away, traversing several streets away from the cinema. Upon looking back and confirming that Zhang Luan had not followed, Yi Wanjun finally exhaled in relief, casting a reproachful glance at Kohong. Though she couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. "I thought you were just joking about learning free fighting for fun at the gym. I never expected it to be true." "It would be postponed until tomorrow, though I doubt he would report it," Yi Wanjun remarked with a slight smile, her lips pursed. Seeing that she had no further concerns, Kohong felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he raised an eyebrow, saying, "It seems your sister has done something similar." What do you mean?" Yi Wanjun inquired with a playful smile. Ke Hong quickly shook his head, insisting, "It's nothing at all." The two made their way back, and upon returning to the apartment, Ku Mengao had been waiting for a considerable time, promptly launching into her report. Meanwhile, upon entering her home, Yi Junmo was curled up in a corner of the sofa, hugging her knees and watching television. "Oh, Junmo, what brings you here today?" Yi Wanjun asked curiously. Yi Junmo rolled her eyes and replied, "They were nagging at me again, so I couldn't take it anymore and came here." How should I put it? Ahong is indeed commendable in many aspects. His appearance is appealing. He is a gentleman, gentle, caring, and utterly trustworthy. We share numerous interests as well. As she spoke, Yi Wanjun chuckled. "If it were in the past, I would have certainly welcomed him into my palace directly. So, you do have a favorable impression of him, Yi Junmo teased, lying on the sofa and propping her chin on her hand while playfully lifting her feet. It was acceptable to take the initiative. Yi Junmo shot her a quizzical look. If it were this man, I could reluctantly accept him as a brother-in-law and entrust you to him. How annoying. And the business at the company has stirred up a ruckus among those relatives. How could I possibly drag him into all this trouble? We'll see when things settle down. Well, that's true, Yi Junmo sighed. And after a brief silence, she asked, what about eloping with him? Escape all of this and live a little life just for the two of you. I could occasionally come by to hide. By the way, did you know? Ahong is really quite skilled in free fighting. When we went to the movies today, on the other side of the wall, Kohong had just finished recounting that very story. By the way, did you know? Ahong is really quite skilled in free fighting. When we went to the movies today, on the other side of the wall, Kohong had just finished recounting that very story. I couldn't lose face in front of Wanjun, could I? And what if she got hurt? You really are hopeless. Ko Mengao scolded, tapping his head lightly, unsure whether she was his daughter or he was her grandchild. I couldn't lose face in front of Wanjun, could I? And what if she got hurt? You really are hopeless. Ko Mengao scolded, tapping his head lightly, unsure whether she was his daughter or he was her grandchild. Besides, Wanjun wasn't he afraid of me? Isn't that enough? Don't interrupt. I haven't finished. Ko Mengao snapped back. Do you really think you can guess what a girl is thinking? I can t.k. Hong fell silent. This guy wouldn't let me speak, yet he ended up revealing everything first. What a jerk. Men truly lack integrity. Then, with a hint of revenge, she smirked. You know, he might have actually fought last time at the bar. Yi Wanjun replied, perplexed. Besides, he doesn't resort to violence for everything. This was merely self-defense. Yi Junmo squinted her eyes teasingly. So he really does care about what you think. Without a doubt, he has feelings for you. Yi Wanjun replied, perplexed. Besides, he doesn't resort to violence for everything. This was merely self-defense. Yi Junmo squinted her eyes teasingly. So he really does care about what you think. Without a doubt, he has feelings for you. He seems to feel he doesn't deserve you yet, which is why he's striving to better himself. Is it for my sake? Yi Wanjun asked in surprise. Of course. Think about it. When did he start working out and studying? It's perfectly fine. Yes, that's true. I can continue to get to know him better, Yi Wanjun replied with a smile, then playfully ruffled Junmo's hair. And what about you, Junmo? Any suitable candidates? Yes, once you lose interest in Ahong. Kohong woke up with a foggy head. As usual, he grabbed his basketball and headed to the nearby court for a game, serving as a substitute for his morning run while also familiarizing himself with the sports knowledge that Ko Mengao had imparted. But when he thought of the rewards, he gritted his teeth and endured. This was all for his and his precious daughter's future. Hard work was essential in his pursuit of self-improvement. Kohong certainly cannot claim that it is solely to be worthy of Yi Wanjun. Yet she undeniably serves as his greatest source of motivation. Moreover, his daughter has been immensely supportive. What he has done is merely engage in fitness and familiarize himself with the knowledge imparted by Ko Mengao. Little Yao has not complained of hardship, so he feels he must not voice any grievances, although he often senses from the nuances of Ko Mengyao's words that she is truly immersed in the joy of development. Of course, the insights Kohong gained at the cinema yesterday have left Ko Mengao in suspense, as she awaits his definitive response regarding Yi Wanjun's reaction. Lost in thought, Kohong retrieved his phone to check WeChat. Since their last discussion, the campus belle Qin Shiyu had not reached out to him again. He was uncertain whether she deemed him no longer of value or was contemplating the theories he had previously shared. Chapter 89. A match of equals following the voice. Kohong noticed a dark-skinned young man, roughly his age, with a rectangular face and an unremarkable appearance. Notably, one of his eyes was double-lidded while the other was monolid, giving him a somewhat uneven gaze. The bronze hue of his skin suggested a fondness for outdoor activities. Do you enjoy playing basketball? Kohong inquired, cradling the ball. It's all right. I used to really like it when I was younger. The young man appeared pleasantly surprised and extended his hand. Oh, a fellow alumnus. What a coincidence. I'm Jin Yuhang, a former member of the school's basketball team, though I was unfortunately expelled later on. How about we play a few rounds? Expelled? What happened? Kohong inquired, intrigued, as he passed the ball to Jin Yuhang. Oh, just the usual. When you play well, jealousy arises. Those guys ganged up on me, so I gave them a good thrashing. Seizing the opportunity, Ko-hong surged through to the left, effortlessly driving into the paint for a layup, a shot he had the highest success rate with, while his layup accuracy stood at 50% without any defenders. It was still a far better option than his erratic jump shots. Wow, an ankle breaker. You can do that too, Jin Yuhang exclaimed, rising with a chuckle. Impressive. This is the first time someone has made me sit down like that. I've still been training. Fortunately, I've been working out consistently, Ko-hong replied, catching his breath, but I've reached my limit too. Ke-hong owed his endurance to the equipment used in his combat training. If we happen to cross paths again, let us play some more. It's been fun playing with you. In truth, Jin Yuhang's skills clearly surpassed those of a mere school team player, with his level of proficiency. We must remain adaptable. Ke-hong shook his head, feeling it inappropriate to delve further, especially as they had only just met. He allowed Jin Yuhang to take his leave. Soon after, he returned to his apartment to shower and prepare breakfast. Preparing to head upstairs. Oh, Wanjun, what a coincidence, Ko-hong exclaimed, turning to Yi Junmo. Junmo, you're here to play as well. Upon seeing Ko-hong, Yi Wanjun beamed sweetly and waved. Ahong, just in time, I'm treating you to breakfast. Ahong, please take a seat. I'll get you something to drink, Yi Wanjun said cheerfully, turning to the kitchen to fetch beverages, while Yi Junmo busied herself distributing the breakfast portions, judging by the quantities. It appeared the sisters had planned to invite him for breakfast from the start, rather than making a spur-of-the-moment decision. I told my sister about the incident with Duan Cohen and his gang. Did you not directly confront them in front of my sister yesterday? Ko-hong hesitated, at a loss for words, and could only ask with concern, what does your sister think? Rest assured, she does not perceive you as violent or anything of the sort. Yi Junmo replied, glancing at Ko-hong, seemingly pondering whether to continue, but ultimately added, based on my understanding of my sister, you actually stand a decent chance. There must be many suitors vying for your sister's affection. Right, I don't believe I possess any distinctive qualities that would make me stand out, at least not for now. Ke-hong shrugged, opting not to rush into his meal, instead deciding to wait for Wanjun to return so they could dine together. Well, just make sure to put in your best effort. However, our household is rather chaotic at the moment, so she isn't considering dating for the time being. Even if you encounter setbacks, don't lose heart. I will certainly assist you, Yi Junmo said nonchalantly, observing as Yi Wanjun returned from the kitchen, cup and drink in hand, prompting her to fall silent. Yes, Ko-hong quickly responded, feeling a surge of determination. Having this girl's support would undoubtedly make things much easier. Many inquiries he found difficult to pose directly to Wanjun could be directed to Junmo, such as why Wanjun's home was currently in such disarray. What are you two chatting about? You seem quite animated, Yi Wanjun inquired cheerfully, placing a cup of beverage in front of Ko-hong. Before he could answer, Yi Junmo interjected, we were discussing his mixed martial arts endeavors. Oh right, Ahong, you're so impressive. It feels like something out of a movie, Yi Wanjun exclaimed, playfully waving her small, pink fist, looking somewhat clumsy yet utterly adorable. What's this? You're not planning to become a professional fighter. It's too dangerous and unstable. I mean, look at it this way. This profession relies heavily on youth, right? With Ko-hong's expertise, he's bound to find a more stable and easier job after pursuing graduate studies. Ko-hong quickly replied, secretly deciding to keep his previous experience in cage fighting from Wanjun and the others. Indeed, I believe Ahong could pursue a career as a chef. I'm sure many patrons would seek him out. From the initial Ju Tai to the foreign gourmet, Graham, and then Dong Qingwei. No rush, take it slow, Yi Wanjun said with a smile. There are still nearly 2 years until graduation. Speaking of which, perhaps sing a little tune, Ko-hong replied with a wry smile, adding, besides, I enjoy playing the piano myself. If my practicing disturbs you, please do remind me. Not at all. I also enjoy listening to piano pieces. Yi Wanjun suddenly smiled and said, by the way, Ahong, we're going out to have fun with friends this Sunday evening. Would you like to join us? Ko-hong was momentarily taken aback. And Yi Wanjun quickly clarified, it's just a casual outing, singing karaoke and playing video games. I can introduce you to them. They've been eager to try your home-cooked meals. Sure, I'd love to. Ko-hong replied eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of smoothly integrating into Yi Wanjun's social circle. What his precious daughter had said was indeed accurate, as long as he followed Xiao Yao's advice. Ku Mingao raised an eyebrow in surprise, but didn't you already agree to go to Su Man's house this Sunday to cook for the girls at the gym? That S for lunch. Taking a bite of the sandwich before stating, let us first discuss that photo of Zhang Luan. You shouldn't show it to Su Man just yet, since everyone is gathering to eat. Let us not spoil the mood. That makes perfect sense. Ko Hong nodded in agreement. Ke Mengao continued. As for that photo, we must devise a strategy to outmaneuver that scoundrel Zhang Luan, and when he falls into our trap, make a good impression on her friends, but don't be overly accommodating. Exhibit a degree of assertiveness. There are bound to be some who harbor feelings for her among her friends, so you must establish your presence. You shall do as follows. Thus, with the plans for Sunday set, Ko Hong dutifully attended his piano lesson on Saturday afternoon. Aware that Aunt Yu lived alone at such an advanced age, he thought to bring something for her. Aunt Yu replied with an awkward smile, then began flipping through the music sheets. Ke Hong thought she might feel embarrassed as a piano teacher for forgetting the sheet music, so he didn't dwell on it. He naturally encountered Chang Jin-wen, who was busking at the subway station entrance. They waved to each other, greeting him while signaling that he didn't need to assist for now. Clearly, Ko Hong's previous busking had slightly increased his popularity. Thus, Ko Hong proceeded directly and took the elevator to the gym, preparing to complete his daily training for the day. Hong, what materials should we bring tomorrow? Asked the receptionist, Xiao Ku, with a smile as he swiped his card. Ko Hong was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a chuckle, anything you all enjoy eating will suffice, but I will decide on the dishes we prepared. He added, I will also bring some ingredients and spices with me. After changing into his workout attire, Ko Hong ascended the stairs and unexpectedly encountered Su Man. His first thought was of his encounter with Zhang Luan at the cinema the previous night. Ko Hong returned to the combat training room. At that moment, Li Haimo was still practicing with Lin Chao Xian. Upon seeing Ko Hong, they greeted him. Hey, come over and practice with me, Li Haimo called, waving his hand toward the cage. Although he still appeared fierce, Ko Hong understood that Li Haimo simply wanted to chat. By the way, why didn't you go and beat up Xiao Man's ex-boyfriend? That little scoundrel, Li Haimo inquired as he gestured. With your skills, you could probably make him unable to care for himself. That's illegal, you know. If I beat him to the point of disability, I'd end up in prison for the rest of my life, Ko Hong replied, somewhat exasperated. TSK, you young people overthink and do too little. Just give him a good thrashing when no one is watching. Li Haimo retorted, if you're afraid to, should I help you out? Forget it. If you end up in jail, what will happen to your daughter? Ko Hong shot him a look, but Li Haimo's words suddenly sparked an idea in his mind. His arm in a sling and a bandage wrapped around his head. He was distractedly chatting with Su Man while casting furtive glances around. Upon seeing Ko Hong, he immediately pointed, exclaiming, that's the guy. Chapter 92. All set Hong, he said. Su Man turned to Ko Hong, seemingly inquiring about the specifics. The gym's receptionists and personal trainers were also watching him, their expressions filled with curiosity. Some even casting him admiring glances. Is it true? Su Man's gaze darted around, questioning it. Ko Hong couldn't help but let out a scoff as he turned to Zhang Luan, who immediately averted his gaze. Zhang Luan's intention was clear. He was attempting to play the victim. Ko Hong feigned confusion. Even if I say I didn't do it, I have no proof, right? Therefore, I must rely on your words to prove my innocence. You claim I followed you to the cinema. What were you doing there? Who were you with? Su Man asked, her eyes widening. In truth, Ko Hong's line of questioning lacked clear logic. He was deliberately steering the conversation towards whether Zhang Luan had gone to the cinema alone. Naturally, Su Man would find it odd for someone to go alone, and if he had gone with someone else, the question would arise, who was that person? It was a colleague. The company happened to give out movie tickets. Saying, call them, Zhang Luan stammered, they've already clocked out, and I don't know their home number. Male or female? Su Man immediately asked. At this point, Ko Hong knew he could sit back and let the unfolding drama play out. If Zhang Luan claimed it was a male, he would be lying. If he admitted it was a female, the implication was questionable. What was he doing alone with a woman at the cinema late at night? Zhang Luan hesitated. I think the key issue is that this guy hit me. It doesn't matter who I was with since the movie didn't happen anyway, right? Was it a male or a female? Su Man pressed, her breath growing heavier and her beautiful eyes wide with scrutiny. Sensing the conversation turning against him, Zhang Luan realized he could not accuse Ko Hong without consequences. He would only end up covered in dirt himself. I never went to the cinema, and he didn't hit me. I was just worried you might be taken from me. However, he failed to recognize the difference in their situations. Hong was merely friends with Su Man. Regardless of his motives, it was indefensible. Hong, is that right? Su Man turned to Hong for confirmation. Well, Hong shrugged and smiled. I generally don't make baseless accusations, without evidence from either side. Continuing this discussion would only lead to a stalemate. So, let's not bring it up, shall we? It might affect our mood. We can discuss it after dinner with everyone tomorrow. What do you think? Su Man smiled in agreement. That makes sense. Are you heading back? Shall we go to the subway station together? Hong understood that Su Man was deliberately accompanying him to annoy Zhang Luan, and he didn't mind. He readily agreed. Sure, let's see how Chang Jingwen is performing. Do you want to sing another song? Su Man asked cheerfully. As they walked past Zhang Luan towards the elevator, Hong replied, slightly exasperated, I'm serious. Don't do that again, okay? It's quite embarrassing, but you really sing beautifully. Su Man laughed, just as Zhang Luan stepped forward, awkwardly blocking their path. Xiao Man, about that night when you went for late-night snacks with me. I never agreed to that, Su Man retorted. Did you think I forgot about you slandering Hong? I'll deal with you later. Then, what about him coming to your apartment to cook for you? Zhang Luan asked pitifully, using your own words, if I'm bringing my friend to my apartment for dinner. What business is it of yours? Why should you care? Su Man reprimanded, her tone laced with a sense of vindication, clearly indicating that similar exchanges had occurred between them before, but the roles had now reversed. Pushing Zhang Luan out and closing the door behind him, before the elevator doors closed, Zhang Luan shot a fierce glare at Hong. Instantly, Hong felt a surge of irritation. Has this brat forgotten who taught whom a lesson? Thus, he retaliated with an equally unyielding glare, prompting Zhang Luan to recall the recent incident when Hong had bested him in a fight, causing him to hastily avert his gaze. Originally, Hong had been on the verge of executing a meticulously crafted plan to outmaneuver Zhang Luan. Yet this commotion had disrupted the delicate balance of circumstances, leaving only the timing to be awaited. You reap what you sowed. If there's blame, it lies with you. Hong mused silently. Chapter 93. An expected visitor upon returning from the gym. Chang Jingwen found himself enjoying a moderate level of popularity that day. Although it couldn't be described as a celebrity status, it was a marked improvement compared to the usual sparse audience he encountered. Yi Wanjun exhibited palpable enthusiasm regarding their planned outing the following night, and, while perusing books, her mind was clearly elsewhere as she continuously whispered to Hong about potential activities. Shall we start at the arcade? All right, it's a deal, Hong replied with a smile. Due to her innocent and carefree demeanor, reminiscent of Mengao, he instinctively considered ruffling Yi Wanjun's hair, but ultimately restrained himself. That moment. Hurried strides, clearly uncomfortable with the attention from the gathered crowd, especially the many men gazing at her with admiration, she slightly furrowed her brow, an expression that only enhanced her beauty, prompting sighs of admiration from onlookers. Hong couldn't help but shake his head and sigh softly as Qin Shiyu passed by them, her gaze momentarily resting on him, her brow relaxing slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifting ever so subtly. To Hong, it seemed she merely pressed her lips together, but he understood it was likely a smile in her eyes. Did she just smile at us? Yi Wanjun asked, somewhat surprised. Did she? Hong replied, pursing his lips. He couldn't precisely define his relationship with Qin Shiyu. To call them friends would be an exaggeration, as their interactions had been limited to a few exchanged words on a specific topic. Not even through WeChat, Hong had contemplated whether he should take the initiative to message her, considering that as a man, he should be more proactive, especially given her status as the school's renowned beauty. He had anticipated running into Zhang Luan there, yet it seemed the latter had not devised a plan to confront him just yet. Hong, Su Man greeted as she opened the door. As Su Man wore a loose, pale orange knit sweater, the moment she bent down revealed a lovely curve at her neckline, causing Hong's heart to race, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. As she led Hong into her apartment, she remarked, Xiaoku and the others will arrive shortly, I understand. I've come early to prepare the broth and gather the spices, otherwise, the cooking time will be too lengthy. I've brought some beef, salmon, and other main ingredients, and I'll see what Xiaoku brings before deciding on the menu, Hong explained with a smile. Su Man's apartment was tidy, much like last time. But Kohong noticed a newly framed photo of her from her slightly chubby days, indicating she had come to accept her past self. This sight elicited a faint smile from Kohong. And he rolled up his sleeves, heading toward the kitchen. "Stop dawdling, come help," he urged. Su Man had also prepared some ingredients, including chicken wings, pork, and vegetables. Together, they washed and chopped the ingredients, and soon, the broth for the soup was simmering as Xiaoko and the others began to arrive. To his surprise, the man shook his hand briskly and replied, "You can call me Vladimir Alexandrovich Dostoevsky Ulyanov. Isn't that impressive? I've thought long and hard about this name. When I say it in front of everyone, it will surely leave them in awe." The room fell silent, and Xiaoko helplessly covered her forehead. Ke Hong's smile froze for a moment before he chuckled. "Oh, so you're the intellectually challenged brother. Then I shall call you Otaku." The man took it in stride, chuckling, "Just kidding. I'm Jiang Chao. I've heard from Xiaoko about your culinary skills. I must clarify that if she gains weight, it's definitely not my fault." Kohong replied with a wry smile. Xiaoko shot him a glare, retorting, "I want to gain weight. You better not jinx it. Look, I brought chicken thighs and beef tripe, along with some vegetables." Following Xiaoko and the otaku, others gradually arrived, totaling around 7 or 8 people, mostly single girls from various backgrounds, including personal trainers and customer service representatives, all bringing some ingredients. Once everyone had gathered and the ingredients were organized, Kohong nodded with a smile. "All right, I shall begin the cooking." Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Ke Hong glanced around. Everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, so who could it be?